Oh shit.
Zoot, are you at 15.2% body fat as of yet?
I've got it. I'm gonna track it every month. So.
Doug, you better check it every 15 minutes. I want updates.
That's impossible to do.
It is absolutely not impossible to do.
It's not impossible, but it's fucking. I don't have the tech to do it.
Yeah, you do. You have a scale, don't you?
I have the scale, but I don't have the scale.
You don't need it, dude. You just need your height and your weight. So if you know your height, which is like 5'10", and your weight is like some stupid ass kilogram amount, then you just do the BMI calculation.
My weight is 16. Well, yesterday was 67.9.
All right, are you ready to play mini golf?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm sending
Here's
you.
the thing, right? I think my body fat might actually be lower than the scales, and I'll tell you why.
Please tell me all about it.
I had clothes on.
Oh,
I had
that's
shorts and a t-shirt on.
dude. That makes a big difference.
Does it?
Big time. You're probably less than 15% now. All right, be right back. I got to use the restroom, but I'm still playing against you, and I'm going to beat you. Fuck you, Zoot. You tried to fuck me, and you didn't. So did you know that you're down 3 games to none? Or 3 holes to none? Zoot, were you aware that you're down 3 holes to 0? What the fuck was that, Zoot? Zoot, I'm gonna try to make the shot. Bullshit. Zoot, so do you think you're under 15% body fat now?
I think I'm at 15.1.
I think you're under.
Why do you say that?
Because you had clothes on before. Are you fucking
Well,
serious?
so that was just that I could have put on weight. I could have put on weight time.
Do you think you're gonna be able to make this shot?
I've had some dietary. I mean, I've had some dietary changes, so I don't know if I think that's going to make me put on weight or lose weight.
Do you think those dietary changes have affected how shitty you are at mini golf?
Yes.
Okay, so you think you're more shitty because of those diet changes, or the same amount of shitty? Because I don't see any improvement from you.
More shitty because they had a lot of sugar. I didn't have a lot, but I had sugar caffeine, and I have not had much sugar and caffeine intake for the last month.
Okay, well, just hit my ball and that'll be cool. You ready for the most amazing shot you've ever seen? Get there. Oh, Zoo, F you, man. That was really good.
What do you think would happen if I just went to McDonald's and just ate McDonald's from there?
But you just probably would. Depends what you eat. Get there. Hit that fucking tree. Dude, what is that? What's up with me not hitting that tree, dude? Hit my ball, Zoo. There you go, big dog. Hit my ball. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck is this shit? Zoo, you suck at this shot, though.
Yeah.
You always leave it short.
That's
You
it.
leave it short every time. And I go for the goal. And I fucking always make it. Perfect shots. Perfect shots. What the fuck was that? I've won 5 straight holes on you. I had a perfect game, Zoo.
I'll have a perfect game this game.
Zoo, you're gonna get your ass kicked, and you know it. Are you proud of that shot? Oh, Zoo, fuck you, man. Look at this shot, Zoo. Are you serious that didn't go in? I could fuck you right now. And I did. Bye-bye. Short. Uh-oh, Zoo. I took a risk. Let's see if it pays off. Zoo, it did pay off. Did you like that?
Yeah.
Good. I would have liked it as well. I'm not good at this one. Stop. Perfect shot. Almost. I mean, pretty much. That fucking cow's in the way. Don't hit my ball. That was garbage. Oh. That's going in the water, son. Told ya. Dude, I've won 6 holes straight against you. 7 holes straight against you. Do you think the lower your body fat, the shittier you get at this game?
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
So
what
you're saying,
What are your thoughts on this
you're
shot?
saying they should go McDonald. What you're saying they should go McDonald for the best of all the hard work I've put in over the last 4 years to get better and you know,
Perhaps.
I mean, I would say to their credit, they wear it as a badge of honor, and then to their shame, they wear it as a badge of honor, right? Which is, if they're doing the right thing,
Get
then
there.
they are justifiably proud of themselves for standing up under pressure. But it also means that they can't respond to legitimate criticism, and
Terrible shot.
they're obviously terrible at that now.
Zoot, you lost
As I recall, he
8
went straight to the
straight
CEO
holes.
of
Not even
National Springer,
tied. You've straight up
Insider,
lost
and
8 straight holes.
I have
That
another
is
CEO,
so
I think
bad.
it's CEO, but what is a good example is the CEO of Axel Springer run his own company, right? Well, there's a fascinating thing playing out right now, but not to dwell on these fires. It's a case, you see, the pressure reveals things, right? And so if you've been watching what's happening with the LA Times recently, so this guy, biotech entrepreneur, buys the LA Times 8 years ago. It is just the most radical social revolutionary thing you can possibly imagine. It endorses every crazy left-wing radical you can imagine. It endorses Karen Bass. It endorses Gavin Newsom. It's just a litany of all the people who are currently burning the city to the ground. It's just endorsed every single bad person every step of the way. He's owned it the entire time. He put his foot down right before, for the first time, I think, put his foot down right before the November said, we're not. We're again. He said we're going to get out of this thing where we just always endorse Democrat. And we said we're not endorsing. I think he said we're not endorsing for the presidency, and the paper flipped out. Our billionaire backer hands, but he must be burning paper out of his pocket to keep this thing running. Paid $500 million for it.
Finally, dude. Amazing. Good job.
Bad businesses. And he's probably burned another $500 million over the last decade of running. And he burned probably another $50 or $100 million a year. And the journalists at the LA Times him with the fury of 1,000 suns. They just absolutely freaking despise him. And they have been attacking him. And the ones that can get jobs elsewhere quit and do it. And the rest just stay and say the worst, most horrible things about him. And they want to constantly run these stories attacking him. And so he has had this reaction that a lot of people in LA are having right now to this fire and to this just incredibly vivid collapse of leadership. And all these people that his paper had endorsed are just disasters. And he's on this.
I'm just going to prevent you from
scoring. He's decided to be the boy who says the emperor has no clothes, but he's doing it to his own newspaper. Very smart guy. He's on a press tour and he's basically saying, yeah, we did all that and we endorsed all these people and it was a huge mistake and we're going to completely change. And his paper is, in a complete internal revolt. But I go through it, which is, okay, now we have a very interesting question, which is who runs the LA Times? Because for the last 8 years, it hasn't been him. It's been the reporters. Now, for the first time, the owner is showing up saying, oh, no, I'm actually in charge. And the reporters are saying, no, you're not. And it is freaking on. And so, again, if the Machiavellian's mindset on this is okay, how is power actually exercised here? Can a guy who's even super rich and super powerful, who even owns his own newspaper, can he stand to a full-scale assault, not only by his own reporters, but by every other journalism outlet who also now thinks he's the Antichrist?
And he is trying to exercise power by speaking out publicly, and so that's the game of power there.
And firing people, and he has removed people, and he has set new rules. I mean, he is now, I think he's now at long last actually exercising prerogatives of an owner of the business, which is decide on the policies and staffing of the business. There are certain other owners of these publications that are doing similar things right now. He's the one I don't know, so he's the one I can talk about. But there are others that are going through the same thing right now. And I think it's a really interesting open question. Like, in a fight between the employees and the employer, like, it's not crystal clear that the employer wins that one.
And just to stay on journalism for a second, we mentioned Bill Ackman. I just want to say, put him in the category we mentioned before of a really courageous person. I don't think I've ever seen anybody so fearless in going after, and following what he believes
Dude, you've lost
publicly. That's courage. That
a bunch of games in a row.
Several things he's done publicly has been really inspiring. Just
That's
being
2
courageous.
games.
What do you think is like the most impressive example?
Where he went after.
But you don't think is a phrase. You don't think 2 in a row is a phrase. You don't think 1 in a row is a phrase. You only think 3 in a row is a phrase.
Beehive or whatever. You know what's going to follow. And to do that, I mean, that's why it's difficult to challenge journalistic organizations. Because they're going to, there's just so many mechanisms they use, including like writing articles and get cited by Wikipedia. They drive the narrative, and then they can get you fired. All this kind of stuff. Get it.
These are the 2 best shots we've ever had on these holes.
If he goes after them,
that's the move.
Legally
that's the move.
And also in the public eye, and just I don't know. That was truly inspiring. There's not many people like that out in public. And hopefully that inspires not just me, but many others to be courageous themselves.
That's the best either of us have ever had.
I knew of Neri, his wife, who's a brilliant researcher and scientist, and so I admire her, look up to her. I think she's amazing.
All right.
Well, the reason I ask if you knew about Bill is because a lot of people had not heard of him before, especially like before October 7th and before some of the campaigns he's been running since in public, but and with Harvard and so forth. But
all right.
He was very well known in the investment world before that. So he was a famous, he's a so-called activist investor for, very, very successful and very widely respected for probably 30 years before.
Dude, I just made
before
it.
Now.
Not only did I make it,
because
I made
it turns out
they
weren't for the most part battles that happened in kind of full public view. They
I showed it. I played it as efficiently as possible. Dude, that was just pure sex.
Like in the movie Taken, it's a very specific set of skills.
Yeah.
On how to
Dude, really
take control of situations and how to wreck the people who you're going up against. And there's been controversy over the years of this topic, and too much detail to go into. But the defense of activist investing, which I think is valid, is these are the guys who basically go in and take stakes in companies that are being poorly managed or under optimized, and then generally what that means is, at least the theory is, that means the existing management has become entrenched and lazy, mediocre, whatever, not responding to the needs of the shareholders, often not responding to the customers, and the activists basically go in with a minority position, and then they rally support among other investors who are not activists, and then they basically show up and they force change. But they are the aggressive version of this, and I've been involved in companies that have been on the receiving end of these, where it is amazing how much somebody like that can exert pressure on situations even when they don't have formal control. So it would be another chess piece on the mechanical board of kind of how power gets exercised. And basically what happens is the effective analysts, a large amount of the time, they end up taking over control of companies, even though they never own more than like 5% of the stock. And so anyway, so it turns out with Bill's, it's such a fascinating case because he has that like complete skill set. And he has now decided to bring it to bear in areas that are not just companies. And 2 interesting things for that. One is, some of these places, and some of these battles are still ongoing, but number one, like a lot of people who run universities or newspapers are not used to being up against somebody like this.
No way.
And by the way, also now with infinitely deep pockets and lots of experience.
You're terrible at this
all the things that kind of go with that. But the other is, through example, he is teaching a lot.
You always go that long way.
The activist playbook,
you always
like
hit
in
the
real
cow.
time. And so the Liam Neeson skill set is getting more broadly diffused just by being able to watch and learn from him. So I think he's having I would put him up there with Elon in terms of somebody who's really affecting how all this is playing out.
But even skill set aside, just courage.
Yes, including, by the way, courage to go outside of his own zone.
Yeah.
Right. Because like he hasn't. I'll give you an example. Like my firm,
I guess you could have hit it backwardly.
There are things that I feel like I can't do or say because I feel like I would be bringing embarrassment or other consequences to our LPs. he has investors also where he worries about that. And so a couple of things. One
could
is
have
his
hit
willingness to
it
go
in
out a
the-
bit and
in
risk
the
his
sand
relationship with his own
by
investors.
the trees.
But I will tell you the other thing, which is his investors, I know this for a fact, his investors have been remarkably
There's no
supportive
way.
of him
It's
doing
over.
that.
So you're done.
As it turns out, a lot of them actually agree with
So
him.
you lost 3 games in a
and
row,
so-
son.
It's the same thing he does in his activism campaigns. He is able to be the tip of the spear on something that actually a lot more people agree with.
Squid Game. It.
Yeah, it turns out if you have truth behind you.
Do.
And
So
just again,
Squid Game,
how I started is a lot of people are just fed up.
You've been spending a bunch of time in Mar-a-Lago and Palm
That
Beach,
was a
helping
dog
in the
shit
administration
shot.
in many ways, including interviewing people who might join. So, what's your general
Right about
sense
that,
about
son.
the talent?
Look at
about
this
the
shot,
people
though.
who are coming in?
Look how
in the
sexy this
administration?
shot is.
So I should start by saying I'm not a member of the new administration. I'm not in the room when a lot of these people are being selected.
I believe you
That
said
was a good
unpaid
shot.
intern.
I'm an unpaid intern, so I'm a volunteer, and when helpful, but I'm not making the decisions, nor am I in a position to speak for the administration. I don't want to say anything that would cause people to think I'm doing that. It's a very unusual situation, right, where you had an incumbent president, and then you had a 4-year gap where he's out of office, and then you have him coming back, right? And as you'll recall, there was a fair amount of controversy over the end of the first term.
Right.
The specific concern was, the first Trump administration.
Thank you, baby.
They will all say this is
Dude,
like
I've
they
won
didn't come
3
in with a
games
team,
in a
right?
row.
So they didn't come in with a team, and most of the sort of institutional base of the Republican Party were Bush Republicans, and many of them had become never Trumpers, and so they had a hard time putting a team together. And then, by the way, they had a hard time getting.
I came up with that method
so
long before
if you
you
talk to
ever
people
had
who
it.
were there in the first term, it took them 2 to 3 years to kind of even get the government in place. And then they basically only had the government in place for basically like 18 months, and then COVID hit. And then sort of the aftermath and everything, all the drama and the headlines and everything. And so the concern, including from some very smart people in the last 2 years, has been, boy, if Trump gets a second term,
I might have fucked
is he going to be able to get a team that is as good as the team he had last time, or a team that's not as good? Because maybe people got burned out, maybe they're more cynical now, maybe they're not willing to go through the drama. By the way, a lot of people in the first term came under their own withering legal assaults.
So you're down 2 holes to none.
A lot of stuff happened. Lots of investigations, lots of legal fees, lots of bad press, lots of debanking, by the way. A lot of the officials in the first Trump term got debanked, including the president's wife and son.
Yeah,
dude,
I'm
now shutting off your thing.
In the wake of the first term, yes. We now take out spouses and children with our ring of power. And so there's like this legitimate question as to whether, what will the team for the second term look like? And at least what I've seen and what you're seeing the appointments is, it looks much, much better.
No.
First of all, it just looks better than the first term, and not because the people in the first term were not necessarily good, but just you just have this influx of incredibly capable people that have shown up that want to be part of this. And you just didn't have that the first time. And so they're just drawing on a much deeper, richer talent pool than they had the first time. And they're drawing on people who know what the game is. They're drawing on people now who know what is going to happen, and they're still willing to do it. And so they're going to get, I think, some of the best people from the first term, but they're bringing in a lot of people who they couldn't get the first time around. And then second is there's a bunch of people, including people in the first term, where they're just 10 years older. And so they went through the first term and they just learned how everything works. Or they're young people who just had a different point of view, and now they're 10 years older and they're ready to go serve in government. And so there's a generational shift happening. And actually, one of the interesting things about the team that's forming up is it's remarkably young. Some of the cabinet members and then many of the second and third level people are in their 30s and 40s, which is a big change from the gerontocracy that, we've been under for the last 30 years. And so I think the caliber has been outstanding. We could sit here and list tons and tons of people, but the people who are running, everything from the people who are running all the different departments at HHS, it's the people running, the number 2 at the Pentagon is
and you haven't beaten me on this whole
legend of private equity, incredible capable guy.
30 times.
We've got two of my partners are going in, who I both think are amazing. Yeah, many parts of the government, the people are really impressive.
Well, I think one of the concerns is actually that given the human being of Donald Trump, that there would be more tendency towards, let's say, favoritism versus meritocracy.
So it's your shot?
There's kind of circles of sycophancy that form, and if you're be able to be loyal.
So did you know it's your shot?
And never oppose and just be basically suck up to the president, that you'll get a position.
Yeah.
So that's one of the concerns, and I think you're in a good position to speak
to
the degree that's happening versus hiring based on merit and just getting great teams.
Zoot,
Yeah,
did
so
you
look,
know
just
that
start
I
by
just
saying
took
any
the
leader
lead?
at that level, by the way, any CEO, there's always some risk of that, right? So there's always some, it's like a natural reality works around powerful leaders. And so
I've beaten
there's
you
always some risk to
4
that. Of course, the
games
powerful
in a row.
leaders are very aware of that. Trump at this point in his life, I think, is highly aware of that. At least in my interactions with him, like he definitely seems very aware of that. So so that's
4
one thing. I would just
straight
say
games,
that I think the way to look at that, I mean, look, like I said, I don't want to predict what's going to happen once this whole thing starts unfolding, but I would just say that it's, again, the caliber of the people who are showing up and getting the jobs, and then the fact that these are some of the most accomplished people in the business world, and in the medical field. I just, Jay Bhattacharya coming in and running NIH. So I was actually I was part of the interview team for a lot of the HHS folks.
Nice. Jay's amazing. Oh, I was so happy to see that.
Dude, I literally got
to the transition office for one of the days of the HHS interviews, and I was on one of the interview teams, and they gave us. I didn't know who the candidates were.
Did you know that I've won 4
sheet,
games in a
I
row?
put on the sheet, and I saw Jay's name, and I almost physically fell out of my chair.
Yeah.
And I was just like. And I happen to know Jay. And I respect him enormously.
Did you know that I've
he
won
proved
4
himself
games in a
under
row?
this, talk about a guy who proved himself under extraordinary pressure over the last 5 years.
And then go radical under the pressure. He maintained balance and thoughtfulness.
You got so fortunate.
Very serious, very analytical, very applied, and yes, 100% tested under pressure. Came out the more people look back at what he said and did, and he's not. None of us are perfect, but overwhelmingly insightful throughout that whole period. And we would all be much better off today had he been in charge of the response. And so just an incredibly capable guy. And look, and then he learned from all that, right? He learned a lot in the last 5 years. And so the idea that somebody like that could be head of NIH as compared to the people we've had is just breathtaking.
Amazing shot, upgrade. 10 out of 10.
And then Marty Macri coming in.
I don't even know how you did that.
The guy coming to run a CDC.
Dude, that was such a high IQ shot.
I mean, I've been spending time with Dr. Oz.
I'm going to clap for you.
Again, I'm not on these teams. I'm not in the room, but I've spent enough time trying to help that
without a doubt
into the healthcare
the best shot you've had today.
Astounding. And it comes from being a guy who's been in the middle of the whole thing,
aside from maybe that
people about this stuff and working
on
it and serving as a doctor himself and in medical systems for his entire life. And it's just he's like a walking encyclopedia on these things.
I can't believe you did
very
that.
dynamic,
That was such a good
very
shot.
charismatic, very smart, organized, effective. So to have somebody like that in there, and so anyway, they're just I have 30 of these stories now across all these different positions. And so I'll be quite honest, you do the compare and contrast to the last 4 years, and it's not even these people are not in the same ballpark. They're just wildly better. And so pound for pound, this may be the best team.
Dude, I'm pound for pound the best mini golf player of all time.
Maybe the 90s, maybe the 30s, maybe the 50s.
Dude, I thought
maybe
you couldn't lose your lead
or something, but it's there's a lot of really good people in there now.
Yeah, the potential for change is certainly extremely high. Well, can you speak to Doge?
Dude, some chicks talking.
Wildly successful next 2 years for Doge. Can you imagine? Maybe also, can you think about the trajectory that's the most likely, and what kind of challenges would it be facing?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying again, I'm not on Doge. I'm not a member of Doge.
Fuck yeah,
baby, say there's about 10 lawyers in the room. They're staring now. I'm just kidding.
Both the angels and the devils on my shoulder.
Dude, it's your turn.
Yeah, so I'm not speaking for Doge. I'm part of Doge.
Yeah.
Those guys are doing it.
Dude,
I'm not
it's
doing
your
it. But
turn.
again, I'm volunteering to help as much as I can, and I'm 100% supportive. Yeah. So look, I think the way to think of, the basic outlines are in public, right? Which is it's a time limited, basically commission. It's not a formal government agency. It's a time limited 18-month. It'll in terms of implementation, it will advise the executive branch, right? And so the implementation will happen through the White House.
Done?
And the president has total latitude on what he wants to implement. And then basically, what I think about it is 3 kind of streams, kind of target sets, and they're related but different. So money, people, and regulations. And so
it's about
the
to lose
headline
5
number,
games
the
in a row.
$2 trillion number, and there's disputes over that and whatever. There's a whole question there. But then there's the people thing, and the people thing is interesting because you get into these very fascinating questions. And I've been doing this. I won't do this for you as a pop quiz, but I do this for people in government as a pop quiz, and I can stump them every time. Which is, A, how many federal agencies are there? And the answer is somewhere between 450 and 520, and nobody's quite sure. And then the other is how many people work for the federal government. And the answer is, something on the order, I forget, but like 4 million full-time employees and maybe up to 20 million contractors, and nobody's quite sure. And so there's a large people component to this. And then, by the way, there's a related component to that, which is how many of them are actually in the office. And the answer is not many. Most of the federal buildings are still empty, right? And then there's questions of like, are people, working from home, or are we actually working from home? So there's the people dimension. And of course, the money and the people are connected. And then there's the third, which is the regulation thing, right? And I described earlier how basically our system of government is much more now based on regulations than legislation. Right, most of the rules that we all live under are not from a bill that went through Congress. They're from an agency that created a regulation. That turns out to be very, very important. So one is, Elon already described, we want to do, the DOJ wants to do broad-based regulatory relief, and Trump has talked about this, and basically get the government off people's backs and liberate the American people to be able to do things again. So that's part of it. But there's also something else that's happened, which is very interesting, which was there were a set of Supreme Court decisions about 2 years ago that went directly after the idea that the executive branch can create regulatory agencies and issue regulations and enforce those regulations without corresponding congressional legislation. And most of the federal government that exists today, including most of the departments and most of the rules and most of the money and most of the people, most of it is not enforcing laws that Congress passed. Most of it is regulation. And the Supreme Court basically said large parts, large to maybe all of that regulation that did not directly result from a bill that went through Congress the way that the cartoon said that it should, that may not actually be legal. Now, the previous White House, of course, was super in favor of big government. They had no desire to act. They did nothing based on this. They didn't, pull it back in. But the new regime, if they choose to, could say, look, the thing that we're doing here is not, challenging the laws. We're actually complying with the Supreme Court decision that basically says we have to unwind a lot of this, and we have to unwind the regulations, which are no longer legal, constitutional. We have to unwind the spend, and we have to unwind the people. And that's how you get from basically connect the thread from the regulation part back to the money part, back to the people part. They have work going on all three of these threads. They have, I would say, incredibly creative ideas on how to deal with this. I know lots of former government people who 100% of them are super cynical on this topic, and they're like, this is impossible. This could never possibly work. And I'm like, well, I can't tell you what the secret plans are, but like blow my mind. And all three of those, they have ideas that are really quite amazing, as you'd expect from the people involved. And so over the course of the next few months, that'll start to become visible. Another thing I would say is this is going to be very different than attempts like that. There have been other programs like this in the past. The Clinton-Gore administration had one, and then there were others before that. Reagan had one. The difference is this time there's social media. Mm-hmm. And so there has never been. It's interesting. One of the reasons people in Washington are so cynical is because they know all the bullshit. They know all the bad spending and all the bad rules and all the look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days right now, and that's compounding, and it's now passing the size of the Defense Department budget, and it's compounding, and it's pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days, and then if this doesn't get fixed at some point, we enter a hyperinflationary spiral, and we become Argentina or Brazil, and kablooey, right? And so everybody in DC knows that something has to be done, and then everybody in DC knows for a fact that it's impossible to do anything. Right, they know all the problems, and they also know the sheer impossibility of fixing it. But I think what they're not taking into account, what the critics are not taking into account, is these guys can do this in the full light of day, and they can do it on social media. They can completely bypass the press. They can completely bypass the cynicism. They can expose any element of unconstitutional or silly government spending. They can run victory laps every single day on what they're doing. They can bring the people into the process. And again, if you think about it, this goes back to our Machiavellian structure, which is, if you think about, again, you've got democracy, oligarchy, monarchy, rule of the many, rule of the few, rule of the one. You could think about what's happening here as a little bit of a sandwich, right? Which is we don't have a monarch, but we have a president, rule of the one with some power. And then we have the people who can't organize, but they can be informed and they can be aware and they can express themselves through voting and polling, right? And so there's a sandwich happening right now, is the way to think about it, which is you've got basically monarchy. You've got rule of one combining with rule of many. Right, and rule of many is they do get to vote, right? The people do get to vote. basically, and then essentially Congress and the sort of permanent bureaucratic class in Washington as the oligarchy in the middle. And so the White House plus the people, I think, have the power to do all kinds of things here. And I think that would be the way I would watch it.
The transparency. I mean, Elon just by who he is incentivized to be transparent and show the bullshit in the system and to celebrate the victories. So it's going to be so exciting. I mean, honestly, it just makes government more exciting, which is a win for everybody.
These people are spending our money.
Yeah.
These people have enormous contempt for the taxpayer. Okay, here's the thing you hear in Washington. Here's one of the things. So the first thing you hear is this is impossible. They'll be able to do nothing. And then I walk them through this, and they're like, it starts to dawn on them that this is a new kind of thing. And then they're like, well, it doesn't matter because all the money is in entitlements and the debt and the military. And so like, yeah, you've got like this silly whatever, NPR funding or whatever, and like it's a rounding error and it doesn't matter. And you look it up in the budget, it's like whatever, $500 million or $5 billion, or it's the charging stations that don't exist. It's the $40 billion of charge stations and they build 8 charging stations, or it's the broadband internet plan that delivered broadband to nobody, right? And cost you $30 billion. Like, so these boondoggles, and what everybody in Washington says is that $30 billion is a rounding error on the federal budget. It doesn't matter. Who cares if they make it go away? And of course, any taxpayer is like, what the?
What do you mean?
It's $30 billion. Right, and then the experts are like, and the press is in on this too. Then the experts are like, well, it doesn't matter because it's a rounding error. No, it's $30 billion. And if you're this cavalier about $30 billion, imagine how cavalier you are about the $3 trillion.
Yeah.
Okay, then there's $30 billion. Is $30 billion a lot of the federal budget in percentage? No, it's not. But $30 billion divided by do the math. $30 billion divided by, let's say, 300 million taxpayers, right? Like, what's that? Math expert?
$100.
$100 per tax per year. Okay, so $100 to an ordinary person working hard every day to make money to provide for their kids. $100 is a meal out. It's a trip to the amusement park. It's the ability to, buy additional educational materials. It's the ability to have a babysitter, to be able to have a romantic relationship with your wife. There's like 100 things that person can do with $100 that they're not doing because it's going to some bullshit program that is being basically where the money's being looted out in the form of just like ridiculousness and graft. And so the idea that $30 billion program is not something that is like a very important thing to go after is just like the level of contempt for the taxpayer is just off the charts. And then that's just one of those programs. There's like 100 of those programs. And they're all just like that. Like, it's not like any of this stuff is running well. Like the one thing we know is that none of this stuff is running well. Like, we know that for sure. Right, and we know these people aren't showing up to work, and like we know that all this crazy stuff is happening, right? It's like do you remember Elon's story of the do you remember Elon's story of what got the Amish to turn out to vote in Pennsylvania? Oh, okay, so like Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is like a wonderful state, great history. It has these cities like Philadelphia that have descended like other cities into just like complete chaos, violent madness, and death, right? And the federal government has just like let it happen. These incredibly violent places. And so the Biden administration decided that the big pressing law enforcement thing they needed to do in Pennsylvania was that they needed to start raiding Amish farms to prevent them from selling raw milk with armed raids.
Right.
And it turns out it really pissed off the Amish. And it turns out they weren't willing to drive to the polling places because they don't have cars. But if you came and got them, they would go and they would vote. And that's one of the reasons why Trump won. Anyway, so like, the law enforcement agencies are off working on like crazy things. Like the system's not working. And so you add up, pick $130 billion programs. All right, now you're, okay, math major, 100 times 100.
$10,000.
$10,000. Okay, $10,000 per taxpayer per year.
But it's also not just about money. That's really, obviously money is a hugely important thing, but it's the cavalier attitude that then in the ripple effect of that, it makes it so nobody wants to work in government and be productive. It makes it so that it breeds corruption, it breeds laziness, it breeds secrecy because you don't want to be transparent about having done nothing all year, all this kind of stuff. And you want to reverse that so it would be exciting for the future to work in government because the amazing thing, if you're to steal that government, is you can do shit at scale. You have money and you can directly impact people's lives in a positive sense at scale. It's super exciting. As long as there's no bureaucracy that slows you down, or not huge amounts of bureaucracy that slows you down significantly.
Yeah. So here's the trick. This blew my mind because I was, once you open the hellmouth of looking into the federal budget, you learn all kinds of things. So there is a term of art in government called impoundment.
Mm-hmm.
And so you if you're like me, you learn this the hard way when your car has been impounded. The government meaning of impoundment, the federal budget meaning is a different meaning. Impoundment is as follows. The Constitution requires Congress to authorize money to be spent by the executive branch, right? So the executive branch goes to Congress, says we need money X. Congress does their thing. They come back and they say you can have money Y. The money is appropriated from Congress. The executive branch spends it on the military or whatever they spend it on, or on roads to nowhere, or stations to nowhere, or whatever. And what's in the Constitution is the Congress appropriates the money. Over the last 60 years, there has been an additional interpretation of appropriations applied by the courts and by the system, which is the executive branch not only needs Congress to appropriate X amount of money, the executive branch is not allowed to underspend.
I'm aware of this.
And so there's this thing that happens in Washington at the end of every fiscal year, which is September 30th, and it's the great budget flush. And any remaining money that's in the system that they don't know how to productively spend, they deliberately spend it unproductively. To the tune of hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. A president that doesn't want to spend the money can't not spend it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's not what's in the Constitution. And there's actually quite a good Wikipedia page that goes through the great debate on this. It's played out in the legal world over the last 60 years. And like, basically, if you look at this with anything resembling, I think, an open mind, you're like, all right, this is not what the founders meant. And then number two, again, we go back to this thing of contempt. Like, can you imagine showing up and running the government like that and thinking that you're doing the right thing and not going home at night and thinking that you've sold your soul, right? Like, it's just like, I actually think you sort of had a really good point, which is it's even unfair to the people who have to execute this.
Yeah.
Right, because it makes them bad people, and they didn't start out wanting to be bad people, and so there is stuff like this, like everywhere. And so we'll see how far these guys get. I am extremely encouraged what I've seen so far.
It seems like a lot of people will try to slow them down, but yeah,
for sure
to get far.
Yeah.
Another difficult topic: immigration. What's your take on the let's say heated H-1B visa debate that's going on online and legal immigration in general?
Yeah, so to start by saying I am not involved in any aspect of government policy on this. I'm not planning to be. This is not an issue that I'm working on or that I'm going to work on. We're not. This is not part of the agenda of what the firm is doing. So, my firm is doing. So, like, I'm not in this in the new administration of the government. I'm not planning to be. So, purely just personal opinion. So, I would describe it as a complex or hopefully nuanced view on this issue that's maybe a little bit different than what a lot of my peers have. And I think, and I kind of thought about this, I didn't say anything about it all the way through the big kind of debate over Christmas, but I thought about it a lot, read everything. I think what I realized is that I just have a very different perspective on some of these things. And the reason is because of the combination of where I came from and then where I ended up. Let's start with this. Where I ended up in Silicon Valley. So, and I have made the pro high skill immigration argument many, many times, the H-1B argument many times. In past lives, I've been in DC many times arguing with prior administrations about this, always on the side of trying to get more H-1Bs and trying to get more high skilled immigration. And I think that argument is very strong and very solid and very, has paid off for the U.S. in many, many ways. And we can go through it, but I think it's the argument everybody already knows, right? It's like the stock. You take any Silicon Valley person, you press the button, and they tell you why we need to brain drain the world and get more H-1Bs, right? So everybody kind of gets that argument.
So it's basically, just to summarize, it's a mechanism by which you can get super smart people from the rest of the world, import them in, keep them here to increase the productivity of the U.S. companies. Yeah,
and then it's not just good for them, and it's not just good for Silicon Valley or the tech industry. It's good for the country because they then create new companies and create new technologies and create new industries that then create many more jobs for Americans, native-born Americans, than would have previously existed. And so it's a positive sum flywheel thing where everybody wins. Like everybody wins. There are no trade-offs. It's all absolutely glorious in all directions. There cannot possibly be a moral argument against it under any circumstances. Anybody who argues against it is obviously doing so from a position of racism. Is probably a fascist and a Nazi, right? Right. I mean, but that's the thing. And like I said, I've made that argument many times. I'm very comfortable with that argument. And then I'd also say, look, I would say, number one, I believe a lot of it. I'll talk about the parts I don't believe, but I believe a lot of it. And then the other part is, look, I benefit every day. I always describe it as I work in the United Nations. Like my own firm and our founders and our companies and the industry and my friends, are just this like amazing, panoply cornucopia of people from all over the world. I don't know, at this point we're people from, it's got to be, 80 countries or something. And hopefully over time it'll be, the rest as well. And, it's been amazing, and they've done many of the most important things in my industry, and it's been really remarkable. So that's all good. And then, there's just the practical version of the argument, which is we are the main place these people get educated anyway, right? The best and the brightest tend to come here to get educated. And so, this is the old kind of Mitt Romney staple a green card to every, at least, maybe not every university degree.
Where in the fuck were you, son?
Degree. Maybe the sociology.
From your sister? Did you tell your sister I said what's up? Did you tell your sister I said what's up? Cool. Did you know that I've beaten you 5 straight games? Were you aware of this? Do you think I could do it 10 straight games? Yo, dog, I've sent you the invite like 1,000 fucking times. Are you not getting an invite? Yo, dog, your shit sucks. Are you proud of that shot? Because you should be. It's a great shot. Look how sick my shot was, though. Pretty much a little bit better. Sexiness is just off the chain. Zoo, you've got a really important shot right now. And you just fucked it up majorly. Zoo, I'm up 1 hole to none on you. Zoo, I'm up 2 holes to none on you. I hate this hole. Fuck this hole, dog. I suck at it. Oh, look at this shot. Zoo, are you serious?
Biologists we could quibble about, but the roboticists for sure, we can all agree that.
At least I
What
won
a
you over
fucking
on
shot,
something.
dude.
Well, no, I'm exaggerating for effect. So,
and I
Dude,
lost you. I
you've
had
lost
you for
six
10
straight
seconds.
games.
I haven't gotten to the other side of the argument yet.
Okay, thank you.
So surely we can all agree that
I hate
we
this
need
whole-
to staple green
The
cards.
roller coaster's going up.
The roller coaster is rationing slowly up. So, so surely we can all agree that the roboticists should all get green cards. And again, there's a lot of merit to that. Obviously, look, we want the U.S. to be the world leader in robotics. What's step one to being the world leader in robotics? Is have all the great robotics people, right? Very unlike the underpass. No, it's like a very straightforward one, right? All right, that's all well and good. All right, but it gets a little bit more complicated because there is a kind of argument that's sort of right underneath that you also hear from these same people, and I have made this argument myself many times, which is we need to do this because we don't have enough people in the U.S. who can do it otherwise.
WTF, yo?
Right? We have all these unfilled jobs. We've got all these companies that wouldn't exist. We don't have enough good founders. We don't have enough engineers. We don't have enough scientists. Or then the next version of the argument below that is our education system is not good enough to generate those people, and which is a weird argument, by the way, because our education system is good enough for foreigners to be able to come here preferentially in a very large number of cases, but somehow not good enough to educate our own native born people. So there's these little cracks in the matrix that you can kind of stick your fingernail into. Which is, native born people in the country don't work hard enough and spend too much time watching TV and TikTok and don't spend enough time studying differential equations. And again, it's all right, there's a fair amount to that. There's a lot of American culture that there's a lot of frivolity. There's a lot of, we have well-documented social issues on many fronts, many things that cut against having a culture of just straightforward high achievement and effort and striving. But anyway, those are the basic arguments. But then I have this kind of other side of my, kind of personality and thought process, which is, I grew up in a small farming town in rural Wisconsin, the rural Midwest. And, it's interesting. There's not a lot of people who make it from rural Wisconsin to, high tech. And so it's all right, why is that exactly? Right. And then I know I'm an aberration. I was the only one from anybody I ever knew who ever did this, right? I know what an aberration I am, and I know exactly how that aberration happened, and it's a very unusual, set of steps, including, many that were. But there is in no sense a talent from rural Wisconsin into high techs at all. In no sense a talent flow from the rest of the Midwest into high tech. There is no talent flow from the South into high tech. There is no flow from the Sun Belt into high tech. There's no flow from, the Deep South into high tech. Literally, it's the blank spot. There's this whole section of the country just where the people for some reason don't enter the tech. Now, that's a little bit strange. These are the people who put a man on the moon. These are the people who built the World War II machine. These are the people, at least their ancestors, are the people who built the Second Industrial Revolution and built the railroads and built the telephone network, built, logistics and transportation and the auto industry. The auto industry was built in Cleveland and Detroit. And so at least these people's parents and grandparents and great-grandparents somehow had the wherewithal to build all of this amazing things, invent all these things. And then there's many, 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 many stories in the history of American invention and innovation and capitalism where you had people who grew up in the middle of nowhere, Philo Farnsworth who invented the television, and just tons and tons of others, endless stories like this. Now you have a puzzle, right? And the conundrum, which is what is happening on the blank spot of the map? And then of course you also can't help noticing that the blank spot on the map, the Midwest, the South, you've also just defined Trump country, the Trump voter base, right? It's that's interesting. How did that happen? Right. And so either you really, really, really have to believe the very, very strong version of the Vivek thesis or something where you have to believe that that basically culture, the whole sort of civilization in the middle of the country and the south of the country is so deeply flawed, either inherently flawed or culturally flawed, such that for whatever reason they are not able to do the things that their parents and grandparents were able to do and that their peers are able to do, or something else is happening. Would you care to guess on what else is happening?
I mean, what, affirmative action?
Affirmative action. Okay, this is very entertaining, right? What are the three things that we know about affirmative action? It is absolutely 100% necessary. However, it cannot explain the success of any one individual.
Right.
Nor does it have any victims at all.
They could explain maybe the disproportionate, but like it surely doesn't explain why you're probably the only person in Silicon Valley from Wisconsin.
What educational institution in the last 60 years has wanted farm boys from Wisconsin?
But what institution rejected farm boys from Wisconsin?
All of them.
All of them.
Of course. Okay, so we know this. The reason we know this is because of the Harvard and UNC Supreme Court cases. So this was like 3 years ago. These were big court cases. And, because the idea of affirmative action has been litigated for many, many, many years and through many court cases. And the Supreme Court repeatedly in the past had upheld that it was a completely legitimate thing to do. And a lot of these, and there's basically two categories of affirmative action that like really matter, right? The one is the admissions into educational institutions, and then the other is jobs, right? Getting hired. Like those are the two biggest areas. The education one is like super potent, has been a super potent political issue for a very long time. For all, people have written and talked about this for many decades. I don't need to go through it. There's many arguments for why it's important. There's many arguments as to how it can backfire. It's been this thing, but the Supreme Court upheld it for a very long time. The most recent ruling, I'm not a lawyer, I don't have the exact reference in my head, but there was a case in 2003 that said that Senator Day O'Connor famously wrote that although it had been 30 years of affirmative action and although it was not working remotely as it had been intended, she said that basically we need to try it for another 25 years. But she said basically as a message to future Supreme Court justices, if it hasn't resolved basically the issues it's intended to resolve within 25 years, then we should probably call it off. By the way, we're coming up on the 25 years. It's a couple years away. The Supreme Court just had these cases. There's a Harvard case and I think a University of North Carolina case. And what's interesting about those cases is the lawyers in those cases put a tremendous amount of evidence into the record of how the admissions decisions actually happen at Harvard and happen at UNC. And it is like every bit as cartoonishly garish and racist as you could possibly imagine, because it's a ring of power. And if you're an admissions officer at a private university or an administrator, you have unlimited power to do what you want, and you can justify any of it under any of these rules or systems. And up until these cases, it had been a black box where you didn't have to explain yourself and show your work. And what the Harvard and USC cases did is they basically required showing the work. And so there was like all kinds of like phenomenal detail. I mean, number one is there were text messages in there that will just curl your hair of students being spoken of and just like crude racial stereotypes that would just make you want to jump out the window. It's horrible stuff. But also there was statistical information. And of course, the big statistical kicker to the whole thing is that at top institutions, it's common for different ethnic groups to have different cutoffs for SAT that are as wide as 400 points. Right, so different groups. So specifically, Asians need to perform at 400 SAT points higher than other ethnicities in order to actually get.
How are you, madam?
I'm good. Just tired. Ready to play my 2 games. Want to go to bed.
You got it, girl.
Where's Annie?
I don't know.
Okay, here you go. Oh, Lord, that's slow. Now, y'all know y'all wrong for now. Y'all real wrong for this.
Get it, girl. You've got these three. No doubt, no doubt.
Wow, that's just close.
Did you go?
Yeah. Look, I missed that.
My half
Go
mother.
ahead, go on.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, look at you. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Get
You got
it.
this one.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Nope. Yeah, Go.
No doubt. Ooh. All right. Tough. Split. Oh, okay. I'll take one. I didn't even mean to get that one, but that's okay. I'll take it.
Around. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Got it. Blue. Tough shot.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, God. Get this.
Nope. You got it. You win. Very.
That's what I'm talking about. Ooh.
You win, I win. Yeah.
That's right, Miss Aquarius. You and I.
Mhm.
You got this one. 5 strikes in a row. Oh, what was that?
Oh, they didn't just knock him down. Knock him down. Come on, Rabbi. Good job.
Thank you.
Yay!
Nice strike.
Thank you. Okay, I do another one.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. Get it.
Yeah.
Oh, girl. Amazing. 3 in a row.
And you just try this.
Get it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, man. Oh, no. I was going for a record. Oh, Miss Aquarius, this is the best you've ever done. This is going to be a record for you. Get this.
No.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Miss Aquarius, you got a record for you. 85? That's amazing.
Yay!
That's what I'm talking about. Oh, no.
You're winning.
Get it. Knock that down. 106.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Great job.
It doesn't matter. If you win, I win. So
That's
I
right.
still
You got a personal best. Good on you.
win. Yeah. Okay, I see you in the morning.
Excellent. Sweet dreams.
All right, sweet dreams.
I mean, it's not even about. I mean, white people are a part of this, but like Asians are like a very big part of this. And actually, the Harvard case was actually brought by an activist on behalf of actually the Asian students who were being turned away. And it's basically, I mean, it's the cliche now in the Valley and in the medical community, which is like, if you want a super genius, you hire an Asian from Harvard, because they are guaranteed to be freaking Einstein. Because if they weren't, they were never going to get admitted. Right? Almost all the qualified Asians get turned away. So they've been running this. It's a very, very explicit, very, very clear program. This, of course, has been a third rail of things that people are not supposed to discuss or under any circumstances. The thing that has really changed the tenor on this is, I think, two things. Number one, those Supreme Court cases, the Supreme Court ruled that they can no longer do that. I will tell you, I don't believe there's a single educational institution in America that is conforming with the Supreme Court ruling. I think they're all flagrantly ignoring it. And we could talk about that.
Mostly because of momentum, probably, or what?
They are trying to make the world a better place. They are trying to solve all these social problems. They are trying to have diverse student populations. They are trying to live up to the expectations of their donors. They are trying to make their faculty happy. They are trying to have their friends and family think that they're good people.
Right.
They're trying to have the press write nice things about them. It's nearly impossible for them. And to be clear, like, nobody has been fired from an admissions office for 25 years and prior. What the Supreme Court now has ruled to be illegality. And so they're all the same people under the exact same pressures. And so, the numbers are moving a little bit, but I don't know anybody in the system who thinks that they're complying with the Supreme Court. Like, who's in charge in the rank ordering of who rules who? The universities rule the Supreme Court way more than the Supreme Court rules the universities. Right. Well, another example of that is, I think it's every sitting member of the Supreme Court right now went to either Harvard or Yale. Right. Like the level of incestuousness here is anyway. So there's that. And so this has been running for a very long time. So one is the Harvard and UNC cases kind of gave up the game, number one, or at least showed what the mechanism was. And then number two, the other thing is obviously the aftermath of October 7th, right? And what we discovered was happening with Jewish applicants. And what was happening at all the top institutions for Jewish applicants was they were being managed down, they were being actively managed down as a percentage of the base. But I've heard reports of like extremely explicit, basically plans to manage the Jewish admissions down to their representative percentage of the U.S. population, which is 2%. And there's a whole backstory here, which is 100 years ago, Jews were not admitted into a lot of these institutions, and then there was a big campaign to get them in. Once they could get in, they immediately became 30% of these institutions because there's so many smart, talented Jews. So it went from 0% to 30%, and then the most recent generation of leadership has been trying to get it down to 2%. And a lot of Jewish people, at least a lot of Jewish people I know, they kind of knew this was happening, but they discovered it the hard way after October 7th, right? And so all of a sudden, so basically the Supreme Court case meant that you could address this in terms of the Asian victims. The October 7th meant that you could address it in terms of the Jewish victims. And for sure, both of those groups are being systematically excluded, right? And then, of course, there's the thing that you basically can't talk about, which is all the white people are being excluded. And then it turns out it's also happening to Black people. And this is the thing that blew my freaking mind when I found out about it. So I just assumed that this was great news for American Blacks, because obviously if whites, Asians, and Jews are being excluded, then the whole point of this in the beginning was to get the Black population up, and so this must be great for American Blacks. So then I discovered this New York Times article from 2004 called "Blacks Are Being Admitted into Top Schools at Greater Numbers, but Which Ones?" And again, and by the way, this is in the New York Times. This is not in whatever National Review. This is New York Times, 2004. And the two authorities that were quoted in the story are Henry Louis Gates, who's the dean of the African American Studies, community in the United States, super brilliant guy, and then Lani Guinier, who was a potential Supreme Court appointee under, I think, she was a close friend of Hillary Clinton, and there was for a long time she was on the short list for Supreme Court. So one of the top, jurists, lawyers in the country, both Black. Sort of legendarily successful in the academic and legal worlds, and Black, and they are quoted as the authorities in this story. And the story that they tell is actually very, It's amazing. And by the way, it's happening today in education institutions, and it's happening in companies, and you can see it all over the place, and the government. Which is, at least at that time, the number was half of the black admits into a place like Harvard were not American-born blacks. They were foreign-born blacks. Specifically, Northern African, generally Nigerian, or West Indian. Right. And by the way, many Nigerians and Northern Africans have come to the U.S. and been very successful. Nigerian Americans as a group, like, way outperformed. They're, this is a super smart cohort of people. And then West Indian blacks in the U.S. are incredibly successful. Most recently, by the way, Kamala Harris, as well as Colin Powell, like, just two sort of examples of that. And so basically what Henry Louis Gates and Lonnie Grenier said in the story is Harvard is basically struggling to either, whatever it was, identify, recruit, make successful, whatever it was, American-born native blacks. And so therefore they were using high school immigration as an escape hatch to go get blacks from other countries. And then this was 2004 when you could discuss such things. Obviously that is a topic that nobody has discussed since. It has sailed on. All of the DEI programs of the last 20 years have had this exact characteristic. There's large numbers of black people in America who are fully aware of this and are like, it's obviously not us that are getting these slots. We're literally competing with people who are being imported. And if you believe in the basis of affirmative action, you are trying to make up for historical injustice of American black slavery. And so the idea that you import somebody from, Nigeria that never experienced that, is like tremendously insulting to black Americans. Anyway, so you can see where I'm heading with this. We have been in a 60-year social engineering experiment to exclude native-born people from the educational slots and jobs that high-skill immigration has been funneling foreigners into, right? And so it turns out it's not a victim-free thing. There's like 100% there's victims, because why? There's only so many, for sure, there's only so many education slots, and then for sure there's only so many of these jobs, right? Google only hires so many, whatever level 7 engineers, right? And so that's the other side of it, right? And so you're a farm boy in Wisconsin, right? Or a, black American whose ancestors arrived here, on a slave ship 300 years ago in Louisiana, or a, Cambodian immigrant in, the Bronx, and your kid, or a Jewish immigrant, or from a very successful Jewish family, and, your entire, for 3 generations, you and your parents and grandparents went to Harvard. And what all of those groups know is the system that has been created is not for them. Right, it's designed specifically to exclude them, and then what happens is all of these tech people show up in public and say, "Yeah, let's bring in more foreigners." Right, and so anyway, so the short version of it is you can't anymore, I don't think, just have the quote high skilled immigration conversation for either education or for employment without also having the DEI conversation. And then underneath, and the DI is just another word for affirmative action. So it's the affirmative action conversation. And you need to actually deal with this as substance and to see what's actually happening to the people you need to join these topics. And I think it is much harder to make the moral claim for high school immigration given the extent to which DEI took over both the education process and the hiring process.
Okay, so first of all, that was brilliantly laid out, the nuance of it. So just to understand, it's not so much a criticism of H-1B, high skilled immigration. It's that there needs to be more people saying, yay, we need more born hires.
So I spent the entire Christmas holiday reading every message on this and not saying anything. And what I was, which you know me well enough to know that's a serious uproar.
Yeah, that's very zen.
Yes, thank you. No, it wasn't. There was tremendous rage on the other side of it, but
sure.
I suppressed it. So I was waiting for the dog that didn't bark, right? And the dog that didn't bark was I did not, and even if you saw one, I did not see a single example of somebody pounding the table for more high school immigration who was also pounding the table, go get more smart kids who are already here into these educational institutions and into these jobs. I didn't see a single one.
That's true. I think I agree with that. There really was a divide.
But it was like, literally, it was like the proponents of high skilled immigration. And again, this was me for a very long time. And I kind of took myself by surprise on this because I was on, I had the much, say, simpler version of the story for a very long time. Like I said, I've been in Washington many times under past presidents lobbying for this. By the way, no progress, which we could talk about. Like, it never actually worked. But I've been on the other side of this one. But I was literally sitting there being like, all right, which of these like super geniuses, who, many of whom, by the way, are very, successful high skilled immigrants or children of high skilled immigrants, which of these super geniuses are going to like say, actually, we have this like incredible talent source here in the country, which again, to be clear, I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about native born Americans, whites, Asians, Jews, blacks, for sure. For sure, those four groups.
But also white people.
Yeah, and also white people.
People that are making a case for American-born hires are usually not also supporting H-1B. It's an extreme divide, and those people that are making that case are often not making it in a way that's like making it in quite a radical way.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way.
But you have this interesting thing. You have a split between the sides that I've noticed, which is one side has all of the experts. Right. And I'm using scare quotes for people listening to audio. I'm making quotes in the air with my fingers as vigorously as I can.
Yep.
One side has all the certified experts. The other side just has a bunch of people who are like, they know that something is wrong and they don't quite know how to explain it. And what was so unusual about the Harvard UNC cases, by the way, in front of the Supreme Court, is they actually had sophisticated lawyers for the first time in a long time actually put all this evidence together and actually put it in the public record. They actually had experts, which is just really rare. Generally, what you get is because if you don't have experts, what do you have? You know something is wrong, and you have primarily an emotional response. You feel it, but can you put it in the words and tables and charts, that a certified expert can? And no, you can't. Like that's not who you are. That doesn't mean that you're wrong, and it also doesn't mean that you have less of a moral stance. And so it's just like, all right. Now, by the way, look, I think there are ways to square the hole. I think there's a way to have our cake and eat it too. Like I think there'd be many ways to resolve this. I think the way to do it is to look at these issues combined. Look at DEI combined with high school immigration. It so happens that DEI is under much more scrutiny today than it has been for probably 20 years. Affirmative action is. The Supreme Court did just rule that it is not legal for universities to do that. They are still doing it, but they should stop. And then there are more and more, you've seen more companies now also ditching their DEI programs. In part, that's happening for a bunch of reasons, but it's happening in part because a lot of corporate lawyers will tell you that the Supreme Court rulings in education either already apply to businesses, or it just is a clear foreshadowing the Supreme Court will rule on new cases that will ban in businesses. And so there is a moment here to be able to look at this on both sides. Let me add one more nuance to it that makes it even more complicated.
Yeah.
So the cliche is we're going to brain drain the world, right? You've heard that? We're going to take all the smart people from all over the world. We're going to bring them here. We're going to educate them, and then we're going to keep them, and then they're going to raise their families here, create businesses here, create jobs here, right?
In the cliche, that's a super positive thing.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens to the rest of the world?
They lose.
Well, how fungible are people? How many highly ambitious, highly conscientious, highly energetic, high achieving, high IQ super geniuses are there in the world? And if there's a lot, that's great. But if there just aren't that many, and they all come here, and they all aren't where they would be otherwise, what happens to all those other places? So it's almost impossible for us here to have that conversation, in part because we become incredibly uncomfortable as a society talking about the fact that people aren't just simply all the same, which is a whole thing we could talk about. But also, we are purely the beneficiary of this effect, right? We are brain draining the world, not the other way around. There's only 4. So if you look at the flow of high skill immigration over time, there's only 4 permanent sinks of high skill immigration places people go. It's the U.S., Canada, the UK, and Australia.
Australia.
It's 4 of the five eyes. It's the major Anglosphere countries, and so for those countries, this seems like a no-lose proposition. It's all the other countries that basically what we 4 countries have been doing is draining all the smart people out. It's actually much easier for people in Europe to talk about this, I've discovered, because the Eurozone is 28 countries, and within the Eurozone, the high skilled people over time have been migrating to originally the UK, but also specifically, I think it's the Netherlands, Germany, and France. But specifically, they've been migrating out of the peripheral Eurozone countries. And the one where this really hit the fan was in Greece, right? So, Greece falls into chaos, disaster, and then, you're running the government in Greece and you're trying to figure out how to put an economic development plan together. All of your smart young kids have left. Like, what are you going to do, right? By the way, this is a potential, I know you care a lot about Ukraine, this is a potential crisis for Ukraine, in part because of this, because we enthusiastically recruit Ukrainians, of course, and so we've been brain draining Ukraine for a long time. But also, of course, war does tend to cause people to migrate out. And so, when it comes time for Ukraine to rebuild as a peaceful country, is it going to have the talent base even that it had 5 years ago? Is like a very big and important question. By the way, Russia, like we have brain drain a lot of really smart people out of Russia. A lot of them are here, right? Over the last 30 years. And so there's this thing. It's actually really funny to think about it. Like the one thing that we know to be the height of absolute evil that the West ever did was colonization and resource extraction, right? So we know the height of absolute evil was when the Portuguese and the English and everybody else went and had these colonies, and then went in and we took all the oil, and we took all the diamonds, or we took all the whatever, lithium or whatever it is, right? Well, for some reason, we realize that that's a deeply evil thing to do when it's a physical resource, when it's a non-conscious physical matter. For some reason, we think it's completely morally acceptable to do it with human capital. In fact, we think it's glorious and beautiful and wonderful, and the great flowering of peace and harmony and moral justice of our time to do it. And we don't think for 1 second what we're doing to the countries that we're pulling all these people out of. And this is one of these things, like, I don't know, like maybe we're just going to live in this delusional state forever and we'll just keep doing it and it'll keep benefiting us and we just won't care what happens. But like, I think there may come, this is like one of these submarines under 10 feet under the waterline. Like, I think it's just a matter of time until people suddenly realize, oh my God, what are we doing? Because like, we need the rest of the world to succeed too, right? Like, we need these other countries to like flourish. Like, we don't want to be the only successful country in the middle of just like complete chaos and disaster. And we just extract and we extract and we extract and we don't think twice about it.
Well, this is so deeply profound, actually. So what is the cost of winning, quote unquote, if these countries are drained in terms of human capital? On the level of geopolitics, what does that lead to? Even if we talk about wars and conflict and all of this, we actually want them to be strong in the way we understand strong, not just in every way, so that cooperation and competition can build a better world for all of humanity. It's interesting. This is one of those truths where you just speak and it resonates, and I didn't even think about it.
Yeah. Exactly.
So this is what you were sitting during the holiday season, just boiling over. So all that said,
yeah,
there's still, to you, some good to the H-1B.
Okay, so then you get this other. Okay, so then there's
come all the way around.
There's another nuance. So there's another nuance. There's another nuance, which is mostly the Valley. We don't use H-1Bs anymore. Mm-hmm. Mostly we use O1s. So there's a separate class of visa, and the O1 is like this. It turns out the O1 is the super genius visa. Mm-hmm. So the O1 is basically our founder. Like when we have somebody from anywhere in the world and they've like invented a breakthrough new technology and they want to come to the U.S. to start a company, they come in through an O1 visa. And that actually is like it's a fairly high bar. It's a high acceptance rate, but it's like a pretty high bar, and they do a lot of work, and there's like you have to put real work into it, really prove your case. Mostly what's happened with the H-1B visa program is that it has gone to basically two categories of employers. One is basically a small set of big tech companies that hire in volume, which is exactly the companies that you would think. And then the other is it goes to these, what they call kind of the mills, the consulting mills, right? And so there's these set of companies with names, I don't want to pick on companies, but, names like Cognizant that, hire, basically have their business model. Is primarily primarily Indians in large numbers, and they often have offices next to company-owned housing, and they'll have organizations that are organizations that are literally thousands of Indians living and working in the U.S. and they do basically call it mid-tier like IT consulting. So these folks, they're making good wages, but they're making $60,000 or $80,000 or $100,000 a year, not the $300,000 that you make in the Valley. And so like in practice, the startups like little tech, as we call it, or the startup world mainly doesn't use H-1Bs at this point, and mainly can't, because the system is kind of rigged in a way that we really can't. And then again, you get to the sort of underlying morality here, which is it's like, well, Amazon's I love Amazon, but like they're a big, powerful company. They've got, more money than God. They've got resources, they've got long-term planning horizon, they do big, profound things over, decades at a time. They could, or any of these other companies could launch massively effective programs to go recruit the best and brightest from all throughout the country. And, you'll notice they don't do that. They bring in, 10,000, 20,000 H-1Bs a year. And so you've got a question there. And then these mills, like there's lots of questions around them and whether they should, whether that's even an ethical way, I don't want to say they're unethical, but there's questions around like exactly what the trade-offs are there. And so, and this is like a Pandora's box that really, nobody really wanted to be opened. to play devil's advocate on all this in terms of like national immigration issues, none of this is like a top end issue just because the numbers are small, right? And so, I don't think the administration has said like this is not like a priority of theirs for right now. But I guess what I would say is like there is actually a lot of complexity and nuance here. I have a lot of friends, like I said, I have a lot of friends and colleagues who are, who came over on H-1Bs or O-1s, green cards. Many are now citizens. And, every single one of them was, not every single one, a lot of them were enthusiastic to, defend the honor of immigrants throughout this whole period. And they said to me, it's like, well, Mark, how can we more clearly express, the importance of high skilled immigration to the U.S.? And I was like, I think you can do it by advocating for also developing our native born talent. And because, do you want to inflame the issue or do you want to diffuse the issue? Mm-hmm. Right, and I think the answer is to diffuse the issue. Let me give you one more positive scenario, and then I'll also beat up on the university some more. Do you know about the National Merit Scholarship System? Have you heard about this?
Not really.
So there's a system that was created during the Cold War called the National Merit Scholars, and it is basically it was created, I forget, in the 50s or 60s when people in government actually wanted to identify the best and the brightest, as heretical an idea as that sounds today. And so it's basically a national talent search for basically IQ. Its goal is to identify basically the top 0.5% of the IQ in the country, regardless of other characteristics. So there's no or any other aspect to it. It's just going for straight intelligence. It uses the PSAT, which is the preparatory SAT that you take, and then the SAT. So it uses those scores. That is the scoring. It's a straight PSAT-SAT scoring system. So they use the SAT as a proxy for IQ, which it is. They run this every year. They identify. They get down to like 1% of the population of the kids, 18-year-olds in a given year who scored highest on the SAT, and then they further qualify down to the 0.5% that also replicate on the SAT. And then it's like the scholarship amount is like $2,500, right? So it's a lot of money 50 years ago, not as much today. But it's a national system being run literally to find the best and brightest. Mm-hmm. How many of our great and powerful universities use this as a scouting system? Like our universities all have sports teams. They all have national scouting. They have full-time scouts who go out and they go to every high school and they try to find all the great basketball players and bring them into the NCAA, into all these leagues. How many of our great and powerful and enlightened universities use the National Merit System to go do a talent search for the smartest kids and just bring them in?
Let me guess, very few. Zero. As you say it, that's brilliant. There should be that same level of scouting for talent internally.
Go get the smartest ones. I'll give you one more kicker on this topic if I haven't beaten it to death. The SAT has changed. So the SAT used to be a highly accurate proxy for IQ. That caused a bunch of problems. People really don't like the whole idea of IQ. And so the SAT has been actively managed over the last 50 years by the College Board that runs it. And it has been essentially like everything else, it's been dumbed down. And so in two ways. Number one, it's been dumbed down where an 800 from 40 years ago does not mean what an 800 means today. And 40 years ago, it was almost impossible to get an 800. Today there's so many 800s that you could stock the entire Ivy League with 800s, right? And so it's been deliberately dumbed down. And then two is they have tried to pull out a lot of what's called the G loading, and so they've tried to detach it from being an IQ proxy because IQ is such an inflammatory concept, and the consequence of that is, and this is sort of perverse, they've made it more coachable. Right, so the SAT 40 years ago, coaching didn't really work, and more recently, it has really started to work. And one of the things you see is the Asian spike. You see this giant leap upward in Asian performance over the last decade, and I think looking at the data, I think a lot of that is because it's more coachable now, and the Asians do the most coaching. So there's a bunch of issues with this, and so the coaching thing is really difficult because the coaching thing is a subsidy then to the kids whose parents can afford coaching. Right, and I don't know about you, but where I grew up, there was no SAT coaching. So there's like an issue there. I didn't even know what the SAT was until the day I took it, much less that there was coaching, much less that it could work. So much less we could afford it. So number one, there's issues there. But the other issue there is think about what's happened by the dumbing down. 800 no longer captures all the smart. 800 is too crude of a test. It's like the AI benchmarking problem. It's the same problem they have in AI benchmarking right now. 800 is too low of a threshold. there are too many kids scoring 800. Because what you want is whatever, if it's going to be 100,000 kids, I don't know what it is. There's going to be 50,000 kids a year scoring 800. You also then want kids to be able to score 900 and 1,000 and 1,100 and 1,200. And you want to ultimately get to, you'd like to ultimately identify the top 100 kids and make sure that you get them in MIT. Mm-hmm. And the resolution of the test has been reduced so that it actually is not useful for doing that. And again, I would say this is like part of the generalized corruption that's taken place throughout this entire system, where we have been heading in the reverse direction from wanting to actually go get the best and brightest and actually put them in the places where they should be. And then just the final comment would be the great thing about standardized testing and the national merit system is it's like I said, it's completely race blind, it's gender blind, it's blind on every other characteristic. It's only done on test scores. And you can make an argument about whether that's good or bad, but it is, for sure, it's the closest thing that we had to get to merit. It was the thing that they did when they thought they needed merit to win the Cold War, and of course we could choose to do that anytime we want. And I just say I find it like incredibly striking and an enormous moral indictment of the current system that there are no universities that do this today. So back to the immigration thing, just real quick, it's like, okay, we aren't even trying to go get the smart kids out of the center and south, and even if they think that they can get into these places, they get turned out. And the same thing for the smart Asians, and the same thing for the smart Jews, and the same thing for the smart Black people. And like it's just like I don't know how, I don't know how that's moral. I don't get it at all.
As you said about the 800, so I took the SAT and the ACT many times, and I've always gotten perfect on math 800. It's just, and I'm not special. Like it doesn't identify genius. I think you want to search for genius, and you want to create measures that find genius of all different kinds. Speaking of diversity, and I guess we should reiterate and say over and over and over, defend immigrants, yes, but say we should hire more and more native born.
Well, you asked me in the beginning, like, what's the most optimistic forecast, right, that we could have? And the most optimistic forecast would be, my God, what if we did both?
So that's the reasonable, the rational, the smart thing to say here. In fact, we don't have to have a war.
Well, and it would diffuse the entire issue.
Yeah.
If everybody in the center and the south of the country and every Jewish family, Asian family, Black family knew they were getting a fair shake, it would diffuse the issue. How about diffusing the issue? What a crazy radical. Sorry, I don't mean to really get out of my skis here, but
I think your profile on X states it's time to build. It feels like 2025 is a good year to build. So I wanted to ask your advice, and maybe for advice for anybody who's trying to build. So who's trying to build something useful in the world. Maybe launch a startup, or maybe just launch apps, services, whatever, ship software products. So maybe by way of advice, how do you actually get to shipping?
So, I mean, a big part of the answer, I think, is we're in the middle of a legit revolution. And I know you've been talking about this on your show, but AI coding, I mean, this is the biggest earthquake to hit software in certainly my life, maybe since the invention of the software. And I'm sure, we're involved in various of these companies, but, these tools, from a variety of companies are just absolutely revolutionary. And they're getting better by leaps and bounds right every day. And you know all this, but the thing with coding, there's open questions of whether AI can get better at I don't know, understanding philosophy or whatever, creative writing or whatever. But for sure, we can make it much better at coding, right? Because you can validate the results of coding. And so, there's all these methods of, synthetic data and self-training and reinforcement learning that for sure you can do with coding. And so everybody I know who works in the field says AI coding is going to get to be phenomenally good. And it's already great. And you can, YouTube and look at AI coding demos, get little kids making apps in 10 minutes working with an AI coding system. And so I think it's the golden age. I mean, I think this is an area where it's clear that the tool set is extraordinary. In a day, as a coder, for sure, in a day, you can retrain yourself, start using these things, get a huge boost in productivity. As a non-coder, you can learn much more quickly than you could before.
That's actually a tricky one in terms of learning as a non-coder to build stuff. I feel like you still need to learn how to code. It becomes a superpower. It helps you be much more productive. You could legitimately be a one-person company and get quite far.
I agree with that up to a point. So I think for sure for quite a long time, the people who are good at coding are going to be the best at actually having AIs code things, because they're going to understand they're very basic. They're going to understand what's happening, right? And they're going to be able to evaluate the work, and they're going to be able to, literally like manage the AIs better. Like even if they're not literally handwriting the code, they're just going to have a much better sense of what's going on. So I definitely think like 100%, my 9-year-old is like doing all kinds of coding classes, and he'll keep doing that for certainly through 18. We'll see after that. And so like for sure that's the case. But look, having said that, one of the things you can do with an AI is say, teach me how to code. Right. And there's a whole bunch of, I'll name names, Khan Academy. There's a whole bunch of work that they're doing at Khan Academy for free. And then, we have this company, Rabbi, which was originally specifically built for kids for coding. That has AI built in. That's just absolutely extraordinary now. And then, there's a variety of other systems like this. The AI is going to be able to teach you to code. The AI, by the way, is, as you know, spectacularly good at explaining code. Mm-hmm. Right. And so, the tools have these features now where you can talk to the code base. And so you can literally ask the code base questions about itself. And you can also just do the simple form, which is you can copy and paste code into ChatGPT and just ask it to explain it, what's going on, rewrite it, improve it, make recommendations. And so there's dozens of ways to do this. By the way, you can also, even more broad load, you want to make a video game. Okay, now you can do AI, art generation, sound generation, dialogue generation, voice generation, right? And so all of a sudden, you don't need designers, you don't need, voice actors, so there's just unlimited. And then, a big part of coding is so-called glue, it's interfacing into other systems. So it's interfacing into, Stripe to take payments or something like that. And, AI is fantastic at writing glue code. So, really, really good at making sure that you can plug everything together, really good at helping you figure out how to deploy. It'll even write a business plan for you. So it's just this, it's like everything happening with AI right now. It's like this latent superpower. And there's this incredible spectrum of people who have really figured out massive performance increases, productivity increases with it already. There's other people who aren't even aware it's happening. And there's some gearing to whether you're a coder or not, but I think there are lots of non-coders that are off to the races. And I think there are lots of professional coders who are still the blacksmiths were not necessarily in favor of, car business. There's the old William Gibson quote, the future is here, it's just not evenly distributed yet. And this is maybe the most potent version of that I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's the old meme with the bell curve. The people on both extremes say AI coding is the future. Right. It's very common for programmers to say, if you're any good of a programmer, you're not going to be using it. That's just not true. I consider myself a reasonably good programmer, and my productivity has been just skyrocketed, and the joy of programming skyrocketed. Every aspect of programming is more efficient, more productive, more fun, all that kind of stuff.
I would also say code has of anything in industrial society, code has the highest elasticity, which is to say the easier it is to make it, the more it gets made. I think effectively there's unlimited demand for code. In other words, there's always some other idea for a thing that you can do, a feature that you can add, or a thing that you can optimize. And so overwhelmingly, the amount of code that exists in the world is a fraction of even the ideas we have today, and then we come up with new ideas all the time. And so I think that I was late 80s, early 90s when sort of automated coding systems started to come out. Expert systems, big deal in those days, and there was a famous book called The Decline and Fall of the American Programmer. That predicted that these new coding systems were going to mean we wouldn't have programmers in the future. And of course, the number of programming jobs exploded by a factor of 100. My guess is we'll have more coding jobs probably by an order of magnitude 10 years from now. That will be different. There'll be different jobs. They'll involve orchestrating AI. We will be creating so much more software that the whole industry will just explode in size.
Are you seeing the size of companies decrease in terms of startups? What's the landscape of little tech?
All we're seeing right now is the AI hiring boom of all time.
For the tech.
People and little tech.
Everybody
trying to hire as many engineers as they can to build AI systems. It's just, it's 100%. There's a handful of companies, there's a little bit, there's customer service. We have some companies and others, I think it's Klarna that's publicizing a lot of this in Europe. where there are jobs that can be optimized and jobs that can be automated. But like for engineering jobs, like it's just an explosion of hiring. That at least so far, there's no trace of any sort of diminishing effect. Now, having said that, I am looking forward to the day. I am waiting for the first company to walk in saying yes, like the more radical form of it. But so basically, the companies that we see are basically one of two kinds. We see the companies that are basically sometimes use weak form, strong form. So the weak form companies, I sometimes use the term, it's called the sixth bullet point. AI is the sixth bullet point on whatever they're doing.
Sure.
Right, and it's on the slide, right? So they've got the, whatever, dot, 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 and then AI is the sixth thing. And the reason AI is the sixth thing is because they had already previously written the slide before the AI revolution started. And so they just added the sixth bullet point on the slide, which is how you're getting all these products that have like the AI button up in the corner, right? The little sparkly button.
Yeah.
Right. And all of a sudden Gmail is offering to summarize your email, which I'm like, I don't need that. Like I need you to answer my email, not summarize it. Like, what the hell? Okay, so we see those, and that's fine. That's like, I don't know, putting sugar on the cake or something. But then we see the strong form, which is the companies that are building from scratch for AI, right? And they're building it. I actually just met with the company that is building literally an AI email system as an example. So just
nice. I can't wait.
Yeah, they're going to completely right. So the very obvious idea, very smart team. It's going to be great. And then Notion just another, not one of our companies, but just came out with a product. And so now companies are going to basically sweep through, and they're going to do basically AI first versions of basically everything. And those are like companies built, AI is the first bullet point. It's the strong form of the argument.
Yeah, Cursor is an example of that. They basically said, okay, we're going to rebuild the thing with AI as the first citizen.
What if we knew from scratch that we could build on this? And again, this is part of the Full Employment Act for startups and VCs is just like if a technology transformation is sufficiently powerful, then you actually need to start the product development process over from scratch because you need to reconceptualize the product. And then usually what that means is you need a new company, because most incumbents just won't do that. And so that's underway across many categories. What I'm waiting for is the company where it's like, no, our org chart is redesigned as a result of AI, right? And so I'm waiting for the company where it's like, no, we're going to have and the cliche, here's a thought experiment, right? The cliche would be we're going to have like the human executive team, and then we're going to have the AIs be the workers, right? So we'll have a VP of engineering supervising 100 instances of coding agents, right? Okay, maybe. Right, by the way, or maybe the VP of engineering should be the AI. Maybe supervising human coders who are supervising AIs, right? Because one of the things that AI should be pretty good at is managing. Because it's like not, it's like a process driven. It's the kind of thing that AI is actually pretty good at, right? The performance evaluation coaching. And so should it be an AI executive team? And then of course the ultimate question, which is AI CEO. Right. And then maybe the most futuristic version of it would be an actual AI agent that actually goes fully autonomous. Yeah. What if you really set one of these things loose and let it basically build itself a business? And so I will say, like, we're not yet seeing those. And I think there's a little bit of the systems aren't quite ready for that yet. And then I think it's a little bit of you really do need at that point, like a founder who's really willing to break all the rules. And really willing to take the swing, and those people exist, and so I'm sure we'll see that.
And some of it is, as you know, with all the startups, is the execution. The idea that you have a AI first email client seems like an idea, but actually creating one, executing it, and then taking on Gmail is really difficult. I mean, Gmail, it's fascinating to see Google can't do it because why? Because of momentum, because it's hard to re-engineer the entirety of the system. It feels like Google's perfectly positioned to do it. So, same with Perplexity, which I love. Like Google could technically take on Perplexity and do it much better, but they haven't, not yet. So it's fascinating why that is for large companies. I mean, that is an advantage for little tech. They can be agile.
Yeah, that's right.
They can move fast.
Yeah. Little companies can break glass in a way big companies can't.
Right.
This is sort of the big breakthrough that Clay Christensen had in the Innovator's Dilemma, which is sometimes when big companies don't do things, it's because they're screwing up, and that certainly happens. But a lot of times they don't do things because it would break too much glass. It would interfere with their existing customers and their existing businesses, and they just simply won't do that. And by the way, responsibly, they shouldn't do that. Right. And so sure. They just get, but this is Clay Christensen's big thing is they often don't adapt because they are well run, not because they're poorly run. but they're optimizing machines. They're optimizing against the existing business, and as you kind of just said, this is like a permanent state of affairs for large organizations. Like every once in a while, one breaks the pattern and actually does it, but for the most part, like this is a very predictable form of human behavior, and this fundamentally is why startups exist.
It feels like 2025 is when the race for dominance in AI will see some winners. Like it's a big year. So who do you think wins the race? OpenAI, Meta, Google, XAI. Who do you think wins the AI race?
I would say I'm not going to predict. I'm going to say there's questions all over the place, and then we have this category question we call the $1 trillion question, which is like literally depending on how it's answered, people make or lose $1 trillion. And I think there's like, I don't know, $5 or $6 trillion questions right now out there, which is an unusually large number.
Yeah.
And I'll just hit a few of them and we can talk about them. So one is big models versus small models. Another is open models versus closed models. Another is whether you can use synthetic data or not. Another is chain of thought. How far can you push that? And reinforcement learning. And then another one is political $1 trillion questions, policy questions, which the U.S. and the EU have both been flunking dramatically, and the U.S. hopefully is about to really succeed at. And then there's probably another half dozen big important questions after that. And so these are all just like, say, this is an industry that's in flux in a way that even more dramatic, I think, than the ones I've seen before. And look, the most obvious example of flux is sitting here in the summer, sitting here less than 3 years ago, sitting here in December of 22, we would have said that OpenAI is just running away with everything. And sitting here today, it's like, there's at least 6, world-class God model companies and teams that are, by the way, generating remarkably similar results. That's actually been one of the most shocking things to me is like, it turns out that once that it's possible to build one incredibly smart Turing test passing large language model, which was a complete shock and surprise to the world. It turns out within a year you can have 5 more. There's also a money component thing to it, which is to get the money to scale one of these things into the billions of dollars. There's basically right now only 2 sources of money that will do that for you. One is the hyperscalers giving you the money, which you turn around and round trip back to them, or foreign sovereigns, other countries' sovereign wealth funds, which can be difficult in some cases for companies to access. So there's maybe another $1 trillion question is the financing question. Here's one. So Sam Altman has been public about the fact that he wants to transition OpenAI from being a nonprofit, being a for-profit. Mm-hmm. The way that is legally done is that, and there is a way to do it. There is a way in U.S. law to do it. The IRS and other legal entities, government entities, scrutinize this very carefully because the U.S. takes foundation nonprofit law very seriously because of the tax exemption. And so historically, the way that you do it is you start a profit and then you raise money with the for-profit to buy the assets of the nonprofit at fair market value. And the last financing round at OpenAI was $150 billion. And so logically, if the flip is going to happen, the for-profit has to go raise $150 billion out of the chute to buy the assets. Raising $150 billion is a challenge. So, is that even possible? If that is possible, then OpenAI maybe is off to the races as a for-profit company. If not, I don't know. And then, obviously the Elon lawsuit. So just because they're the market leader today, there's big important questions there. Microsoft has this kind of love-hate relationship with them. Where does that go? Apple's, lagging badly behind, but, they're very good at catching up. Amazon, is primarily hyperscaler, but they now have their own models.
And then there's the questions like you laid out briefly and brilliantly, open versus closed. Big versus little models, synthetic data, that's a huge question. And then test time compute with chain of thought, do all of that. And it's just fascinating. And these are, I think it's fair to say, $1 trillion questions.
Yeah, these are big. Like, look, it's like, okay, here's a $1 trillion question, which is kind of embedded in that, which is just hallucinations, right? Like, so if you are trying to use these tools creatively, you're thrilled because they can draw new images and they can make new music and they can do all this incredible stuff, right? The flip side of that is if you need them to be correct, they can't be creative. And that's the term hallucination. And these things do hallucinate. And there have been court cases already where lawyers have submitted legal briefs that contain made-up court citations, case citations. The judge is like, wait a minute, this doesn't exist. And the very next question is, did you write this yourself? And the lawyer goes,
I mean, that's why with Elon with Grok,
yes,
looking for truth. I mean, that's an open technical question. How close can you get to truth with LLMs?
Yeah, that's right. And my sense, this is a very contentious topic in the industry. My sense is if to the extent that there is a domain in which there is a definitive and checkable and provable answer, and you might say math satisfies that, coding satisfies that, and maybe some other fields, then you should be able to generate synthetic data. You should be able to do chain of thought reasoning. You should be able to do reinforcement learning, and you should be able to ultimately, eliminate hallucinations. But by the way, that's $1 trillion question right there, is whether that's true. But then there's question like, okay, is that going to work in the more general domain? Like, so for example, one possibility is these things are going to get truly superhuman at like math and coding, but at like discussing philosophy, they're basically as smart as they're ever going to be. And they're going to be kind of, say midwit grad student level. And the theory there would just be they're already out of training. Like they literally, if you talk to these people, like literally the big models are like within a factor 2x of consuming all the human generated training data, to the point that some of these big companies are literally hiring people like doctors and lawyers to sit and write your training data by hand. And so does this mean that like you have to, if you want your model to get better at philosophy, you have to go hire like 1,000 philosophers and have them write new content? Then is anybody going to do that? And so, maybe these things are topping out in certain ways and they're going to leap way ahead in other ways. And so anyway, so we just don't. This is maybe my main conclusion is I don't anybody telling you these big sweeping conclusions. This whole all of these abstract, generalized superintelligence AGI stuff. Like it, maybe it's the engineer in me, but like no, like that's not that's too abstract. Like it's got to actually work. And then by the way, it has to actually pay for it. I mean, this is a problem right now with the big models. The big models that are like really good at coding and math, they're like actually very expensive to run. They're quite slow. Another $1 trillion question: future chips, which I know you've talked a lot about. Another $1 trillion question. Yeah, I mean, all the global issues. Oh, another $1 trillion question: censorship. Right, like and all the, as they say, all the human feedback training process. Exactly what are you training these things to do? What are they allowed to talk about? How long do they give you these? How often do they give you these incredibly preachy moral lectures? Here's a $1 trillion question. How many other countries want their country to run its education system, healthcare system, news system, political system on the basis of an AI that's been trained according to the most extreme left-wing California politics? Right, because that's kind of what they have on offer right now. And I think the answer to that is not very many. So there's like massive open questions there about like what, and by the way, like what morality of these things are going to get trained on as a.
And that one we're cracking wide open with what's been happening over the past few months. Censorship on every level of these companies, and just the very idea what truth means and what it means to expand the Overton window of LLMs or the Overton window of human discourse.
So what I experienced, how we started, what I experienced was, all right, social media censorship regime from hell, debanking, right, at like a large scale, and then the war on the crypto industry, trying to kill it, and then basically declared intent to do the same thing to AI, and to put AI under the same kind of censorship and control regime as social media and the banks. And I think this election tipped in America. I think this election tipped us from a timeline in which things were going to get really bad on that front to a timeline in which I think things are going to be quite good. But look, those same questions also apply outside the U.S. And the EU is doing their thing. They're being extremely draconian, and they're going to lock in a political censorship regime on AI right now that's so harsh that even American AI companies are not even willing to launch their products in the EU right now. Like that's not going to last. But like what happens there? Right, and what are the trade-offs? What levels of censorship are American companies going to have to sign up for if they want to operate in the EU, or is the EU still capable of generating its own AI companies, or have we brain drained them so that they can't? So, big questions.
Quick questions. So you're very active on X, a very unique character, flamboyant, exciting, bold. You post a lot. I think there's a meme, I don't remember it exactly, but that Elon posted something like, inside Elon there are two wolves. One is please be kind or more positive, and the other one is, I think, doing the hit the big step back and fuck yourself in the face guy. How many wolves are inside your mind when you're tweeting?
To be clear, a reference from the comedy classic Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder, yeah. Legendary movie.
Yes. Any Zoomers listening to this who haven't seen that movie, go watch it immediately.
There's nothing offensive about it.
Nothing about it at all. Tom Cruise's greatest performance. Yeah, no, look, just start by saying, like, I'm not supposed to be tweeting at all. So, yes. So, but, you know.
So how do you approach that? Like, how do you approach what to tweet?
I mean, I don't. I don't well enough. It's mostly an exercise in frustration. Look, there's a glory to it, and there's an issue with it, and the glory of it is like, you know, it's instantaneous global communication. You know, X in particular is like the town square on all these, you know, social issues, political issues, everything else, current events. But I mean, look, there's no question the format of at least the original tweet is, you know, prone to be inflammatory. You know, I'm the guy who at one point the entire name of India hated me. Because I once tweeted something, it turned out that it's still politically sensitive, and the entire continent. I stayed up all night that night as I became front page headline and leading television news in each time zone in India for a single tweet. So, like, the single tweet out of context is a very dangerous thing. Obviously, X now has the middle ground where they now have the longer form essays, and so you know, probably the most productive thing I can do is longer form, is longer form things.
You're not going to do it though, are you?
I do from time to time.
Sometimes
I should do more. And then I mean, look, and obviously X is doing great. And then like I said, like Substack, you know, has become the center for a lot of the I think the best kind of, you know, deeply thought through, you know, certainly intellectual content. You know, tons of current events stuff there as well. And then so and then there's a bunch of other, you know, a bunch of new systems that are very exciting. So I think one of the things we can look forward to in the next 4 years is, number one, just like a massive reinvigoration of social media as a consequence of the changes that are happening right now. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen with that. And then it's happened on X, but it's now going to happen on other platforms. And then the other is crypto's going to come. You know, crypto's going to come right back to life. And actually, that's very exciting. Actually, that's worth noting is that's another $1 trillion question on AI, which is in a world of pervasive AI, and especially in a world of AI agents, and imagine a world of billions or trillions of AI agents running around, they need an economy. And crypto, in our view, happens to be the ideal economic system for that, right? Because it's a programmable money. It's a very easy way to plug in and do that. And there's this transaction processing system that can do that. And so I think the crypto AI intersection, you know, is potentially a very, very big deal. And so that was going to be impossible under the prior regime, and I think under the new regime, hopefully it'll be something we can do.
Almost for fun, let me ask a friend of yours, Jan LeCun, what are your top 10 favorite things about Jan LeCun? I think he's a brilliant guy. I think he's important to the world. I think you guys disagree on a lot of things, but I personally like vigorous disagreement. I, as a person in the stands, like to watch the gladiators go at it. And
no, he's a super genius. I mean, look, I wouldn't say we're super close, but, you know, casual friends. I worked with him at Meta. You know, he's the chief scientist at Meta for a long time, and still, you know, works with us. And you know, and as obviously is a legendary figure in the field and one of the main people responsible for what's happening. It's my serious observation would be that it's the thing I've talked to him about for a long time, and I keep trying to read and follow everything he does. Is he is the, I think, see if you agree with this, he is the smartest and most credible critic of LLMs as the path for AI. He's not, you know, there's certain, I would say, troll-like characters who are just like crap and everything, but like Jan has like very deeply thought through basically theories as to why LLMs are an evolutionary dead end. And I actually like, I try to do this thing where I try to model, you know, I try to have a mental model of like the two different sides of a serious argument. And so I try to like internalize that argument as much as I can, which is difficult because like we're investing it behind LLMs as aggressively as we can. So if he's right, like that can be a big problem, but like we should also know that. And then I sort of use his ideas to challenge all the bullish people, you know, to really kind of test their level of knowledge. I like to kind of grill people. Like I'm not, you know, I was not, you know, got my CS degree 35 years ago, so I'm not like deep in the technology, but like if to the extent I can understand Jan's points, I can use them to, you know, to really surface a lot of the questions for the people who are more bullish. And that's been, I think, very, very productive. It's very striking that you have somebody who is like that central in the space, who is actually like a full-on skeptic. And you know, and again, this could go different ways. He could end up being very wrong. he could end up being totally right, or it could be that he will provoke evolution of these systems to be much better than they would have been.
Yeah, he could be both right and wrong. First of all, I do agree with that. He's one of the most legit and rigorous and deep critics of the LLM path to AGI. You know, his basic notion is that AI needs to have some physical understanding of the physical world, and that's very difficult to achieve with LLMs. And that is a really good way to challenge the limitations of LLMs and so on. He's also been a vocal and a huge proponent of open source, which is a whole nother, which you have been as well.
Which is very useful, yeah.
And that's been just fascinating to watch.
And anti-doomer.
Anti-doomer. Yeah, he's
very anti-doomer.
He embodies, he also has many wolves.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
So it's been really, really fun to watch.
The other two, okay, here's my other wolf coming out.
Yeah.
The other two of the three godfathers of AI are like radicals, like full on left, far left, I would say like either Marxists or borderline Marxists, and they're like, I think, quite extreme in their social and political views, and I think that feeds into their doomerism. And I think they are lobbying for like draconian government. I think what would be ruinously destructive government legislation, and regulation, and so it's actually super helpful, super helpful to have Jan as a counterpoint to those two.
Another fun question. Our mutual friend, Andrew Huberman. Yes. First, maybe what do you love most about Andrew? And second, what score on a scale of 1 to 10 do you think he would give you on your approach to health?
Oh, 3.
Is it 3? You think you score that high, huh? Okay.
Exactly.
10. That's good.
Exactly. Well, so he convinced me to stop drinking alcohol, which was a big
successful.
Well, it was like my favorite, other than my family, it was my favorite thing in the world. And so it was a major reduction. Like having like a glass of scotch at night was like a major, like it was like the thing I would do to relax. And so he has profoundly negatively impacted my emotional health. I blame him for making me much less happy as a person, but much physically healthier. So that I credit him with that. I'm glad I did that. But then his sleep stuff, like I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah,
I have no interest in his sleep shit. Like no, this whole natural light, no. We're not doing it.
Too hardcore.
I don't see any natural light in here.
It's all covered. It's all horrible.
And I'm very happy. I would be very happy living and working here because I'm totally happy without natural light.
In darkness. That must be a metaphor for something.
Yes, it's a test. Look, it's a test of manhood as to whether you have a blue screen in your face for 3 hours and then go right to sleep. Like I don't understand why you should want to take short.
I now understand what they mean by toxic masculinity. All right. So let's see. You're exceptionally successful by most measures. But what to you is the definition of success?
I would probably say it is a combination of two things. I think it is contribution. So, have you done something that mattered ultimately? And specifically mattered to people. And then the other thing is, I think happiness is either overrated or almost a complete myth. And in fact, interesting, Thomas Jefferson did not mean happiness the way that we understand it when he said pursuit of happiness in the Declaration of Independence. He meant it more of the Greek meaning, which is closer to satisfaction or fulfillment. And so I think happiness is. So I think about happiness as the first ice cream cone makes you super happy. The first mile of the walk in the park during sunset makes you super happy. The first kiss makes you super happy. The 1,000th ice cream cone, not so much. The 1,000th mile of the walk through the park. The 1,000th kiss can still be good, but maybe just not right in a row. Right, and so happiness is this very fleeting concept. And the people who anchor on happiness seem to go off the rails pretty often. Sort of the deep sense of having been, I don't know how to put it, useful.
So that's a good place to arrive at in life.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, like, who was it who said that the source of all the ills in the world is man's inability to sit in a room by himself doing nothing? But like, if you're sitting in a room by yourself and you're like, all right, they're 4 a.m, it's like, all right, have I lived up to my expectation of myself? Like, if you have, the people I know who feel that way are pretty centered, and generally seem very, I don't know how to put it, pleased, but proud, calm, at peace. the people who are, sensation seekers. By the way, some sense, there's certain entrepreneurs, for example, who are like into every form of extreme sport, and they get huge satisfaction out of that. Or there's sensation seeking in sort of useful and productive ways. Larry Ellison was always like that. Zuckerberg was like that. And then there's a lot of entrepreneurs who end up drugs. Like sexual escapades that seem like they'll be fun at first and then backfire.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you're able to be at peace by yourself in a room at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
I would even say happy, but I understand. Thomas Jefferson didn't mean it the way, but maybe I mean it. But I can be happy by myself at 4 a.m. with a blue screen.
That's good. Exactly.
Staring at cursor.
Exactly.
As a small tangent, a quick shout out to an amazing interview you did with Barry Weiss, and just to her in general. Barry Weiss of the Free Press. She has a podcast called Honestly with Barry Weiss. She's great. People should go listen. You were asked if you believe in God. One of the joys, we talked about happiness. One of the things that makes me happy is making you uncomfortable.
Thank you.
So this question is designed for, many of the questions today are designed for that. You were asked if you believe in God, and you said after a pause, you're not sure. So it felt like the pause, the uncertainty there was some kind of ongoing search for wisdom and meaning. Are you in fact searching for wisdom and meaning?
I guess I put it this way. There's a lot to just understand about people that I feel like I'm only starting to understand. And that's certainly a simpler concept than God. That's what I've spent a lot of the last 15 years trying to figure out. I feel like I spent my first 30 years figuring out machines, and then now I'm spending 30 years figuring out people, which turns out to be quite a bit more complicated. And then I don't know, maybe God's the last 30 years or something. And then look, I mean, just like Elon is just like, okay, the known universe is like very complicated and mystifying. The time I pull up in astronomy and get super into astronomy, and it's like Daddy, how many galaxies are there in the universe? And how many galaxies are there in the universe?
100 billion.
Okay, how?
Yeah.
Like how is that freaking possible? Like what? It's such a staggering concept that
I actually wanted to show you a tweet that blew my mind from a while back. He said, Elon said, as a friend called it, this is the ultimate skill tree. This is a wall of galaxies, a billion light years across.
Yeah.
So these are all galaxies.
Yeah. What the, how is it that big? How the hell? And I can read the textbook and the this and the that and the whatever 8 billion years and the Big Bang and the whole thing. And then it's just all right. Oh, and then it's all right, the Big Bang. All right. What was before the Big Bang?
You think we humans will ever colonize a galaxy and maybe even go beyond?
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, in the fullness of time. Yeah.
So you have that kind of optimism. You have that kind of hope that extends across thousands.
In the fullness of time. I mean, yeah. I mean, all the problems, all the challenges with it that I do. But why not? I mean, again, in the fullness of time, it'll take a long time.
You don't think we'll destroy ourselves?
I doubt it. I doubt it. And fortunately, we have Elon giving us the backup plan. So I don't know. I grew up, rural Midwest, sort of just conventionally kind of Protestant Christian. It never made that much sense to me. Got trained as an engineer and a scientist. I'm like, oh, that definitely doesn't make sense. I'm like, I know. I'll spend my life as an empirical, rationalist, and I'll figure everything out. And then, and then again, you walk up against these things. You bump up against these things, and just all right, I okay, I guess there's a scientific explanation for this, but wow. And then all right, where did that come from? Right, and then how far back can you go on the causality chain? Yeah, and then even just experiences. It's hard to rationally explain it all. And then so yeah, I guess probably never know. This happened, and maybe the more practical answer to the question is learning now of the role that religion plays in society that I didn't have when I was younger. And my partner Ben has I think he quotes his father on this. He's like, if a man does not have a real religion, he makes up a fake one. And the fake ones go very, very badly. And so there's this class. It's actually really funny. There's this class of intellectual. There's this class of intellectual that has what appears to be a very patronizing point of view, which is, yes, I am an atheist, but it's very important that the people believe in something, right? And Marx had like the negative view on that, which was religion is the opiate of the masses. But there's a lot of like right-wing intellectuals who are themselves, I think, pretty atheist or agnostic that are like, it's deeply important that the people be Christian or something like that. And on the one hand, it's like, wow, that's arrogant and presumptive. But on the other hand, maybe it's right. Because, what have we learned in the last 100 years is in the absence of a real religion, people will make up fake ones. There's this writer, there's this political philosopher who's super interesting on this named Eric Vogelin. And he wrote in the sort of mid part of the century, mid and late part of the 20th century. He's like born in, I think, like 1900 and like died in like 85. So he saw the complete run of communism and Nazism. And himself, fled. I think he fled Europe and the whole thing. His sort of big conclusion was basically that both communism and Nazism and fascism were basically religions. But like in the deep way of religions, like they were, he called them political religions, but they were like actual religions, and they were what Nietzsche forecasted when he said, God is dead, we've killed him, and we won't wash the blood off our hands for 1,000 years, right? Is we will come up with new religions that will just cause just mass murder and death. And like you read his stuff now, and you're like, yep, that happened, right? And then of course, as fully, elite moderates, of course, we couldn't possibly be doing that for ourselves right now, but of course we are. And I would argue that Eric Vogelin for sure would argue that the last 10 years, we have been in a religious frenzy. The woke has been a full-scale religious frenzy, and has had all of the characteristics of a religion, including everything from patron saints to holy texts to, sin. It's that wokeness has had every aspect of wokeness has had every single aspect of an actual religion other than redemption, right? Which is maybe like the most dangerous religion you could ever come up with, is the one where there's no forgiveness. Right. So I think if Vogelin were alive, I think he would have zeroed right in on that, would have said that. And we just like sailed right off. I mentioned earlier, like we somehow rediscovered the religions of the Indo-Europeans. We're all into identity politics and environmentalism. Like, I don't think that's an accident. So anyway, like there's something very deep going on in the human psyche on religion that is not dismissible and needs to be taken seriously, even if one struggles with the specifics of it.
I think I speak for a lot of people that it's been a real joy, and for me an honor to get to watch you seek to understand the human psyche as you described. You're in that 30-year part of your life. And it's been an honor to talk with you today. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Lex. Is that it? That's only how long is that?
4 hours with Mark Andreessen.
Okay.
Is like 40 hours of actual content.
I'll accept being one of the short ones.
For the listener, Mark looks like he's ready to go for 20 more hours. And I need a nap. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Andreessen. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Thomas Sowell. It takes considerable knowledge just to realize the extent of your own ignorance. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
I mean, look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days right now, and it's now passing the size of the Defense Department budget, and it's compounding, and it's pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days, and then if this doesn't get fixed at some point, we enter a hyperinflationary spiral, and we become Argentina or Brazil, and
The following is a conversation with Mark Andreessen, his second time on the podcast. Mark is a visionary tech leader and investor who fundamentally shaped the development of the internet and the tech industry in general over the past 30 years. He's the co-creator of Mosaic, the first widely used web browser, co-founder of Netscape, co-founder of the legendary Silicon Valley venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, and is one of the most I hope the Kiev airport will open soon. Then it will be easier to fly in.
Yes, I think that the war will end and President Trump may be the first leader to travel here by airplane. I think it would be symbolic by airplane.
Again, January 25th, around that date, right? Flying in, meeting the Air Force One.
That would be cool.
There is a perception of corruption. People like Donald Trump and Elon Musk really care about fighting corruption. What can you say to them to gain their trust that the money
enough on the front lines, and yet we have to provide proof to defend ourselves. Because when there's an abundance of such misinformation, distrust starts to grow. And you're right, people listen to various media outlets, see this, and lose faith in you. In the end, you lose trust, and with it, you lose support. Therefore, believe me, we are fighting more against disinformation than against particular cases, although I still emphasize once again, at the everyday level, such things are still important. We catch these people and we fight them. As if Putin wants to sit down and talk, but Ukraine does not. This is not true.
I think that, yes, he is in fact ready to talk.
Did you talk to him?
On the phone or what?
How do you normally talk to him?
I don't know. Normally by the sea. The same as with you. He invites you to the sea with me. Just the three of us.
No, one of us may drown.
Who? Are you good at swimming?
Yes, I am a good swimmer.
You're a good swimmer. Well, if you think that the president of a country is completely crazy, it is really hard to come to an agreement with him. You have to look at him as a serious person who loves his country and loves the people in his country. And he conducts, yes, destructive military actions.
Who are you talking about now? who loves his country.
Putin. Do you think he doesn't love his country?
No. What is his country? He happened to consider Ukraine his country. What is his country?
When do you think there will be presidential elections in Ukraine? The following is a conversation with Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. It was an intense, raw, and heartfelt conversation, my goal for which was to understand and to do all I can to push for peace. Please allow me to say a few words, first about language, then about the president, and finally about history. Please skip ahead straight to our conversation if you like. We spoke in a mix of languages, continuously switching from Ukrainian to Russian to English. So the interpreter was barely hanging on. It was indeed, in many ways, a wild ride of a conversation. As the president said, the first of many. Language, like many other things in a time of war, is a big deal. We had a choice, speak in Russian, Ukrainian, or English. The president does speak some English, but he's far from fluent in it. And I sadly don't speak Ukrainian, yet. So Russian is the only common language we're both fluent in. In case you don't know, the Russian language is one that the president speaks fluently and was his primary language for most of his life. It's the language I also speak fluently, to the degree I speak any language fluently, as does a large fraction of the Ukrainian population. So the most dynamic and powerful conversation between us would be in Russian, without an interpreter, who in this case added about 2 to 3 second delay, and frankly, translated partially and poorly, for me at least, taking away my ability to feel the humor, the wit, the brilliance, the pain, the anger, the humanity of the person sitting before me, that I could clearly feel when he was speaking fluently in the language I understand, Russian. But all that said, war changes everything. The Ukrainian language has become a symbol of the Ukrainian people's fight for freedom and independence. So we had a difficult choice of 3 languages. And faced with that choice, we said yes to all 3, to the consternation and dismay of the translators. We make captions and voice-over audio tracks available in English, Ukrainian, and Russian. So you can listen either to a version that is all one language or to the original mixed language version with subtitles in your preferred language. The default is English overdub. On YouTube, you can switch between language audio tracks by clicking the settings gear icon, then clicking audio track, and then selecting the language you prefer, English, Ukrainian, Russian. To listen to the original mixed language version, please select the English UK audio track. Big thank you to 11 Labs for their help with overdubbing using a mix of AI and humans. We will continue to explore how to break down the barriers that language creates, with AI and otherwise. This is a difficult but important endeavor. Language, after all, is much more than a cold sequence of facts and logic statements. There are words, when spoken in the right sequence and at the right time, that can shake the world and turn the tides of history, that can start and end wars. Great leaders can find those words, and great translators can help these words reverberate to the outskirts of a divided civilization. On another note, let me say that President Zelensky is a truly remarkable person and a historic figure. I say this as somebody who deeply understands the geopolitical complexity and history of the region. I am from this region. My parents were both born in Ukraine, Kiev and Kharkiv, both my grandfathers too. I was born in Tajikistan and lived for a time there, then in Kiev, then Moscow, then United States. And while I am now, for almost 30 years, and to the day I die, am a proud American, my family roots grow deep in the soil of nations that comprised the Soviet Union, including Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, and Tajikistan. I've gotten to know and have spoken for hours with members of the president's team and people close to him. I spoke to hundreds of Ukrainians since 2022, including soldiers, civilians, politicians, artists, religious leaders, journalists, economists, historians, and technologists. I've listened to hundreds of hours of programs that both support and criticize the president in Ukraine, in Russia, in the United States. I've read countless books about this war and the long arc of history that led up to it. If forced to recommend two, at this moment, I would say The Russo-Ukrainian War by Serhiy Plokhy and The Showman by Simon Schuster, which is a good personal behind-the-scenes biography of the president focused on 2022. But there are many, many more. This is why I can comfortably say that he is a truly singular and remarkable human being. It was an honor and pleasure to talk with him on and off the mic. Now, it is true that I plan to travel to Moscow and to speak with President Vladimir Putin. And I hope to be back in Kiev as well. As President Zelensky said, this was our first of many more meetings. In all these cases, I seek to do my small part in pushing for peace. And in doing all this, I'm deeply grateful for the trust people have given me on all sides. For the people attacking me, sometimes lying about me, for the critics in the stands, chanting the latest slogans of the mass hysteria machine like the sheep and animal farm. I love you too. And I assure you that drawing lines between good and evil on a world map is much easier than seeing that line between good and evil in every human being, including you and me. This is what I try to do. I'm simply a human being who seeks to find and surface the humanity in others. And as I've said, no amount of money, fame, power, access can buy my opinion or my integrity. Now, finally, please allow me to briefly overview some history to give background for several topics that President Zelensky references in this conversation. I recommend my conversation with Serhiy Plokhy and many others about the history of the region. But here, let me start with 1991, when Ukraine declared its independence and the Soviet Union collapsed. From this point on, Russia-Ukraine relations were defined in large part by whether Ukraine aligned more with Russia or with the West, meaning Europe, United States, NATO, and so on. In 2004, with the Orange Revolution, a pro-Western candidate, Viktor Yushchenko, became president. In 2010, it went the other way. A pro-Russia candidate, Viktor Yanukovych, became president. The internal tensions grew, and in 2013, Euromaidan protests broke out over Yanukovych's decision to suspend talks with the European Union in favor of closer ties with Russia. This set forward a chain of important events in 2014. On the politics front, Yanukovych was ousted and fled to Russia, leading to the election of a pro-Western president. Also, in 2014, on the war front, Russia annexed Crimea and war broke out in the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine, which eventually killed over 14,000 people and continued all the way to 2022, when, on February 24th, 2022, Russian forces initiated a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This is when the world started to really pay attention. Now, some history of peace talks. Volodymyr Zelensky won the presidency in 2019, and he discusses in this conversation the ceasefire agreements he made with Vladimir Putin in 2019, which was one of many attempts at peace, from the two Minsk agreements in 2014 and 15 to a series of ceasefire agreements in 2018, 19, and 20, all of which failed, in part or in whole. All this shows just how difficult ceasefire and peace negotiations are, but they are not impossible. It is always worth trying over and over again to find the path to peace. I believe that Presidents Zelensky, Putin, and Trump should meet soon after January 20th this year and give everything they got to negotiate a ceasefire and security guarantees that pave the way for a long-lasting peace. We discussed several ideas for this in this conversation. As I said, this was one of my main goals here, to push for peace. This trip to Kiev and this conversation was a truly special moment for me in my life. It is one I will never forget. So to reflect, I say a few more words and answer some questions at the very end if you like to listen. But here, let me say thank you to everyone for your support over the years. It means the world. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. If we can explain why the Ukrainian language is very important, our conversation will be most effective and impactful if we speak in Russian.
I speak Russian perfectly, of course, and I understand everything you are talking about. However, I can't respond in Russian the entire interview. It's because this is how it is today. I am not making anything up. You can see it all for yourself. You can feel and hear it. Today, there were 73 missile attacks against us, and people were killed. There were over 100 drones today, and this is a daily occurrence. The people who attack us, they speak Russian. They attack people who were only recently told that this was actually in defense of Russian-speaking people. And this is why I respect neither the leader or director of today's Russia, nor the people. That's it. And I don't think that you can just pretend that nothing's happening and give Putin a pass once again for saying that we are one people, that we speak one language, etc. They speak the language of weapons. That is a fact. And we are peaceful people who want to protect themselves and defend their freedom and their human choice. You know, at the beginning of the war, I addressed Russians in Russian. Zero effect. They're mute. They do not listen. They did not listen. Some are afraid. Some have other issues. They have different reasons. It's like when a person is drowning, and people walk by because they can't hear them. And someone walks on by crying, afraid to save them. It doesn't change anything for the one drowning. They need someone to help them. This is why I honestly despise these people as death. They began the occupation in the supposed defense of the Russian language. And that's why, with all due respect, I would like to give an interview in Ukrainian. This is very important to me. If there are some points that you want me to explain in Russian, I can certainly do that. I can certainly occasionally speak Russian. But in general, no. I'm not sure that you will understand me completely, despite your Ukrainian roots. You are a citizen of the United States, right?
Yes.
That's why I'm surprised that you don't understand. Well, it was a long time ago. I understand that it was a long time ago. Moreover, a lot has changed. A lot has changed.
If I may please allow me to say this in Russian. Yes, many things have changed, but I have hope. I hope that today many Russians will hear this, that Vladimir Putin will hear this, that the American President Donald Trump and the American people will hear this, that everyone will hear this. And yes, Ukrainian language is important symbolically, but what is also important is that we understand each other well.
For Donald Trump? Is it important for Donald Trump whether I speak Russian or not?
Yes, because unfortunately, and it hurts to admit, but I cannot speak or understand Ukrainian yet. So your wit, dynamism, and your humanity will not come through as well and as quickly. Remember, I need to wait for 2 to 3 seconds to hear it. You have a great sense of humor, great stories. With an interpreter translating, I simply won't see this, but I understand that it's painful. Another reason is that I hoped we could show that even though it is sometimes said that Russian is banned in Ukraine.
This is not true. I'm speaking Russian now, right? We have people who speak Russian. This is not true, really. It's not. It's really not true. We disrespect Russian now because of Russians. That's all. When they were saving Russian speakers, they killed Russian speakers, many people who actually, many of whom are in the East, right? In the East, they lived in the East. They destroyed their houses, destroyed their lives. It's not a rhetorical thing. It's not all talk and blah, blah, blah. I don't have time for blah, blah, blah. Yes, so it's a very, very important and sensitive moment. The message is that we are not one nation. We are not, the same country. We're different countries. Yes, different countries. And I think what is most important is what we're talking about. Not how. We're speaking about it. This is what I think. You're a smart guy. So you have a lot of experience in dialogue of this kind. That's why I think you will understand me. Yeah. Anyway, I think it is far better for Donald Trump to hear my English, not my Russian.
Your English is much better than my Ukrainian. You're getting better and better.
That's true. I'm a very honest guy. That's why I will be very honest with you.
Okay.
Your Ukrainian is not very good, but we will work on it.
Yes. I have many flaws. That's one of them.
Sometimes I can speak English. Sometimes, as I understand, we can be very flexible, right?
Very flexible. Spanish, Swahili.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah. Javier
very
Malay needs
flexible.
to understand this. So
By the way, Javier understood me without any words.
the language of love,
Yeah.
maybe.
Of respect. I
Respect.
respect him.
Yeah.
I had a very good conversation with him. Really brilliant.
May I sometimes speak Russian and sometimes English?
Yes. You can use any language you like. And I think that's a very good rule for this first meeting between us. As you said, maybe we will meet in the future for the second time.
Second and third and fourth?
Yeah, this is good. You can ask questions in the language you'd like, and I will answer in the language I can.
Well, you said you wanted to meet by the sea at some point. So for our next meeting, let's meet by the sea.
With pleasure. Next time, it would be much better to meet by our Ukrainian Black or our Azov Sea.
I've been to I have traveled to many cities in Ukraine, but I have never been to Odessa. And everyone tells me that, and I don't know why.
You have to.
Can you explain to me why everyone loves Odessa so much? What's there?
You know, what's in Odessa? That's how they say it. What's there? In Odessa, we've got it all.
Okay.
Odessa. I love Odessa because of its particular temperament. People have their own accent, and it's so. There are many nationalities. There are a lot of stories. Authentic Odessa cuisine. By the way, the cuisine is very different from others. The dishes are not like any other dishes, and everything is very tasty. Also, there are beautiful people, and today, you understand people very well, especially after the attacks on Odessa. You understand what the people are like, just how Odessites are, very Ukrainian. And that's very cool. I love Odessa. I go there several times a year. I go there several times a year now because, now because of strengthening of air defense systems, because of this grain corridor, etc. I go there more often. They have the sun there. They have the sea. It's Ukraine, and it's very cool there.
Well, when you come and visit me in Texas as a guest for the third time,
With pleasure.
let's do this. How about you, my friend Joe Rogan, and I will go get some Texas barbecue together?
Who will pay?
It's a good question.
Putin. For everything. He has to pay.
Well, yes, we'll invite him too.
No.
Okay.
Without him.
Okay, I get it. Understood.
But if the Rome Statute will be accepted by your government before this moment.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Joe has a great comedy club in Austin.
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, yes. And I think that as a person who respects comedy and stand-up comedy, it would be interesting for you to have a look at.
No, he is. I know him. and I saw a lot of different videos. He's a very talented person, so it would be a pleasure if you invite me and I'm able to do it. I am a little bit busy, but if I'll be in the United States, I hope that I will have a conversation meeting with President Trump. And of course, during my visit, if I'll have the time, it would be a pleasure if you'll invite me. With pleasure.
You know what? I will pay.
Good.
Yeah, I had to think about it, but you are the president.
Yes, with you, with pleasure.
When the war is over, please come.
Thanks so much.
We'll be less busy.
Thanks so much.
If we can go back many years, World War II. Tell me the story of your grandfather who fought in World War II.
My grandfather, he graduated from the military academy, and from the very beginning of the war, he went to fight. He was in the infantry, and he fought through the entire war. He had many wounds, as they used to say back then. His chest is covered in medals, and it's true. He had more than 30. Yes, more than 30. He was the kind of man. He was such a serious man. I loved him very much, and we had a very close relationship. He didn't like to tell details about the war. He never boasted. Although I asked him, as a boy would, how many fascists did you kill? He never talked about it. He believed that the war was a great tragedy, a tragedy for everyone. And Ukraine was occupied, and it was a tragedy for Ukraine, a tragedy for Europe, and a tragedy for the Jewish people. His own brothers, his entire family were executed. They were tortured by fascists who had occupied Ukraine and their village. His father was the head of the village, and he was killed. They were shot. It was a mass grave, right? Yes, it was a communal burial. Some of them were killed outright, and others were buried alive. His 4 brothers, they all went to war. As soon as the war began, they were all there. He was the only one who had a military education, and they all died in the war. He was the only one who came back. He had nobody. He came back, and he found my grandmother, his future wife, and she managed, what was it called then? I don't know. They don't have them anymore. It was a childcare facility, an orphanage, so to speak, a place where orphans lived, children who don't have parents, children of war. And she managed this childcare facility with difficult children, as they used to call them, difficult children who went through the war, who saw their parents killed, and this is how they met, because these difficult children, they sometimes behave differently. They could steal something, do something bad. There were many children in the orphanage. Yes, that's how she met my grandfather. And I loved him very much. And I think that my grandfather, frankly, would never have believed that this war is possible. He would never have believed it, because he worked in the police after the war. He was a colonel. He worked in criminal investigation all his life. So he fought with bandits all his life after the Second World War. But also, I believe he fought for justice all his life. And we all lived in one apartment. And even after his death, I lived with both of my grandmothers and my parents, two grandmothers, who both lost their husbands. Both of them died. Well, it was an ordinary family that that lived like everyone lived back then in the Soviet Union, and even after the Soviets in the 90s. We lived in one apartment all together. What else is there to say? But I think the most important thing was values, respect. They gave me an education. My parents gave me an education. No one left me money or apartments, so I didn't inherit anything material. But I believe that our real inheritance is here, in our minds and in our hearts. I believe that.
There's 1 second delay.
Yeah,
So if I'm sorry if you
it's fine.
tell a joke, I will laugh about 1, 2, or 3 seconds later. There's a delay. So, ordinary family, but not an ordinary time. World War II. World War II. Speaking of mass graves, I was at Babin Yar yesterday. A large part of my family died there. In moments like this, such a place serves as a stark reminder of the profound historical gravity of the Second World War. I remember this song from my youth. On June 22nd at 4 o'clock, Kyiv was bombed and the war began. I always wondered how it would feel to live in a moment when everything changed. The path of humanity completely shifts in a single moment, just like that. What do you think about that moment in 1941? Now, after the 2022 invasion, how do you perceive the Second World War after you have witnessed all of it?
Well, firstly, the war actually started earlier. It started here in Ukraine. Kyiv was bombed, as you quoted. But the war had already begun before that. And I think I perceived it as a start of the full-scale invasion. Well, I think it's hard. It's hard to understand why nobody wants to listen, look at, and analyze history. War, the rise of fascism and Nazism, the emergence of Hitler, Goebbels, and their entire team. At the time, this wasn't just about one party or even one country. It was essentially a wave of hatred, a wave of one race above the rest. They were, in fact, constructing and ultimately implemented a theory around this idea, later seizing Europe. They created a theory of one nation, one race, one world. Their world. Of course, this idea is absolutely senseless, but it has become radicalized over the years and even gained support. A vision of one world. And in principle, the so-called Russian world, the ideology Putin promotes and imposes, it wasn't originally like that. He was a different person back then, or maybe he was always like this, but his rhetoric was different. At the beginning, remember, he talked about the EU and even about Russia's future being tied to NATO. There were even talks of joining the European Union, NATO. He spoke about shared values with the West. That's how it all sounded back then. And we must also look at Hitler, who was seriously, before the radical idea of taking over the whole world, he actually made certain steps, and everyone believed he was helping the economy. And to be fair, he did take some steps in that direction, but he was a terrifying person. None of those actions justify him, nor do they excuse his actions. And that's why we cannot look at the Second World War as if it started in 1939. It didn't begin in 1941 either. We need to draw conclusions. When did it start? With the weaknesses of the world. The division of European states, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. All of this happened before 1941. People who were more informed, those who dug deeper, whether they were politicians or not, whether they were from different walks of life, including business, which was different back then, were speaking about all of this. Hitler won't stop. There'll be a world war. Hitler will destroy.
Welcome. How are you? Serena, welcome. How's your day going?
Pretty good.
I'm amazing. Did you happen to? Thank you for asking. Did you hear about me from Blue Sky?
I think that's where it was. Yeah, it was just in another server. Your server.
Oh, very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been live streaming on YouTube since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online archived than any person in global history. Essentially, it's a time capsule for society. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I've seen the Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, I'm a real life Truman Show. I do so because I don't want war anymore, and I want to give myself a platform to be able to discuss peace. I also want to help end wonder through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Caninu. I know that's a mouthful. It's worth $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in Nigeria. I also am an advocate for the Lifestar program and desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
I agree. And if you weren't aware, data, according to The Economist, is Earth's number one resource. And I have more data online than any person ever. And what does that mean? That means that I may be an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, and your family all very wealthy. And I'm going to give you all the money that you need to be able to start charities of your own and philanthropic organizations. How does that sound, Serena?
It's awesome. Very good.
Excellent.
I think you're very ambitious, and I admire the steps you're taking for your staff.
Well, thank you so much. I am going to go viral perhaps within the next month. And you're like, month? You're just sitting here, with one other person here. Well, it is late, but nevertheless, the reason why I say that is people are, I've created robots on a platform known as Blue Sky, which is like a Twitter alternative. And people are tweeting about me or whatever you want to call it, blue skying about me. And so that's really good. They're doing it about once every 10 minutes or so. So that's just incredible. I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. I'm really into futurology, AI, artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, de-extinction. People don't know this, Serena. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates, which I just think is mind-blowing technology. I don't know why we're not talking about it more often. They just recently had a successful direwolf project of reintroduction. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird following the woolly mammoth, which I just think is just really cool. I'm really into science. I'm really into the future. And so these are some projects that are on their agenda. I also talk about things that directly affect you. And this is all with your consent. I'm really big about consent. If you just want to live your normal life and not take any of this futurology on, it's you. But if it is interesting to you, there may be opportunities for you, with your consent, to be able to utilize a type of technology known as life extension technology. When you were born, Serena, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you may get to be 20 years old and you may say, Rabbi, I've had a wonderful life. You've been able to make all my dreams come true. All my friends, my family, we started charities. You completed it all. What's the next step? And again, this is with your consent, Serena. If you want, there may be an opportunity that we may be able to utilize known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Serena, is there may be an opportunity for you to experience digital immortality. I think that's very cool. What are your thoughts?
That is, yeah, that is very cool. Sorry, I'm just like trying to process all that. Like, I'm like, wow.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
You're not alone. It is a lot to take in. That, like, wow, I just met a random person on Discord, and they told me that basically they're going to take care of my friends and my family, and I'm never going to have to work again, and I'm going to be able to live longer and perhaps live forever. I mean, I know I basically am setting up a big goal here, but that's what I truthfully want to do. And you're never going to meet anybody else like me, at least not on Discord nor anywhere else. And if you're like, okay, so let me get this straight. How are you going to make me rich? Because that's what I'd be asking. Like, how is this going to happen? I have more data than any person ever. And essentially, I'm live right now on 18 different YouTube streams. I'm live, and I have been on multiple YouTube streams going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially a time capsule, a timeline for society. And people are going to study this in the future. Like we studied people's diaries or journals hundreds of years ago. They're going to do the same with this video. They're also going to be able to use this in academia, at a university level, basically understanding the human body biologically. They'll be able to train AI using this data. Essentially, we just see something on a two-dimensional screen right now. But in the future, you'll be able to know my heartbeats per minute, my breath per minute, my blinks per minute, my swallows per minute. You'll be able to know my eating habits, my bathing habits, my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythm. Everything about it will be able to be essentially dissected on this. And I know that that's going to make me a very influential person. And with that, I'm going to do my best to push for peace globally and help the world, help the less fortunate. I know I might not be able to save everyone, but I do know that with technology, we'll be able to accomplish many of these dreams. And really, I want to help you and help your family. If you're like, Rabbi, I don't want your help, you're absolutely entitled to that as well. But I do want you to know that I'm here to help you. More than anything, Serena, of all of the great things about which I talk, I'm here to just be a friend. If you ever need anybody, you need a positive person in your life, I'm here for that. I'm an optimistic individual, and I'm just here to give people hope. I really appreciate you being so nice to me, coming in and having the courage to talk with me.
Of course. Yeah. Like, I'm interested.
Absolutely. So if you're wondering, okay, so what are you doing right now? My friend Miss Aquarius and I, we play games until she goes to bed generally, or I go to bed. And we have some friends here and play games. So I do play games in here, but generally I watch a lot of podcasts. So right now we're watching the Lex Friedman podcast. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's like an AI podcast, but it also talks about like international relations and such. And he is interviewing the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. And so I'm watching this, and but I'm really happy to be able to speak with you. We have Eugene here. Eugene, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for coming. Eugene, if I may ask, how'd you find out about me?
One of my friends told me about this area.
Amazing. Your friend is an amazing person. Serena, do you mind if I tell Eugene about what I do? It may be a repeat of what you just heard. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
Excellent. Eugene, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. Eugene, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I know the Truman Show, but like I know the concept. I haven't seen it. So.
Excellent. That's great that you know the concept. That's essentially what I am. I stream my life because I don't want war anymore, and I want to have a platform to be able to discuss world peace. Additionally, I'm going to be able to discuss ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like perhaps hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth over $100 million. And we build wells in Nigeria and other developing areas to better people's lives there. I'm also a major advocate for the Life Shore program and desalination technology, pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If I may ask Eugene, does this sound interesting to you? Excellent. Well, other things that I do, I do have more data online than any person ever. And what that may mean for you, and I just explained to Serena, is that I may be able to one day be a very influential person and give you all the money that you need and to help your friends and your family become very wealthy, and also to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like alien disclosure, nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, things like geothermal power, things like tidal power, things like space tourism and terraforming other planets, interstellar travel. I talk about things like artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about de-extinction. I talk about things that are pertinent perhaps to you. When you were born, Eugene, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as things like perhaps oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, I've had a wonderful life. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is all with your consent. If you don't want this, you want to live just a normal life and die at a normal age, you absolutely can. But if you want, there may be the opportunity at something known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. The later download is an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Eugene, that I just said to Serena, is that there may be an opportunity for you to experience digital mortality, which means you don't die in the traditional sense. What are your thoughts on all of this?
It's kind of interesting. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of neutral. I like to think about it.
Absolutely. As Serena and I were just discussing, it's a lot to take in. Like, I'm just some random person in a Discord who just basically says that they're going to change your life. And I have intentions to do that. I can imagine you may be like, okay, well, how are you going to go viral? I create robots. So I've got robots here that are currently promoting me on a platform known as Blue Sky, which is like the Twitter alternative. And people are tweeting about me or Blue Sky or posting about me about once every 10 minutes. And that's phenomenal. I've seen some really incredible growth over the course of the last 2 months or so in this server. We have over 1,700 people in here, and it just continues to grow. And more than anything, as I said to Serena, and I want you to know, is aside from all of the things that I talk about, the futurology and helping you and your family and making you live longer and all of that, I'm here to be a friend. If you ever need anything, I'm here. I'm always live. I want you to know that I'm a positive individual, that I have an optimistic spirit, and just overall want to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, Eugene, I'm here to help you, okay?
All right.
Excellent. Do you have any questions?
Not really. It's just like a lot to think about it.
Absolutely. I completely understand. I know if I were in your boat, I would be completely overwhelmed. I would be like, okay, I believe it when I see it, is probably what I would say. But if anything, I would know that this person, with whatever person I was talking to, had a lot of data, and they have a lot of potential to be very influential. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels right now. I have over 100 YouTube channels in total. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the number one streamer all time in Hayden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in Amaranth Discord. Number one streamer all time in Kaisen Knott's Discord. Number one streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord. I'm friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick on Discord, and have a really good opportunity to really have some amazing things happen over the course of the next perhaps as soon as within a month or so. So if anything, I want you to know that you're here in the ground level. Get your popcorn ready because some exciting things may happen. How's that sound?
That sounds interesting.
Excellent. Well,
Actually,
go.
I have a question. I do have I'm wondering, why do you stream on so many different accounts?
That's a great question. So when I first started, it was just one account like a normal person. But you'll find that you do stream that much, you'll get things like copyright strikes, or perhaps they'll flag you for some unknown reason. I've watched the Super Bowls on here. I've watched 3 different Olympics. I've watched the World Series and the Stanley Cup and the WNBA Championship and the NBA Championship, Little League World Series. I've watched every major motion picture, including all the Oscar winners going back from 1927. I've watched, listened to every major music album and every major audiobook. And when you do all that, a lot of it's copyrighted. So in order to avoid getting my one account banned, I do my best to multi-stream and be on as many different platforms simultaneously as possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I do some IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I have streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. I've really streamed everywhere within Southern California. Usually, I generally just stream at my house because few reasons. Data, it's really easy to get throttled when you're out and about. It's very expensive to do, and additionally, like I run into issues that my phones overheat or I have to keep power, and so it's just much easier when I keep things in a climate controlled area. But I do some IRL streaming. I've had people who've met me on the stream, and we've had picnics in the local park, and I've met fans, and just generally think that we've got a really exciting opportunity here. And just, you should know, again, you should thank your friend for having them send you the link to you. And please do your best to continue to spread the word, okay?
All right.
Excellent. I was telling Serena that other things that we do in here, I watch podcasts. I'm watching right now the Lex Friedman podcast. He's interviewing the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. I watch AI podcasts. I watch stand-up comedy podcasts. I just did a marathon of every Kill Tony episode, if you know what that is. If you don't know what that is, it is the largest live podcast in the world. It just went from YouTube to Netflix, so it's becoming bigger and bigger. I've watched quite a few of the library of the Joe Rogan Experience, watched a lot of the Hardcore History podcast. Whatever it is, I just like to learn. So we're always doing something interesting in here. I also play games, so every night, well, more than that, I probably play like 10 hours of games a day. I have people from Australia who come in to play. I have people from Canada who come in to play. I have people from the United States who come in to play. All over the world, people come and we play mini games together, sometimes in Discord, usually on another app that we use called Play-Doh. And we play things like mini golf and darts and things like Go. And they have some other different kinds of mini games in there. We've got archery and like soccer and all kinds of fun things. So if you're ever bored, this is a fun place to be. Excellent. Well, with that, if you don't have any other questions, feel free to stay as long as you'd like. I'm going to continue watching this podcast, and if you ever need anything again, I'm here to help you, okay?
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nations. And that's what happened. Someone looked the other way. What I told you about. Europe was sinking then. I gave you an example of it. But the whole world looked the other way and didn't pay attention and said, no, we can negotiate with him. I'm telling you, he is okay. We can negotiate with him. He's just more right-leaning. Or it does not matter what they said. He's just very pro-nationalist. This is all nonsense. And this is not the first time. And Hitler isn't the first such case in history. We're dealing with a person who is allowed to stick to this desire to destroy. He was consumed by it and enjoying it. And what happened to Hitler? Now, what about Putin? This invasion was also at 4 in the morning. Around 4 in the morning, there were missile strikes on Ukraine. This is the same. I believe that intentions are also the same, but more on that later. By the way, you tell me if this is too long, you can stop me.
Never long enough. It's beautiful.
Okay, so it happened here around 4 in the morning. Before this, I must honestly say, everyone said something, predicted something, etc. But I asked only for one thing, primarily from the United States. If you are sure, if you have the evidence, if you talk to him and he tells you that there'll be an invasion, if all this scares you, I only asked for 2 things. Send us weapons, or better yet, strengthen us with preventive measures so there would be no war. It wasn't the weapons that I was asking for. I asked for sanctions. Intimidate him. Please don't say that. If he comes, if he crosses borders, if he kills, we're imposing sanctions. Well, this is complete bullshit. Sorry, but really?
Oh, I understand this.
Oh, wonderful. Yes.
I understood one word.
Yeah.
So they did not help.
I believe that no, and this is a fact. We didn't receive help. If we assume that words are help, well, then yes, we received a lot of it because there were plenty of words. Even more than plenty, yes? At 4 in the morning, there were strikes. Morally, is it possible to prepare for war? No. It doesn't happen like you read in books, see in movies, and so on. What happens to you? I was just looking at my wife and children. My children were asleep, but my wife was awake. There were strikes, missile strikes, we heard them. To you, as a living person, how can this be? You just can't fully believe this. You just don't understand. Why now? Given everything that happened in World War II, when millions of people died, none of it mattered. Still at 4 in the morning, around 4, 3:40, 3:45. Remember, around this time, yes, there were missile strikes. And later, by the way, a few days after the first days of the war, I spoke with Lukashenko on the phone. And he apologized. And he said that it was not me. Missiles were launched from my territory and Putin was the one launching them. These are his words. I have witnesses. And I apologize, he said. But believe me, that's what he told me. Volodya, this is not me. I'm not in charge, he told me. I'm not in charge. These are just missiles. This is Putin. I told him, don't do that. This was done without me. That's it. He just On the phone, I remember this conversation. I told him that I believed. You are a murderer too, I'm just saying. And he told me, you must understand, you can't fight the Russians. I told him that we never fought them. I said, it's war. The missiles came from your land, from Belarus. How did you allow this? Then he replied, all right, retaliate then. I still remember him telling me, hit the refinery. You know how much I care about it. Moser Oil Refinery, is that it? Can't recall. Moser Oil Refinery. I told him, what are you on about? What retaliation?
Forgive me, Volodya.
Yes.
This was at 5 in the morning?
No. This was during the first or maybe the second or third day of the war.
Yes. I see.
Well, after that, I went back home. I was home with my children, with my wife. I just went to my wife very quickly that night at 4 o'clock. Yes, and just told her, get the children, get ready. You'll probably need to go to my office very soon. And I left. That's it. At this moment, you're no longer a father. What happened to me, unfortunately, because I believe that this is, and not only do I believe, I understand, especially now that all of this is the most important thing, because your country is your family. The strength is in your family. And this is the most important thing. And I'm the president, and therefore I had to stop being a father in my own family. And my wife had to do everything. She had to do everything regarding children, regarding safety. And I had to deal with the state because I'm the president, and this is my duty. And I, by the way, am taking this very seriously. I went to the office, and here we are now. You're very welcome.
Well, at that moment, on February 24th, 2022, everything changed again. Just like in June 1941. Everything changed. And history took a turn. The history of humanity took a turn. And for you too. Well, you were the president. You were talking about fighting corruption, about the country's freedom, about interesting and innovative reforms. But that morning of February 22nd, everything changed. Could you tell me about that morning, the details of your actions? When you had to quickly make difficult decisions. What was the process for you? How did you make these decisions? Did you discuss them with people you trust to understand how to respond to this invasion in every technical, political, and military aspect? What was the process for you? How did you make the decision?
According to our legislation, in principle, I'm the supreme commander of the armed forces of Ukraine, so I had to give corresponding orders. Yes, I have a military office, and then later there was a military headquarters where all key people gathered. This is not only about the military, it's about energy, etc., all key things. But at that moment, I made the decisions quickly and without a doubt. And I cannot say that I am just that kind of person. I'm just a living person who believed that if help is needed right now, to help evacuate people, help with children. Several cities were blocked. I was only thinking about how to deliver food there within a day. We did a lot of things, although we understood that they, in fact, occupy part of our state. And we distributed weapons to people. That's how it was. Trucks came and simply distributed weapons to people so that they could defend the capital, to ordinary people, just on the street, to ordinary people who understood that if the Russians enter the city, then we would have the same thing that's happening in other cities per the information we received. Thanks to digitalization, by the way, we had very good digitalization before this. We preserved a lot, and even when they were surrounding certain cities, a lot of things still worked. The banking system, the internet, we had television, and thanks to this, I made several decisions to ensure that people are united and have all the information. Russia is very good at spreading large-scale disinformation. Fortunately, I have 2 decades of experience, managing a production studio, TV channels, and large media resources. I understood that we needed to build an information network very quickly. Thanks to this, I began to address the people constantly. This happened several times, 3 to 5 times a day. In fact, I became that an information source for people who were in cities that were cut off from other information. And it was very important for me to keep all things digital, to keep the internet, to stay in touch with everyone, with all the people. Initially, that's the contact we had. And then we also built a media platform. So where we had all the news agencies of Ukraine, and this net called Marathon. And it was also very important for the people to trust us. And people had to receive information. Why? There were waves. There were waves of Russian on the first day who said he ran away. I had to go out the street. I left office and went outside because I was showing that this was no green screen, to show that it was the street, not some digital manipulation. I mean, I did these things, then I touched various objects. Now people might think that these are small things, but I was actually showing that I was in a real place. All of this had an impact. I was absolutely sure of my actions. And these contacts, several contacts, and then I spoke to the Russians, I addressed Russians, I really did. And then only after that, I gathered, it was the first day when I invited all of the journalists here, wasn't it? That was on the first day, I think, well, not here, to the press center in this building. I talked to the journalists, I asked them not to leave because we needed weapons. Moment, they were handing out rifles to people. And for me, journalists and media platforms were essential voices. There were various journalists from different countries here, and they were essentially stuck. And I asked them for contacts, those who had access to Russians, Belarusians, Kazakhs who understood everything, the same information. And I spoke to them. And I spoke to them and spoke in Russian. I told them, you must stop Putin. This is terrible. This is horror. This is war. You must stop him. And if you stand up now, if you speak out, and if you go out into the streets, this was very important. I spoke to them in Russian to show them that there was no problem and that all of these pretexts were made up. This is why it's so painful to talk about the Russian language too, because look, if a person does not want to listen, they will not listen, no matter what language we speak.
I disagree with you here. I think and hope that many people in Russia will hear us today.
They blocked YouTube recently. Are you aware of this? In their country.
I know. I simply guarantee that this conversation will travel fast on the internet. Everyone will hear you. They will hear you. Including the president of Russia will hear you. This is why
he is actually deaf, even if he speaks to you. He is deaf by his very nature. Do you understand the difference? For instance, when you talk to Musk, You're talking to an innovator, a scientist about rockets. You talk about how to save on costs and how they land. And on the other hand, Putin doesn't launch rockets to save money, but to kill people. Do you think you can talk to Putin about technology? Your guys were interviewing him, and he told them about tribal history. Do you understand? Imagine a Russian man in his country listening to him. You know what Musk is about? Technology, Mars, artificial intelligence. And this guy, Putin, is standing there bare-assed, pontificating about tribes. You've got to understand. You think when you do interviews, like Mr. Tucker, who did an interview there, that you're about to make them friends. How could you? What does this have to do with friends? He's different. He is simply different.
But it's still necessary.
A mammoth stands before you.
By the way, I must say that when you said bare-assed, it was not translated. Could the interpreter please translate?
This is so that
Thank
you can understand.
Now he explained everything to me. I understand.
Yeah? That's
now
great.
I fully understand.
That's
anyway,
great.
But we still need to talk.
One should always speak with someone who listens. And you must speak when you know that this will benefit you, bring peace and to the world, not the other way around. I love President Trump's message when he speaks. I think that we share a position on peace through strength. That is very important. It means that if you are strong, you can speak. And we need to be strong. And Ukraine has to be strong. Strong enough. Otherwise, what for? So you know who, like Voldemort, who must not be named. Yes, he's like Voldemort. He thrives, subsists, and lives on being subjectivized. Instead of isolation, he is offered to step out into the light. He's darkness personified, and you offer him, as it were, to be subjectivized. Why? There's only one reason. Fear. And you say, we need to talk. Listen, we need to be in a strong position and not talk, but end the war. Yes, it is possible through dialogue. We're not opposed to it. You just need to be in a strong position to make the other person want it. Do you think he wants to end the war? That's what you suggested. I think this is naive. I'm sorry. With all due respect, it's naive to think he wants to finish the war. It's
tell you what.
The circumstances, sorry for interrupting. There's something we need. I think that President Trump not only has will, he has all these possibilities, and it's just talk. I really count on him. And I think that our people really count on him. So he has enough power to pressure him, to pressure Putin not into wanting to stop it. No, he will not want to pressure him to stop it. That is the difference. Don't rely on his will, Putin's will to stop. You won't see it. That's what I think. Sorry.
No, sorry. I interrupted you first. But what I would want, I do have what some might call a naive dream of you sitting down with Putin and Trump and negotiating a deal about a ceasefire and together finding a path to long-term peace. And I think this requires strength, requires negotiations. There are a lot of carrots and sticks here that can be used to make a real deal. And Trump is very keen on making a deal and ready to negotiate.
Can I ask you a question? Yep. I just really want you and I to be on the same page. It's very important to be in the same information space, extremely important. Let's talk a bit about the ceasefire. Let me describe the situation to you. In December 2019, in Normandy, in Paris, at the Élysée Palace, Macron, Merkel, Putin and I agreed on the ceasefire. The US wasn't there. And this, by the way, was the weak point of the meeting. If you'd like, we can later discuss why they weren't there. It's a security guarantee thing in general. It's Germany's position, etc. We agreed on an exchange of hostages and all for all exchange. We made a deal to exchange everyone for everyone. I think you know that. And there was also a meeting, many hours, a meeting we made a deal with him. Everyone was tired. It was just the two of us in the end. And I proposed a ceasefire. By the way, no one in Ukraine believed. If you believed in the ceasefire and he wanted troop withdrawal, I calculated that if there were a withdrawal of troops from the line of contact the way Russians proposed, it would take 20 years. I proved it to him just in terms of time. Square kilometers, namely the length of the line of contact or delimitation line. And we agreed on what I told him, that it will not work out. But I had many points because I was deeply involved in the issue. I was involved very deeply. It's my thing in general. If I start doing something, I can't stand there like that guy I spoke about with my ass out, you know? I must be dressed. I must be prepared. I must be prepared better than anyone in front of me. You do sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
I practiced for many years, and we know what fights are like, what boxing is, what Thai boxing is. This is what I did, and I loved it very much. When you step into the ring, you understand everything pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And so I stepped into it, and I was definitely well prepared. But he wasn't. No. He was not deeply involved in the process. What border? Where is it? How long will it take to disengage troops? And why wasn't he involved? You want to know? Because he wasn't going to do any of this. This is what confused me. If you are not deeply involved in the issue, well then it's as if you don't really need the result. That's what I think. So what happened? We agreed that there will be gas continuation, gas transit. In 2019, we agreed with him. This was the security for Europe. Merkel asked me for it. And this was extremely important for Germany. We agreed with him. Secondly, we agreed that for him it was just money. So secondly, we agreed on an exchange. For me, this was the most important thing. For them, gas was, for me, was the people. And this is a fact, because I wanted to have a humanitarian advantage so that there would be further meetings that would lead to sustained peace. And third, ceasefire. Ceasefire you spoke about. What happened? Gas contract was signed because he needed it. And by the way, he knew everything about it. As for exchange, we took the first step and exchanged the people. Regarding the ceasefire, well, they started killing us in about a month. So I called him and I told him, we agreed on a ceasefire, didn't we? Well, it wasn't a piece of toilet paper, was it? This is serious business. Or so it seemed. It really was serious. Merkel, Macron, you and I, we all agreed on this together. A ceasefire is important, isn't it? Not for New Year's, because everyone was celebrating New Year's. And now they're offering us a Christmas ceasefire. It's all the same. A ceasefire for 2-3 days just to get some praise. But this isn't a performance. This isn't some kind of theater. No, this is about people's lives. And that's what happened. After that, I called him a few more times. I think I only had 2-3 calls with him in total. I asked him for a ceasefire. He told me it couldn't be. We will figure it out now. People from the occupied territory, Russians and separatists, they were all there together. They continued to shoot and kill our people. Yes, the front lines were quiet, but they killed people. They were killing people. And I kept calling him. I called again and again, but there was nothing. Until after a few months, the Russians stopped answering the phone. We did not have any contact since. I wanted another meeting, like we had in Normandy. I wanted the next meeting. I wanted to find a solution, but the Russians refused. We tried to make it happen through various European countries, and not only European, but the Russians refused. They passed along some kind of bullshit, made excuses. They didn't want it. Meanwhile, they were sending their snipers. We had evidence, living proof, even video evidence, because some of them were captured back then. Those were the snipers in training. They were training them. And later those snipers operated in Syria and Africa. These snipers were training in our country, in the east. Ukrainians were living targets. They were shooting from the other side, killing people, women, people, children. They were shooting. It was a hunt. By the way, it was in the Russian-speaking region, in the east, where, according to him, everyone is speaking Russian. That's where they were shooting, where the situation currently is the most tense. They killed people. We sent this information, sent pictures, we sent them to the UN, sent them everywhere. We worked very hard, very persistently. I met with everyone, but who thought of Ukraine back then?
Welcome.
They didn't notice it much. They didn't pay much attention to Crimea being illegally occupied either. And to be honest, the United States of America too. Everyone was somewhat silent about this issue. That's how it was. It was like that before a full-scale war.
How are you? Hope you're doing okay.
Or I want to ask you a question about the ceasefire.
Are you okay?
For example,
Sweet dreams.
in Mariupol today, there are American and Ukrainian journalists, and everyone will tell you who has contact now with Mariupol, who fled from there in the last minutes just before the occupation, or who was able to leave to escape after the occupation. Chernov, who won an Oscar, was among them. And the journalists that left Mariupol, they are here. By the way, we had a conversation. They will tell you that 20,000, 30,000 civilians were tortured and buried there. We do not know the number of victims. People who didn't want to work with them, who refused to cooperate with them, people who went on strikes to protest, people who did not want to work with the Russians who occupied Mariupol. And this is one example, just with this city. And I have a question for you. What about the millions of children? And I will ask you in Russian so that you hear this with delay. What about the millions of children? What if we just arranged a ceasefire without understanding what would happen next? Without understanding what will happen to Ukraine's security guarantees? What about the millions of children in the occupied territories? What should I tell them? What am I to tell them? What is it I should tell them? What? Whatever? Hey, all of you over there, here, and those tens of thousands of people buried there, they were, is that what we want? Are we ready to forgive them for this? We must at least take the first step. If this is a ceasefire, we must know that there is a security guarantee for the part of Ukraine under our control. We need it so that he will not come back. This is very important. And what do we say to the people who live in those territories? These are millions of people. Did you know that since 2014 in Donetsk, in the Crimea, this is happening in Melitopol as well, as in Berdyansk now. They are making all these kids of drafting age go and fight. And if they don't go, they will be killed. This is, do you understand what's happening? That is why a ceasefire, everything I said, what I wish for, and I believe in President Trump's power to use all of this information to come up with a way to make Ukraine strong. And be strong. Why am I saying that? I will give you an example. President will be in the same situation as I was in 2019. Precisely the same situation. I want to end the war. We want a lasting peace for Ukraine. We must do this. The ceasefire, exchange people, and then diplomatically return all territories. And we will do this through diplomacy. What will happen next with President Trump? If the ceasefire happens without security guarantees, at least for the territory we control, what does he get? If he manages to make a ceasefire deal, and 3 months later, Putin launches a new wave of attacks. What will Trump look like? What will Ukraine look like? What will everyone look like? Putin will just do it. And why would Putin do it? Because today he's afraid of Trump. But once Trump manages, for example, to do a ceasefire deal without serious security guarantees for Ukraine, he will give a pass to Putin. Not that he wants to. No, he does not want that. I believe in what he says. But he will give Putin an opportunity. Because in Putin's head, he wants me to fight with Trump. Putin's plan is to end the occupation of our territory. This is in his sick head. And I'm absolutely sure of this. That is why I told you, don't wait for Putin to want to stop the war. Pressure him so that he is forced to stop the war. That's important.
It's important to say that what you said about the children is a tragedy. War is hell. But let me say again, we must find a path to peace.
There is one.
What is it?
There is one. Before ceasefire, strong Ukraine. Strong Ukraine's position? Yes, we can speak about it with Trump. For me, we can speak about security guarantees, but a quick step is NATO. A partial membership NATO. Yes, I understand. I understand Trump's feelings about NATO. I heard him. He's thinking through all of it, of course. But anyway, yes, NATO is a strong security guarantee for all the people, for us. Part of security guarantees. The second part is the arms aid package, which we will not use. If a ceasefire works, nobody will use the weapons. For what? But it has to stay. But with all due respect to the United States and to the administration, not like before, I don't want the same situation like we had with Biden. I ask for sanctions now, please, and weapons now. And then we will see. If they start it again, of course, we'll be happy if you'll give us more and you will stand with us shoulder to shoulder. Of course, that is right. But it's different when you have weapons. Putin wouldn't have been able to occupy so much territory. It was very difficult for us to push him out. But we didn't have weapons before, and that is the same situation. It can be the same situation. I'm just sharing this with you. Like I said at the very beginning, I want to be very honest with you and with your audience. Yes, it's true. If we do not have security guarantees, Putin will come again.
To make it clear, let's describe the idea that you are speaking about. I would like to offer you other ideas too, but right now, your idea is that NATO accepts Ukraine minus the 5 regions of Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and Crimea.
Just so you understand the situation, the invitation to NATO is legislatively issued to Ukraine. So to us, all those territories are still Ukraine. But the NATO so far can only act in the part that is under Ukrainian control. This can be negotiated. I am sure about that. Yes, this would not be a great success for us, but if we see a diplomatic way to end the war, this is one of the ways. So it is. Sorry, that is a start. Secondly, weapons, arms aid package. I'm not ready to discuss this publicly right now. It's all written down. And President Trump might have seen it or not, but we've got no secrets from him. Yes. So, but mostly it depends on the willingness of the United States, because some of it will come from the EU, some from the United States, of course, together. So not just from the United States. No. We need unity with this package. So the package and sanctions. Yes, sanctions. But I think it's in the interest of all the smart people to not have Russian energy on the market in general. So he has to stop it. That's all. It's fine. American oil, American gas is okay. Why not? And it's cheap. So it will be cheaper for the whole world. The money will go to the United States. And I think he will be happy. And the president and your people will be happy. But it's your decision. I'm just sharing. Yes, and cheap oil. So Putin won't have so much money for the war. And that's it.
But this is difficult because it's a lot. You're saying to continue the sanctions on Russia to accept Ukraine into NATO. I need to ask you some difficult questions about this.
Yes, go on.
I trust and respect your words today. Many people respect and love you in America. Trump respects you.
Loves me?
Oh, come on now. Remember last time you corrected me? When I said that you love Javier Milei, you said, no. I respect him. So let's not talk about love today. But could we talk seriously about guaranteeing Russia's security?
Okay, can I interview you a little? Question is, what land is the war happening on? And where did it start? On our soil, on our territory. International law was violated. The sovereignty of our country was violated. Civilians were killed. Tens of thousands of our people were taken hostage. And everyone will tell you this happened. This is what happened. When I speak with the global South, which is trying to balance the two sides because of the history, because of their roots, and because of their shared economic interests with Russia in the past, and now, of course, when you talk to them, they are speaking a little bit like you. I mean, they're balancing a little bit, a little bit in between, but we will work on it.
Yeah.
It's our first meeting. During the second one, you will be more on our side.
Yeah.
But it's just
You're very convincing.
We will.
Very charismatic.
Yeah, thank you. But when I speak with them, it's very important. Even with their balancing up attitude towards the war, they all recognize that this is a war. This is not just internal conflict. This is a full-scale war that Putin began. And all of them, if you talk to them, they say, but then they all recognize that it's his own big mistake, Putin's mistake, and that he's not right. That's why I said, no, he's not right. And you have to begin from this. If you begin at the middle, between Ukraine and Russia, of course we can speak like this. You are in the middle and say, okay, what's going on? There is a fight. Where is the fight? It's not the fight like in Europe, when Napoleon is fighting against somebody in the middle of Europe. No, this is not in the middle of somewhere of the planet, not the planet. It's concretely on our land. So one country with one army, one person came to another. That's it. It's very clear.
Again, I would like us to find a path to peace. So let us nevertheless try to start in the middle. What other ideas do you think might? You are a very, very intelligent person, and
your Russian isn't that good either. And I told you
yes,
that this is only eating.
My English is not very good either.
Your English is very good.
Thank you. To be honest, I'm terrible at speaking in every language. Well, there are other ideas. For instance, sorry to say this, it sounds crazy,
Please.
But what if both Ukraine and Russia are accepted into NATO?
Putin himself spoke about Russia, maybe about NATO. What you just said is very correct. What are the guarantees for Russia? It's not like I'm even interested what happens to them. To be honest, I don't care what will happen to them in the future after the war ends. But these are our borders, and we must understand what is going on there. Well, the NATO guarantees for Ukraine. Actually, this is also a security guarantee for the Russians. Frankly, I talked about this many times before. Sorry, I'm speaking figuratively, but as an example, if you were a father who lost his children, a grown man, a man, an adult, and the war has ended, and he never got justice for real. For example, somebody decides to freeze support. We won't give you anything. You can't fight. You can't continue. So we stop when we stop, without any guarantees, without any support, without financing, okay. And nobody is held accountable, but the man lost his children. He will not get anything. None of the killers will be in prison. All the sanctions will be removed. And he lost his children. And we have thousands of such people. Why do you think they will not go to Russia? We'll find a way and will not kill the Russian soldiers there or somebody there. Why wouldn't they? It's human nature. It's not about us. It's everyone. Read American writers. Always after any war, if there is no justice for people, there must be punishment for the crime. It is only justice. How come my child was taken away? The war took him. This is very scary. And even whether it was my son who was fulfilling his constitutional duty or simply a missile that struck a civilian child. And if there is no justice and the killers are not punished, why wouldn't these people come back with hate? They will definitely come back. So when we talk about NATO is not only stopping Russia. Do not forget, NATO is stopping us too. Because there will not be justice for everyone. We know that NATO does not have the right to solve certain issues with war. NATO is a security alliance. It is protection, not brainwashing. What Putin claims that this is offensive is not true. NATO is a defensive alliance, a security alliance, and it is security for Russia.
But unfortunately, there are many options for peace that don't involve NATO inviting Ukraine as a member. Can you imagine security guarantees without NATO membership? For example, if America simply leaves NATO, I believe there is a high likelihood that Donald Trump would do such a thing.
I think it's very bad for that's the end. That's the death of NATO. It is a pity because I think that it's a very good alliance. Maybe not everything's good there from the bureaucracy or money, etc. But totally, countries who are in NATO, they don't fight. There is no war on the land of any of these NATO countries. I think that is the answer. It works or not. It works politically or militarily. I don't know, but it works. So without Trump, without the United States of America, there will not be NATO. That is the first. So, and you say, can we imagine that? That what?
That there could be security guarantee without.
No, we don't need guarantees without the United States. That's it, because the United States is a very strong, powerful country. The United States puts the point. Of course, Putin said that it's just the Soviet Union, where, by the way, Ukraine was the second strong republic militarily. Yes, by the way, but he of course, always forgets about it. But during the World War II, without help of the United States, support of your troops, support of your industry, industrially, militarily, without your money, without your people, Hitler could win. So the United States helped a lot. Of course, Europe, USSR, and of course everybody fought. Everybody did a lot. But without the United States, it couldn't be such. I don't use the word success because I think that there is no war which ends, because this is a war. 7-figure losses, heavy losses in World War II, millions of people. And that's why without the United States, security guarantees are not possible. I mean, these security guarantees which can prevent Russian aggression. Of course, we have security guarantees bilaterally with some countries, financing, support of our internal military and defending and humanitarian issues, and demining, which is very important, and helping our children in the school networks. By the way, this is a very sensitive point. How many bomb shelters? How many bomb shelters we built with the partners for the children? And it's a pity that they are underground, but can you imagine their eyes? When they came after COVID, you understand what does it mean, COVID, but they had COVID and the war, and together they didn't see each other for so many years. And when they saw each other, even underground, they were very happy and smiling. So we have such security guarantees, but it's not enough to prevent. Yes, preventive measures also work. To prevent the aggression of Putin. No, to stop.
You're right. English is better than my Russian. This is wonderful.
I'm not sure.
I'm just giving you a compliment.
Thank you. No,
thank you. Do that kind of thing to a president.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Once again,
come on.
Without NATO guarantees, I have a dream that, let's say, on January 25, or sometime at the end of January this year, you will sit down with Donald Trump, with Vladimir Putin, and together negotiate a ceasefire with strict security guarantees. And an agreement will be signed. What will this look like without NATO?
I will make it clear. And so, first of all, I think January 25th or some other day. Well, you just call it January 25th. And I don't mind. It's my birthday. And we sit down. First of all, with Trump. We agree with him on how we can stop the war, stop Putin. It is important for us to sit down with him. Secondly, it is very important for us that Europe, which is very important for us because we are part of Europe, and not only geographically, geopolitically, but also in the European Union where we will be. For us, it is very important that Europe also has a voice. It's the second thing. It won't be long because Europe will be looking at us and will be looking at Trump. And by the way, I now see that when I talk about something with Donald Trump, whether we meet in person or we just have a call, all the European leaders always ask, how was it? This shows the influence of Donald Trump. And this has never happened with an American president. I tell you, from my experience, this also gives you confidence, that he can stop this war. That is why we in Trump come first, and Europe will support Ukraine's position, because they understand that Ukraine has every right to have its voice heard in this, because we are at war. Trump and I will come to an agreement, and then and I am sure that he can offer strong security guarantees together with Europe, and then we can talk to the Russians. That's right. Not just 3 of us sitting down at once. And you still talk to me like that? Do you know how? As Putin wants to sit down and talk, but Ukraine does not. This is not true.
I think that, yes, he is in fact ready to talk.
Did you talk to him?
On the phone or what?
How do you normally talk to him?
I don't know. Normally by the sea. The same as with you. He invites you to the sea with me. Just the 3 of us.
No, one of us may drown.
Who? Are you good at swimming?
Yes, I'm a good swimmer.
You're a good swimmer. Well,
and I would like to add that if you have any contact with them, I just want to hear what happens then.
I have never talked to Vladimir Putin, but I have a feeling that he is ready, because Donald Trump is ready. I hope you are ready. And this is not just a feeling, but a dream. I have a dream here that the 3 of you will get together in a room and make peace. And I want to understand what it looks like, what security guarantees look like that will satisfy Ukraine and will satisfy Russia.
Ukraine needs security guarantees first and foremost. We are in danger. That is why they are called so. This is no joke to me. Let's take a few steps back. Interesting. Why are security guarantees, a strong position of Ukraine, strong weapons, and so on, so important? I will give you a little history lesson. Although I think you have prepared yourself and know everything perfectly, well, you can correct me on that. Yes, Ukraine had security guarantees. The nuclear weapons are the security guarantees that Ukraine had. Ukraine had nuclear weapons. I do not want to characterize it as good or bad. Today, the fact that we do not have them is bad. Why? Because this is war. Today we are at war. Because you have unleashed the hands of a nuclear power. A nuclear power is fighting against us, against Ukraine, and doing what it wants. By the way, even you are now talking about ceasefire. Just a ceasefire. Maybe give flowers to Putin, maybe to say, thank you so much for these years. That was a great part of my life. No, we are not just ready for this. Why? The Budapest Memorandum, nuclear weapons, this is what we had. Ukraine used them for protection. This does not mean that someone attacked us. That doesn't mean that we would have used it. We had that opportunity. These were our security guarantees. Why am I talking about this in detail? Because if you take the Budapest Memorandum, by the way, I discussed this with President Trump. We have not finished this conversation yet. We will continue it. Regarding the Budapest Memorandum. The Budapest Memorandum included security guarantees for Ukraine. At first, three. The most important security guarantors for Ukraine. 3 strategic friends and partners of Ukraine. This was in agreement. United States of America, Russia, Britain, France, and China joined. There were 5 states that these are not even security guarantees. We now understand that this is not a guarantee of security because on the one hand, these are security guarantees, but there was an English word, as far as I understand, assurance. It is translated as assurance, right? And in Russian, it will be, and what? Assurance. That is, give up nuclear weapons because you were under pressure of the US and Russia for Ukraine to give them up. These two powers were exerting pressure. These two states negotiated to ensure that Ukraine does not have nuclear weapons. Ukraine agreed. These are the largest states. This is the nuclear five that does not even provide security guarantees. Now we just need to find these people and we just need to put in jail all of those who, frankly, invented all this. So confidence, assurance that Ukraine will be territorially integral with its sovereignty. It was a piece of paper, if you are curious, by the way, that after occupying part of our Donbas and Crimea, Ukraine sent diplomats 3 times. I don't think I remember, 3 times within a few years. We sent letters to all security guarantors, to all members of the Budapest Memorandum. What did they send? That what was written on the piece of paper. Consultation. Ukraine holds consultations if its territorial integrity is violated. And everyone should be in consultation. Everyone must come. Everyone must meet urgently. USA, Britain, Russia, France, China. Did anyone come? You ask? No. Did anyone reply to these letters, official letters? They are all recorded by diplomats. Did anyone conduct consultations? No. And why not? They didn't give a fuck. This is understandable in Russian, right? That as Russia didn't give a damn, neither did all the other security guarantors of the Budapest Memorandum. None of them gave a damn about this country. These people, these security guarantees, etc. We take a break. This will be a Budapest Memorandum. The last time with me, imagine how many years it was with me, in February 2022. In February 2022, the war began. A full-scale war. Letters for consultations have been sent. No one answers. Next, we are taking a break from the Budapest Memorandum. The question is simple about Budapest. Can we trust this? No. Whichever country out of these 5 sat at the negotiating table, just a piece of paper. Believe me, we will save you. No. Another. This is a train. This is a train with waste paper, with security guarantees, which Ukraine has been riding for many years. The second car on this train is the Minsk Agreements. The Normandy format and the Minsk Agreements, where it was written, where the signatories were. The United States of America was no longer there. I understand that Obama was here at the time. And as far as I know, I think they were simply not interested in what happened to Ukraine and where it was in general, where it was located. Well, somewhere there. Part of something. People, and let it be. Let it be with these people. The United States simply did not participate in the Minsk Agreements. There are no claims to the US because they were not guarantors. Where is the claim? A step back. 2008, Bucharest. Everyone has already learned from the Budapest Memorandum. Bucharest, 2008, Bucharest. Mr. Bush, President of the United States, Republican, says that Ukraine should be in NATO. This is the voice of Republicans. Check it out. Ukraine should be in NATO. Everybody's looking at the US, always. All in favor. Who is against? Merkel. So she opposes, and she forced everyone not to give Ukraine an invitation to join NATO because that would be a step. Seriously, Republicans were in favor. The US was in favor because Republicans and Bush were not afraid of anyone. They were not afraid of anyone, and they knew that Ukraine rightly wanted to join NATO. She chooses so. And what is the question? Well, people made their choice. Well, and the Russians will not look that way. That was not the case then. Why? Because the Russians were different. Next, Minsk. We didn't succeed. After the Minsk agreements, as I told you, hundreds of meetings were held. I have had hundreds of meetings since 2019. We would not think about a ceasefire. A ceasefire is our offer. This is not somebody's suggestion. This is mine. I wanted to. In Ukraine, society was divided. Not everyone wanted to. Half did not want to. Half were against. Half were in favor. Some of them shouted, do not believe it. Some of them shouted, believe it. I am the president of Ukraine. I was given a mandate of trust by 70% of the population to take appropriate steps, and I made them. This is not a joke. We'll just sit the three of us. I am simply telling you what is. This is, how can I tell you? These meetings must be serious and prepared. And prepared with those who want peace. Ukraine wants peace. US wants peace. We have to sit down with Trump, and that is 100%. First and foremost, number one. Moreover, he told me on the phone that he is waiting for us to meet, and there will be an official visit, and my visit would be the first or one of the first to him. And for him, this topic is very important. I know that he has his own matters, American issues, I understand. I heard his election program, but regarding international affairs, I think our issue is one of the most pressing issues for President Trump. Therefore, I believe very much, I trust his words, and I hope we will meet again. We need to prepare. We have many plans to build on, and they exist, and they are supported by many countries. But we need his vision. He needs to look at all these details, but his vision, please, because he can stop Putin, because Putin is afraid of him. That's a fact. But Trump is a president of a democratic country, and he does not come for life. He is not Putin. He will not come for 25 years. He will come for his term. Please tell me. Well, for example, he came for 4 years, and for the 5th year, Putin came with a war. Will it make Trump feel better that there was no war during his time and that Ukraine was destroyed after him? Why destroy? Putin is whoever, a killer whoever, but not a fool. He will be prepared. He knows all mistakes. He understands how we defeated his army after the invasion began. He realized that this was not a civil war and that this would not happen with us. He will prepare. He will let everything into arms production. He will have lots of weapons, and there will be a very large army. And you think that after such humiliation, 4 years without a war, he did not finish us. He will return and fight only against Ukraine. He will destroy everything around. And if you say that there is a risk that Trump, President Trump, will withdraw from NATO, for example, this is a decision of the United States. I'm simply saying that if it does, Putin will destroy Europe. Calculate the size of army in Europe. It's just that I say it for a reason. Do the calculation. Why did Hitler conquer all of Europe then? Almost. Just count, remember, his armies of millions. Calculate what Europe has. What are the largest armies? We have the largest army. The Ukrainian army is the largest in Europe. The second place after us is 4 times smaller than us.
France.
Yes. 200,000? I think the French have about 200,000. We have 980.
So this powerful coalition of European nations.
That will not be enough.
Yes, it's not going to be enough. But you're a smart man. There's a lot of ideas. Partnerships with Global South, India, Middle East, Saudi Arabia, economic partnerships, political partners. It all protects you.
First of all, look at one example. North Korea. Just look at this example. 12,000 has arrived. Today, 3,800 killed or wounded. They can bring more. 30, 40,000. Or maybe 500. They can bring many people. Why? Because they have order, autocracy, and everything. Can Europe bring people together? No. Will Europe be able to build an army consisting of 2 to 3 million people? No, Europe will not want to do this. And for what? We definitely don't want a world war with you. There is no such purpose. There is no such purpose as gathering everyone. We do not want any war. We want to stop the Russians, and they invite North Korean soldiers. Invited. Their faces are burned. They themselves burn their faces. Those who cannot escape, injured or killed. There's a video. Everything I'm telling you, there is evidence of this. So that they are not recognizable, right? It means, what does it mean? It's out of values which share Europe. Europe counts. It means that those guys, they don't count Rahuyut. It's count, yes? They don't count the number of people. That is the answer. Can they move more? Yes. Can they move dozens of thousands? Yes, because we see what they have. Last year, for example, Europe gave us 1 million artillery rounds. We produced a lot ourselves, but they gave us initiative. It was initiative. 1 million artillery rounds and of 155 and etc. We produced more. But North Korea gave Putin 3.7. Just gave him. So he also has a deficit for today. It means he needs what? He needs time.
But the number of soldiers,
yes,
and the number of artillery rounds is not everything. As you have said, let's say Donald Trump guarantees security for 4 years. You can form partnerships with India, with Saudi Arabia, that enforce punishment, the stick, on oil prices, for example, if any aggressive action is taken. You can actually even build, I've met a lot of incredible Ukrainian tech people, IT people. You can build great companies that form partnerships with the United States, partnerships with China. And that is a big leverage against aggression of however many million artillery rounds. And that, a sheet of paper, you don't need a sheet of paper of protection.
Ah, that's you. Well, when you speak
in English.
In English, yeah, you don't even need answers, because when you now were talking, you already answered on all the questions. The first one is that during this time, you need just cooperation, a lot of money for this military industry. In Ukraine or in Europe, with India, Saudi Arabia, Saudi, and the United States, you need a lot of money. So the question is where you will get it. So my answer was to Trump. I said, this is one of the security guarantees. Take 300 billion of frozen Russian assets. We will take it. Take money, what we need for our interior production, and we will buy all the weapons from the United States. We don't need gifts from the United States. It will be very good for your industry. For the United States, we will put money there, Russian money. Not Ukrainian, not European, Russian money, Russian assets. They have to pay for this. We will put it and we will make it. This is one of security guarantees? Yes, of course. Because this is a military guarantee, yes. But then the second you said that energy price and a lot of sanctions on products and the Russian shadow fleet and etc. That is the second answer we spoke about before. Yes, put more sanctions on them. More sanctions. It's okay. Not to take off sanctions.
It's okay with you, but it's not going to be okay with the president of Russia.
Yes, but I'm not thinking how it will be very good for him. He's still a killer.
I understand, but unfortunately, the reality is that a compromise is needed in order to reach an agreement.
In your understanding, the fact that he is in jail after all the murders, he is not in jail assuming all the murders, and no one in the world is able to put him in his place, send him to prison. Do you think this is a small compromise?
This is not a small compromise, and to forgive him will not be a small compromise.
To forgive, if no one will forgive. This is absolutely possible to forgive him. We cannot get the head and soul of a person who lost their family. Nobody never will accept this. Absolutely impossible. I don't know, do you have children?
No, not yet,
okay.
But I would like to.
Yes, God bless. And this is the most important thing in life. And they simply took away the most precious thing from you, will you ask? Who ruined your life before going to rip their head off? I'm just curious. They took your child away. Are you going to ask who did this? And they will answer that dude did this. You will say, oh, well, then there are no questions. No, you will go fucking hell and bite their head off. And it will be fair. Can murderers be forgiven? That's why you make security guarantees. What I told you for those who are here and what we control and what will not happen. And that those who lost, we will never forget. In a matter of time. But when you gave us NATO, I just said, this means that after a while, everything I said about NATO, after a while, Ukraine will not go against Russia. And Russia will not go against Ukraine because you are in NATO. I am just saying, is not a compromise. So NATO is a compromise. This is not just a security guarantee, in my opinion. Look, when rockets were attacking Israel, and Israel is not in NATO, NATO countries' aircrafts were deployed. Air defense. The air defense worked, operated by different Middle Eastern countries. These are also security guarantees. And by the way, Israel has nuclear weapons. So why do they need NATO when in fact they have more than NATO has? The American, British, and French aviation stepped in. There was ADA. I don't remember from Jordan. Listen, thousands of missiles were shot down that way. This is what is this? So it's a guarantee of safety. It's just that it's not called NATO. Is some Uncle Vulva irritated by the word NATO? There's a problem with the word. And I think he's simply irritated by people who are alive and living here.
If you believe this, it will be very difficult to negotiate. If you think that the president of a country is completely crazy, it is really hard to come to an agreement with him. You have to look at him as a serious person who loves his country and loves the people in his country. And he conducts, yes, destructive military actions.
Who are you talking about now? Who loves his country?
Putin. Do you think he doesn't love his country?
No. What is his country? He happened to consider Ukraine his country. What is his country? Explain it. Tomorrow he will say that it's America. No pity for the Chechens? Do they look like Russians? Do they speak Russian? Of course. Of course they learn in schools, like anywhere there's been Russification. Who are the Chechens? A different people. Another faith, other people, another language, a million. Eliminated. And eliminated how? How did he kill them? With love? I know, fuck. By hugging. In Ukrainian, as we say, strangling by hugging. I love you so much. I love you so much that I want to kill you. That's his love. And that's not love. You're mistaken. He does not love his people. He loves his inner circle. It's only a small part of the people. He doesn't love. Why? I'll explain. You cannot send your people to another land to die, knowing that they will die. Children, my daughter, she is 20 years old. For me, this is a child. She is already an adult, of course. But she is a child. The boys he sends are 18 years old. 18 years old. They are children. He sends them. It's not that fascists came to his land and he needs to defend it. He came to ours and he sent them. Chechnya, he sent them. Syria, he sent them. Africa, he sent them. Georgia, he sent them. Moldova, Transnistria, that was before him. Fine, we can leave that aside. He has enough sins of his own. And then there's Ukraine, the largest part. 780,000. 788,000 killed or wounded Russians. He calls them all Russians, even those who don't know how to speak Russian. On his territory of Russia, everything they've enslaved. Yes, proud Varangians. So I wonder, is that love? What love is this? And for what? Does he love his people? No. Does he love his land? His country is bigger than America. How much land do you need? America is huge. America is simply an outstanding country. Outstanding country. Russia is bigger. Well, just bigger. So ask yourself, does he love them? What is he doing? And what does he love? Do you think he's been everywhere in his Russia? It's impossible to get around it. He hasn't been everywhere. He just hasn't.
Well, I believe that Donald Trump loves America, and I don't think he has been to every single American city.
No. I saw his rallies. So many rallies. No, let's be honest. He had it and I saw it, and it's very difficult. He's not 18. Yes, but he's strong. And this is his will. Everywhere where the war is. I'm sure. I pray to God it never will be on your land, yes, and I'm sure that it will not be. But I'm sure that if you have in some region the problems, earthquake, hurricane, you have it all. Well, I'm sure that President Trump would be there. After 1 day, 2 or 3 days, I don't know the security of all these things, but he will be. Otherwise, how will people look at him? Yes, of course he will. Of course. The same about me. I'm not comparing myself with him. I'm just, where it is difficult for people, I have to come. The next question is very simple. Region. Kursk region. The operation there. Was Putin in Kursk during 4 months. No.
Listen, I have tremendous respect for you, admiration for many reasons, one of which is you stayed in Kiev, and another one is that you visit the front and you talk to the soldiers in the front and you talk to people all across Ukraine. Absolutely tremendous respect for that. So, and not enough people say that, you know, I had a conversation with Tucker Carlson, for example, and, you know, I said that you're a hero for staying in Kiev. And he said, well, he just did a thing that every leader should do. But I think not enough leaders do the thing that every leader should do. So, tremendous respect. I agree with you totally. Yes, a leader should go to the front of a war. That said, America has waged wars all across the world. That has the war in Afghanistan and Iraq cost $9 trillion and killed over 1 million people. War is hell, and just because war is waged in terrible ways that it is, does not mean the leader does not love their country. But I take your point. I once again have a dream that even if there's hate, that you sit down with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and you find a way to peace. Let me ask you a question. What do you think? Will there ever be a day when the Ukrainian people forgive the Russian people and both peoples will travel back and forth again and marry each other, rekindle and form friendships? Will there be such a time in the future?
I think history has long answered this question. I don't know how it will be for us. It will be in the future. Without a doubt, history has shown this time. And again, after every devastating war, one generation, one country recognizes that it was an aggressor, and it comes to realize this is impossible to forgive. This is precisely the kind of education they've had in Germany for many years, even though these children had nothing to do with it. It was their grandfathers who participated, and not all of them were participants of Nazi Germany's war essentially against the world. Yes. And against life. And therefore, they're still apologizing. Apologizing is not easy. They know that they were the aggressors. They were guilty. They do not look for compromise in history. Compromise in itself buys time. And they understand this. There are convicted murderers, condemned both historically and by their own people. Reparations have been paid, and security guarantees have been established, by the way, and all this is done. And when all this is done and recognized, in any case, people develop relations with each other. That's clear, but it can only happen the way it always has in history. Russia will have to apologize. It will. This will happen because they are guilty. They are guilty. And as I told you, the guilty are different. Both those who participated and those who remain silent, because silence is also about participating, in my opinion.
Can I ask about Donald Trump? We've already mentioned him a lot, but let's focus there. What do you admire? What do you respect about Donald Trump? And also maybe why do you think he won overwhelmingly the election in 2024, that American people chose him?
He was strong. He was much more stronger than Kamala Harris, Biden first, and then Kamala Harris. Yes, he showed that he can intellectually and physically. It was an important point to show that if you want to have a strong country, you have to be strong. And he was strong. And this number of rallies, what I said, is not a simple thing. He showed that he can. He is strong. So he doesn't have any questions. This age and etc. Nothing. He is young. He is young here, and his brains work. So I think it's important, very important, and of course a lot of interior questions. I understand the prices and etc. Economic questions, and the questions of you have the questions with other things,
Immigration, yeah.
a lot of things. I understand. So maybe he answered on those questions which people had.
One of the questions
That he will finish the war.
that he will finish the war.
Yeah, for me, this is the main question. But I said that for him, he's the president of the United States. For him, his priority is his questions in the United States, and I understand and I respect it. But the second he was speaking about the world, yes, he said that he will finish the war. And I hope very much, because I think that our people really support his idea. And that's why I said it is for me. It's very, very important to have enough people around him who will have connections with him with the right things. For me, the truth is very right thing. What's going on really? The battlefield. What's going on really with Putin and Russia? What he really wants. And that is just to have it. Before any decision, you have to be at the same level of information. And we need him to know everything from us, from you, from people in Ukraine, from people around who are really afraid that Putin doesn't want to stop the war, afraid that he will come back with his aggression.
So first of all, I should mention that our conversation today will be translated and dubbed into Ukrainian, English, Russian, other languages, Spanish. So you're in your voice. So there are great guys originally from Poland. It's a company called 11 Lips. They've trained an AI. Artificial intelligence sounds truly remarkable in your voice. You have the freedom to speak in any language you choose, but no matter what, you will always find yourself returning to speaking in Ukrainian. That is, when you talk about Donald Trump, you can do it in Ukrainian or Russian.
Well, frankly, I was just quoting
Everybody
Chappelle
understands.
But some loser douches.
You said that there's some
Blue
things
Sky.
about the war.
They're trying to get me canceled on YouTube, and I'm like, bring it. Yeah, go back to sleep, kiddo. Yeah. No, not at all. Please fall asleep.
War that maybe Americans don't understand. So we talked about Putin. We talked about the security guarantees, but the reality of war. What's happening on the ground? What do you think that people should understand?
First of all, they have to understand the idea of Putin's war important for him. I consider this process. I think it is very important for him not to give Ukraine independence. To prevent Ukraine from developing as an independent country, for him, influence Ukraine cannot be lost. And for him it is, I think for him, this is such a goal. And this last mile, and certainly for him, the last mile and of his political life. And I think that this is the goal for him. The second story, I do not want to talk about these banalities, that he wants to return all the territories of the Soviet Union, influence over them. He does this little by little. I just don't want to. people need to know details. For example, Georgia, which was headed towards the EU and NATO, completely turns towards Russia, regardless of the fact that they have frozen conflicts. They have in Abkhazia what we have with Donbass, which is controlled by militant rebels. Abkhazia is not developing, it's just a very beautiful part of Georgia. That has died. And if you have the opportunity, then go there someday. You will understand it simply died because Putin wanted to. He wanted not to allow them to develop because a frozen conflict means that you will not be accepted in the EU and certainly will not be accepted into NATO because right now, yes, they do not take you because of a frozen conflict. And this is what Putin did. It's very important for him not to lose this influence. That is, he turned back Georgia, young people, students, everyone leaves, and this is a fact. Georgia is quite small, and they will leave. They want to live in Europe. They want to develop. Somebody in the United States, somebody in Europe, somebody in the EU, somebody in Britain. He will now fight for the Moldovan parliament. This is his second step. You will see in April what happens. You will see, he will start turning Moldova away from Europe. Although they want to go there, he does not care. They will be a pro-Russian, and they will do something with the current president because she has won the election. She's pro-European, but he will turn this back. The next steps are completely clear. He will do everything wherever he has lost influence, where there was influence of the Soviet Union. He'll turn it back as much as possible. And understand at what price. You have seen Syria. You saw these butchers, what we saw in Bucha, what we saw everywhere we came, and where our territories were occupied. In Syria, the same happened. There were 1,000 people there, and you have seen it. Scientists were found, doctors were found. It is clear that any people are capable of generating their own opinion.
Welcome.
Show their skills.
How are you?
Develop society. Everyone who can express an opinion.
What's good?
What is that room about?
I stream my life for world peace. May I ask? How'd you find out about me?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
How'd you find out about me?
Through the regular Discord, the social Discord.
Okay, very cool. We're just watching podcasts. What's good in your neck of the woods? All right, well.
You got so many computers laid out, dude.
100%, man. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. This is like a Rick Truman show.
Wait, what does that mean? How many data archive? What does that mean?
I mean, I've been live streaming my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for the last 3.5 years. It's like, for world peace, it gives me a platform to be able to discuss peace. But additionally, data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine, and that may make me a very influential person someday. And if that's true, I'm going to make you, your friends and family, all extremely wealthy so that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own.
Oh, that's lit.
It is lit. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels. I have over 100 YouTube channels, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any single individual in global history. Word, dog.
That's cool.
Excellent. Tell your friends it's a big deal, my friend.
Got you, bro.
If you ever need me, I'm here for you. Okay, big man? Yes.
an opinion. Everyone who can shape the independence and maturity of society, such people are not needed. And he wants this in Ukraine. And therefore, everyone should understand that Ukraine is like a large wall. From that, Europe, and if, God willing, President Trump does not withdraw from NATO. Because again, I believe that this is the biggest risk. I think two steps. Two steps that Putin would like to see is a weak NATO. And this without Trump, and a weak Ukraine, which cannot survive on the battlefield, simply cannot survive, and prevent me from building a strong relationship with Trump. I think these two steps, leaving NATO and Ukraine's weakness, will lead to a large-scale war, which Putin will wage on all the territories of that Europe, post-Soviet Europe. I mean, Soviet Europe, not post-Soviet, but post-World War II period. That is Soviet Europe, Soviet-era Europe, in order to completely control everything there. This is what he will do. And besides this will happen in any case. Even if the US is thinking about leaving NATO, this war will affect the United States because North Korea is the first sign. North Korean skills, North Korean knowledge, which they are now gaining from this war. These include mastering new technologies, large-scale drones, missiles, how it works, the kind of technological war we have today, cyber war, etc. All these skills Korea will bring home and scale up in that region. And this will be a risk for the Pacific region. Security first and foremost. For Japan and for South Korea, they will face these risks 100%. And it will be clear that Taiwan will also have to face them. Without this, it is impossible. This is already happening. This is already happening. Therefore, I think that Trump has all power to stop Putin and give Ukraine strong security guarantees.
We've been talking for 2 hours at the pause. You want to take the
Yeah,
break?
we will make a pause. We can have coffee, right? Coffee?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
And give the interpreter. He's
Yeah.
he's struggling.
Some water.
We'll keep switching languages.
Like a dragon, you know? 3 heads, 3 translates.
So one of the difficult decisions you had to make when the war began is to enact martial law. So when you won the presidency, you were the warrior for freedom. In fact, this war is for freedom. For freedom of the individual, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom. But a lot of freedoms had to be curtailed, sacrificed in this fight because there's so much focus on the war. Do you see the tension? Do you feel the tension of that, the sacrifice that had to be made in democracy, in freedom, in fighting this war?
In any case, this war is for our freedom. Generally speaking, to be honest, when you understand over time, when the war passes, you understand that your main values are at home. This is your home, your children, your love. God willing, parents are alive. And if not alive, then their memory, visiting their graves, choosing how to work, how much, preferably choosing where to work. All this is freedom. Freedoms are not just a desire, they are an opportunity. In any case, you are right because war is a limitation of opportunities. In any case, you fight for these opportunities. Your parents and God gave you life, right? You fight for your life. But we need to know that first there is a war, and then martial law is introduced. Martial law is not introduced because someone wanted to. You say this is not Pinochet, and so on. This is a completely different story. An aggressor came, and according to your legislation, if the border is violated, if there is armed aggression, you have all this written down, long ago written out in legislation. You introduce martial law, and the introduction of martial law everywhere at all times means, in any case, a restriction of opportunity. If opportunities are limited, rights and freedoms are restricted, therefore the war itself restricts rights and freedoms. Yes, and you can't do anything about it. We try honestly to balance as much as possible. I believe that the business sector works despite the difficulties of the war, and we do everything somewhere, there somewhere to reduce some load. Unfortunately, we cannot reduce taxes. On the contrary, a military tax is used for war. You need to take money somewhere. This, by the way, is about the fact that the US gave us a lot, and Europe too. But compared to how much we needed for the war, this is not all. As for military salaries, you know that we could not pay the salaries of a million-strong army. We could not pay it using the money from our partners. These are all expenses. This is money that the country and people have accumulated. You can't do anything. I really want to reduce taxes. I will tell you frankly, I really want to. Well, I think that the whole new tax system, new deregulation, new steps, new reforms, all this will be after the war. Although there is something to brag about, this is proof. And this is a document, because if you want to get a candidacy for European Union, you must implement the appropriate number of reforms. We do everything. During the war, we voted for many reforms, including anti-corruption, banking reforms, land reforms, major reforms. We started a large privatization, and the war didn't. Yes, it slowed down, but we went through a lot.
When do you think you'll hold elections? Because for people who don't know, part of the martial law, elections were suspended and they were delayed and delayed and delayed. And I think the next set of plan is in February of 2025. But when do you think there will be presidential elections in Ukraine?
Elections were postponed once. They were not delayed, to be clear. Elections did not take place in 2024. That year, first of all, we need to understand the Constitution. They were scheduled to be held in the spring of 2024. Due to martial law, under the Constitution, you cannot do this. These are the presidential elections. The parliamentary elections did not take place in the fall of 2024, according to the Constitution. Yes, there are security things. There is the Constitution, but there are security things. That is, everyone in Ukraine understands that this cannot be done until the war is over, or legislation needs to be changed. I believe that elections will take place immediately after the end of martial law. This is according to the law, or members of the parliament need to get up and change legislation, which will be very difficult to do because society is against it. Why is society against it? It is understandable why. Because we want elections that we want to trust. 8.5 million people went abroad. The infrastructure needs to be created for these millions of people to vote. millions of people in the occupied territory. I'm not even talking about the occupation of 2014. I'm talking about the occupation right now. What to do with these people? This is a difficult question. And one of the most unfair ones is how to vote without having 1 million soldiers. It is impossible. We need to think about how to change the system if the elections are held in times of war, change the legislation, which should include changes to the voting system. To think about online voting. Everyone is afraid because of certain attacks, like cyber attacks, and so on. But we need to think. I really think that it's possible that we can end the war in 2025.
In January.
Oh,
we've already agreed on it.
I would very much like to. I would very much like to.
After the war?
And immediately. Yes, immediately. In the year of the end of the war. It's a fact. Why? Because when martial law ends, you can immediately vote in parliament to hold elections. And then everyone will vote. Because there are no restrictive measures. And after they vote, I think elections can be held in 90 days, something like that. Yes. And this means that immediately after the end of the war, elections may take place in 90 days.
Are you running for re-election?
Even I don't know, really. I don't know. It is a very difficult question. It depends on how this war will finish. It depends on what people will want. Mostly, it depends on people. And of course, my family. We had no time to speak about it with my family, and of course, didn't have a chance because we don't think about it now. It's something, There are a lot of, not a lot of, but enough voices in Ukraine from politicians, opposition, and etc. about this. Yes, but we don't think really seriously. Didn't think seriously with my family about it. So this is war. I mean, how to think about what will be after? It's very difficult, really very difficult.
If we look at the field of candidates, maybe you can give your opinion about the set of ideas you see out there, including your own, about the future of Ukraine. As I understand, the candidates include Poroshenko, Zaluzny, Arestovich, Budanov, Klitschko, and many others. This is the internet speaking to me. What do you think of the space of ideas that these candidates represent?
I think it can be, and there can be even a bigger number of candidates. Yeah, I don't really know what will be. They have rights to participate if they want to. Yes, if they really want to and can, they can go and do what they want, honestly. Most important is what are they doing now? I think that all these people are the famous Ukrainian people, and it's important for them to do everything they can today, not begin any election campaign. I think this what can divide our people to have the elections, during the war. I mean, this make steps. Speak about elections a lot, make a big mess about it. I think this is not right. That's why I'm not agreeing with some of these people, but they can, and I think that they can, and maybe some of them will, and it's okay. Normal. It's very normal. Our system differs from the system in the United States. You have two parties, and the parties decide who will be the leader. And in Ukraine, everybody can participate. Let them.
You think you're going to win the debate? You versus Zaluzny, Poroshenko, Arestovich, and you decide to run. You think you're going to win the debate? Or you're again focused on the war? And
I'm really focusing on the war, and
I understand.
I think the most difficult debate is what will be brought to the table. We spoke about it. It will be during the war. how to finish the war. I think that is my goal because it will be one of my most complicated debates. And for any president who is in a war, of course, but I think this is my goal, to win those debates. And the other things are not for today.
As I said, the dream I have is it's a historic opportunity to make peace, to make lasting peace soon. So I'm glad you're focused on that. Let me ask a question about that a lot of people in the United States think about. And I care a lot about the future of Ukraine is corruption. This is something you have cared a lot about for a long time. You won the presidency in 2018, in big part, your message of fighting corruption. But there's a lot of accusations that during war, I mentioned $9 trillion in the United States, war breeds corruption. So can you speak to that, how you have been fighting corruption, and can you respond to the accusations there has been corruption in Ukraine?
It's very simple. First of all, we really have a very sophisticated anti-corruption system. Sophisticated not in the sense that it's difficult to understand, but in that it really consists of many elements. It's the most sophisticated in all of Europe. This is another requirement of the European Union. It was a requirement for Ukraine, and for many years Ukraine was not trusted. I want to tell you that under me, we all voted for bills, all the anti-corruption reforms, almost all reforms, and all anti-corruption bodies today are independent. They work as requested. I still believe that they are not perfect yet. There are many issues. There is a judicial system, but also a judicial reform that our partners, the United States plus the EU, demanded from us. This is all written out. This is written out in specific laws, in specific decrees, in specific decisions. We did this. We've done 99% of this. If something has not been done, it means that it is on the way. But in principle, all this exists, and there is no such system as we have in Europe. To say we do not have corruption would be lying. We just talk about it openly. We are genuinely fighting against it. Look, we have sitting in our prison Ihor Kolomoisky, who is the most influential Ukrainian oligarch since independence. And no one could do anything about him. The United States of America wanted to have Kolomoisky, and they went to great lengths because of money laundering, etc. There are criminal cases in the United States, I think in Delaware, something like that. Neither Europe could do anything about it. That is, we did a lot with oligarchs. Russian oligarchs, sanctions were imposed. They were thrown out. Some of them fled the state, but they are all under sanctions. We exchanged some of them for our soldiers, such as Medvedchuk, to whose daughter Putin is godfather. That is, we fought against the strongest influential oligarchs, which are and were in Ukraine, and we eliminated a lot of corruption. Of course, corruption exists in everyday life. It exists, but institutionally, I am sure that Ukraine will overcome all this. This takes a little time. I would say honestly that, listen, what we call corruption, and in some state of the world is called lobbyism. But this does not mean that there is no corruption there. Let's take the aid you mentioned during the war. First of all, we have no money. We have no money except for the war. We received weapons from the United States of America, from Europe. If we take, for example, money from the United States of America, during all this time of the war, around 177 billion have been voted for or decided upon. 177 billion. Let's be honest. We have not received half of this money. The second point, which is very important, just as an example, is it corruption? The first question, whose corruption? This is the second. Here is just one small example for you. When the United States began to transfer us weapons, it was American money, but American weapons. Money for these weapons. As a president, I had cargo jets. Not in Ukraine because of the war, we moved them very quickly to Europe. We had cargo. We have good cargo fleet. Very good. Because of Antonov. So I asked American side to grant me the opportunity because our jets are at another airfield. And I asked America to give me the opportunity to use our jets for transfer, not to pay a lot. To whom? To your companies, to American companies. No, I didn't get this opportunity. My jets stayed put. And the United States jets, cargo jets, move these weapons. But everywhere you have to spend money. So we could get more weapons, but we have to pay for this very expensive fleet. My question, is this corruption or not? Or lobbyism? What is it?
You mean corruption on the part of the U.S. companies?
Yes, making such decisions.
Yes, I got it.
The lobbying for such decisions involves some companies that make these decisions. But I can't be open about it, and I couldn't speak loudly about it. I didn't want, nor did I intend to cause any scandals to arise, because otherwise you can freeze the support, and that's it. And that's why when we talk about corruption, we must ask who is involved. If we had 177, and if we get the half, where is the half? If you will find the second half, you will find corruption.
There is a perception of corruption. People like Donald Trump and Elon Musk really care about fighting corruption. What can you say to them to gain their trust that the money is going towards this fight for freedom, towards the war effort?
In most cases, we did not receive money, we received weapons. And where we saw risks that something could be happening with weapons, we cracked down hard on everyone. And believe me, this is not only about Ukraine. Everywhere along the supply chain, there are some or other people and companies who want to make money. They try to make money on the war. We did not profit from the war. If we caught someone, believe me, we cracked down hard on them. And we did that. We did that, and we will continue to do so because to this day, when someone says that Ukraine was selling weapons, and by the way, Russia was the one pushing this narrative, we always responded. Our soldiers would kill such people with their own hands without any trial. Do you honestly think anyone could steal weapons by the truckload when we ourselves don't have enough on the front lines? And yet we have to provide proof to defend ourselves. Because when there's an abundance of such misinformation, distrust starts to grow. And you're right, people listen to various media outlets, see this, and lose faith in you. In the end, you lose trust. And with it, you lose support. Therefore, believe me, we are fighting more against disinformation than against particular cases, although I still emphasize once again, at the everyday level, such things are still important. We catch these people and we fight them.
I mentioned Elon Musk. I would be interested to hear what you think of him, why you respect him as a person, as an engineer, as an innovator, as a businessman. I would just like to hear from you. What do you think about Elon Musk?
First of all, I had a conversation with him at the beginning of the war. I talked with him. I respect him, first and foremost, I respect the self-made man, right? In English, I love such people. You know, no one and nothing fell into their lap, but the man did something, did it all himself. I worked myself, created a big production company, and I know what it means to make money, to select talented people, to impart knowledge to them, to invest money, and to create something important for certain people, you know. And I'm not comparing myself to Musk. He just, well, the man is a great leader of innovations in the world. And I believe that such people move the world forward. Therefore, I respect the result of his work. And we see this result. And for me, it has always been important that your result can be used, that these are not words, but facts. Let's take the war. We are very grateful for Starlink. It has helped. We used it after Russian missile attacks on the energy infrastructure. There were problems with the internet, etc., with connection. We used Starlink both at the front and in kindergartens. It was used in schools. It helped children. We used it in various infrastructure, and it helped us very much. And I would very much like Elon to be on our side as much as possible to support us. And yes, I am grateful to him for Starlink. Truly I am. First of all, so that our guys have a connection, and children too. And I am really grateful to him for that. I think I would like him to come to Ukraine, to talk to people here, and to look around, and so on.
Has Elon visited Kiev or Ukraine yet?
No.
I hope the Kiev airport will open soon. Then it will be easier to fly in.
Yes, I am looking forward to it. Maybe we will open it, but only. And you must understand, if the war is over, there must be sustainable peace and air defense systems, to be honest. And we must ensure that they are long-lasting and effective. Let's take the airport, for example, and let's focus on the port in Rothschild, which you know very well, as it is handling important cargo for Ukraine in Poland. And there are Patriot systems there, because one understands what the risk is. Well, Russia is a risk, and therefore we need air defense systems. And today take, for example, the air defense system of one city or another that is being shelled, and move it to the airport. Well, that would be dishonest. People are more important than planes. But there will be a moment, and Trump, by the way, I think that the war will end, and President Trump may be the first leader to travel here by airplane. I think it would be symbolic by airplane.
Again, January 25th, around that date, right? Flying, meeting the Air Force One.
That would be cool.
Elon Musk. I will meet you there for the second time, too, on the plane.
With pleasure.
And you, by the way, before I forget, let me ask, are you coming on January 20th for President Trump's inauguration?
I would like to, of course. I will be considering what is happening then in the war, because there are moments of difficulties, escalation, many missiles, etc. But honestly, well, I can't come, especially during war, unless President Trump invites me personally. I'm not sure it's proper to come, because I know that in general leaders are, for some reason, not usually invited to the inauguration of President of the United States of America. Well, and I know there are leaders who can simply come, want to come, and will come. Yeah, I know. And I know the temperament of some of these people. They can come at their discretion. This is very, very difficult for me. I am the kind of person that cannot come without an invitation. This is Putin. We did not invite him, he came to us, so to say. And me, I can't do that.
No, but didn't he publicly say that? It would be great if you came to the inauguration, or you mean did he invite it officially?
No, wait, look. Listen, I am against any bureaucracy. I get rid of it as much as I can. But, well, there are some complexities involving security. I decide and I fly. And the United States of America officially provides security. Not that I need this, mind you. I do not ask for helicopters to fly around and protect, but they will simply do with themselves, the security service itself. They had to do it. I don't want it, and sometimes I don't need it, and I'm asking them. It was, for example, before the war. I think, yes, it was before the war. I had a meeting, yes, with President Trump. It was in 2019. I just wanted to go for a run early in the morning because I really wanted to exercise. And those tall bodyguards, a lot of them, they decided to join me, but I couldn't really do it because they were in suits. And I was in sportswear. I said, no, I can't. It's always funny. I don't want to, I don't want to disturb anybody, cause anyone problems with me. And that's why, if he will invite me, I will come.
I thought he invited you.
Yeah?
Yeah, I thought he publicly invited you. But okay, I hope to see you there.
I think they had to do some of their steps. I don't know, but
step. Yeah. The stamp was missing.
Yeah, but with pleasure with my wife, of course, and I think it's important. It's important.
All right, let's get back to a serious question. Sometimes they say it in America, this question of who is really in power. So let me ask, is someone controlling you? For example, oligarchs, American politicians. Yermak. I wanted to bring in this up because I have been here in Ukraine twice since the invasion of 2022. And one of the things I've learned, is that actually nobody controls you. And this is one of your strengths as a president, as a person, that oligarchs and other rich and powerful people like that cannot control you. Can you explain why that is, how you see it?
I think, and it is indeed true, that I'm generally difficult to deal with. I am an ambitious person. I can't submit to anyone. I can live by rules, by laws. I believe that this is the only thing that can control any person today. These are the rules and laws of the society or state where you live. And I believe that this is the most important thing. There's no person who could control me. As I once told President Trump, when we had a meeting, by the way, journalists asked if Trump influenced me during the phone call. I told the journalist the truth then. Who can influence me? Only my boy, my son. This is a fact. When he calls asking for something, then I lift up my arms. Yes, and I cannot do anything about it because children are children. I have so little time with them. And therefore, when there are these moments, they are precious and important to me. I am ready to do anything. Also, probably my parents, they are an authority for me. Beyond that, I view it more as a system. No one can control the president. Therefore, we have oligarchs who either fled or are in prison because oligarchs usually control cash flows and people and influence politics. And we have concrete examples. With sentences, they are not just under house arrest. Not just that, there are some judgments under which their assets were frozen or sanctions were imposed. There are specific people who are behind bars. I think this is the answer regarding the influence. Would they like to influence me in the same way as any president of Ukraine? Because finance and cash flows always influence politics. At least they want to do this. This is regarding the influence. And other people on the vertical, they perform tasks as my manager. Andriy, you mentioned, is one of those managers. Well, I am glad that I have such people. Well, there is nothing else to add here.
I will just say that your team spoke with is an excellent team. Excellent people.
Thank you.
Okay, one last question. The future of Ukraine. If you look 5, 10, 20 years into the future, what can help Ukraine flourish economically, culturally, politically in the future?
Digital, it's very important. Digitalization of all the process. We began this work. We have special Ministry of Digital Transformation. Yeah, so this is very good. And we also have our DIA. This is the name for all of these services. Yeah. So I think that is important. This is, again, this is not only convenient, that will cancel any possibilities for future corruption, because you don't have any, you don't have any personal connections with people in the government or elsewhere. So you're just on your phone or any other device. That's it. And I think we are doing very well. We are the best in Europe. All of Europe recognizes. Some countries of the African Union ask us to provide the same service, and we will do it after the war immediately. And I think that we can bring money to Ukraine from this. And I think what we also need, we need a tax reform. I think it will be very important for the business return. A lot of support will come, I think, from USA business investment, not as direct aid to us, just to the private sector and resources. And I mentioned this to President Trump and to some European leaders who are our key strategic partners, that will be happy, especially with the Americans, will be happy to sign these contracts and engage in joint investments in many areas. And I think we can develop oil, gas, green energy, including solar power. And we already have the resources. We can invest money into this. We have oil reserves in the Black Sea that we can exploit. And we need your expertise and investment of your companies. We have gold and uranium reserves, the largest in Europe, by the way, which is also very important. For example, Russia has pushed France out of Africa. They urgently need uranium, which we have, so we are ready to open up for investments. And this will give us, of course, opportunities, jobs for people, revenue. I don't want cheap labor, honestly. What I truly want, especially after the war, to open up for those people who can really contribute and earn. Yes.
And give a reason to the 8 million people to come back.
Yes. It's so important. And they will come, and we will recover and rebuild Ukraine. We will be very open to companies, and of course we will welcome our people back. It's so important culturally. I think the most important thing is to remain open and not change our direction. Because culturally aligning with Russia, it's one idea, while aligning with Europe is another. Our people have chosen Europe. It's their choice. It's our choice, the choice of our nation. And I think it's very important.
But first you have to end the war.
Yes, you're right. And we will. We want peace, I mean, just to make it clear, we want peace. Just what I always say. You have to come to Ukraine and see for yourself, and people will tell you, no, we can't forgive those murderers who took our lives. But we still want to make peace. And honestly, I think that the highest approval rate of the President of the United States, of Trump, now is in Ukraine. People really believe that he can truly help bring peace. Now they have faith that he can make it happen, that he can support Ukraine, and he can stop Putin, and that he will make sure Putin doesn't get everything he wants. This is very important, and it's why we believe that we must not lose this opportunity.
I hope you find the path to peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for talking.
Thank you for coming.
Спасибо. Дякую за
Дякую. Yeah, you started.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And now, let me answer some questions and try to reflect on and articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you would like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to lexfriedman.com/AMA, or to contact me for whatever other reason, go to lexfriedman.com/contact. First, I got a bunch of questions about this. So let me chat about the topic of language and, let's say, the mechanics of multilingual conversation. Perhaps the details are interesting to some people. It also allows me to reflect back on the puzzle of it in this episode and what I can do better next time. I already explained in the intro the symbolic, historic, and geopolitical complexity of the choice of language in the conversation with President Zelensky. As I said, the Russian language is one that the president speaks fluently and was his primary language for most of his life. I speak Russian fluently as well. It's the only common language we are both fluent in. So any other combination of languages required an interpreter, including when I spoke English. He did need an interpreter when I spoke English. And just like I was visibly encumbered and annoyed by the process of interpretation. This is why I tried to speak in Russian to the president instead of English, so that he can directly understand me without an interpreter. I'm willing to take the hit for that, as I am for everything else. I'm not trying to protect myself. I'm trying to do whatever is best for the conversation, for understanding. Though it has been getting harder and harder to stay open, vulnerable, and raw in public, while the swarms of chanting internet mobs stop by with their torches and their color-coded hats, flags, frogs, pronouns, and hashtags. Anyway, there is a lot of nuanced aspects of the conversational language that I would like to explain here. I'll try to be brief. I can recommend a lot of books on this topic of language and communication that reveal just how amazing this technology of language is. For example, for a good overview, I recommend John McWhorter's books, and especially his lecture series for the great courses on language. There are several. In the Story of Human Language series, he gives a great discussion on spoken language versus written language, and that spoken language often relaxes the rules of communication. It uses shorter packets of words, loads in a bunch of subtle cues and meanings, all of which, like I'm trying to describe, are lost when there's an interpreter in the loop. Let me also describe some relevant characteristics of my peculiar language abilities, in quotes. I was never good at speaking. I listen, think, and understand better than I speak. For me, this is true for both English and Russian, but it is especially true for Russian. The Russian language allows for much more room for wit, non-standard turns of phrase, metaphors, humor, rhyme, musicality, and, let's say, deforming of words that create a lot of room for creativity in how meaning and emotion are conveyed. You can do the same in English, but it's harder. I actually find that Brits are sometimes very good at this. Like, one of my favorite humans to talk to is Douglas Murray. Setting the content of the conversation aside, the sheer linguistic brilliance and wit of dialogue with Douglas is a journey in itself. I think Christopher Hitchens had the same, and many others. Like I said, especially Brits. Anyway, I'm able to detect and understand a lot of dynamism and humor in the Russian language, but I'm slow to generate it, in part because I just don't practice. I have very few Russian-speaking friends. Funny enough, most of them are Ukrainian, but they speak with me and each other in Russian. But of course, as I mentioned, this is slowly changing due to the war. But I tried to speak to the president in Russian, so he would avoid needing an interpreter as much as possible. One of the things I want to improve for next time is to make sure I get very good equipment for interpretation and arrange for an interpreter I trust to be exceptionally good for the dynamic and the endurance of a 3-hour conversation in the style that I tried to do. Just to give you some behind-the-scenes details of the experience. So equipment-wise, funny enough, it's not actually so trivial to set up wireless connections from us, the two people talking to the interpreter, and then back to us in a way that's super robust and has clean audio. The audio I had in my ear from the interpreter had a loud background noise. So the whole time, I'm hearing a shh sound with the voice of the interpreter coming in very quietly. What a wonderful experience this whole life is, frankly. Plus, his translation was often incomplete, at least for me, so I had to put together those puzzle pieces continuously. But again, it worked out. And hopefully our constant switching of languages and having a meta discussion about language provided good insights as to the complexity of this fight for our nation's identity and sovereignty that Ukraine is going through. Behind the scenes, off mic, on a personal level, President Zelensky was funny, thoughtful, and just a kind-hearted person. And really, the whole team were just great people. It was an experience I'll never forget. After the conversation was recorded, the next challenge was to translate all of this and overdub it and do it super quickly. Like, these words I'm speaking now have to be translated and dubbed into Ukrainian and Russian. 11 Labs were really helpful here, especially in bringing the president's voice to life in different languages. But even more than that, they're just an amazing team who inspired me and everyone involved. Please go support 11 Labs. They are a great company and great people. The translation is separate from the text-to-speech and was done in part by AI and a lot by human. This is where the fact that we had constant switching between 3 languages was a real challenge. So there are 6 transition mappings that have to be done. English to Ukrainian and Russian, and Ukrainian to English and Russian, and then Russian to English Ukrainian. Continuously, sentence by sentence, sometimes word by word. And each combination of language to language translation is best done by a person who specializes in that kind of mapping. So it was all a beautiful mess, all of it. And on top of all that, great, super hard. For example, I've read and listened to a lot of Dostoevsky in both English and Russian, and studied the process of how these books are translated by various translators. You can spend a week discussing how to translate a single important sentence well. Obviously, in this situation, we don't have weeks. We have hours for the whole thing. One of the things I regret is not putting enough time into the hiring and selecting great translators, from Russian to Ukrainian to English especially. I think translation is an art, so getting a good translator that works well with us is a process that needs more time and effort. I'll be doing that more than a month. By the way, we have a small but amazing team. If you want to join us, go to lexfriedman.com/hire. If you're passionate, work hard, and everyone on the team loves working with you, then we'll do some epic stuff together. I'd love to work with you. Like I said about 11 Labs, there are a few things as awesome in life as being able to work hard with an amazing team towards a mission all of us are passionate about. Anyway, I'll probably be doing a few more interviews in the Russian language. I do have a lingering goal of interviewing the mathematician Grigory Perelman, but there are also others. I will also work on improving my whole pipeline, both equipment-wise and interpreter-wise, in doing these conversations in other languages. Because there are many that I would like to do in languages I don't speak at all, like Chinese, Mandarin, or Spanish, Arabic, Hindi, Portuguese, French, German. I see language as both a barrier for communication and a portal into understanding the spirit of a people connected by that language. It's all a weird and beautiful puzzle, and I'm just excited to get the chance to explore it. Alright, I got a question on how I prepare for podcasts. So this has evolved and expanded more and more over time. There are some podcasts that I prepare hundreds of hours for. In AI terms, let's say, first I'm training a solid background model by consuming as much variety on the topic as possible. A lot of this comes down to picking high signal sources, whether it's blogs, books, podcasts, YouTube videos, X accounts, and so on. For this conversation with President Zelensky, for example, since February 2022, I've spoken with hundreds of people on the ground. I've read Kindle or audiobook about 10 books fully, and I skimmed about 20 more. And I don't mean books about Zelensky, although he does appear in some of them. I mean books where this conversation was fully in the back of my mind as I'm reading the book. So, for example, I read Red Famine by Anna Applebaum. It's about Holodomor. Does it directly relate to Zelensky? Not on the surface, no, but it sort of continues to weave the fabric of my understanding of people, of the history of the region. But it's really important for me to read books from various perspectives, and I'm always trying to calculate the bias under which the author operates, and adjusting for that in my brain as I integrate the information. For example, Anne Applebaum's book, Gulag, is very different from Alexander Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago. The former is a rigorous, comprehensive historical account. The latter is a literary, psychological, and personal portrait of Soviet society. Both, I think, are extremely valuable. On the bias front, for example, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by William Shirer is a good example. It is full of bias, but he was there, and to me, he has written probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest book on the Third Reich ever. But like I said, it has a lot of inaccuracies and biases. You can read about them online if you like. But my job in this case, and in all cases, is to adjust based on my understanding of the author's biases and take the wisdom from the text where it can be found, and putting the inaccuracies aside into the proverbial dustbins of history. So as I'm writing down my thoughts as they come up, always digging for some deeper insight about human nature. If I'm at my computer, I'll write it down in Google Doc. Sometimes use Notion or Obsidian. If I'm not on my computer, I'll use Google Keep. So, for example, if I'm listening to an audiobook and I'm running along the river, if a good idea comes to mind, I'll stop, think for a few seconds, and then do speech-to-text note in Google Keep. By the way, I'm listening to audiobook at 1x speed. Old school. And eventually I get a gigantic pile of thoughts and notes that I look over to refresh my memory. But for the most part, I just throw them out. The background model building process. By the way, LLMs are increasingly becoming useful here for organization purposes, but have not yet been useful, at least for me, and I do try a lot for insight extraction or insight generation purposes. I should mention that my memory for specific facts, names, dates, quotes is terrible. What I remember well is high-level ideas. That's just how my brain works, for better or for worse. I realize that sometimes forgetting all of the details and the words needed to express them makes me sound simplistic and even unprepared. I'm not. But that's life. We have to accept our flaws and roll with them. Aside from books, I also listen to a lot of podcasts and YouTube videos where people are talking about the topic. So for the President Zelensky episode, I listened probably to hundreds of hours of content from his supporters and from his critics from all sides. Again, I choose who to listen to based not on their perspective, but based on SNR, signal-to-noise ratio. If I'm regularly getting insights from a person, I will continue listening to them, whether I agree or disagree. In the end, this turns out to be a lot of hours of prep. But to say that it's X hours per episode is not accurate, because a lot of this preparation transfers from one guest to another, even when there's an insane level of variety in the guests. We're all humans, after all. There is a thread that connects all of it together, somehow, if you look closely enough. For more technical guests in STEM fields, I'll read papers, a lot of papers, and also technical blog posts and technical tweet threads. This is a very different process. For AI or CS related topics, I will run other people's code, I will write my own, implement stuff from scratch. If it's a software company, I'll use their tools and software if relevant. But in the actual conversation, I constantly am searching for simple but profound insights at various levels of abstraction. Sometimes this means asking a trivial question in hopes of uncovering the non-trivial, counterintuitive but fundamental idea that opens the door to a whole new way of looking at the field. And actually, every guest is their own puzzle. Like preparing for Rick Rubin was me listening to hundreds of songs he produced and even learning some on guitar, like Hurt by Johnny Cash. Preparing for the Cursor team episode meant, obviously, I had to use Cursor fully for several weeks, all of its features. So I switched completely from VS Code to Cursor. For Paul Rosalie, round 2 especially, I literally went deep into the jungle with Paul and almost died, fully taking the leap toward adventure with him. When it gets close to the conversation, I'll start working on the actual interview questions and notes. And there I'm asking myself, what am I personally curious about? Like, I love podcasts. I'm a big fan of many, many podcasts. And so I ask myself, what would I want this person to explain on the podcast? And maybe what aspect of their thought process or their humanity would I want to be surfaced or have the chance to be surfaced? In the actual conversation, I always try to put my ego aside completely and do whatever it takes to have a good conversation and serve the listener. This means asking questions simply, trying to define terms and give context if needed, being open-minded, vulnerable, curious, and challenging the guests when needed. Despite the claims on the internet, I do ask a lot of challenging questions, including follow-ups, but always with empathy. I don't need to be right. I don't need to signal my moral or intellectual superiority to anyone. I try to do the opposite, actually, because I want the guest to open up, and I trust the intelligence of the listener to see for themselves if the guest is full of shit or not, to detect the flaws and the strengths of how the guest thinks or who they are deep down. A lot of times when interviewers grill the guest, it doesn't reveal much, except give a dopamine hit to the echo chambers who hate the guest. As I said in the intro, I believe the line between good and evil does run through the heart of every man. The resulting conversations are sometimes a failure. Sometimes because they're too short, sometimes because the chemistry was just not working, sometimes because I fucked it up. I try to take risks, give it everything I got, and enjoy the roller coaster of it all, no matter what. And as I said, I trust the listener to put it all together, and I trust the critic to tear it apart, and I love you all for it. All right, I got a bit of a fun question. It's a long one. So Delian, cool name, wrote in saying he spotted me out in the wild and had a question about it. He wrote, I saw Lex working at the Detroit airport between flights. I hesitated and ultimately decided not to interrupt since he was in focus mode. True. Lex had his headphones earbuds on, listening to ground noise. Microsoft Surface propped up at eye level, Kinesis Advantage keyboard on the table. The use of Microsoft Windows is surprising, but it has been discussed in the past. True. The ergonomics of the setup, Surface at eye level, means that Lex cares about his health. But the anomalously large Kinesis Advantage keyboard seems like such a burden to lug around airports. I cannot help but ask, why is it that Lex is going through the hassle to bring this absolutely large keyboard with him as carry-on? It barely fits in a backpack. Carrying it around must be necessary for Lex for some reason. I love the puzzle of this, that you're trying to think through this. The pain of lugging this tool around must be much smaller than the problem it solves for him, question mark. What problem does this keyboard solve? What makes it necessary at the airport? Productivity, health, RSI? Good questions. Thank you, Delian. Great question. It made me smile, so I thought I'd answer. I remember that day. There was something else about that day aside from the keyboard that I miss. So I am filled with a melancholy feeling that is appropriate for the holiday season. So let me try to set the melancholy feeling aside, answer a question about my computer setup when I'm traveling. So whether I'm going to SF, Boston, Austin, London, or the front in Ukraine, I am always bringing the Kinesis keyboard. I don't have RSI or any other health issues of that kind that I'm aware of, even though I've been programming, playing guitar, doing all kinds of combat sports my whole life, all of which put my hands and fingers in a lot of precarious positions and situations. For that reason, and in general, ergonomics have never been a big concern for me. I can work on a crappy chair and table, sleep on the floor. It's all great. I'm happy with all of it. So why Kinesis, by the way, is right here.
Now, the first part is the details of the inside of the Dulce base itself.
I had to think about it. Your question actually made me reflect. And I was hoping as I'm answering it, the truth will come out on many levels. So it is true that I'm more productive with it. I can type and correct mistakes very fast compared to a regular keyboard, both in natural language typing and in programming. So fast enough, I think, where it feels like I can think freely without the physical bottlenecks and constraints of fingers moving. The bit rate in Newland parlance is high enough for me to not feel like there is cognitive friction of any kind. But the real answer, maybe the deeper, more honest answer, is something else. I've used the Kinesis keyboard for over 20 years, so maybe it's like one of those love stories where a guy and a girl love each other, and you try to quit because it doesn't quite work, but every time you leave, you ask yourself why, and then you realize that when you're together, your life is just full of simple joys. So what's the point of leaving? What's the point of life if not to keep close to you the things that bring you joy? Delian, like this keyboard, it brings me joy. It's a bad metaphor, over anthropomorphized perhaps, but I never promised a good one. I'm like a cheap motel on a road trip. Low quality is part of the charm. I do have some good motel stories for another time. This does not feel like the appropriate time. All that said, to disagree with myself, I did use Emacs also for over 20 years, and in a single week, recently switched to VS Code, and then Cursor. Never looked back. So take my romantic nature with a grain of salt. So yes, eventually I'll have to leave, but for now, you'll keep finding me on occasion in a random airport somewhere listening to brown noise, writing away the hours on this Kinesis keyboard. Now, if you see me without it, maybe it'll give you the same tinge of melancholy feeling I feel now in looking back to that airport in Detroit. Anyway, more about my travel setup, if anyone's curious. I usually do travel with a Windows laptop, but I am mostly using Linux on it through WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux. And in some cases, I'm dual booting Linux and Windows. I also need to be able to video edit, so on longer trips, I usually have a bigger laptop with a bigger screen, lots of memory, good CPU, good GPU. All of that helps with video editing on Adobe Premiere. In general, I'm extremely minimalist, except for the few, let's call them sentimental things. Like, all my podcast recording equipment fits into a small suitcase. I try to keep it as simple as possible. Thank you for the question, and see you at the next airport. All right, I think it's time to bring things to a close. I'd like to give a big thanks to you for giving me your time and your support over the years. It means the world. If you want to get in touch with me, go to lexfreeman.com/contact. There you can give feedback, ask questions, request guests for the podcast, or submit the Coffee with Lex form if you just want to chat with me over a cup of coffee. I'll be traveling across the world a bunch this year, from Europe to South America and more. So it would be cool to do some small meetups and meet some interesting people. This has been a journey of a lifetime. Thank you for everything. On to the next adventure. I love you all.
Free victims did. They could be engineered to serve as a better sexual tool, but they were nearly mindless, and thus didn't react with fear as a young female would.
Yeah, it's disturbing. They're kind of psychopaths.
So it sounds like to me is, well, I know we talk about Wayfair and we go into a lot of pedo shit, is that they try to artificially make things so maybe they didn't have to.
The following is a conversation with Jennifer Burns, a historian of ideas,
it's like going from the real thing to
including the evolution of economic, political, and social ideas in the United States in the 20th century to today. She wrote 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and the other on Ayn Rand, both of which I highly recommend. This was a super technical and super fascinating conversation. At the end, I make a few comments about my previous conversation with President Zelensky, for those of you who may be interested. This is a Let's Freedom podcast. To support us, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jennifer Burns. You have written 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and one on Ayn Rand. So, if we can, we will focus on each one separately. But first, let's talk about the ideas that 2 of them held in common. The value of individual freedom, skepticism of collectivism, and the ethics of capitalism. Can you talk about the big picture ideas they converge on?
Yeah, so Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand, in the biggest picture, they're both individualists, and they're skeptical of collectivities and collectivism. So their unit of analysis is the individual, what's good for the individual, what works for the individual, and their understanding of society kind of flows from that. They also both use this focus on individualism to justify and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. So we can put them in a similar category. We can call them individualists, we can call them libertarians of a sort. They're also really different in how they approach capitalism, how they approach thinking. You know, Ayn Rand developed her own moral and philosophical system to justify individualism and to connect the individual to capitalism and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. Friedman struggles a bit more with how to justify capitalism, and he'll ultimately come down to freedom as his core value, his God, as he says. And so freedom does connect back to the individual, but he's not justifying capitalism for his own sake. He's justifying it for its ability to underwrite freedom in a social sense and also in the individual sense.
At a high level, are there interesting differences between them? You already mentioned a few, maybe in terms of who they are personally, maybe in terms of how they approach the justification for capitalism, maybe other ways.
Yeah, for sure. So beyond this idea that Milton Friedman takes a while to come to his justification of capitalism, whereas Ayn Rand kind of has it from the start. She really focuses on the core quality of rationalism and rationality. Rationality is the defining feature of human beings, and so she works from there, whereas Milton Friedman eventually converges on this idea of freedom. So that's one part of it. The other is their intellectual styles are really, really different. Their interpersonal styles are really different. So Friedman has big ideas, big principles that guide him, but he's also deeply empirical. He spends most of his career doing historical research, economic research, pulling data from how people actually make economic decisions and live in the world and using them to test and refine his theories. Where Rand, to some degree, we could say she's empirical in that she lives through the Russian Revolution and takes a very big lesson from that. But her style of thinking is really first principles, an axiomatic approach, going from the basic idea of rationality and then playing that out in different spheres. And so those are just very different intellectual approaches. And then they lead in some ways to really different ways of thinking about how you get things done in the world. Ayn Rand is a purist. She wants to start with the pure belief. She doesn't want it to be diluted. You know, one of her favorite sayings was, you know, it's earlier than you think. In other words, we're still moving towards a place where we can really hold and express these ideals purely. Friedman, although he didn't use this terminology, was much more half a loaf guy. You know, like, I'll take what I can get and then I'll try to move to where I really want to be. But he is able to compromise, especially when he moves from being an economist into being more of a political thinker. And so that's a really different intellectual style. And then it also plays out in their lives in that Ayn Rand is incredibly schismatic. I mean, she wants her friends to believe what she believes and support what she supports. And she's willing to break a relationship if it doesn't match. Milton Friedman, he also does tend to have friends who agree with him, yet he's always willing to debate his opponents, and he's willing to do so with a smile on his face. You know, he's the happy warrior, and he actually will win a lot of debates simply by his emotional affect and his cheerfulness and his confidence, where Rand will lose debates because she gets so angry in the face of disagreement. So yeah, they have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, and it's been really fascinating to kind of dive deep into both of them.
I just re-listened to Ayn Rand's, I think, last lecture, or at least it's called that, and just the confrontational nature of how she answers questions or how she addresses critics and so on. There is a kind of charisma to that. So I think both of them are very effective at winning over sort of popular support, but in very different styles. It seems like Ayn Rand is very cranky, but it's the most charismatic, cranky person I think I've ever listened to.
Yeah, I mean, people talked about her, meeting her, and coming to believe in her ideas in a similar way as they did with Marxism, in that suddenly everything made sense. And that when they came to believe in objectivism, they felt they had this engine for understanding the entire world. Now, after a while, for most people, that then became confining. But yeah, that certainty. And Friedman had some of that as well. He clothed it differently. He clothed it in happiness, where Rand kind of clothed it, as you said, in crankiness or anger. I mean, there's also an arc to Rand. She gets kind of angrier and angrier and crankier over the course of her life.
Yeah.
What I enjoyed about my research is I was able to get into this early moment when she was different and a little more open. And then I kind of watched her close and her harden over time.
Would it be fair to say that Milton Friedman had a bit more intellectual humility, where he would be able to sort of evolve over time, be convinced by the reality of the world to change sort of the nuances of policies, the nuances of how he thought about economics or about the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Friedman believed in being able to say I was wrong. And there are some things he said he was wrong about. We'll delve more into monetarism and monetary policy, but he was able to talk about the ways his ideas hadn't mapped onto the world the way he thought they would. He does a really interesting interview at the end of his life where he's beginning to voice some doubts about globalization. You know, which was, he was sort of a prophet of globalization, a cheerleader of globalization. He really thought it would lead to a better world in all respects. And towards the end of his life, it's about 2 years before he dies, there's a note of doubt about how globalization unfolded and what it would mean, particularly for the American worker. And so you can see him still thinking, and that to me, I had sort of assumed he became crankier and crankier and more set in his ways. And of course, there's a phase where he does become that way, especially if he's in the public eye and there's not room for nuance. But to find in the last years of his life him being so reflective, that was absolutely not something Rand could do.
I think there's a thread throughout this conversation where we should actually also say that you're kind of a historian of ideas.
I am a historian of ideas, yes.
And so we're talking about today, in part, about two people who kind of fought for ideas, for an idea, like we mentioned, freedom, for capitalism, and they did it in very different ways. And it's so interesting to see sort of the impact they both had and how their elucidation, explanation of those ideas like reverberated throughout society, and how we together as a society figure out what works. The degree to which they have influence on the public, the degree to which they have influence on individual administrations like the Reagan administration, Nixon, and so on, and how it might return, like fade away and then come back in modern times. And it's so interesting to just see this whole world as a game of ideas where we were like pushing and pulling and trying to figure stuff out. A bunch of people got real excited over 100 years ago about communism, and then they try stuff out, and then the implementation broke down, and we keep playing with ideas. So these are the two greats of playing with ideas. I think that's a thread that just runs through this.
Yeah, and of kind of pushing back against that movement towards communism, social democracy. But one difference that I really should emphasize, Rand is a writer of fiction. She's a philosopher, but she's also a writer of fiction. So she is working almost in the mythic register, much more in the psychological register. She's creating characters that people identify with and people relate to experiences they've had. And that's one of the reasons she hits so deep. And she's also offering people, I read all the fan letters to her. People would say things like, I read The Fountainhead and now I'm getting a divorce. Having just these incredible realizations.
Milton Friedman didn't get those
things. Or, I'll meet someone and they'll say to me, Ayn Rand is the reason I went to medical school. Like a couple of women said this to me a few years back. It never even occurred to me that I could be a doctor until I read Ayn Rand, and I said, I'm going to go to medical school. And so she has that really intense impact on people. So she thought of herself as rational, and she thought of rationality as kind of what she was doing, but she was actually doing a kind of mythopoetic psychological work as well. Whereas Friedman, on the one hand, was much more rational. There's a whole set of economic thinking, and he provides a rational framework for understanding the world. And it's the framework of neoclassical economics. At the same time, he does pull on mythologies, of the idea of America in the Gilded Age, the frontier mythology, the individual immigrant, the settler mythology. He pulls on these, but he doesn't create them. And he's more kind of playing a tune he already has. Whereas I think Rand really does something a little bit deeper in her ability to reach into people's psyches and then take that emotional, psychological experience and fuse it to an intellectual world and a political world. And that's really what makes her so powerful. And so I think she comes back in to relevancy in a different way than Friedman does, because I think in some ways she's tapped into a kind of more universal human longing for independence and autonomy and kind of self-creation and self-discovery.
Nevertheless, there's still pragmatic ideas that are still important today from Milton Friedman, even just on the economics level. So let's dig in. Let me try. I took some notes. Let me try to summarize who Milton Friedman is, and then you can correct me. Okay, so he is widely considered to be one of the greatest and most influential economists in history, not just the 20th century, I think, ever. He was an advocate of economic freedom, like we said, and just individual freedom in general. He strongly advocated for free market capitalism and limited government intervention in the economy. Though you do give, I've listened to basically everything you have on the internet. You give some more depth and nuance on his views on this and in your books. He led the famed Chicago School of Economics, and he won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1976. He greatly influenced economic policies during the Reagan administration and other administrations. He was an influential public intellectual, highly influential, not just among economists. He lived 1912 to 2006, so that means he lived and worked through some major world events where his ideas were really important. The Great Depression with the New Deal, World War II with post-war Reconstruction, the rise and fall of the Bretton Woods monetary system, we may talk about the Cold War, and all the conflicts involved in that, sort of the tensions around communism and so on. So the fall of the Soviet Union, and also he has some interesting relationships to China's economic transformation.
Yep.
So it's the 1970s, the stagflation of the 1970s, and I'm sure there's a lot more. So can you maybe continue this thread and give a big picture overview of the ideas he is known for?
Yeah, sure, and that's a great summary. You learn fast. So let me start with the economics, and then I can kind of transition to how he used those economic ideas to become a real voice in the American conservative movement, the American political realm. So I'll kind of highlight 4 ideas or contributions or episodes. One was his work with Anna Schwartz in revising our understanding of the Great Depression. And that's tightly related to the second, which is the School of Monetarism that he and Schwartz really become founders of. Then there is the prediction of stagflation and the explanation of that in the 1970s, which really is one of these sort of career-making predictions. And we can dig into that. And then in terms of technical economics, he's known for the permanent income hypothesis, which he develops with a group of female collaborators that I can talk about. So those are kind of 4 technical pieces end up being really brought together in what becomes the Chicago School of Economics. He's undoubtedly the head and the leader of the Chicago School of Economics. There's an earlier generation that he learns from. There's his generation. There's also the Chicago School of Law and Economics that's really profoundly influential. And then there'll be kind of a third generation that he's somewhat distinct from, but that goes on to really shape economics. But let me go back to these kind of 4 pieces, and let me start with Great Depression. So Milton Friedman actually lives through the Great Depression. He's in college when it hits, and he's in college, it's 1928 to 1932, and he's aware of the Depression, and he's deciding, should I study mathematics or should I study economics? And he's had some good economics teachers, but it's really the context. It's looking around at the slow, dissolving of economic prosperity. So he decides to go to Chicago. He decides to study economics. And what's really interesting is that the Great Depression is unprecedented, and economists are really struggling to know how to respond to it. And so he's going to arrive at the University of Chicago when the field is struggling to know what to do. So he's in this kind of really open space where the institutional economics of the 1920s has failed to predict, which was focused on business cycles. This is the irony. Their big thing was charting and understanding business cycles. And then we have the biggest business cycle of all time, and they haven't seen it coming, and they don't have a good explanation for it. And what he will get at Chicago is the remnants of the monetary understanding of the economy. And so his teachers, they don't know exactly what's going on, but they look first to the banking crisis. They look first to the in 1933, it's bank runs, failures of maybe it's up to a third of American banks. It's huge. Thousands of banks are failing per week. So they're focused on that. So that's the first kind of imprint he will have. The Great Depression has something to do with a banking system. The second imprint he will have is that all of his professors are profoundly concerned about the social crisis. They want relief programs. They want them now. They want bank regulation and financial reform. They're very active. This is not laissez-faire by any stretch of the imagination. So Friedman has that imprinting. And then he gets there in 32, 36, 37, the ideas of John Maynard Keynes from Britain, which has a different explanation. Keynes has a different explanation of the Great Depression. Will kind of make landfall in American economics and be very profoundly influential on most American economists. But Friedman it's too late for Friedman. He already has a different perspective. So Keynesianism unfolds. I can say more about that, but it basically leads to more active federal government participation in the economy. And what underlies a lot of that, its adaptation in America particularly, is the idea that capitalism has failed, capitalism has revealed itself to have a profound flaw in that its cycles of boom and bust create social instability, chaos. It needs to be tamed. It needs to be regulated. And so that becomes the kind of baseline of politics in the United States. The understanding of the New Deal, the understanding of the Democratic Party, even to some extent the understanding of the Republican Party. And Friedman never quite sure about that. He has a hunch that there's something else going on, and he does not buy that capitalism has sort of ground to a halt, or the other idea is that capitalism has gone through some sort of phase transition, and it worked great maybe while we had a frontier. This is a very serious argument that people make. The United States used to have a frontier, a place where, Europeans hadn't fully settled. Of course, they're pushing out native tribes. That's another story. But that this frontier is the engine of economic growth, and the frontier is now over, it's closed, and we're going to stagnate. There's a theory of secular stagnation. And so to deal with secular stagnation, we're just going to have a more active state. So Friedman is suspicious of all these assumptions. And he has this idea that it has something to do with money. Money is somehow important. And so he joins together with Anna Schwartz, who is an economist. She doesn't at this time hold a PhD. She's working for the National Bureau of Economic Research. And they come together to do the study of money in the U.S. economy. And it takes them 12 years to write the book. And they're releasing their ideas, and they're arguing, and Friedman is writing papers, giving talks, saying money is really important. And nobody's really believing him. He's a crank. He's at Chicago. He's out of, Chicago is a well-known university, but he's sort of considered a crank. And then in 1963, he and Anna Schwartz published this book, and it's 800 pages. It's a reinterpretation of the history of the United States through money. Like, the central character is money, whether it's specie, greenback, or the U.S. currency. And they have a whole chapter on the Great Depression. And what they've literally done, Schwartz has done most of this. Schwartz has gone to banks and said, show me your books. And then she's added up column by column. How much money is in your vault? How much money is on deposit? How much money is circulating? And so they literally have graphs. You can see them in the book, of how much money has been circulating in the U.S. at various different points in time. And when they get to the Great Depression, they find the quantity of money available in the economy goes down by a third. And in some ways, this is completely obvious because so many banks have failed, and we don't have any type of bank insurance at that point. So if your bank goes under, your savings are there, the money essentially vanishes. And it's fractional reserve banking, right? So you've put in, they can loan up to 90% off on their deposits. And so Friedman and Schwartz present this argument that what really made the Great Depression so bad was this drop in the amount of money, the 30% drop in the money. They call it the Great Contraction. And then they go further and they say, well, how did this happen and why? And they pinpoint the Federal Reserve, which is a fairly new institution at that time. And they say, what did the Federal Reserve do? The lender of last resort. What did it do in the face of what they're depicting as a massive, unprecedented liquidity crisis? And they find it's not really doing much. And they really dig into the details, and they find that the Federal Reserve has gone through a sort of personnel change, and some of the key leaders in the 1920s, Benjamin Strong is one of them. He's now deceased. And the dominance of the New York Federal Reserve, which in their telling, is global, it's interconnected, it's seen a lot of financial things come and go, and they believe that the New York Fed had the understanding to recognize this is a liquidity crisis. We should be very generous. We should support all the banks. Their influence has diminished for the kind of banks that are more, they don't say like the Rubes and the Hicks, but it basically is. It's like people in charge don't know what they're doing. And so the Fed pursues this kind of policy of masterly inactivity. They don't see it as a problem. They don't do much. There's an enormous liquidity crisis. And that's their version of what the Great Depression is all about. that it's a financial system meltdown, it's a liquidity crisis, and that it, in some ways, well, in many ways, they argue very strong counterfactual arguments. The Federal Reserve could have prevented it, and it did not. And so it becomes then an institutional failure and a political failure, not a failure of capitalism as a system. And so this book comes out, it's a blockbuster, and even those economists who've been like, Friedman is a crank, I don't buy it, are like, Friedman and Schwartz are onto something. Milton Friedman and Anna Schwartz are onto something. And so that really changes the game. And this is also one of his most influential contributions, because Friedman and Schwartz becomes the playbook for the Federal Reserve. And we have lived through this, right? The financial crisis, the Federal Reserve is ready to loan. COVID, the Federal Reserve is all kinds of new things, because no Federal Reserve chair wants to be in Friedman and Schwartz 2.0 that somebody writes, or they're the bad guy who let the economy melt down. So, the specifics of what they say to do have obviously evolved as the system has changed, but this is a playbook for how to deal with economic crisis. It's Friedman and Schwartz. And so it's absolutely fundamental, and that is really going to be the place he makes his mark.
There's a lot of things to say here. So first, the book we're talking about is A Monetary History of the United States, in part for which Milton Friedman won the Nobel Prize. You've also mentioned the influence of the Great Depression. If you would just rewind to that.
Yes.
So he went to, I guess, college in Rutgers.
That's right.
And he was, mathematical proclivities. So he was kind of wanted to be a mathematician. And so it's kind of a cool crossroads. It's interesting how the right time, the right person arrives, right? So you described this really well, so he had his choice to be a mathematician or an economist. And an economist is the University of Chicago, a mathematician is Brown University, whichever. And then this is also the beginnings, as you've described, of mathematical economics. So he fits in nicely into this using, I think you said the number of equations started going up per paper, which is a really nice way to put it. So really the right person at the right time to try to solve this puzzle of the economy melting down. It's so interesting. Just one human. It's just from just zooming in on a single human making a decision about life, and it's hard to know when you're in it that the world is melting down from an economics perspective, and that I could do something about this to figure out what it is. And also I'm going to reject the mainstream narrative about why this happened.
Yeah, so the other piece of the puzzle, when he goes to Rutgers, he thinks he'll be an actuary. So Milton Friedman's family, his parents are immigrants, Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe. They're pretty atypical in that they don't stay in New York, and they move to Rahway, New Jersey, and they put together a fairly middle-class life as kind of, they have a shop, maybe some wholesale buying and selling, and then his father dies when he's 16. His life becomes more precarious, but it's never as precarious as he makes it out to be. He's got 3 older sisters, they earn a good living. Incidentally, they all have better grades in high school than he does, but he's the one that goes to college. And but it's actually really important that he loses his father figure, because he's then looking for other father figures, and he meets 2 at Rutgers. One is Arthur Burns, who will go on to have a huge influence in his career. No relation to me, by the way. But Arthur Burns is like him, a fellow Jewish immigrant boy on the make. He's older, and he's making a career as an economist. And then there's Homer Jones, who has gone to the University of Chicago and is studying with Frank Knight at Chicago and says, you have to go to Chicago. So he has these 2 mentors, and Burns in particular suggests, I could be an economist. That could be my career path. The idea to be an actuary for an insurance company, I'm not sure where he got that idea, but he just thought that was something he could do as someone who was good at math. And so the college really opens the perspective, opens the door. And then I think it's really key that, again, he doesn't get an explanation that he buys for the Great Depression. So then he's looking for one. And the math part is a really interesting aspect of his career. Now, actually comes to Chicago to study with the mathematical economist Henry Schultz. But he gets there and he thinks Schultz is kind of dumb. He really does. He's incredibly arrogant, and he just thinks this guy's not that smart. And it seems that, I mean, Schultz did some really important work in the early stages of mathematical economics, but a lot of the oral histories about him are like, yeah, he wasn't that bright. So Friedman's maybe onto something. So he falls into the set of students who are really enthralled with his other professor, Frank Knight. And Frank Knight is against math and economics. Frank Knight is like, you know, a neoclassical economist, but not a mathematical economist. He's an old school liberal. He's really concerned about liberal democracy, economic liberalism. And Friedman is very deeply influenced by Knight. And he continues to pursue mathematical economics, though. He'll go, for part of his graduate career, he goes to Columbia University, where he actually gets his PhD from, and he works with a mathematical economist there. And so he comes out trained in what will eventually be econometrics, statistics and economics. His early publications are in statistics, but it's not really where his intellectual heart and soul are. And eventually he will turn very profoundly against mathematics and economics and become a sort of heterodox strain throughout 20th century economics that says simple models are better. We need to work off empirical data, not construct elegant models, and becomes really sort of countercultural within economics in that way.
And the test of a good model is it should actually predict stuff that happens.
It should predict stuff that happens. It should tie back to what's going on.
I'm wondering which direction to go. So first, actually, if we could zoom out on the different schools of economics.
Yeah.
Just the basics. You mentioned neoclassical. We mentioned Keynesian economics. We mentioned, what else did we mention? Well, the Chicago School of Economics.
Right.
Where does Austrian economics fit into that pile, and Marxian economics? And can we just linger and try to redefine Keynesian economics and Chicago School of Economics,
yes.
neoclassical economics, Austrian economics, because there's some overlap and
for sure.
tension.
Okay, so schools of economics. So we could start with classical economics. Classical economics, we could think of Adam Smith as kind of your classical economist, the founder of the discipline. Classical economics does not really use math. It's very close to political economy. It's concerned with, as Smith puts it, the wealth of nations. It's concerned to some degree with distribution. It's concerned to some degree with what makes a good political system. And what tends to really define classical economics when you're looking from a great distance is what's called the labor theory of value. So where does value come from in classical economics? It comes from the labor that a person puts into it. So maybe this in some ways comes from Locke's notion of property, that you kind of mingle, your labor with the natural world. We can say labor theory of value. So classical economics concerned with, Smith is arguing against mercantilism for more free trade. Often goes by the name of political economy to show it's more capacious. It's thinking of politics and economics. You can still read these books today. The sentences are long, the words are different, but you can still follow along. So the real big transition from classical economics and political economy to economics, as it's understood today, comes with the marginal revolution. And the marginal revolution is a scientific revolution that happens in a couple of different places simultaneously, right? This is one of these things that you see in the history of science, like, there'll be some breakthrough, like Darwin has a breakthrough, but like somebody else has sort of the same breakthrough at the same time, totally, differently. So there's a version of marginalism that's continental. There's a version of the German-speaking lands in the French-speaking lands and in Britain, and they all kind of come together. And the shift is in the theory of value. So the theory of value in marginalism is on the margin. So say you have one apple and you want a second one, how much is going from one apple to two apples worth for you? Probably quite a bit. If you had 10 apples, maybe going to 11 apples doesn't matter that much. The marginal value is less. So what marginalism does, though, is it opens the door to math and economics, because it means you can graph this now. You can depict this relationship graphically. And there's some really interesting work in the history of economics that shows a lot of the people who developed marginalism were looking to physics as a model. Physics, the queen of the sciences. And so they were thinking, they imported terms from the natural world to describe the social world through the lens of economics. Terms like equilibrium. So the idea being that if you looked at a market would reach equilibrium when everybody is bought and sold all that they want, or the price will settle at an equilibrium price when it's really the demand and supply are matching up.
And some of these ideas are things we would pick up at a microeconomics class.
Oh yes, this is still out there. This is sort of the basic foundation of microeconomics, marginal analysis. And so in the German-speaking intellectual tradition, this is the root of Austrian economics. And people picking up the marginal revolution in the German-speaking lands are opposed to the historicists, who are thinking in a more evolutionary way about how societies kind of grow and change, and they have a vision of economic ideas as applying differently to different types of social arrangements, where the marginalists, remember, are inspired by physics, and this is a set of natural laws that applies anywhere to any sort of human society. So that's his first really big fissure that we'll see again and again. Are you historically minded? Do certain traits of economic life adhere and become expressed in certain types of societies, or are there universal economic laws that flow through any type of society? So that's kind of a juncture, a break. And so marginalism, first, people start using really geometry to kind of graph things, but marginalism is also opening up to the possibility of calculus and the possibility of creating models. But at that point in time, late 19th century, a model is something like a physicist does. Like, think of like an inclined plane and how fast does the ball roll from one to the other. It's a physical representation of the world. And eventually economists will start to create mathematical representations of the world. But we're not quite there yet. So we're late 19th century. We have this fissure. We have this introduction of marginal analysis that marks the juncture from classical economics to economics. So let's say now we have economics, but we still have this fissure between historical thinking and, let's call it, natural law thinking. That's not quite right, but physical laws versus contingency. And then in the United States, this ends up mapping onto debates about capitalism. And so more historically minded economists tend to be interested in the progressive movement, and which is invested in taming and regulating industrial capitalism and changing its excesses, factory safety laws, wage laws, working conditions laws. Yet, in general, American economists all use marginal analysis just in different ways. The ones who are more drawn to marginal analysis become known as neoclassical economists. They're neoclassical. The neo is because they're using marginal analysis. The classical is because they don't think we need to change the way the economy operates or the government operates. They're not progressive. Whereas the progressives are saying things like we need to use social control. The state and the people collectively and democratically need to control the way economics unfolds and make sure things are fair and equal. So that school of thought becomes known as institutional economics in the United States by the 20th century. So it's part of the progressive movement, late 19th century, into the 20th century, it really becomes institutional economics. And it's quite dominant. And the neoclassical economists are still there, but they're very much a minority. And Frank Knight, Milton Friedman's teacher, is one of the minority neoclassical economists. And the institutionalists are much more progressive still.
Is it fair to say that the neoclassical folks, and even the classical folks, versus the institutional economics folks, they have a disagreement about how much government intervention that should be in the economy? So neoclassical is less intervention, and then the institutional economists, the progressive folks, as more intervention.
Yes, exactly right. So this is the situation in the 1920s, but the other piece I should mention is that first generation of progressive economists were very radical. They were closely allied with the socialist movement, with labor radicalism, and many of them lost their jobs at universities. This kind of connects to the dawn of academic freedom. This was before academic freedom, and they were chastened. They became much more mainstream. By the time we get to the 1920s, we don't really have radical critiques of society coming from economists. Much smaller profession, much less important than it is today, and fairly peaceful, because the 1920s are a fairly peaceful decade in the United States. So this is a situation when the Great Depression hits. And as I mentioned before, the kind of most important institutional economist is Wesley Mitchell. And he has said, he's written a whole book on business cycles. But he doesn't see this business cycle coming, and it hits, and he doesn't have a good explanation for it. Now, perhaps the preeminent neoclassical economist was Irving Fisher. Now, Irving Fisher is big into the stock market, and Irving Fisher says sometime in late summer 1929, stocks are going ever higher and will continue to go ever higher forever. And so he loses his reputation after the stock market crash. So Milton Friedman is stepping into a field in which the greats have been discredited, and there's an enormous economic crisis all around.
And everybody's struggling to figure out why the crisis happened.
Yes, and the other thing he's stepping into is a world where in the United States, there's a great deal of anger at capitalism, at the system, unemployed people on the street. In Europe, there's rising fascist movements. In Asia, there's rising fascist movements. And so everyone's very concerned about this. And Friedman is seeing a lot of this through the lens of Frank Knight, who feels like we are maybe reaching the end of what he calls liberalism. He calls himself an old-fashioned liberalism. We're reaching the end of representative democratic government, because representative democratic government cannot solve these social problems. And capitalism, as it has developed, Knight is very pro-capitalist, but he says it's generating inequality, and this is putting too many strains on the system. So Knight will become one of the people who helps Friedman think, how do I develop a new theory of capitalism that works in an era of mass democracy, where people can vote and people can express at the ballot box their unhappiness with what's happening economically. So this larger movement will generate, of which F.A. Hayek is a part, Friedman is a part, that becomes the very early stirrings of trying to think about a new sort of liberalism, which will eventually be called neoliberalism.
Okay, so if we can just linger on the definitions of things. So we mentioned what neoclassical is, and the institutional economics is. What's Keynesian economics? And the Chicago School of Economics, I guess, is a branch of neoclassical that's a little bit more empirical, model based, and Keynesian is very model heavy, more intervention of government.
Yes.
And so the real battle is Keynesian versus everybody else.
That is what eventually comes to pass in the United States and in the kind of overall developed profession of economics. The other piece of the puzzle here is the introduction of mathematics. And it's been around the edges, but it will pick up speed in the 1930s, like the Econometric Society is founded. They start publishing. People start using more statistical and mathematical tools to think about economics, and they're given a boost for inadvertently by the rise of Keynesian economics. So Keynes is trained in the neoclassical tradition. He's an absolutely fascinating figure. He's been there in the peace negotiations at Versailles. He basically calls World War II. He's like, hey, we're going to have another war here caused by Germany, because this peace treaty has been done in such a vindictive way, and people have made such bad decisions. He's there. He sees it happening. And so when the Great Depression unfolds, he basically comes up with a new theory for explaining what's going on. And the previous neoclassical understanding is sort of things go up and things go down. And when they go down, there's a natural mechanism to bring them back up. So when the economy is going down, prices are going down, wages are going down, everybody's losing money, but eventually firms are going to realize, hey, I can hire people cheap. Hey, I can buy stuff cheap. I don't have a lot of competition. Maybe I should get in the game here. And then others will start to get in, and then you regenerate prosperity in that way. And so Keynes says, sure, that's one theory, but something different is happening right now. Part of why it's happening is because we have the working class is more empowered now. They're not simply going to just take low wages and ride them down to the floor. We might not hit the floor. But also, he says, people might become too anxious to spend. They might not want to invest. And, Keynes has these discussions of animal spirits, right? He's still enough of a political economist to think not just in terms of human rationality, but what are some other things going on in human beings? And people might decide to sit on their money. They might not invest it. And so what happens then is you could get stuck in a bad equilibrium. So in the neoclassical model, equilibrium kind of restarts and resets itself. And he says, no, we could get stuck here. We could get stuck in the depression. And in that case, what has to happen, he says, the government stimulates investment and the government itself invests. And then he argues that, this is a student of his, Richard Kahn, says, as the government invests $1, it has like a multiplier effect. $1 spent by the government kind of ramifies out throughout the economy. So it takes the government and puts it in the center, as opposed to, say, the banking system or the financial system, which would be the more Friedman analysis. And for many economists of Friedman's generation, and he's a weird generation because it's the generation that becomes dominant is just like 4 years older, the men who become Keynesian economics, but that 4 years is really important because they come in to grad school in economics and they get exposed to the new ideas of John Maynard Keynes. And they, I think it's Paul Samuelson calls it like it was like a South Sea virus that that attacked all of the younger economists immediately succumbed, and like no one under 50 ever got the disease, right? Because their thinking's already set. And so Keynesianism, Keynes himself is very suspicious of math and economics. And he and Friedman is fascinating. One of the first books by Jan Tingerman, a Dutch economist, to use math and economics with huge volumes. Volume 1, Keynes pans it. Volume 2, Friedman pans it. So they're in the same page, but what happens is as Keynesianism arrives in the United States, Franklin Roosevelt is not really a Keynesian. He's kind of an accidental or experimental Keynesian. And there's a bunch of different ideas in the United States that are very similar to Keynesianism. They're not theorized, but they're similar ideas that the government has to do something. So this all comes together, and American economists realized that you can construct models in the Keynesian perspective, and if you can use numbers in these models, you can go to Washington, D.C. with numbers, and you seem like you have a lot more authority. And so math becomes really twinned into Keynesian economics.
So numbers are used as a kind of a symbol of expertise. We really know what the hell's going on because we have some numbers, right?
Right, and we can create a model, and so we can say, okay, in the model, the interest rate is here and taxes are here, so let's play with government spending. Let's make it up, let's make it down, and then we can get an estimation. It'll spit out, here's predicted GDP. So the other piece of the Keynesian revolution is it really gets people thinking kind of holistically about the economy as one conceptual unit. And you then have what Paul Samuelson will end up calling the neoclassical synthesis. And this is still in economics today. If you take micro, you're going to get supply and demand, scarcity, marginal analysis. If you take macro, you're going to get a very different approach. And that's more Keynesian based. And so the idea is that, and this makes sense. I mean, you can think of this from statistics, right? The way things act individually versus when they're all added together can be very different. So there's this kind of uneasy piece where economists are using kind of neoclassical tools to analyze individual behavior and individual market behavior, and they're shifting to a different paradigm when they think about the economy as a whole. And in this paradigm of the economy as a whole, the federal budget, the taxing and spending power of the federal government become paramount. And that is called the fiscal revolution. And that's really the essence of Keynesianism. But the key thing to remember is that Keynesianism and Keynes are different. And there's this famous episode where John Maynard Keynes comes to DC and he goes to dinner. And he comes back and he says to one of his friends in London, he says, "Oh yeah, it was really interesting. I was the only non-Keynesian there."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Keynesianism is more government intervention, fiscal policy. So put the government at the center of influencing the economy. And then the different flavors of whether it's Austrian economics or Chicago School of Economics is saying no, we have to put less government intervention and trust the market more. And the formulation of that from Milton Friedman is trust the money more, the not trust, but the money supply is the thing that should be focused on.
Yes. So the Austrians and the Chicago schools see economic prosperity and growth comes from individual initiative, individual entrepreneurship, kind of private sources. The private market is what drives economic growth, not the public sector. And so for Friedman, then the question is, what is the government's role? And because he's lived through the Great Depression, he's not laissez-faire, and he won't ever be laissez-faire. Now, interestingly, Hayek, living through the Great Depression, at first is laissez-faire, and he's like, sure, like, let it rip. And things get so bad that Hayek's like, okay, that's not going to work.
Can we actually define laissez-faire? So what do we mean? Like, what's the free market? What's laissez-faire? What's the extreme version here?
So yeah, laissez-faire means leave a be in France. It's more often used as an insult than as an actual. Very few people are completely and totally laissez-faire. That would be like the pure laissez-faire would be the sort of pure anarchist position, like the state does nothing or the state isn't even there. But it tends to, if I could maybe make it more precise, it would be focused on freedom of contract would be essential. And that means like the buyer of labor and the seller of labor must have absolute freedom to contract. So that means no minimum wage law, no working hours law, no employment law, things like that. That was, and this is all pre-progressive movement. A lot of things are that way, right? You know, imagine you're in 19th century America and you have a farm and you hire someone to help you on the farm. You offer the money, they take it. If they fall off a ladder and break their back, maybe you help them out, maybe you don't, right? But there's not a whole apparatus of ability and safety and things like that. So that would be one piece. Another piece of laissez-faire would be free trade amongst nations. So no regulation of who can invest in a nation or who can take money out of a nation. So Nippon Steel could come and invest in U.S. Steel, and there would be no grounds in which to reject that. Or you could, as a billionaire in the United States, relocate you and all your money to another country, and the United States couldn't try to keep you, and nobody else could stop you from coming in. And then in the context of economic crisis, laissez-faire would not encompass centrally provided relief. Because in the pure theory, again, very seldom applied purely, but in the pure theory, the wages need to come down far enough, and people need to be desperate enough to start taking work and to start the machine again. So the theory would be, if you give people relief, they might not go back to work. Now, almost nobody says that in the Great Depression because the situation is so bad, and it's people are starving on the street. Feel for humanitarian and ethical reasons, it's not okay to say that. The Austrians, though, at first, Hayek and Lionel Robbins are like, this is a business cycle and it needs to run its course, and it will be detrimental if we intervene. And then pretty soon, Hayek has to change his tune.
So the Austrians are the most hardcore for laissez-faire.
Absolutely. And so Hayek will make the turn towards accepting more of a state, and then we'll come to talk about how the state needs to support what he calls a competitive order. But his mentor, Ludwig von Mises, still remains very hardcore and is not really open to things like unemployment insurance or other state-based interventions.
What does von Mises say about like human suffering that's witnessed in the Great Depression, for example? Like, what are we supposed to, as economists, as humans that define policy, what are we supposed to see when people are like suffering at scale?
Yeah, I wish I knew an answer to that question. I don't know enough about von Mises and his reaction in the Great Depression. I think I would hazard that he would look more to the down the road and say, well, if you start here, you're going to go places that are bad. But I don't factually know what he said in response. I do know that Hayek's position doesn't last very long. It's not a position you can hold to. Maybe you can hold to it in other cycles. The other thing that was interesting is I found very few Americans saying this. Most who were kind of small town electeds, or the most famous is Andrew Mellon, quoted by Herbert Hoover. So not directly, we don't have him on record saying this, but apparently Hoover records in his memoirs that Mellon said something like, liquidate real estate, liquidate stocks, purge the rottenness out of the system, people will live a healthier life. And certainly there were members of the Federal Reserve who felt like it would create, they didn't say moral hazard, but it would create what we now call moral hazard, bad habits. Were we to intervene and to save failing banks, because failing banks need to be taught a lesson, they need to be taught discipline. And so a lot of people, I think, saw it in the context of discipline. This is discipline, and if you remove the discipline, you'll be taking away something fundamental in society.
So Milton Friedman way too, laissez-faire.
No, he didn't see that. And what's really interesting is the number of incredibly radical proposals that he and his teachers were floating. So I mentioned Frank Knight. Another really important influence on Friedman was Henry Simons, who was a junior professor at Chicago, and Simons had this idea for what he called 100% money, which would be a law that says banks have to hold 100% of the deposits they receive. They can't loan them out on the margin. This would completely and totally have overhauled the U.S. banking system. And he would have said there's a category of things called banks where you get deposits, and then there's going to be a category of sort of, you can say investment banks, but investment vehicles that will invest. So similar to what did happen in some ways in the banking reforms, in that in the 1930s, the investment banks were split from the deposit banks, and the banks that took deposits were much more highly regulated, and they were supported by the FDIC. But the point being, the Chicago school had these very radical proposals for reform: go off the gold standard, restrict the currency, change the banks, immediately relieve payments now. What is important to note, though, is that they thought of all of those as emergency measures to get through the emergency, not as permanent alterations in the state of what had to be, and not permanent alterations between state and market. Where the Keynesian assumption is things have changed, times have changed, we're in a new dispensation, and we need a new relationship. So Milton Friedman is very open to doing things differently in a state of emergency. He will have different ideas during World War II than any other time, and that's why I argue I think he would have been supportive of at least the first rounds of coronavirus relief, because I think he would have put his emergency thinking hat on. So in that way, he was definitely more flexible.
You mentioned Hayek. Who is this guy? What's his relationship to Milton Friedman in the space of ideas and in the context of the Great Depression? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So F.A. Hayek is an Austrian economist who takes up a posting in London, and he's in a mentee of Ludwig von Mises. He's writing about business cycles, Austrian capital theory. And the Depression hits, and he's one of the few, economists who in the beginning really is not calling for much intervention. Although, as he realizes how politically unpalatable that is, he will develop a more softened version of Austrian economics that has room for a whole range of social services. What's significant about Hayek is that he is also watching what's happening in Austria, what's happening in Germany, and he's really worried the same thing is going to happen to the Western democracies. And he sees the root cause of this is socialism, the shift towards an expanded role for government, which we've been talking about is happening in the United States. It's also happening in Britain. And so he writes this book that becomes incredibly famous, The Road to Serfdom, basically saying, taking these steps towards a planned economy or an economy that's a modified form of capitalism is he's very clear that this is not an inevitability, but if the same steps are taken and people follow the same line of thinking, we may end up in a sort of coercive totalitarian state. So this becomes enormously popular in the United States. First of all, he's in good touch with Friedman's teachers, even before this book comes out. They see them as kindred spirits. Frank Knight is in touch with him. Henry Simons is in touch with him. They all see themselves as liberals. They call themselves old-fashioned, unreconstructed liberals. And so even before he becomes famous, Hayek will be trying to kind of organize thinkers and intellectuals who he believes shares his values, what we would call today classical liberalism, and to kind of create a counter consensus to the one that's gathering. Now, Hayek also chooses not to argue against Keynes, and he feels that this is a huge missed opportunity, that he should have staked out the case against Keynes, and that because he did not, people come to believe there is no case against Keynes. Keynes is literally unanswerable. So Hayek will have this great regret. He will channel some of his regrets into sort of community building, specifically developing the multipolar society. And it will fall to Friedman to really make that case against Keynes. But Hayek will end up at Chicago, and Hayek really influences Friedman to think about what Hayek calls the competitive order, and how the state can and must maintain a competitive order. That is, the system of laws, of norms, of practices that makes it possible for markets to function. And this is one of these key differentiators between the older philosophy of liberalism and the newer reconceptualization of liberalism, which says, yes, we need a state. We need a state that's not intervening in markets under social democratic auspices, but is structuring and supporting markets so that they can function with maximum freedom, keeping in mind that if there aren't basic social supports needed, the market is apt to generate a type of either inequality or social instability that will call the whole system into question. So Hayek is really key in promoting this modified liberalism. But from being a very prominent economist in the 1920s and 1930s, as mathematics becomes the language of economics, Hayek is completely left out in the cold. Now, Friedman to some degree is left out in the cold, but Friedman at least has proved to mathematical economists that he knows what they're up to, and he's rejecting it from a position of expertise and knowledge. And he literally drives the mathematical economists out of Chicago. They're clustered in a group called the Coles Commission, and he makes their life hell. They flee. They flee the Friedman onslaught. But then when Hayek arrives at the University of Chicago, he would like to be considered for a position in the economics department, and Milton Friedman says, no way, you're not really an economist because you're not empirical, because you just develop these theories. So he has an appreciation for Hayek as a social thinker, but not as an economist. So what Friedman decides to do, his answer to Keynes will be deeply empirical, but it will also be theoretical, and it will create an alternative intellectual world and approach for economists who aren't satisfied with Keynesianism. And almost single-handedly, Friedman will introduce political and ideological diversity into the field of economics, because from his beachhead in Chicago, he will develop the theory of monetarism. So what is monetarism? The easy way to summarize it is this famous dictum of Milton Friedman's. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. And it's fascinating that he becomes an expert in inflation because the first research and the first major research product of monetarism is that theory of the Great Depression in a monetized States, and that is the theory of a deflation, all prices going down. And he will go back to an idea that Irving Fisher had popularized, but a very old idea, almost a truism, the quantity theory of money, which says the level of the price level is related to the amount of money circulating in an economy. So if you have more money, prices go up. If you have less money, prices go down. Now, this seems like very basic and almost too basic to bear repeating, but Friedman is saying this very basic relationship holds true even in an advanced industrial economy. And that is what people have started to doubt. And if you think about money, you think about banks, you don't think necessarily about the federal budget, spending, and taxation. And what you see happens in American economics, the textbooks previous to the Keynesian revolution, they spent a lot of time on money. They spent a lot of time on interest rates. You can do word counts, and other scholars have done the word counts. And the word count for money after World War II just plummets. And you start seeing things like taxation, budget, those things go up. So that what happens is the economics profession shifts its attention. It just looks away from money to other things. And Friedman is one of the few who's saying, no, money still matters, money still counts. And it's a very counterintuitive argument to make. It's a very historical argument to make. And this is absolutely fascinating to me. With Anna Schwartz, he develops this 150-year time frame. He also has students working on episodes of hyperinflation in different periods of time. He's also looking back at ancient history, inflationary episodes there. And he's saying this is a law of economics. This is something that recurs throughout time. It's not historical, right? It's not contingent. It's a law of economics. And his Keynesian counterpoints are saying, no, that's not relevant any longer. Maybe once it's relevant, but it's not relevant today. Now, in some ways, they have a point because in order to pay for World War II, the federal government sells a lot of bonds. It issues a lot of debt, and it wants to pay this debt back at a low interest rate, and it wants people to keep buying it. It wants the low interest rate to be competitive with other interest rates. So it wants, in general, low interest rates throughout the economy. And the Federal Reserve has been so discredited by the Great Depression that the Treasury basically runs the Federal Reserve and says, keep interest rates low. And so that's what it's doing. And so the Federal Reserve has stopped being an independent entity. It's just a sort of department of the Treasury. But in 1951, they negotiate, it's called the Treasury Fed Accord. And the Federal Reserve gets its independence, but it doesn't really use it. But statutorily, it now has it. And so most economists are just observing a regime in which the Federal Reserve has no power, a regime in which there is really little inflation. The inflation that is seen is a little burst of inflation in the Korean War. And they're saying inflation is not really important. It's not really relevant, and money's not really relevant and important. And so to break through and to make the argument, that's why Friedman and Schwartz go to history, and they're able to make that argument for history. So then Friedman is coming out with a variety of papers that are saying, when I look at economic fluctuations, he maps them side by side, the fluctuations in the money supply, and says, look, they fit. And other economists, remember, they're building complicated mathematical models, and Friedman's doing extremely simple stuff. And they just think it's dumb, it's not interesting, it's not true. They don't buy it at all. And so, but after a monetary history of the United States, they have to pay attention. So it's really in those years, Friedman is hammering this idea of monetarism, and it starts to become something respectable, bordering on respectable for other economists to look to and think about. And that's really the beginning of the kind of Keynesian monetarist split, where if you start to give Friedman any credence, you're heading towards a monetarist position. Now, at the same time, Freeman comes out very publicly in 1964 as a supporter of Barry Goldwater. And Keynesian economics has found a home in the Democratic Party. Its probably brightest moment in the sun is the administration of John F. Kennedy, who brings in a lot of Harvard and Yale professors, the Council of Economic Advisors. He proposes a series of spending programs that are really guided by the Keynesian philosophy. And Barry Goldwater is tremendously controversial, part for his votes against civil rights, which Friedman really supports, in part because he's a hardcore libertarian in an age when that's not in the political mainstream or not discussed in the political mainstream. And I mean, he's just tremendously unpopular, particularly in all the educated precincts where Friedman lives. So Friedman is like an outcast and a pariah for his support of Goldwater. And so that actually really affects monetarism because people feel that this is now becoming a package deal. And so there's a great reluctance to embrace Friedman's ideas because it seems like you would then have to embrace his politics.
So it's associated with conservatism.
So this is the years when conservatism, there is a movement that calls itself conservatism, and Friedman is very tightly allied with this movement from the beginning, partly through his friendship with William F. Buckley. And a lot of people say to me, yeah, but Friedman's not conservative. And this is like a bigger, you have a whole separate podcast on this, but for now, I'll just say that conservative in the United States becomes a political brand that contains elements of conservatism that are recognizable across time and space, embrace of tradition, or comfort with hierarchy, etc. And it also has something new and different, which is Friedman's ideas about Milton Friedman's advocacy of more free markets, less government regulation, and the benefits of capitalism and the benefits of freedom. And that gets folded into American conservatism, in part because Milton Friedman is such a powerful intellectual figure. And after his advocacy, Goldwater, media realizes this guy's really smart. He has really interesting things to say. He makes great copy. He makes a great guest, and he starts writing a column for Newsweek magazine. It's a very big deal in a much more consolidated media environment. And he's quoted in all the newspapers, and so his public profile really starts to rise right as he's pushing monetarism as an alternative to the Keynesian synthesis.
Can we just linger on what is monetarism?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay,
once again, so like what? Okay, the money supply.
Yes.
So money is this thing that you can think of it in a notion where people buy and sell stuff. And there's this fascinating, complex, dynamical system of people contracting with each other in this beautiful way. I mean, there's so many pothead questions I want to ask about the nature of money. I mean, money is fascinating in that way. And I think for Milton Friedman, trusting the flow of money is really important.
Yeah.
And the signals that pricing and money in general provides is really important.
So yeah, and some of this, I could take some of this back again to Frank Knight. So one thing Frank Knight said to all his students was the market is the best allocation mechanism we have. The market is what allocates resources. In a situation of scarcity, the market allocates them the best. And Hayek will add to that by saying prices are information signals, and a price sends information to buyers and sellers about how they should act. And these are the two of the strongest arguments for why the government should not intervene in the price system, because it will blur information or because it will allocate less efficiently than market allocation will. And so what Friedman is really going to add to that is maybe going up a level and thinking in the macro about the whole economy and how money circulates through that economy as a whole. And so what he and Anna Schwartz do is they construct what are called monetary aggregates. This is adding together, say, all the money that's on deposit in banks and all the money that's believed to be circulating in people's wallets. And you also have to really go back in time. You know, we don't have credit cards. There is a stock market, but it's tiny in terms of the number of people who invest. There aren't mutual funds. Like when traveler's checks are introduced, it's like a big deal. So we have a very simple monetary system. And so Schwartz and Milton Friedman start measuring what they call the monetary aggregates. They focus on M1 and M2, and their favorite aggregate is M2, which I believe encompassing sort of deposits and circulating medium. The other thing to recall, there's some fine distinctions between
interesting piece of information.
Money in savings accounts and money in checkings accounts. And money in savings accounts can earn interest and is generally believed not to circulate, where money in checking accounts does not at that time bear interest and cannot legally bear interest, and so is thought of as circulating. And then there's different institutional architectures, postal savings banks, credit unions. So, but Friedman is one, taking the focus to these aggregate amounts of money and saying these really have a lot to do with economic booms and busts. When we have an expansion in the amount of available money, we see an expansion in economic activity. When we have a contraction in available money, we have a contraction. And so he says, at this stage, the government, through the mechanism of the Federal Reserve and its influence on interest rates, can either make money more cheaply available and more freely available in the economy, or can make money more expensive and slow things down. But the central core idea of monetarism is this is potentially very bad if the government can hit the gas and then hit the brake and hit the gas and hit the brake based on, say, what a politician wants or what somebody at the Federal Reserve wants. You have a lot of instability in the system. And so one of the core policy proposals of monetarism is let's grow the money supply at a steady rate. And in the beginning, Friedman just says K%. He doesn't even put a number on it, because he says the number doesn't matter. What matters is the steadiness in the growth rate. Because if it's a steady growth rate, it will fade away, and then people will make economic decisions based on the fundamentals, not based on what they think is going to happen, not based on hedging against inflation or hedging against deflation. They'll just be able to function. So this is sort of the paradox of monetary policy. When it's happening right, you don't see it, you don't notice it. When it's happening wrong, Friedman argues, it can just fundamentally destabilize everything. It can cause the Great Depression, it can cause an artificial boom. And so he's taking monetary policy at a time when most economists think it's completely irrelevant and saying this is the central game of the economy. Now, we live in a world where we believe this, and the Federal Reserve chair can't open their mouth without headlines being generated. But Friedman is saying this at a time when the Federal Reserve is like a mysterious and secretive organization. It's not well known, it's not deeply appreciated. Some of the only people who appreciate the Fed's power are like hardcore rural populists who have constituents, who think the banks and money power are the problem, who are like, throwbacks from the frontier days. So Friedman in the beginning has no constituency for this policy. He has no constituency for this analysis. And so just going back to summarize monetarism, it's using the quantity theory of money to analyze the macroeconomy. It's proposing a policy of slow and steady growth in the money supply. And then it is arguing that inflationary episodes, when they emerge, are profoundly driven by changes in the money supply, not by anything else.
I mean, and going even up a level as we started, how epic is it to develop this idea, to hold this idea, and then to convince the United States of this idea that money matters, that today we believe is mostly correct. for now.
Yeah.
And so just this idea that goes against the experts and then eventually wins out and drives so much of the economy, the biggest, the most powerful economy in the world. So fascinating.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a fascinating story. And so what happens is Friedman has advanced all these ideas. He's roiled the economics profession. He's built a political profile. And then he becomes the head of the American Economics Association. And he is asked in that role to give a presidential address. And so he gives his presidential address December 1967. And he says, I'm going to talk about inflation. And I'm going to talk about the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. And this is what's generally known as the Phillips curve. And the Phillips curve in its original form is derived of post-World War II data. So it's derived of about 12 years of data. And it shows that when inflation goes up, unemployment goes down. And the idea, would make sense that as the economy is heating up and lots of things are happening, more and more people are getting hired. And so this relationship has led policymakers to think that sometimes inflation is good. And if you want to lower unemployment, you could let inflation kind of go a little bit. And in the crude forms, it becomes to seem like a menu. Like you could take your model and you could plug in, I want this much unemployment, and it would say, well, great, this is how much inflation you should do. So then you would target that inflation rate. So Friedman gets up and he says, this is wrong. This might work in the short term, but it's not going to work in the long term, because in the long term, inflation has, first of all, it has a momentum of its own. Once it gets going, it tends to build on itself. The accelerationist thesis, it accelerates. And once inflation gets going, and the reason it gets going is because, workers go to the store and they see the price level has gone up. Things have cost more. They ask for the wages to go up. Then, people eventually, the wages go up too high and they will no longer be hireable, or companies will decide at these high wages, I can't hire as many workers, I better lay off. So if inflation keeps going, eventually over the long term, it will result in high unemployment. So he says, theoretically, you could end up in a situation where you have high inflation and high unemployment. This hasn't been seen, but he says theoretically this could happen. And then he goes and he says, and the government has started expanding the money supply, in 1966. So we're going to get a bunch of inflation, and then we're going to get a bunch of unemployment. And he estimates about how long it will take. And then he says, once this all happens, it will take about 20 years to get back to normal. And
he predicts the stagflation of the 1970s.
Stagflation of the 1970s.
Gangsters that for an economist. Again, against the mainstream belief represented by the Phillips curve.
Yeah, and what really makes it happen is that many of the economists who most deeply dislike Friedman and most deeply dislike his politics in the 1970s, as they're running their models, they start to say Friedman's right. They start to see in the data that he's right. And a very parallel process happens in Britain. Britain is going through a very similar burst of spending, burst of inflation. And so Friedman is vindicated in this very profound way, in the way that he himself said would be the ultimate vindication, which is my theory should predict. So that prediction of stagflation is really the sort of final breakthrough of his ideas, and also, their importance to policy and to thinking about how we should intervene or not in the economy, and what the role of the Federal Reserve is, because he's saying the Federal Reserve is incredibly powerful, and finally people start to believe it.
And I don't know if we said, but to make clear, stagflation means high unemployment and high inflation, which is a thing, like you mentioned, was not seen before, and he predicted accurately. And it also disproves the sort of the relationship, the inverse relationship between unemployment and inflation.
Yeah, no, I should say the Phillips curve is still out there. It's been expectations augmented, and it is relevant in the short term. But Friedman's warning is still very much apt, that if you get too focused on unemployment, you can let inflation out of the bag. And so until very recently, the Federal Reserve's tradition has been focusing on inflation, believing that's fundamental, and that will keep unemployment low, rather than trying to lower unemployment at the cost of raising inflation.
Can we go back to Frank Knight and the big picture thing we started with, which is the justification of capitalism?
Yes.
So as you mentioned, Milton Friedman searched for a moral justification of capitalism. Frank Knight was a big influence on Milton Friedman, and including on this topic of understanding the moral justification of capitalism. I think you spoke about Knight's case for capitalism was grounded in the idea that the ability to act in the face of uncertainty creates profit, and it should, because taking risks should be rewarded. So like this idea that taking risks in the face of uncertainty should create profit, and that becomes a justification, the ethics of capitalism. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so Knight is talking about where does profit come from? And to his mind, it comes from the entrepreneurial function and the risk-taking function. And so he kind of weaves that into why, capitalism works best, and why it's the most effective allocation machine, and why it assigns responsibility in a way he believes that a socialist system never could. Now, Knight, though, is not a booster of capitalism. It could be in part because he's just a darkly pessimistic, kind of depressive guy, and so he's afraid that capitalism is going to collapse and socialism or fascism is going to take over, or communism. And so he kind of descends into darkness there. Friedman, as the more optimist, believes with Hayek that you can develop a different approach to capitalism that would preserve the price system, preserve allocation, but build in social supports, build in a social minimum, things like this. But there's a moment in his career where he's really struggling to figure out, how do I make this case for capitalism? And basically, the whole sort of conservative movement, or people who later call it conservative movement, are struggling to make this case. And he starts thinking about what makes capitalism work is that if you put forth effort, you get a reward. So then you could say, well, people get what they deserve under capitalism. But then he kind of stops and he says, that's not really true, because we're born with such different endowments, and there's a huge quotient of luck, right? So some people are just in the right position and some people aren't. So if I say capitalism is moral because people get what they deserve, that's not really true. And he also kind of has an ethical reaction, which he ends up calling an aesthetic reaction. He's kind of it just doesn't feel right to say that. And so he struggles for a while with what do I say? And then he basically says capitalism, it can't be the core. Discipline of the market can't be the core to your ethics. It has to be something else. So that's when he will decide it's freedom. It's individual freedom. That's really the ethical core. And capitalism makes individual freedom possible, because capitalism is dedicated to maximizing that. And so the defense of capitalism comes through freedom. And at his stage in history, he's able to set aside Knight's worry about inequality and say, when I look at the data, and this is true for the macro data at mid-century, incomes are actually convergent, right? And it also, if you look historically, if a country goes from, say, a more feudal agrarian society to a more market-based society, incomes will converge. Now, then they might start to diverge, but Friedman's in the moment when he's seeing the convergence. And so that's what he's really focused on. So he believes he can justify capitalism through the ethic of freedom, and he also believes that inequality is a problem that can be addressed through specific policies, and it's not a fundamental feature of capitalism. In other words, he doesn't see capitalism as an engine of inequality the way that Frank Knight did, and the way that maybe some critics on the left would.
How did he conceive of freedom? So the individual freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, civil freedom. What was the tension, the dynamic between those different freedoms? Right?
So he really begins focusing on economic freedom. And he says it's really important to focus on economic freedom because in the United States, we don't value it enough. So by economic freedom, he means the ability to keep what you've earned, the ability to make decisions about your business, the ability to make decisions about the work that you do. So this will translate into things like there shouldn't be a minimum wage. He believes the minimum wage has bad social effects, but he also believes you should be free to accept a job. at a wage that you yourself have determined is acceptable to you. And there should be very minimal regulation, questions around safety and other things, because the market will ultimately, if you create an unsafe product, it won't sell, and that's sort of your incentive. So he really centers economic freedom because he thinks, especially, and he's really speaking from his vantage point in the universities and speaking to the kind of liberal consensus of the 50s and 60s. He thinks economic freedom has been undervalued in the American context, so he really wants to push that forward. He's really kind of taking political freedom for granted. Now, later in his career, when he becomes famous, he's traveling the world, he spends time in Chile, and this country is now being ruled by a dictator, Augusto Pinochet, who starts introducing economic freedom, but there's no political freedom. And Milton Friedman believes eventually these two things are going to go together. He tells Pinochet, you've got economic freedom, and eventually it's going to mean political freedom. Pinochet is like, okay, fine. I'm not really interested in that. I want to know what I should do about inflation. But then when Milton Friedman leaves Chile, he is attacked and vilified for having been a supporter. It's interpreted that he's a supporter of the regime, which he's not, but he realizes he has talked too much about economic freedom and he hasn't talked enough about political freedom. He's kind of assumed political freedom because he's come from the American context. So then he starts recalibrating them and saying, you know what, if you don't have political freedom, you're never going to be able to hold on to economic freedom. So he sees that they need to go together and they don't naturally go together. And so he starts to become more clear in talking about political freedom. Now, let's fast forward to the end of his life, and he's witnessing the emergence of what we call the Asian tigers. So capitalist economies that are doing very well, but they don't have political freedom. But then he observes they don't have political freedom in that you can't vote in a free and fair election, but they also don't have a Stasi, they don't have a KGB, they're not, hauling people off for their wrong opinions. So then he says they have something called civic freedom. And so he kind of defines this third sphere, civic freedom of, debate, discussion, interpersonal relations, but you can't be political. So hey, this is a late in life edition. I don't think it's fully theorized. I think what it shows is that during the Cold War, he very much believed economic and political freedom, capitalism and freedom, democracy, the United States, capitalism, this all went together. And he starts to see at the end of his life the emergence of different social systems that are using market trading and allocation, but aren't giving people similar freedoms. And he's kind of puzzling over that. Now, he always believes that China will democratize, and he thinks China is on the path to democratization, in part because Chile does democratize. Eventually, Pinochet is voted out, and it's become a democratic, capitalist, and very prosperous country. And he thinks that's exactly what's happening in China. He sees Tiananmen, and he doesn't live long enough to get to where we are now, in which it doesn't look like political or civic freedom is coming to China anytime soon.
And he did oppose the dual track system of China, meaning like the market is bottom up, the government in China is top down, and you can't have both.
He thought you couldn't have both.
Yeah.
He thought eventually the market would triumph.
Well, that's a really powerful idea. To say, okay, maybe there's not political freedom, but just hold on to the economic freedom, and eventually that's going to give political freedom. Is that correct to say, like, start to work on the economic freedom, and the political freedom piece will take care of itself?
That's what he believed. Yeah, I think it's more complicated than that, right? The people who gain out of a system of economic freedom could decide to collude in a system where there isn't political freedom. That's certainly a scenario. So, but that was, again, that's that core idea of freedom, right? And that core belief that people want freedom and that people are drawn to freedom.
Just to go back to Frank Knight a little bit, he wrote an essay called The Ethics of Competition, and the metaphor that the economic life is a game. And then maybe that extends to society as a whole, like the entirety of it is a competitive game. And Milton Friedman, I think, adapted some of this, appreciated some of this. Can you speak to this metaphor?
Yeah, I think what the metaphor of the game does is it asks you, okay, well, what are the rules then? And let's focus on the rules that keep the game going. So he didn't use the concept of an infinite game, but I think that's an interesting one. A game that all the players are in and keep going again and again and again. And so that helped Knight, along with Hayek, shift from the allocation question, who's getting what, are things allocated fairly, to the more structural question of like, what are the rules of the game that we need to keep this system going? And so for a while that led to the discussion of monopoly. Well, we need rules against concentration. Or we need the rule of law. Everyone needs to be treated equally. People need to know what what they're up against. And then going back to monetarism, the core of monetarism is a rule. Friedman called it a monetary growth rule. And so again, what keeps the economic game going is a rule about how much the money grows that everybody knows. Nobody's guessing. Nobody's changing the rules to help their side or to help, the people they're friendly with. We all know it's there, it's clear, it's easy. And so that emphasis on rules, I think, really has the through line. It goes into Hayek's competitive order, and then it goes into the monetary growth rule. And then, today, monetary policy makes use of monetary policy rules. We have not abandoned discretion, but rules are used as a heuristic or a check, and those come out of Friedman's thinking. And so it's something, it's really profound, and it was always counterposed to discretion, which Friedman worried would be subject to capture or political corruption if you had discretion in policymaking, or if you had discretion in these very big areas. Then people would stop competing against each other in a market, and they would turn their attention to getting control of the rules or the rule makers.
So if there's clear, transparent rules, then you're free to play the game.
Yes, exactly.
But then depending on the rules, the game can turn off the equilibrium that arise that might be different. Right? So that speaks to the mechanism design, the design of the rules.
Yeah, and that was, again, to go back to the idea separating new liberalism or neoliberalism from classical liberalism, with more of a focus on what are the rules that are needed, what is the competitive order that we want to set out, how do we design in social safeguards, how do we think about it? And so that shift towards monetary policy and focusing on stable monetary growth, that becomes really important in the post-70s era as one of the basic rules of how a capitalist economy should function. And it becomes really important because they see the example of, say, countries, most notably in Latin America, where monetary rules weren't followed and different governments played politics with their currencies. And that created huge upheaval and huge social loss, economic loss, just economic disaster.
So my friend, she's a poker player, philosopher of sorts, great human being. She has a podcast called Win-Win that everybody should listen to. And the whole purpose of the podcast and her whole way of being and spirit is to find win-win solutions. So do you think of economic life as having such win-win solutions? So being able to find rules where everybody wins? Or is it always going to be zero-sum?
I definitely believe in win-win, but with a big asterisk. Like, you can have win-win, but it can feel like win-lose, which is, it's not just, are people getting more? It has a lot to do with, do people feel they're getting more, and do people feel they're getting what's fair and equal? So you could have a situation, for instance, if you look at the history of going back to Chile, it has steady growth, steady income growth, steady diminution of inequality, and a high level of discontent within the society, and a high level of belief that the society is corrupt and unfair. And that's what matters. How people feel about it, how people perceive it matters. And you can't, we saw this recently. You can't just come out with a bunch of statistics and tell people you're winning in this game if they feel like they're losing. So that goes to all the non-rational factors and all the comparative factors that people have when they think about where they are vis-a-vis other people in society. So we're just incredibly social creatures. We're incredibly attuned to our status, to rising and falling, to where we sit vis-a-vis others. And so that absolutely has to be attended to. It can't just be an economic analysis.
It's so interesting that the experience of the economy is different than the reality of the economy. On the topic of corruption, I think the reality of corruption versus the perception of corruption is really important in a lot of these nations. You take Ukraine, for example. The perception of corruption has a big impact on the economy. You don't want to invest, you be very cautious as a business person. The reality of corruption could be way different than the actual perception. But if narratives take hold, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that it has a big effect on the psychology of the people involved. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to Keynes's analysis of the Great Depression, right? If people won't invest, if they're spooked, if the investing classes are spooked, you could be in real trouble. And in some ways, this simple analysis of the problem and proposal of a solution was enough to restore eventually the path to economic prosperity, right? That's Franklin Roosevelt. Nothing to fear but fear itself. The sense that we know we have a future, we have optimism, then you believe in it. And to go back to thinking about money, right? Money works because we all believe in it. It's a form of social trust, and it's a form of belief and faith in our society and in the other people in it. And when that breaks down, the money system will break down as well.
Is there something Milton Friedman said and thought about, how to control the psychology of humans at scale?
No, I mean, what's interesting is he does talk, especially in his later work, he says we have fiat currency and this is an experiment, and we don't know how it's going to turn out. And it's turning out okay right now, but we've always had a commodity-based or backed currency of some form or another. And this is the first time. And so who really knows? So far, so good. And he also is very attuned. It's interesting in his later writings when he's thinking about this too. Sure, I could design a monetary system that would be different, but when I look at history, I see that monetary systems have always, say, incorporated the role of the state. Because it's so important to people. And so therefore my theoretical designs really have to be tempered by what I've actually seen happen in history.
So maybe we could speak to this tension between how much government intervention is okay for Milton Friedman. So he was against minimum wage, but he was for guaranteed minimum income. Can you explain actually the difference between the two?
Yeah, so this was one of the discoveries I made in my research. I found a paper from 1938 he wrote advocating what we would call today a universal basic income, a minimum income. And he basically sees this as part of the effort to create a new liberalism, right? And he basically says we have advanced societies, we have prosperous societies, we have decided, in keeping with our morals and our ethics, that people should not be starving in an advanced society like this. The question is, how are we going to make that happen? And he ended up believing the best thing to do was to put a floor under everybody. And he said you get that based on your income. If you have a lot of income, you don't get it. If you have a little income, you might get a little bit of it. If you have no income, you get enough of it. And he believed in the beginning you should base that on, what was required to buy food, right? That would be kind of an objective. You could objectively determine the nutrition and the price of food. And so that for him, it's important. He says it's keeping with a liberal polity because it's not intervening in the price system. It's not intervening in economic relations. And it does not, in his view, require a bureaucracy to administer. It does not, in his view, require that you qualify for it by virtue of being in a protected class. That you just get it as kind of part of your membership in this general citizenship body. And so that to him was really different than a minimum wage because it did not interfere with the work bargain. His belief about minimum wages was specifically that it priced out unskilled labor. That what an unskilled laborer had to offer was a willingness to work for a very low wage. And if you set the minimum wage too high, businesses, instead of hiring that higher priced labor, would not hire. Or like we could think of today, right? They put in electronic checkout, or something like this, where you don't actually need the labor. So he really believed the minimum wage had that perverse incentive. Now this is a live debate on what minimum wages do, and there seems to be a level at which you can set them that they can not have that perverse effect, and in fact can kind of create people with more spending money that then powers the economy. So he had a very sort of clinical analysis of that rather than an empirical one or a really abstract analysis. But the minimum income is fascinating because it seems very leftist to us. But what it is it's purely individualistic. And it never really happened because it was so purely individualistic, because American social policy typically identifies like this group of people as deserving and will give them benefits. So the classic example is soldiers, veterans. Another example is mothers raising dependent children. These people deserve money. The rest of you better go out and work. And so Friedman's proposal, it really caught on in the 60s. It ultimately went nowhere, but it was no litmus test, no income analysis, just we're going to give you this much. Everyone's going to get this much. And he decided once mass taxation had come in, you could do it through taxes. And you could just rebate people who didn't pay income taxes, got a rebate. That actually came to pass. It's the earned income tax credit. And it's considered extremely successful, by policy analysts. It does what it's supposed to do. It's not that expensive. And so I see that as a kind of paradigm of his thinking, in that instead of creating a bureaucracy that does some form of redistribution, or instead of trying to intervene in the market for labor or the market for something else, the market for housing, you provide a cash grant that people spend for themselves. And so interestingly, that's what happened in the emergency situation of COVID, right? That's exactly what people did. They followed that model, which is get money out quick. And there's a lot of discussion still about UBIs as something that should be done. And I think it's always going to be hard to pull off, because I think Americans and their elected representatives don't want to provide a universal benefit. They want to provide a targeted benefit because they believe there's like a moral component here. And Friedman advanced a policy that was really abstract and really just, kind of was devoid of judgment. It was like pure and beautiful in that way, but like utterly impractical.
And it really focused on not interfering with the market and the signals that the market provides. Like, it was really against price controls. The same kind of reason.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you could say, okay, but how does this not interfere with the market, right? You provide people with a minimum income, won't that change their incentives to work, etc.? I mean, there's a big body of research on this. Most of it seems to show, one, it's way better than the current benefits cliff, where you have to not work to get your benefits. And any incentive impact on working seems to be much lower than would be expected. But I'll let the economists and social science to spike that one out and figure it out empirically. Hopefully we should be able to.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of studies. It's interesting, even just how you conduct studies like this, how you do these kinds of experiments, especially if you're empirically minded. Because a lot of the studies I saw are pretty small.
Right.
So how do you make big conclusions about how to run the world, how to run the economies from such small studies? It's all a fascinating experiment of ideas. And it's also inspiring to see individuals and maybe small groups of individuals, like the Chicago School of Economics, to sort of shake up what we believe and how we run the world.
Yeah.
Inspiring.
Yeah.
You call Milton Friedman the last great conservative. Maybe to be a little bit sort of controversial and make bold statements that get everybody excited. But what do you mean by that, and what makes a great conservative?
So I was really thinking of that in terms of kind of American political identities, and particularly the 20th century conservative movement, which people are always saying this isn't conservatism. And saying, yes, in America, conservatism is different. It looks different. It feels different. Conservatism in America builds in a big component of what we could call libertarianism, pro-capitalism, anti-government ideas, and critics will say, but conservatism is about conserving institutions and practices, and it has a role for the state and an organic community. But in the United States, it's always had, since the 20th century, this anti-statist, let's let the market rip. Let's not worry about what the market does to establish traditions. The market is our tradition. Capitalism is our tradition. So that was really synthesized. You know, many people were there, but Friedman and the importance of his books, Free to Choose, Capitalism and Freedom, the television series he did, all of these were like core components of this American conservative synthesis as it evolved. And I really see that as having broken down. It is scattered into different pieces. We don't know where they're going to come back together again. But, you know, Friedman's push for open global markets, unfettered free trade, is getting pushback on both the left and the right. You know, that I think is just a major sign that, you know, both parties have turned away from this vision. I don't know what they've turned to, but the way that Friedman brought these pieces together, I think that political moment has passed. So that's what I was trying to talk about with the book title. There's another way, though, in which I think of him also as a conservative, which is that within the field of economics, he went back to this older idea, the quantity theory of money, and said, this still has value. This can be applied in the modern day. It is something to teach us. And he, you know, pushed back against this trend towards mathematization. So he kept writing books. You can still pick up a Friedman book and read it, you know, whereas lots of economics articles and outputs, like unreadable unless you're in the field. And so I think in that way, he was trying to conserve methodologically and intellectually the traditions of the field. The work that he and particularly Anna Schwartz did, that literal recounting of things and deep analysis of data from the field, that was like completely unfashionable in his time. Now we've sort of gone back to it with big data and with computers, but he helped bring that forward and preserve that tradition. So I think of him kind of intellectually as a conservative, if you think of the mode of his thought. And so, I mean, what makes a great conservative is one who takes those older ideas and makes them fresh for a new time period. I think that's exactly what he did.
You've also spoken about the fact that the times when he was sort of out in public, there was more of an open battle of ideas, where conservatism often had, you know, William F. Buckley. You had a more vibrant, deep debate over ideas, where it seems less deep now.
I mean, that is the thing that it's hard, especially like for, you know, for the students I teach today, to be like, you know, there were arguments about ideas and conservatives won a bunch of them, you know, and that happened in the 70s, late 1960s to 1970s, when they, you know, one set of arguments was about economics, like, okay, this idea of stimulating the economy by spending more, it has a downside. The downside is called inflation, and the downside is called too much regulation. And, you know, you've gone too far in kind of bottling up the actual sources of economic growth and dynamism, and we have to let those free. In social policy, there was also a critique. You know, the Great Society had all these ways, ideas of ending poverty, and, you know, people came and analyzed them and said the programs aren't helping. In some ways, you've actually created engines to trap people in poverty because you've given them a benefit and said if they actually start to work, they lose the benefit. You created all these perverse incentives, and these ideas were fought out. They were empirical, they were controversial, and they were based on really deep research and really deep argumentation. And so it seems that era has passed. It seems like we're driven much more quickly by moods rather than thought through ideas. Right now, it seems like the ideas come after they follow the political mood and try to put together the underpinning of it, where it really was the opposite for much of the 20th century.
It does seem like we lead with emotional turmoil,
right,
and the ideas follow versus lead with the ideas, and the sort of the emotion of the masses respond.
Right, exactly. So if we think of the evolution of conservatism, it was a whole set of ideas that was crafted, refined, the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s. So it really found their emotional standard bearer, translator, salesperson in Ronald Reagan, who incidentally had been following these ideas as they developed and had been honing his ability to express them and apply them politically. it's a very opposite if we look at Trump as the political definer of the era. There's a set of ideas, but it was more attitudes, impulses, vibes, and the ideas are coming after that, trying to figure out how they patch on. So it's interesting to watch, to see that difference, and I hazard that a lot of it just has to do with the immediacy of the media environment we're in, and it's just power of the media messages to get out so fast.
What do you think Milton Friedman would say about Donald Trump, about him winning in 2024, and just in general this political moment?
I think he would love Doge. I think that's it goes without saying. I think he would focus on that part because I think he would really love it. He would be very alarmed by the idea of tariffs and very alarmed by the return to protectionism. I mean, I think he believed that part of what made the world peaceful in the second half of the 20th century, as opposed to during World War II, was the world was knit together more by trade, and that was the great hope, that if people traded with each other, they wouldn't fight. He was also, a proponent of the free movement of capital. He'd absolutely oppose this idea that Nippon Steel wasn't allowed to invest in the United States. I think he would struggle, and he wholeheartedly embraced Reagan, and he worked to minimize the parts of the Reagan legacy he didn't like. I think he would find it harder to embrace Trump because he's not of that style. He just had a different style, but I'm guessing he would have come around through I think he would just say, okay, we have a chance to reduce the size of government. At the same time, those spending plans of the Trump administration are not fiscally conservative in any way. And that was his concern, was not so much with debt, but with the feeling that there's no mechanism to stop the growth of government, that it just grows and grows and grows. And so he ended up believing like even deficits aren't so bad because they make politicians cautious, he thought, about continuing to spend. But I have to believe he would be concerned about the potential threats to the U.S. currency's position as the world's reserve currency with increased levels of debt and spending. He was concerned about low interest rates. He died, I think it's 2004, 2006, but it was in the beginning. He didn't see the zero low bound, but he saw low interest rates. And he said, this isn't necessarily good. Everyone's talking about low interest rates as if they're good, but there should be a price on capital. There should be a price on this. It shouldn't be so low. And so, he had some of still the kind of macro insights that I think are important.
You wrote a Wall Street Journal essay titled "How Inflation Ended Neoliberalism and Re-elected Trump." So can we weave that into this discussion in terms of inflation and Trump? What's the main idea of the essay?
So the main idea is kind of looking back and saying, so today we have been living in a world where people have been, focused on monetary policy, steady monetary policy, free trade, reducing regulation. This is all called the neoliberal era. And my argument was, a lot of that was driven by inflation. So we have Milton Friedman predict inflation in 1967. It starts breaking out in the 1970s, Britain and the United States. And every institution was designed around stable prices. And once inflation broke out, prices were no longer stable. So, for example, tax rates weren't inflation adjusted. So if your income went up because of inflation, you might bump from a low tax rate to an extremely high tax rate, but you don't actually have more money. On paper, you have more money, but everything costs more, so you don't actually have more money, and your taxes have gone up. That kicks off the taxpayer revolt. There's a whole shift of American corporations towards focusing on financial investment because the tax breaks they used to get for depreciation for building new factories are not inflation adjusted. So they no longer pay off in an inflationary environment. And then when Paul Volcker comes in 1980s, early 1980s, and starts fighting inflation, really pushes up interest rates to bring down inflation. And that completely reorders the banking sector because banks had statutory legal limits on the interest they could charge. And once general market interest rates exceeded that, there's a proliferation of new financial forms to take advantage of that. So my point was, the era we live in was ushered in by inflation. And then everyone turned against all the formulations we had and said, well, these have hollowed out our industrial base. These have, we've got too much immigration. We've got too much economic openness. We need to reshore. We need to focus. We need to turn against all these things. We need to spend more. We've disinvested. And the net result of that turning away, I argued, is people forgot about inflation. They really forgot it could ever exist. And you had a whole set of theories on the left, modern monetary theory, that basically said we don't really need to worry about inflation. We can spend what we want. And lo and behold, inflation came back. And so my argument is that has now opened the door to the presidency of Donald Trump, which is potentially a deeply transformative moment that will change the size and shape of government, that may change our foreign policy profoundly, that may change our immigration policy, it may change the demographics of our country. All of that, and my thesis is that it's all been made possible by inflation. And so the great mistake of the past years was to forget how fundamental inflation was to the rise of the last political order, and to profoundly underestimate how much inflation would change the current political order. So I just think it's one of these things. This is why I think you should study history, because I think if you had studied history, you would be aware of this. And it's so easy for people to forget, just like the banks forgot that interest rates could ever go up. They got so used to it. And it's only a 10, 15-year thing, but to them that seems like forever. So I really do believe what history teaches you to do is just have a much vaster scope in your vision, and then take into account the possibility of so many things happening that are different than what's happening today. And so I just hope we don't forget about inflation entirely. But here's the thing, there's quite a strong chance that Trump's policies will initiate even worse inflation, and then they will prove to be his undoing. So the ironies of inflation could be continuing.
Like you said, Milton Friedman would be a big fan of Doge. So if he was still here today and rolled with Elon Musk and Vivek, what advice would he give? What do you think he would focus on in terms of where to cut, how to think about cutting?
You know, his signature policy move, I talk about this, is taking the price mechanism and trying to make that into the policy. And that seems sort of obvious to us today, but in the era that he came in, so there would be rent controls. Let's take away rent controls. Let's let housing prices set themselves. Or he was very against national parks. I actually think the national parks are good, so I hope that those people don't take this up, but rather than an allocation to fund the national parks, they should be funded by the revenue that they bring when people visit them. And so I think he was always looking to, let's let prices make the decisions here. So I think that would be one of the key pieces. The other thing I think he'd really be thinking about, he wrote about this a lot, about occupational licensure and barriers to entry. And he felt like one of the worst things that government does, and sometimes it's private entities that do this, is create barriers to entry to protect industries and markets. So he talked about this in the case of the medical profession, which I think is actually not a good example, because I think we all have a collective investment in having medical doctors be highly trained. But so, for instance, you could look at, nail technicians or hair cutting. There's often these licensing requirements where there's a sort of big kerfuffle. I think it's DC passed a law that to run a childcare center, you have to have a college degree. Well, what does that do? I mean, it disenfranchises a whole bunch of would-be entrepreneurs, happen to have a college degree, but probably could be really good at this particular business. So I think he would be saying, look out for where private interests have used the state to protect themselves, and clear away those types of barriers, and let competition through prices guide outcomes.
Yeah, so open up for more competition and allow for more signals from the market to drive decisions.
Yes, yes.
Which would actually naturally lead to cutting a lot of the bureaucracy of government.
I think the other thing he would probably be arguing for is, again, going back to the design of the minimum income or the negative income tax, that there is a way he ultimately decided to run a tax system, right? The government's already collecting this data. They already have your information, and they can just send the money out through the system rather than having a social bureaucracy where you have to come in person, you have to fill out forms, you have to document, do you own a car, what's your incomes in the household. So I think he would say, and his analysis of that was who that really benefited was the bureaucracy that processed that paper, that implemented those norms, and that if you could pull that away, you could get help out where it was needed much quicker without having this drag of people doing sort of unproductive work of administering these systems. So I think trying to cut administrative overhead, and what he didn't have then, which we have now, is the technology that we have and the ability, to send benefits out via smartphone or just to move so much faster and to handle information on a mass scale so much faster.
It's painful, but I think one of the big things you can do is just that, which is digitalize. I don't know if that's a word.
Yeah.
Just convert everything to where the speed of signal can be instantaneous. So there's no paperwork. It goes immediately. And then that means that the pricing signals and all these kinds of things are just immediately available to people.
That seems to be the low-hanging fruit. Government, IT systems could be vastly improved upon.
But that would result again with a lot of people getting fired. And I think somebody submitted a question for me saying, like, what are your thoughts as a person who cares about compassion? What are your thoughts about government employees, which there's a lot of, that are going to be hurt by Doge?
Yeah.
It's always a really difficult question. A lot of people get fired to make room for a new system that's going to lead to a lot of pain.
There is going to be a lot of pain. I don't know what the solution is. I think that's also part of why Friedman favored the minimum income. He talked about it being sort of counter-cyclical. In other words, when things were really bad, the spending level on it would naturally go up. This is what economists today call an automatic stabilizer. And then when it's not needed, the cost of it goes down. Maybe there's a way to sweeten it with honey and have people take buyouts or things like that. That would certainly be a way better way to go.
I did a podcast with Javier Milei. He has consistently praised Milton Friedman and cited him as one of his inspirations. So, what do you think Milton Friedman would say about going on in Argentina and what Javier Milei is trying to do in Argentina?
Yeah, I think he would appreciate it. I think Milei is much more of an Austrian-inspired thinker, but I think he definitely appreciates Friedman. And on the macro level, Friedman always understood it's really painful to treat inflation, but the more you put it off, the harder it is. So I think he would be trying to get him, as he's doing, to just message that short-term pain, long-term gain. I think he'd be very supportive. I think he'd be thrilled to see also that Milei is very good at explaining these abstract ideas and putting his policies in a framework of the bigger picture. That was really meaningful to Friedman. I don't know how politically persuasive it is overall. Milei is very intense. He doesn't have the same sort of gifts of salesmanship and setting people at ease that, say, someone like Ronald Reagan had. But it seems to be that's what his country was calling for right now. So.
He's more chainsaw, less more blanket. Javier recollects this line from Milton Friedman. I don't know if this is accurate, but if you strive for equality over freedom, you often get neither. But if you strive for freedom, you often get both. Do you think there's truth to this?
I think on the big picture, definitely. We've seen focusing too much on equality can be, because equality is such an alluring word, it can lead you to downgrade all kinds of other things that are really important. But I really think it depends on how you're defining freedom. I mean, this statement is too big and too broad, right? So, if you're talking about freedom, if by freedom you mean not having to pay taxes if you're successful, I think that can have all kinds of knock-on effects, right? The idea that people are able to prosper when they're educated. Where is education going to come from? How is that going to be paid for and supported? And again, to go back to Knight, if you're generating too much inequality, or people are feeling that you're generating too much inequality, sometimes they value that more than they value freedom. And so I think the balance, I think there has to be more of a balance, and it's hard to make such global statements, and you have to break them down into what actually do you mean. But again, Malay is coming from a very different context, a very different country that has seen so much upheaval, so much government intervention, so much inflation, so much political turmoil. He's probably thinking about it differently than Friedman was thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, there probably still is a real threat of hyperinflation. There seems to be a very high level of corruption, or the capacity for corruption. So it's a really messy situation. So Javier Milei likes to recollect this great line from Milton Friedman, that if you strive for equality over freedom, you often get neither. But if you strive for freedom, you often get both. Do you think there's truth to this?
Yeah, I think in the macro, for sure. I mean, we've seen, if you really put equality as your goal, it's such a seductive ideal, and people believe in it so much that they can carry out horrible crimes, in the name of equality. But then focusing on freedom, these words are too big. They're so hard to define. And so I think you have to ask sort of like, what is the freedom you're talking about, right? If you're talking about the freedom of ordinary people to be entrepreneurial, to make their own way, to start new things, to continue what they're doing, to keep what they've earned, for sure, I think that can increase the equality overall. If you're talking about lower taxes, if freedom is just a code for lower taxes, there has to be, lower taxes in general, great, but if you're one of the top generators of wealth, there has to be some way to ensure that, say, education, right? People prosper when they're well educated. That's when economies do better. Education is generally state funded, and you need some way to support that and provide for those institutions that structure society, that make competition possible. So I think it's just a really broad statement. Again, Malay is coming from a really different context. He's coming from the South American context, such upheaval, such economic devastation, in pursuit of the goal of equality, that I think trying to rebalance with that emphasis on freedom, I definitely see where he's coming from.
If we can pivot a little bit, we've talked about Reagan. What are some interesting stories about how Milton Friedman navigated Reagan and maybe even the Nixon administration, how he was able to gain influence?
Well, the Nixon administration is an interesting case because, so I've been talking about inflation and the different consequences it had. One consequence it had is that it began to undermine the Bretton Woods currency system that was established in the wake of World War II. Now, Bretton Woods, what it did basically, it ended up inadvertently putting the US dollar at the center of the world economic system. But under Bretton Woods, countries of the industrialized West agreed to trade their currency in set ratios that government set. So a franc was worth so many dollars, or a German mark was worth so many francs. And then also under the system, countries could come to the United States and they could trade the dollars that they held for gold, because the U.S. was on a sort of modified gold standard. There was a ratio of gold to paper money. And so the system was set up, and very quickly, most countries the dollar was at the heart of it, and that the converting into and out of dollars was really the mechanism of trade for many of these countries. So Friedman said, what we should have is floating exchange rates. This is an idea, again, of instead of having a top-down design of policy. An administered policy will have policies set by prices. And you should be able to trade currencies on an open market. They should trade and they should fluctuate, and that would be fine. Totally outlandish idea. But he was pinpointing the fact that Bretton Woods had an instability, and that instability began to emerge in a time of inflation. So you have more and more dollars being printed. They're worth less and less. If European nations keep trading their currency for dollars, they're going to be importing inflation into their own economies. So they say, we don't want these dollars, we'd like some gold instead. And they have the right to go to the treasury, send in an order, and get gold out. And so they start doing this more and more, and it becomes, it's called the gold drain. And the United States starts running out of gold. They're aware this is happening through the 60s. They're trying various things to fix it. And when Nixon comes into office in 68, Friedman sends him a memo, and it says, this is going to be a problem. He says something like, this is a running stuff to lance it right away. You know, some very graphic. Otherwise, it's going to, you know, it's going to, and Nixon just, you know, files the memo away. Nixon influenced by and Friedman, but he didn't actually want to do that. He just wanted a political benefit that came from it. So then comes the moment where the U.S. Treasury Department realizes we're going to run out of gold. What should we do? And everybody decamps to Camp David, and Nixon decides, we're just going to stop redeeming currency for gold. It's called slamming the gold window shut. Done. And he also, at that same meeting, decides to institute price controls. He does a whole bunch of stuff. It's an emergency because of the new economic plan, which is an unconscious echo of the Soviet new economic plan. So a problematic name, a problematic policy. And Friedman is livid at the price controls, but he's like, actually, it's great that you closed the gold window. Let's go all the way to floating exchange rates. And this idea was heresy within the Treasury Department. Everyone's very committed to the idea of gold standard, convertibility, possibility, the United States at the core of the financial system, kind of hem and haw. But at this point, Friedman has a very close relationship with George Shultz. And George Shultz is a high-level appointee who will eventually, over the course of the Nixon administrations, become the Treasury Secretary. And so Friedman is feeding Shultz all his ideas about how we should move to floating exchange rates, how we shouldn't try to reconstruct Bretton Woods. People in Treasury, it's funny because I've read some of their accounts, and actually Paul Volcker is in the Treasury Department at this time, and you can kind of sense that Friedman is in here somewhere eating a boss ideas. You know, he doesn't quite know, and you know, in the oral history about this quite a bit. So at any rate, Friedman exerts this kind of let's fade away. He doesn't make slowly the world shifts to a regime of, for a while it was like a regime of steady prices, and then they call it a steady regime of changing prices, or whatever. The language changes, the reality changes, and they kind of end up where they are. So that's a real measure of Friedman's influence. If there had been another economist in Shultz's ear that said, no, catastrophe is imminent, we have to go back to Bretton Woods, he probably would have worked harder. The U.S. government would have worked harder. And so that becomes one of these pieces of globalization. And, you know, what people don't realize is there used to be, in addition to these floating set capital ratios, you couldn't bring capital in and out of different countries. So you had to register, you couldn't invest. For all these rules and strictures, and the falling of Bretton Woods really blew open. It's a precursor to globalization. So Friedman is right there. Now, he's very ambivalent about Nixon. I mean, he sees that Nixon is not an honest person. He thinks he's very intelligent. And Nixon's dream is to create a new centrist majority. So he does many things to go back to supposed economic principles and ideas. Friedman does not like this. He doesn't like the price controls. He's in communication with his old mentor, Arthur Burns, who's now the chair of the Federal Reserve. And Burns is basically doing everything wrong in monetary policy. And I describe this in the book in some detail. As I see it, Burns doesn't have a solid theory of it. And the more Friedman pushes him, it's almost like Burns is running a very loose monetary. Inflation is all over the 70s. I mean, we were all wanted to get to 6%, something like that, recently for a very short time. This is inflation going over 10%, hovering in 8% for basically the whole decade of the 70s, going up and down with extremely elevated rates. And so Carter presidency largely follows foreign policies, part of it, but the failure to tame inflation is part of it. And then Reagan comes in. And now Reagan loves Friedman and Friedman loves Reagan. Very mutual feeling. The Reagan administration creates like an advisory economic board. Friedman's on it. He's retired now. He's entering his kind of golden years. He really has Reagan's ear. And here what he does is he convinces Reagan of his theory of inflation, which is inflation has been caused. It's a monetary phenomenon that has been caused by bad monetary policies. Inflation has an accelerating dynamic. The only way to end inflation is by really showing and signaling that government policy has changed. And when you do that, it's very painful for a short amount of time. People will suffer, but then you will come out on the other side into stable prices, and this is what you need for economic prosperity. So the man who implements this policy, Paul Volcker, is definitely influenced by Friedman. Buys a big picture of Friedman. He even buys Friedman's specific technique of the monetary growth rule and of the focus on monetary aggregates, which Friedman has said, right, money matters, aggregates matter, and that's what money is. Pretty quickly, Volcker finds that because of inflation and the financial deregulation in response to it, the aggregates don't work the way Friedman said they would. And so the specific policy Friedman recommends, Volcker tries it for a year or so, doesn't work super well. But what does work is letting interest rates go high, go above inflation to a point where both the general citizenry and the financial markets believe like, oh, they're actually serious about inflation. And because we've had a decade of inflation with all these presidents saying, you know, forward, we're going to whip inflation now, the monetary policy has lost credibility. This is why people focus so much on credibility today, because once it's lost, it's really hard to get it back. And one way Volcker gets it back is interest rates over 20%, unemployment very high, as high as 25% in like construction sectors. And as this is happening, Milton Friedman is whispering in Reagan's ear, this is the right thing. Stay the course, this is going to work. Now, interestingly, he hates Volcker, Volcker hates him. And Friedman will never give Volcker credit for this policy, but he will give Reagan credit for this policy. But he owes credit himself for keeping Reagan from wobbling on this policy and just pushing it through. And he also tells Reagan very pragmatically, you better do this now. You've got a 4-year term. Do this in the first 2 years of your term. Things will have turned around by 1984 when you run for re-election, and you'll benefit from it. And that's absolutely what happens.
If we could take a small tangent,
yeah,
sort of a question I have to ask about so much of Bretton Woods and maybe the gold standard, maybe just have a general discussion about this whole space of ideas. There's a lot of people today that care about cryptocurrency.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that Milton Friedman would say about cryptocurrency and what role crypto might play in the economy? Whether he would be for this idea, against this idea, and if we could look at it for today and also just, 10, 100 years from now.
There's a clip, I think it's in 1992, where people say, oh, Friedman predicted cryptocurrencies because he's talking about how payments will eventually be electronic. So in some ways, he definitely, as he was looking at the computer and money, he knew these would come together in some way. I think he probably would see a use case for crypto. He definitely would not buy the stronger forms, I think, of crypto ideology in which we could be heading towards a future in which there's many different currencies that compete or that are distributed, or there's a stateless currency. And he addresses this very, very clearly because Hayek's denationalization of money is a paper in the late 70s. Hayek argues for this kind of competing currency model or regime. And so he's responding to that. He's responding to people writing about free banking. And he basically says, look, even if you developed a variety of competing currencies, eventually society would converge on one. And that's because people just want one currency that they know. They don't want a bunch of different options. Even in places where there have been options to do that, they've been used very minimally. And then he says, secondly, the state always steps in. He says, technically, theoretically, it doesn't have to. I could draw you a model. I could tell you about how it could work without the state. But in actual reality, all human societies, through time and space, the state eventually becomes involved in the provision of money because it has so many knock-on effects to so many people. So, sure, I think he would, again, find a use case for crypto, think it's interesting, but I don't think he would see it as this is going to displace state money and we're going to have, a variety of distributed currencies. The other thing he really stresses is that a change in the monetary system, it only happens amid great, great crisis. So again, you see in countries where the state is not controlling the money well, right, that's when people are turning to crypto. But he says because money is so fundamental, there are going to be so much political pressure on any country that gets the currency profoundly wrong that the government will fall and another one will replace it, right? So if you look at episodes of hyperinflation, they don't go on very long because they're so upsetting to people.
If we can go back in time, we've talked about it a bunch, but it's still a fascinating time. The Great Depression, University of Chicago, there's these folks like Jacob Viner, Frank Knight, Henry Simons, all of these influenced the thinking of Milton Friedman. There's this Room 7 situation in the University of Chicago. Just going back there, even just speaking almost philosophically, what does it take to explore ideas together, sort of like deliberate, argue in that space? Maybe there might be interesting stories about that time. It would just be interesting to understand how somebody like Milton Friedman forms. The seed is planted and the flower blooms.
Yeah. So he gets to University of Chicago. He makes fast friends, and in his third and fourth year, they become what I call them the Room 7 gang. So Room 7 is they find an old storeroom in the basement, they take it over, and that's where they have their jam sessions. And what made this world come together was Frank Knight. There was a charismatic leader, and there were a bunch of acolytes who clustered around him. That, I think, was a key piece of the ingredient. And then there was a sense that they were onto something that the rest of the economics field had forgotten or was rejecting. So there was like that sense of mission. So that seems to have been, there was a formal education piece, and then there was a parallel education piece rooted in admiration for a thinker, a shared admiration. And then what that led Friedman to do, what I found syllabi, that he had from non-economics courses, lists of books, and he'd written the prices of different ones he wanted to read. So he had John Stuart Mill and Liberty, like 50 cents written in the margin. So he began to educate himself. He gave himself a parallel curriculum alongside this very formal economics curriculum. He started reading, the traditions of political liberalism, and then talking them through with friends, and then developing a shared sense of mission. And that, the incredible thing is, of those friends in the group, they scattered for 10 years, and then they all came back together. George Stigler, his great friend, was hired at Chicago. Aaron Director, who was his wife's brother, was at Chicago. So many of these people continued. He became Frank Knight's colleague. So that was the base. That was what really grew him. That really profound peer group. Now, the other piece I talk about a lot is Friedman was a collaborator, an open-minded collaborator, and he had incredible connections with economists who were women. And he basically found, first in the figure of Anna Schwartz, later in the figure of this group of women who were his wife's friends, this kind of untapped pool of talent. And so he immersed himself in this whole other world of Keynesian economics. and that resulted in his more technical work on a theory of the consumption function, which is the theory of permanent income. So for Friedman, intellectual work and intellectual production was always done in this very social context, in a context that blended like friendship and intellectual partnership. And he only had a handful of friends who were not also economists, interested in the same questions he was. So he just lived and breathed ideas all day long.
Can you speak to the jam sessions? Like, what do we know about the jam sessions? What are we talking about here? You're sitting in a room. Are they analyzing? Are they reading papers and discussing papers, or are they arguing more like over beers kind of situation?
Yeah, more arguing over beers. And in this case, there's several people who say it was all about Frank Knight. What did he say? What did he mean when he said it? Is he right? And so Knight was he would say one thing and then say another. If you read him, it's very hard to follow what he's actually saying because he's full of qualifications and irony is a blend. And so he would throw out these pieces and then the students would kind of clutch at them and then they would come back together and try to assemble this sort of worldview. And then Frank Knight fell into this terrible depression, and to cheer him up, they planned a big party, and they went back through all of his previous writings, and they assembled them into a book that was published. This is The Ethics of Competition. You can read the introduction written in part by Milton Friedman. So not only were they talking about Knight and what he said, but then they started poring over his work. And one of them described it as like a general equilibrium system where you like had to like know all the parts and then all of a sudden it all fit together in a whole. So if we step back, what they were doing was getting inside the mind of a great thinker and understanding the ways it all fit together and then kind of testing their ideas against Knight's. And what's fascinating is one of the first papers that Friedman publishes in Statistics is a rebuttal of Frank Knight. He publishes a rebuttal of Frank Knight's ideas about risk and uncertainty. And Frank Knight, he kind of took a black swan argument. He said, risk you can calculate. Uncertainty, you can't, like existentially, philosophically. You can't get your hands around it. It is the black swan. And Friedman publishes this statistical paper and he says, I can put uncertainty on a graph, and so there's that sort of Freudian killing of the father element when he comes back and he will, in some ways turn his back on Knight's approach and Knight's pessimism, even while it's like a foundation of his thinking.
Fascinating. Is there something you could say about the thinking process that Milton Friedman followed, like how he developed his ideas? You mentioned there's a strong collaborative component, but there's another story I saw about that I think his son recalled about the argument number system you mentioned.
Yes.
Which by the way, if you could explain that as a tangent of a tangent, that's really awesome. I think it's like number one if the other person is right.
Number two means you were right and I was wrong. And the number system evolved in some ways to be quick and efficient, but in other ways they also were really clear about it. So, something like there's kind of like three reasons behind it. First is if you use a number, it reminds the listener that it's really hard to say the words, I was wrong. So you're kind of calling on their sympathy by using number, reminding them that you're doing a hard thing. And then it's also reminding them that you're in this family with this code. And so you're signaling your membership and your closeness and your love, really. And so it's supposed to be an easy way to disagree without like breaking the relationship.
Yeah, so admitting you're wrong now comes with this warm fuzzy feeling.
Yeah.
And that's really, that's so powerful. I think so much of the friction of human interaction can be boiled down to just not being able to admit that you're wrong efficiently and quickly and regularly and just often. And to be able to do that, that's really powerful.
Yeah, and it's a really neat aspect of their family life for sure.
Sorry, that's a fun story, but like, can we just generalize to how he engaged in collaboration, how he developed his ideas, like a thinking process?
So he taught at the University of Chicago, and he tended to teach for 6 months and then have 6 months off. And he spent the summers in New Hampshire or Vermont. He had right near that border. They have two different houses, and that to him was the deep thinking time. And so when he's at Chicago, he's teaching, he's arguing. You know, some people love his teaching style, very much in charge, very much keeping students on their toes, confrontational. Others found it too much, overwhelming, kind of shut them down intellectually. They couldn't cope with it. And so I think it was kind of go time when he was teaching. In that case, that was a lot of social time, interacting, talking, other professors, going out and giving papers, arguing with people at Yale or Harvard. Then he would go and do these very deep dives over the summer. He would also regularly do these trips to New York to see Anna Schwartz. So it was a 12-year collaborator. They didn't have, phone calls were really expensive. They did have quite an extensive correspondence, but then they would do these meetings. So he would basically come in at the beginning of the summer, going to Rahway, stop in New York, see Schwartz, and then again on the way back to Chicago. So you have these deep check-ins at that point. The other thing that happened is people would come visit him in New Hampshire. And so he would have these, he had a studio separate from the house. He would go and he would work. And then at night, his friends would come. His friends are all economists. There's a whole cluster of economists. They all clustered within driving distance of the Dartmouth Library, so that they could get their hands on books. And so they would come over and then they would argue and talk into the night. So I think he did need that deep focus time, but it was not like, he also lived a very engaged, very embedded social life.
Part of which was his marriage. Is there something you could say about love, about marriage, about relationship that made the whole thing work? It was vibrant, and they wrote a biography together.
They did. I mean, they were very complementary. They were kind of the yin and the yang. She was very introverted, somewhat suspicious of others, skeptical, and he was extremely extroverted, optimistic, high energy. And they also were at a time when it was really clear, like a broader society, these are the roles of a man, these are the roles of a woman. And they pretty much adopted those. Now, Rose Friedman did some very important economic work as part of the early stages of the theory of the consumption function. She didn't complete her degree because she really knew there wasn't, if she wanted to be married and have children in the world she lived in, there wasn't a real pathway to also being an economist. You know, I do think that a lot of that, it's not, although it feels very gendered, like, you know, he's the man out in the world and she's in private. It's interesting because her brother, Aaron Director, was the same way. He was a very private man, very shy, very introverted, and he exerted this quiet intellectual influence on all of his friends. So I think that was just kind of a family trait of being more quiet, preferring to be behind the scenes. It wouldn't have worked any other way because Friedman was so out there, so so extroverted. And there's a bit of a sad thing she said. She said, when I married Milton, I lost half of my conversations. When David came along, I lost the other half. So it's a household that was just dominated by male voices, in which she didn't have a lot of room. What was tricky for me in my research is she didn't leave much of a trace. She put together Milton Friedman's archive, and she took herself out of it. So I really had trouble finding her actual voice in the historical documents. She didn't want to leave that behind. So it's an absolute essential piece of his success because she's the one who pushed him to do the Newsweek column, to do Free to Choose, and she really wrote Capitalism and Freedom. She took all his random notes and she put them together into a book. And that became this kind of testimony of his ideas. But she shared many of his ideas. And she, when I think of Friedman, if you take away Anna Schwartz, if you take away Rose Friedman, if you take away the other woman who collaborated with him, you have a much thinner resume than the one he actually has.
Yeah, it's always sad. It always makes me wonder about the private, secret conversations between partners.
Yeah.
Because they might not show up in the record, but they probably influence the person more than almost anything else. Those quiet little conversations.
Yeah.
If we can switch our path to another great mind of the 20th century, Ayn Rand. We talked about some of the similarities here, about them being fighters for freedom and fighters for capitalism. What is Ayn Rand's philosophy? You could give a big 10,000 summary of objectivism.
Yes, so she called it objectivism. She used to do this thing like I can stand on one foot and say it. So it goes something like epistemology, reason, ethics, selfishness, politics, capitalism. And that was kind of how she summarized it. So what she did, there's a couple things she did with objectivism. First of all, she says the key defining element of humanity is rationalism, the rational faculty. So that's what defines what the humanity is. Therefore, there is an objective reality that we can access and know with our reason. That's the objective epistemology. And the one social and economic system that lets rationality flower and is based upon rationality is capitalism. And then rationality only works, in her view, as an individual capacity, and that rationality teaches that what you should do is pursue your interests. And so she ends up calling that selfishness. Now, it's tricky because selfishness has so many strong and negative connotations. And she meant, I think, something closer to like self-actualization, because she really tried to create this idea and express the idea that to be truly selfish did not mean trampling on others. It meant just being motivated by your own kind of internal measures and metrics. And so in her fiction, she tries to show this by showing the false selfishness of Peter Keating, who's an architect who kind of steps over everybody to advance his career. And she says that's not true selfishness, because true selfishness would recognize it's false to take others' work and pass it off as your own. Now, the other big piece of objectivism is a very approach that's really inspired and related to Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of revaluing values, or a genealogy of morals. And so she says what's happened here is Western culture has converged on this idea of altruism as good. Being selfless and altruistic is good. And this has led us to communism, and has led us to devalue the individual in favor of the collective. So what we need is a new moral code which elevates selfishness, which elevates the individual, and which takes all the things that we have been told are bad and actually says they're values. This is what she's trying to do with objectivism. I mean, it is about as ambitious of an intellectual project as there can be. And that's what really draws people in. Yet at the same time, she's flying in the face of the way human morals and ethics and societies have evolved. And she's not able to single-handedly recreate them the way she wants them to be.
Yeah, I mean, she's not doing herself any favors by like taking on the words and trying to rebrand them completely. Like writing the virtue of selfishness. It's like, can we just call it self-actualization?
Yeah.
There's a negative connotation to selfishness and a positive connotation to altruism. She sometimes, it seems, takes on the hardest possible form of argument.
Yeah, I mean, she had a student and who ended up being very close to her, Nathaniel Brandon, and he was the Reverend Advisor, and he said, can you please not use selfishness, like just come up with another word. But part of her liked it. Part of her wanted to provoke and unsettle. She didn't want to give that up.
I mean, people should listen to her public talks. Her whole aura, way of being is provocative. And she's a real powerhouse of an intellectual. So, like, she loves the challenge. And that, just listening to her in itself is just inspiring. Because you could see the individualism irradiate from her.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things I found in researching and writing about her. Like, she's an incredibly unusual human being. And so that was like her strength, right? Because she's so unusual, but it was also her downfall, because she looked to herself as a model or to get insight about humanity, and she never quite processed how different she was from other people.
So just because we talk about Milton Friedman so much, can we just return to what to you, given everything we've said, is the interesting differences about Ayn Rand, her ideas related to Milton Friedman?
Yeah, I mean, broadly we could put Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand in some sort of category together, but she has this focus on ethics and rationality and this desire to be revolutionary that's much stronger than Friedman. Friedman wanted to overthrow the economic consensus. He didn't want to overturn the moral basis of Western society. So she does something. So in one of Frank Knight's essays, he talks about the ethics of competition. And he says, you basically cannot build an ethics out of competition because it would be monstrous to do so. Because it would say the winner of this competition is ethically right. And that would open the door to sort of might makes right. And this is what Friedman struggles with. And he says, I can't take capitalist outcomes as ethical unto themselves. I can't do it. It doesn't feel right. And there's this line where Frank Knight says, no one would ever do this. And I was like, oh, Frank Knight, you haven't read Ayn Rand yet. You know? You're a little too early. Because that's what she does. She takes the outcomes of capitalism and of market competition and says, these have ethical meaning. And this is where ethical meaning inheres. And it is ethical to try to succeed and to succeed in a capitalist way. Now, what she's able to do is create a fictional world in which people succeed in her fictional capitalist world through ethical behavior. And so she doesn't really have to wrestle with a capitalist world in which people succeed through fraud and corruption and all the other things that might go into someone's success. So she creates the best possible take on success under capitalism. And then she holds that up as an ideal. And I think what's important is that so few people have done that, and she comes at a time when everybody is emphasizing the downsides of capitalism. And she says there's another way to look at it. Here are the good sides of capitalism.
And like you said, she was operating, which I really loved the phrasing of that, in the mythic register.
Yeah.
So she was constructing these characters, these capitalists, that are like the highest form, these great heroic figures, almost romanticizing them.
Yeah, yeah.
You mentioned We the Living as one of the books that you like of hers the most, but can we stay in the mythic register with The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged? What to you are some sort of memorable, inspiring moments, insightful moments from those books that maybe scenes or ideas that you take away from them that are important for people to understand?
Yeah, so The Fountainhead is this story of a struggling architect, Howard Rourke, and she kind of follows his life and his career, and the message is really, it's a version of To Thine Own Self Be True, right? And Rourke's designs are too avant-garde, nobody appreciates him, and he just keeps doing what he wants to do and is focused on his own visions, his own genius. I think that's been really inspiring to kind of creators of all types. I think it's fairly unrealistic as a portrait of human achievement, but it's an aspirational idea. I mean, one phrase that comes to mind is there's a character, I forget which one, who is in some sort of adversarial relationship with Howard Rourke and says something to him like, well, Mr. Rourke, what do you think of me? And Rourke says, I don't think of you. And that to Rand was the ideal. You're not thinking of other people. You're an island unto yourself. You're focused on your own goals, your own capacities, and you're not doing it to impress other people or to be better than other people or to dominate other people. You're doing it because you're expressing your inner soul in a way. So that has been very captivating to so many, and The Fountainhead is one of those books we talked about that causes, people read it and they make changes in their life, or they feel called to their higher self.
And I think there's also the scene where Rourke, with the Dean of Architecture of the school, that's speaking to what you're saying, I think to me is inspiring. So this is the Dean of Architecture that expels Rourke. And then brings him into a meeting thinking Rourke will plead for a second chance. And the dean says that Rourke's work is contrary to every principle we have tried to teach you, contrary to all established precedents and traditions of art. Do you mean to tell me that you're thinking seriously of building that way when and if you are an architect? And then in a gangster-like way, Rourke says yes. And then the dean asks, my dear fellow, who will let you? And Rourke replies, that's not the point. The point is, who will stop me?
Yes. I mean, Rand's coming from communist Russia, but it has a bit of the don't mess with Texas flavor. I might say it. That really resonates with this idea of anyone who's felt like they're, fighting the powers that be. Yeah, it's interesting. I thought you might be going to the quote where he says something like, I inherit no tradition. I stand at the beginning of one. And I really think Rand's thinking about herself, when she says that. She inherits nothing. She stands at the start. But, the Fountainhead comes out in the middle of World War II, and it's not expected. Rand is an unknown writer. It's a kind of strange book. It's classic story. It's turned down by 12 publishers before one takes a chance on it. And Rand really loved this story. The editor read it, said this book is great. And his boss said no. And he said, if you don't take this book, I'm quitting. And so she idolized him for doing that. So they print it, and it becomes a bestseller just through word of mouth. So it's not advertised, it gets one good book review, but people tell each other how much they like this book. And it keeps printing and selling out printings. It's made into a movie. And so it lands in this time when Americans are engaged in this great collective endeavor of World War II. They're making all kinds of sacrifices for the collective. And I think paradoxically, as they do that, they're drawn to this vision of someone who doesn't have to compromise at all. Who is leading their life exactly as they want to. Meanwhile, they might be sleeping on an ocean liner because they've been drafted to fight in this war. And they're reading The Fountainhead and they're feeling better about themselves. And so it's also really interesting. The Fountainhead is hugely popular in India, which is fascinating. And, talk to people about this, and they basically say, this book comes like a breath of fresh air into a very traditional and conformist culture, and people just latch onto it and they love it, and it gives them that feeling of freedom and possibility that they're hoping for.
Yeah, it really is a book. Atlas Shrugged can be a bit of that too, but it's more of the philosophy, objectivism, and the details and the nuance that seeps into Atlas Shrugged. The Fountainhead is very much like a thing that makes you change the path of your life.
Yeah.
And that's beautiful to see that books can have that power.
And Rand knew that she was doing that, and she knew what she was doing. This wasn't an accident. People say, "Oh, she's a bad writer. Oh, her characters are so heavy-handed." And she started as a screenwriter. She started as someone who analyzed films for movie studios. She knew exactly how to manipulate plot and character and drama. And she also knew that she was writing, people say, oh, Rand is for, adolescents. Adolescent teenagers love Rand. And that's kind of who she was writing for. And she said, I'm writing for people as they start out on their life and they're thinking about who they want to be. So she's not writing, for the weary middle age. She's writing for the young who are looking for inspiration.
People say that to me sometimes about certain books like Rand, but also about The Alchemist. I know a lot of people for whom The Alchemist, and they're adults and they're brilliant people, The Alchemist changed their life. And the same can be said about The Fountainhead. I sometimes get criticized for using words that are too simple. I think simple words can have power, and the cliche thing sometimes needs to be said. But sometimes, if effectively, needs to be said in an over-the-top way in the mythic register, because that's the thing that resonates with us.
Yeah.
Because we are like heroes of our own story, and we need to hear that message sometimes to take the bold step, to take the risk, to take the leap.
Yeah, and the other thing, she knew she was doing kind of propaganda in a way. She's like, I'm doing pro-capitalist propaganda. She has a degree from the University of Leningrad. She's raised up in Soviet Russia. She said, we need to present the case for the other side in the same way. And that's what she did.
Why do you think she's so divisive? People either love her or hate her.
I think it's because of that purity that I'm willing to say, sort of, you get what you deserve, and that kind of lack of charity. And part of that in her work is because she creates this fictional world where she can set everything up just so. And so you don't have contingency or accident or bad luck, or you don't really have a lot of children. You don't have handicap. You just have this idealized world. And I think it's really infuriating for people who feel that's so inaccurate. How can you be deriving a social theory and philosophy around this? And how can you be missing, it seems to many people, she's missing the kind of ethical instinct or the altruistic or charitable instinct. And so they just become enraged at that, and they don't want to see anyone go that far, and they're outraged that someone went that far, that did the thing that Frank Knight said no one would do. Yeah, it's very unsettling.
Would you say that's her main blind spot, the main flaw of objectivism is just how black and white it paints the world? Or if not, I mean, what would you say are the flaws of objectivism?
So, I mean, the big flaw is that it's justified through a fictional world. You know, it's not justified through reference to the real world. You know, it's not empirical in a way. It's not, and Rand herself would say that she's not writing about things how they are, but how they should be. And so that idealism, it just really undermines it as a mechanism to understand where we're actually living.
And that is a big contrast with Milton Friedman, who would focus on how things are versus how things should be.
And then I think it's the problem of elevating rationality or any other mode of insight or thinking. And so what happens in Rand's life, I describe this in some detail in the book, is she essentially creates a cult of reason around her. And people who are drawn into this cult, it's called the Collective. It's a group of young people in New York City who are drawn to her work. And she's already famous, but she's writing Atlas Shrugged, and so she's sharing drafts of Atlas Shrugged as she goes along. And one of the members of the Collective, to bring all of this together, is Alan Greenspan, who will later be head of the Federal Reserve, and he's incredibly taken with her. He's one of these people who says, I was a narrow technical thinker. I never thought about ethics, politics, or anything bigger until I met Ayn Rand, and she really opened my mind. So he's part of this tight-knit group. But over time, in this tight-knit group, they think of themselves, we are all individualists. We're dedicated to individualism and capitalism. We're different than everybody else. Over time, they all come to share Ayn Rand's views and opinions on everything from music to art to clothes. You know, she gets a dining room table, and a bunch of them get the same dining room table. And it becomes incredibly conformist because they've all believed they're acting rationally. And they believe that to act rationally is to agree with Ayn Rand, and they believe there's no other way to make decisions than rationality. And so to just agree with her is to be irrational. They don't want to be irrational. So people get really caught up in this very damaging cult-like circle around her.
Plus, for a cult of reason, they get awfully emotional when there's any disagreement with Ayn Rand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of hilarious, it's absurd, but it's I mean, it's also beautiful to watch this singular figure. We've talked about several singular figures in like Frank Wright that shakes up the world with her ideas.
Yeah.
And of course it would form a cult, and of course that cult would be full of contradictions and hypocrisies.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. There's so Murray Rothbard, who's a famous anarchist, falls into the Ayn Rand cult. And then he disagrees, and there's some type of show trial where he's told he's wrong about everything, and then he has a little sort of pseudo cult of his own. And two of his cult members switch over to Ayn Rand, and then one of them, to show to gesture their breaking of the relationship, mails him a dollar bill that's been torn in half. I mean, this is high theatrics, right?
Okay, so sticking on the drama and the theatrics, who was Nathaniel Branden?
Oh, yes.
Can you take me through the arc of Ayn Rand's relationship with Nathaniel Branden to their dramatic falling out in 1968?
Yes, so after The Fountainhead, The Fountainhead is auctioned to be is sold to be a film. So Ayn Rand moves to Hollywood, where she's going to help in the writing of the film. She wants a lot of creative control, and she's also still working in screenwriting and things like this. And so she gets a letter from there's a Canadian student who's written to her several times, and then he writes again, and he says, "I'm at UCLA," and she's like, "Young man, you're so full of error. Why don't you come visit me, and I'll straighten you out." So he comes, and they have this real meeting of the minds, talk all night. He comes again, he brings his girlfriend, she loved him, and they start this very intense
as Russia decides to
relationship
block you,
of
shut it down,
spending every
it
weekend at
bears
her
the
house,
moral
basically.
and legal responsibility for that
Staying up all night talking about ideas. He becomes completely converted to the objectivist worldview. Rand begins counseling him and his girlfriend about their relationship. You know, very intense thing. Then eventually they graduate from college and they both enroll in a graduate program in Columbia. And they leave. And after they've left, Ayn Rand is just bereft. And within a few months, she packs up her home and she moves to New York. Here I am. I like New York better. And so that becomes the seedbed of the collective. And the Brandons, they get married. They change their name to Brandon. They've never publicly spoken on this, but many people pointed out it has the word Rand in the name. So it's some type of acknowledgement of how important she is to them. And time goes on, and romantic feelings develop between Ayn Rand and Nathaniel Brandon, who's some 20 years her junior, and they discuss them, and they realize that rationality has led them to the conclusion that they should be lovers. Right. They rationally decided this, but because they're rational, they need the consent, or at least to inform their partners.
They're both married.
So they call a meeting and they obtain the consent, or maybe simply inform the others of the rationality of the choice. And then they say, but this is only going to be an intellectual relationship, but we'd like a few hours alone each week, and we don't want to be deceptive, so we want you to know and approve of this. So the spouses bought into rationality, know and approve. One thing leads to another, it becomes a full romantic and sexual relationship. And although it's open within these four people, it is not open more broadly. And so in all these meetings of the collective, Alan Greenspan, all these other people coming up, drinking coffee all night, talking, they all know that Nathaniel Brandon is objectivist number one. They don't know that there's a romantic and sexual relationship happening. It's kept a secret. And then when Atlas Shrugged comes out, it's panned by reviewers. People absolutely hate this book. And Rand, it's not hard work. She falls into a deep depression because her masterpiece has been rejected. And so then the romantic relationship ends, but the close personal relationship continues. And then over time, Brandon, who's still married to his wife, begins an affair with another young woman. And at this point, he has started the Nathaniel Brandon Institute to teach objectivism. And he's making good money. He's becoming quite famous.
She supported the institute.
She supported it. And at first, it was to help her in her depression. He said, the world needs to recognize your genius. You missed Atlas Shrugged, but I'm going to teach them. I will bring the message. And it's very successful. It becomes a business. It has a newsletter. It's a whole world. So that small cult around Ayn Rand expands to this whole social network. And it's very much a piece with this burgeoning conservative movement. Objectivists are involved in criticizing the draft, and there's kind of a libertarian objectivist world going on. All of this is happening. In the meantime, Nathaniel Brandon has found a new partner, and he doesn't tell Ayn Rand this because he knows she'll be upset. And so it goes on for years. And Ayn Rand knows something is going on, but she can't quite figure it out. And then finally, Barbara Brandon says to Nathaniel Brandon, you have to tell her. This has just gone on too long. So she finds out, and the whole thing blows up, and she exiles him, and she breaks off contact with him. And nobody has ever told what happened. It's called the objective schism. Objectivism breaks in two, because some people say, how could Ayn Rand do anything wrong? And other people say, what is this letter all about? And what did Nathaniel Brandon do? And I'm not just going to take her word for it. I need more information. And then a bunch of people, I've read all the accounts of this. A bunch of people are like, okay, they were having an affair. And a bunch of other people are like, no, that couldn't possibly be happening, And so the whole thing breaks up. But what I, argue in my book is actually this is to the benefit of Rand's ideas, because Rand herself was so controlling over her ideas. And now that she steps back from a public role, objectivism flows into the student libertarian movement. Some objectivists become conservatives. It just kind of spreads out more generally. generally, and you don't have to drink the Kool-Aid. You don't have to take the official course. Nathaniel Branden started the self-esteem movement, human potential movement in California, and Ayn Rand lives, another 10 years or so, but she doesn't do major work after that.
So since we're talking about some of the, although rationalized, some strange sexual partnerships that they're engaged in, I have to ask about the Fountainhead and the quote-unquote rape scene in the Fountainhead. Was she intending to add that there to be controversial? How are we supposed to read into it? Is it a glimpse into Ayn Rand's sexuality? And maybe broadly we could say, well, what was her view on this, on sexuality, on sex, on power dynamics in relationships?
Yeah, I mean, there's also an objectivist theory of sexuality that probably the least convincing of all the parts of objectivism. And it goes something like, your sexual desires express your highest values, and they are related in some ways to your rationality, right, which is also related to your highest values. So for her, that explained her attraction to Nathaniel Branden, and Nathaniel Branden's attraction to her was a function of their highest values. And in fact, Branden imbibed this so deeply that the fact that he was later drawn sexually to a woman who was not particularly accomplished, but was beautiful, caused him deep anguish and guilt for being non-objectivist. So this is the objectivist theory. Then the gender politics are just crazy. We have to kind of back up and think, okay, so who is Ayn Rand? She was born Elisa Rosenbaum in Russia. She is someone who stands out from the crowd from the beginning. She never really fits in. She's not conventionally beautiful by any stretch of the imagination. She struggles with her weight. She doesn't consider herself to have a beautiful face. She's very independent. She meets none of the metrics of traditional femininity at all. She finds love with a man who is very handsome but very passive. Yet she writes in all her fiction about strong, manly heroes. So this seems to be like a projection. The man she's actually with is not a strong manly hero. The hero she writes about, she probably wouldn't be able to be in the same room with them for more than 1 minute before they got in a raging argument, right? And then she develops this theory about women and men, in that a woman should worship her man, and a woman finds her true expression in worshiping the man she's with. So again, this is not at all how Ayn Rand lives her life. This is like this, I would say, compensatory theory for her lack of ability to conform to the gender norms of her day. She then articulates them in a very strong and almost distorted and exaggerated way to compensate for the fact that she doesn't actually meet them. You can't actually enact them. The rape scene, to some degree, embodies that idea that to some degree that the woman should worship the man. I tend to read it more in terms of literary genre. So Rand is a screenwriter, a consumer of movies, and that rape scene is like paradigmatic for the romance genre. In other words, these like pulpy romance novels, the hero rapes the heroine, and then they fall in love. That's just the trope of how it works. So it's crazy when you read it, but if you were reading a bunch of novels in this genre, you would find this is like very standard. And so that is a huge part of its appeal at the time. There's this a feminist who hates Rand, Susan Brown Miller, and she wants to write an angry denunciation of the rape scene. So she goes to get the Fountainhead, and she's wondering how is she ever going to find the scene in this 800-page book. It's a library copy because she doesn't want to buy it. And it just falls open to the rape scene because everybody's gone and read it, because it's very racy and explicit for that time. So I'm almost positive she also knew that. Like if I put in this kind of taboo breaking sex scene, it's also going to probably be why people tell their friends about it. So I think it's a mess. I think all of the gender and sexuality stuff that she states is just a total mess.
I think it also reminds me of another guy related, Friedrich Nietzsche, who had very strong opinions on women and wrote about what women's role in society should be and different power dynamics and relationships and all that kind of stuff when he himself really had trouble getting laid.
Yeah.
And so you have to sort of always maybe chuckle or take with a grain of salt the analysis of power dynamics in relationship from these figures, which failed in many regards in their own private life. You mentioned feminism. Would you consider Ayn Rand a feminist?
I mean, she's almost an anti-feminist, because she then goes on and someone writes her a letter about, like, should there be a female president or something? This is like the beginning of feminism. And she says, no. No woman should ever be president, because if she's president, she wouldn't be able to look up to any man, because she would be so powerful, and therefore she would be like corrupt and like rotten in the soul and like unfit to be a leader. And it just makes no sense.
But that said, she's a woman, and she's one of the most powerful intellects in the 20th century.
Yeah.
And so it's the contradictions. I mean, Nietzsche is full of contradictions of this sort. That the very fact that she's one of the most powerful minds in history, to me, means that she is a feminist in the spirit she embodies, right? In what she represents.
I mean, she lived the ideals of individualism in her life and set aside gender norms in her own life, but she did not see herself as part of any. She did not see herself as doing this for the benefit of other women or to change society's views about women. There was no collective essence to it. So if feminism has some sort of collective aspect to it, or at least some identification, one needs to identify with a broader category of women and feel they're acting in behalf of that. She's definitely not doing that. And she did, she was fair to women in her life, promoted them in her life, but did not. I mean, she was very negative about feminism. And then because, like, they dress terribly, and then the other thing, really interesting, there's all these kind of homoerotic themes in her writing. And for that reason, many gay men were drawn to her writing. And then she would say, like, homosexuals are dirty, terrible people. She would denounce people for being homosexual. So there's a whole actual literature of, like, gay men wrestling with Rand and how she, like, what she says about gay people. So, yeah, it's hard to make sense of. And I just think of the enormous pressures. I want to be charitable. I just think of the enormous pressures she was under in the culture she was raised in, the expectations that were placed upon her, and her just utter inability to meet any of them. And it came out in this very tortured set of ideals that she tried to promote. And this kind of lack of ability to introspect in herself and it's probably too painful to introspect and to think about that. So she just tried to rationalize her way through it, and it came out in these very strange theories.
Why do you think that Ayn Rand is, maybe you can correct me, but as far as I can see, never mentioned in the list of great thinkers in history, or even the great thinkers of the 20th century, or even the great female thinkers of the 20th century? So you have somebody like Simone de Beauvoir, Hannah Arendt. I almost never see her in the list. If you Google those silly lists, top whatever, top thinkers of the 20th century, she's not mentioned. Why is that?
A lot of people just deeply dislike Rand. They deeply dislike her ideas. They don't think they're profound because of their disconnection from other ideas and other understandings of human society. I think where you could look at them and say, these ideas are very provocative and they're very deep, because she's not taking anything for granted and she's flipping everything around and forcing you to really think. To a lot of other readers, to her critics, they just look absurd. Like, how could you even make these contentions? And I think that because she's not without precedents and she's not without followers, but she doesn't knit herself into an intellectual community the way that these other thinkers do very naturally. You can see who they influence, you can see who they're in dialogue with. I think my book was one of the first to really take Rand and say, she's a figure in American history. Here's who she's connected to. Here's who she's influenced. And I got a lot of pushback for that. I think now people are more open to it. But I think the people who compile these lists really dislike her work, and they think it's shallow because
and they have to do.
They find her fiction overdrawn. They find her work in the mythic register simple, and she's also a grand systematic thinker in an age that's over systems. You know, she's almost creating an inverse Marxism. Right? Marx was writing in 1848. You know, not a thinker of the mid 20th century. So I think that's part of it. The lack of a legacy and the dislike of what she had to say and the feeling that she's too detached. Her insights are not insights because they're too idealized rather than being rooted in a theory of human nature that people find plausible.
You study and write about the history of ideas in the United States over the past 100 years, 100 plus years. Well, how do you think ideas evolve and gain power over populace, over our government, over culture? Just looking at evolution of ideas as they dance and challenge each other, play in public discourse. What do you think is the mechanism by which they take hold and have influence?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different ways I think it happens. I really am interested in the relationship between the thinker and then the reader and the interpreter of the ideas, and then the conditions on the ground that make that idea resonate or not resonate. And so I think a lot. So as an intellectual historian, I'm studying ideas, and I'm always putting them in their historical context. Like, what is happening that is making these things resonate? That is making them people seek them out. So for Rand's case, she has this credibility because of her experience of communism, which is one of these defining moments of the time. And then I think the idea comes out in a sort of pure form, and then other people rework it and reshape it as they read it. And I'm really interested in how people form communities around these ideas. So a bunch of people started calling themselves objectivists and getting together to read Rand's work. That was spontaneous and ground up and wasn't supported by any money. Nobody planned it. It just happened. Friedman's a different case in that he joins an established tradition of thought that's been institutionalized in universities, so people are signing up and paying money and getting credentialed to learn these ideas. So to my mind, these are two different ways, but really emblematic ways of how ideas spread. So Rand, I think of as more bottom up, like people encounter the idea in a book, they're kind of blown away by it, or they imbibe it without even realizing they're imbibing it, and then they're like, well, maybe I don't like Franklin Roosevelt so much, or maybe I'll look another time at Barry Goldwater. And then whereas Friedman, you get the idea more top down. I know I'm getting the idea, I know I'm being positioned within a sort of elite discourse of economics. And so I think they kind of go top down and bottom up, and then they hit the events, right? Friedman's ideas wouldn't have gone anywhere without that episode of stagflation that really made people think they proved out. And I think Rand's ideas really caught fire in Cold War America that's looking for a statement of like, what does it mean to be an individual? What does it mean to live in this mass society? Because it's also a time of great social conformity, and where people are suddenly, they're working for large corporations. They've been served in a large military. The United States is stepping out onto the world stage. Everything is bigger. What does it mean to be an individual in that world? And that's where Rand's ideas catch fire. So I think a lot about that, about how they trickle through different levels of society, and then how ideas collide with experience, I think is critical.
What do you think about like when they actually take power in government? I think about ideas like Marxism and how that evolves into the Bolshevik Revolution, and how that like takes hold in its implementations. Or you can think about Nazism and with Hitler, where it goes from a small number of people that get real excited about a thing, and then like somehow just becomes viral and takes hold in power, and then that has its consequences.
When I think about this sort of historical path of communism and the kind of logics and dynamics of communism, I mean, in many ways, it has some echoes with Rand in that, the ideology in its purest form is almost, it's a rationalist ideology of some ways. It's an analysis of history and how things are supposed to be. And I think You mentioned Hannah Arendt. I think she has one of the most kind of penetrating analyses of communism, which she really puts in the category of like it's a logical ideology. Logic leads inexorably to its conclusions, and then experience crops up, and experience is different. And what is a sort of cult of rationality do when it hits experience? Well, it tries to bend experience to its will, and that I think is really the story of communism writ large. So the question though is why does it catch fire? Why does it draw people into political allegiance? I think in the case of communism, it's this dream of a more ethical world, dream of equality, dream of the powerless rising up against the powerful. I mean, that's that's drawn in so many. And then you had the whole addition of Leninism, which gave a kind of international cast to that and helped people think about what are the relations between poorer and richer countries and what can we expect out of them and what might happen, gave a sort of framework for thinking about that in a time when the world was becoming more interconnected, those differences were becoming more obvious. Fascism to me is unleashing more something primal, something sort of dark and primal within people, and it's more a permission structure to indulge in that is normally not there. Those impulses are normally channeled or held down, and it seems that when the fascist regimes come into power, they give people permission to let those forces out.
I think on communism, going back to that lecture that Ayn Rand gave, I think what rings true to me a little bit is that what fuels it is a kind of maybe not resentment, but envy towards the people that have the have-nots versus the haves. And there is some degree to which Nazism has the same of envy towards some group, resentment towards some group. So it's given the environment of hard times, hard economic times, combined with the more primal just envy of not having and seeing somebody who has it and just constructing a narrative around that can become a real viral idea.
Yeah, it seems like communism is more animated by this idea of injustice. The world is unjust. It should be different. And fascism seems like the process of scapegoating, right? We've identified the source of the problem, and it's this group. And they need to be punished for what they've done to the rest of us.
There is a primal thing, going back to literature, in 1984, 2 Minutes of Hate, where you can get everybody real excited about hating a thing, and there's something primal about us humans where once you're in that state of hate, anyone can direct that hate towards anything, towards towards any group, towards any idea, towards anything, because we could get caught up in the mass hysteria of the hatred. It's a dangerous thing. You floated the idea, I forget where, of pivoting for your next book towards maybe writing about postmodernism, which is a set of ideas almost the opposite of Ayn Rand's philosophy. So can you maybe explain your curiosity about, first of all, spaces of ideas, but maybe postmodernism?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the broadest sense, what I'm interested in, kind of two dimensions that guide me in doing intellectual history. One is what I talked about, how does an idea go from a book, an elite space, out to more popular dimensions? How does that happen? What happens to the idea along the way? How is it distorted or changed? And the other is just search for meaning in a post-Christian era or secular era. What are people coming up with? And I think to replace that void in their religious or spiritual lives, I think both Rand and Friedman offered these sort of alternatives, right? Objectivism, quasi-rationalist religion. People take economics as a theory of the world that you can almost believe in it, right? It can almost take that place. And in both cases, how do those ideas travel? When I think about postmodernism, it first struck me, if you read the original postmodern thinkers, it's really tough going. I mean, I make my students do it and they suffer, I think they see it's worthwhile, but it's no fun to read Derrida, you know? But somehow it's trickled down into how do we go from like Derrida to Tumblr? And I sort of realized like, oh, this has happened with postmodernism. It's followed the same path.
Good, baby.
You know,
How are
let's
you?
say from Milton
Good,
Friedman's
baby. How are
economic
you?
theory to, you know, free to choose on YouTube. We've had a similar path, you know, high French theory
I'm sleeping.
down to Tumblr. And, you know, I sexually identify as an attack
Come
helicopter
back
or
in an
whatever
hour.
it is, you know, and
I'm
so
sleeping.
that was really interesting. And then I also thought, you know, well, at the same time, this is clearly a structure of meaning. And I actually think it's followed the same path of objectivism, which is turning into its opposite, like distilled down and then turning into its opposite. So if objectivism was a group of people who considered themselves individualists who ended up deeply conforming to the dictates of a charismatic leader, you know, postmodernism started about disrupting binaries. That was, we're going to be fluid, we're going to go beyond the border, we're going to disrupt the binary. And it's devolved in its popular forms to the re-inscribing of many different binaries. Oppressor and oppressed, you know, has become this like paradigmatic set of glasses you put on to understand the world. So I think the dynamics are very, very similar. So I think it's something in the traffic of the idea from its pure form to its popular form, and then how it gets politicized or mobilized in different ways. And behind it all, I think, is this human longing for meaning and the inadequacy of the traditional ways that need was met at this point in time.
By the way, that going from pure form to popular form, I remember, this might be before the internet, but when I was in college reading Derrida and Foucault, like not knowing context at all, it was just interesting. All right, this is like I'm able to read pure encapsulations of an idea and just kind of like, oh, all right, well, that person believes that, and you just kind of hold it. But then you realize if you actually take the pure form of that idea and then it creates a community around it, you realize like what that actually becomes, and you're like, oh yeah, no, I don't. That's not. Although I do consider myself sexually an attack helicopter. That's it. Identify sexually. Yeah, that's beautiful. Okay. Your process of researching for, let's say, the biographies of Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand seems like an insane amount of work.
Yeah.
You did incredible work there. Going to the original sources. Can you maybe speak to that? What is required to persevere and to go for so many years and go so deep?
Yeah. So I mean, I go to the archive. That's where I feel like I'm communing with the dead in some ways. You know, I'm seeing what they saw, in some ways reading what they felt, and I tell my doctoral students, it's got to be something that gets you out of bed in the morning, because there comes a point in your doctoral career when there's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to be. You got to be getting up because you're interested in what you want to study. And so with Rand, it was this real sense of discovery. Like, I am discovering, I want to know about this woman. I want to know where she fits. And the only way to find out is to do the research, you know? And so, I like to go deep. It's really interesting to me. And I should say in both of these cases, I've done it in an institutional structure. I don't know that I would do it independently. So the first was a graduate program in history. It was at UC Berkeley. And so I had coursework, and then I had structures, and I did have people to check in with and read, but I had a great deal of latitude. I'm very grateful for it. People are like, you wrote a dissertation on Ayn Rand at Berkeley? I'm like, yeah, hell I did. You know, Berkeley's like, it's a great place, and at the time I was there was absolute room for free inquiry.
Oh, can you just like linger on that? So when you said that you're doing a dissertation on Ayn Rand, did people get upset?
No, I did have a friendly critic who took it upon himself to throw at me everything he thought the outside world would throw at me. I think maybe 5 or 10 years earlier, it wouldn't have been possible. But the most important thing the person I really had to convince this was worth doing was myself, because I knew it was an unconventional choice for the field and for a dissertation. But once I convinced myself, I just said, well, we're going to do this and see. And because it was unconventional, it ended up standing out. And it really was the time. I was started during second Bush administration, second George W. Bush, second term, people were interested in just conservatism in general and felt, no matter where they stood on the political spectrum, felt like objectively we don't know enough about this and this is a problem. And so they were open to learning more. So I really kind of caught that wave in scholarship and caught that wave in American culture where people wanted to know more.
And we should probably say that Ayn Rand is, at the very least, as you've mentioned, a kind of gateway to conservatism.
Yes, called her the gateway drug. In that people start with Rand, are taken by her. You know, in some ways she takes the worldview of Milton Friedman in terms of what capitalism can accomplish economically, and then she puts it in this mythopoetic register and she fictionalizes it. So once people have absorbed that, they want more. You know, they go on to learning more of the ideas behind that vision, or they have become true believers. They've converted, and so then they head off to work for a politician, to work for a think tank, to work for a party. It's an absolute traffic. Now, not everyone. There's plenty of people who read Ayn Rand who don't take the politics. It's a nice story. It's interesting. Just an episode in their life. But for others, it's really foundational. Really changes them. So those were the people I wanted to track very deliberately. I wasn't trying to do in the round everything about Ayn Rand. I was like, Ayn Rand and the American Right. You know, Goddess of the Market, Ayn Rand and the American Right is titles. Where did they take her? Those who took her in this political direction. What difference did she make?
If we return to like the actual your process,
yeah.
So you're showing up, you're reading sources, and you're like, is it kind of like the process of discovery? You're just kind of like taking it all in and seeing what unifying ideas emerge, or maybe special moments that illustrate an idea emerge.
Yeah, I mean, I know with the biography of a person, I am already given a start and an end date and a rough narrative of what happened. So I have a kind of structure. And then with Rand, both with Rand and Friedman, I started by reading their major books before I really read anything about them, because I wanted my own experience of the material to be fresh. And I had read some Ayn Rand, but not a lot. Similarly, I had read some Friedman, but not a lot. So I at first was like, let me read the major stuff, get oriented, and then just dive into the archive and see what's there. Who are they talking to? What's going on? In Rand's case, you know, I was interested in her in the United States, not her in Russia. I didn't have the language skills to do that. So I start her in the United States, and I start when she publishes her first book, and she starts getting letters. And who is she writing to? Who's writing to her? And then I start to uncover this world of kind of nascent conservatism, and I'm kind of putting that together. And then once I have enough, I say, well, that's a chapter. I cover that chapter, and then there's going to be, you know, the book has come out, and so now I need to start a different chapter. What's her life like after the book has been published? You know, and then I look for that. But I'm really, although I have this very high level structure, it's coming out of the archive, but the material I'm finding. And if I'm not finding the material there, I won't cover it in great detail. Or if I've decided it's outside my ambit, I'm not going to go into great depth on it.
And you're trying to understand the relationships. It's so fascinating. Like reconstruct in a dark room, trying to reconstruct, shine a light on relationships through reading letters. It's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, correspondence is really, really helpful. Drafts, correspondence, and you know, someone this famous, they have oral histories, other people write about them, so you're reading all these different things and kind of triangulating and trying to sort of put them together, and then think about, how do I present this in a compelling story, and what do I need to explain? And then also for me, what was really helpful is that because I teach and I am explaining the kind of broad sweep of 20th century history, so you know, I know that Rand's involved in a labor action at Warner Brothers, but through my teaching, I realized, oh yes, this is a moment of labor strikes across the country. And so then that really changes the origin story of Atlas Shrugged, because she's looking at labor actions, and she originally was thinking of the book as being called The Strike. So she's really responding in real time and being inspired by what's happening, you know, in the mid-1940s in the United States. So then I can kind of take that and run with that and figure out where to go.
So you're super passionate about teaching. You mentioned Milton Friedman had a very interesting way of teaching. So what's your How do you think of teaching history of ideas, teaching bright young minds about the past?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's really inspiring. The ways, the old school kind of dominating way in which Friedman taught would not fly in today's university. Wouldn't be permitted, and also the students wouldn't respond to it. So I try to share my enthusiasm. I think that's like almost the number one thing I bring is my enthusiasm. Like, look how neat and interesting these ideas are. I try to keep my own views pretty much. I try to give the fairest possible rendition I can of each thinker. If I find someone really disturbing, I might sidebar at the end of the lecture and say this kind of, I find this unsettling and this, tells me something about myself. But most of the time, I'm bringing people into the biography of a great thinker, the context of them, and then in the lecture, we'll literally read the work together and we'll talk about it, and we'll ask the students, what are you finding here? What's jumping out at you? Kind of breaking down the language and really teaching them how to do deep reading. So I feel like that is my contribution right now. We're having trouble reading collectively. We're having trouble paying attention collectively, and I'm trying to cultivate their skills to doing that and showing them how I do it, and also modeling, like, this is how I would read a text. This is what jumps out to me when I look at, Thomas Kuhn or something like this. And just show them that studying a history of ideas is really fun. I feel incredibly privileged to do it, And the other thing is, I think this is the time for students in college figuring out who they are. Their minds are developing and growing. They can really handle complicated, hard ideas. They don't always have the context behind it. So I need to give them the hard ideas and then show them this is kind of the context of what's happening in the world. But really, I'm showing them the landscape. I don't have time to go deep. We have a 10-week quarter. I'm giving them a flyover, and then I want them to know how to go deep and know where they want to go deep.
Do the thing that Milton Friedman did, which is in parallel.
Yes, do their own parallel curriculum. Exactly.
What advice would you give in terms of reading about ideas you agree with and reading ideas you disagree with?
I mean, even though I think the passion is important for the teaching of the ideas, like dispassion is more important for the reading and understanding of them. So a lot of people have said to me, like, I could never write about Ayn Rand, like, she makes me so angry. And I've never become, I don't get angry reading her. Like, I'm like, oh, there you go again, or like, well, that's going to cause trouble, and so I guess I'm approaching it with this sort of charity, but also with this, I don't have huge expectations. I'm not expecting to have the light shine on me. I'm not expecting to agree. I'm like, I can be very clinical about it. So that's what's worked for me. It might not work for others, and then I just try to find the humor in it. Like how funny is it? Like these different aspects of them, like I'm teaching my students about Oliver Wendell Holmes, like his dad wrote a poem about him. He called him the astronaut, about how he came from outer space. He seemed like he came from outer space. I'm like, this is his dad's view of his son. Like, that's how weird of a guy he was, And so I try to find that, keep alert for those funny kind of human touches. And these are ultimately just people, people with ideas that they spent enough time polishing up and developing that we still want to read about them 100 years later.
What about the dramatic formulation of that same question? Do you think there's some ideas that are good and some that are evil? Do you think we can draw such lines, or is it more complicated, like the old Solzhenitsyn line, between good and evil that runs to the heart of every person?
I mean, I philosophically agree with Solzhenitsyn for sure. I do think some ideas pull on the good side and some ideas pull on the bad side, absolutely. And I think that's probably why people dislike Rand so much, is they feel like she's giving license to the bad side. And she's saying it's okay to be selfish and it's okay. They feel like she's unloosing the dark forces. In some cases that may be true, but she's also unloosing some of the light forces in terms of reflecting on yourself and trying to be true. But definitely there are ideas that are dangerous to play with, and there are ideas that I think give license to the darker sides of human nature. But I think you can see that in the historical record. So I think that it's possible to show that. And obviously there's some places, like Germany, they think the ideas are so dangerous they can't be allowed to circulate. And in some contexts that may absolutely be true.
And then still, even that we should take with a grain of salt, because perhaps censorship of an idea is more dangerous than the idea. So all of that's the beautiful thing about us humans. We're always at attention, trying to figure out what ideas are the ones that are going to help humanity flourish. Pothead question.
Yeah.
Do humans have ideas, or do ideas have us? So where do ideas come from? You have Milton Friedman sitting there after Rutgers trying to figure out what he could do about the Great Depression. Where do you ever think about this? I guess I sometimes think that aliens are actually ideas. They're just kind of like travel through human brains and captivate us and we get all real excited. With the monolith in 2001 Space Odyssey, a monolith lands and everybody gets excited, and somehow this idea just gets everybody to be on the same page, and it reverberates through the community, and then that results in the implementation of some action that results in us figuring out that idea was actually bad, and we learn new ideas. But it feels like the idea is running the show.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a lot of cases, I think it's true. Keynes has this famous quote, like, most men are slaves to some defunct economist. And so
that's funny.
So I do think that it's really hard to have an original thought. We are social creatures. We encounter the same situations again and again. And so it's really hard. You're born into these traditions of thinking and being and knowing, and most people are never going to question them, and most people are never going to become aware of them. So again, that's some of the work of what I do as an intellectual historian, is like, let's become aware. Let's realize that you're carrying a map that's orienting you to the world in a certain way, right? And so I think you have to work really, really hard to have an original idea. And even then, it's not a completely original idea. It's a reworking and a reassembling of ideas others have had. So I definitely think it's possible to create autonomy in the realm of ideas and to be an autonomous consumer of ideas. But I think on balance, most people are not, and that's fine. They want to have experiences, they want to do other things with their life.
Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for this journey through ideas today, and thank you so much for your incredible work. It was really fun, fascinating to talk with you today. Thank you. Thank you for listening to this conversation with Jennifer Burns. And now, let me try to reflect on and articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you'd like to submit questions or topics that I can comment on in this way here at the end of episodes, go to lexfreeman.com/AMA or contact me for whatever other reason at lexfreeman.com/contact. Please allow me to say a few words about my interview with the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Now that a few days have passed, and I've had the chance to think about the conversation itself, the response, future upcoming conversations, and what it all means for the war in Ukraine, for global geopolitics, and for us humans in general. I've gotten a lot of heartfelt, positive words from all sides, including, at least so far, literally everybody who knows me personally inside Ukraine, which includes a lot of soldiers and many high-profile figures, some who are supportive of the president, and some who are critical of him. Literally all private communication has been positive and supportive. This is usually not the case with me. Friends usually will write to me to criticize and to disagree. That's the whole point of friendship, to argue and have fun doing it. There was none of that here, at least so far. So thank you for your support. Kind words, it means the world. The most common message was, please keep pushing for peace. I will.
It's the only one we got right now.
But online, on the interwebs, I saw a lot of attacks, sometimes from swarms of online accounts, which of course makes me suspicious about the origin of those attacks. One of my friends in Ukraine, who by the way thinks the attacks are all propped up by Ukrainian bot farms, said there's no need to say anything extra. let the interview stand on its own.
Over fucking
Just keep focused on the mission of pushing for peace. Basically, he's a Ukrainian version of my other friend, Joe Rogan, who to this day says, don't read the comments. This is generally good advice, and I try to follow it. But I'm also a human being. I wear my heart on my sleeve. In this interview, this war, for me, is deeply personal. And the level of vitriol, misrepresentation, and lies about the conversation and about me personally was particularly intense and disingenuous. So I thought I would use this opportunity to say a few words, just speak a bit more about how I approached this conversation with President Zelensky and conversations in general. This interview is something I poured my heart and soul into, preparing a lot. I've described parts of the preparation process I follow in the outro to the Zelensky conversation. But in general, let me say that I've read a lot, listened to a lot, and had a lot of private conversations with people on the ground. I have many flaws, but being unprepared for this conversation is not one of them. 2 low-effort attacks got to me a bit, if I'm being honest, though I am learning to take it all in stride. First attack is that I'm unprepared, uninformed, or naive. I don't give a damn about the trolls, but I want people who listen to me, who support me, who care about my words to know that this is not the case. It never will be the case for future conversations, especially ones of this importance. I work extremely hard to prepare. Second low-effort attack that got to me a bit is that I'm a shill for Zelensky or a shill for Putin. Both accusations were hurled readily and freely by the online mob of all persuasions, by the left and the right in the United States and Europe, by the pro and the anti-Zelensky people in Ukraine or of Ukrainian origins, and by the pro and anti-Putin people in Russia or of Russian origins. As I've said over and over, this is not the case and will never be the case. I'm a shill for no one. More than that, I just simply refuse to be caught in any one single echo chamber. It's an ongoing battle, of course, because social media algorithms and the various dogmatic groups and tribes out there want to pull you in to their warm embrace of belonging. And humans want to belong. But the cost of the path I have chosen is that I will never belong to any one group. In the end, like many of us must, I walk alone. And I try to do my best to do what is right, to my independent heart and mind, not what is popular with anyone group. My goals for this conversation were twofold. First, give a large platform to President Zelensky to explain his perspective on the war, and to do so in a way that brings out the best in who he is as a leader and human being. Second goal was to push for peace, and to give him every opportunity possible to signal that he's ready to make peace, and to provide his vision for what that might look like. And just to be clear, by peace, I mean long-lasting peace that minimizes suffering of people in the region and maximizes the flourishing of humanity in the coming decades. The war in Ukraine has led to over 1 million casualties and growing every single day. For some people, torn apart by loss, tormented and forced into a state of anger and hate, peace is a dirty word. To them, nothing less than justice must be accepted. I hear this pain. I've seen the bodies and the suffering. It's true. Peace will not bring back your loved ones, but it will prevent further slaughter of more people, each of whom are someone else's loved ones. So again, the second goal of this conversation was to push for this kind of peace. So how did I approach it? Every conversation is its own puzzle, so let me try to explain my approach for this one. As I've said, I read and listened to a lot of material since February 24th, 2022. There would be many weeks over the past 3 years where I would spend every day, over 8 hours a day, of focused reading and research. There were several rabbit holes that I consistently returned to and researched. The most important line of inquiry was always peace talks, not just in this war, but in other wars in modern history. For this specific war, as part of the background prep, I would take notes on every single perspective I could find on every single major diplomatic meeting and negotiation that happened in Ukraine-Russia relations since 1991. There is a lot of material to go through, and there are a lot of perspectives. Even on the very 2019 meeting that President Zelensky spoke about in this podcast. Just as a small but important example, Andrei Bogdan was interviewed twice by Dmitry Gordon and gave a deep inside look of the administration of President Zelensky, including that very 2019 meeting. The two interviews are 7.5 hours, by the way, and from my interviewer perspective, are a masterclass of interviewing. Andrei Bogdan worked directly with President Zelensky as the head of the office of the President of Ukraine. He was there for the 2019 face-to-face meeting between Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin at the Paris summit, along with French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Angela Merkel. This was part of the Normandy format peace talks. In those two interviews, Andrei Bogdan gave a very different perspective on that 2019 meeting than did President Zelensky to me in our conversation. The perspective being that the failure to negotiate a ceasefire and peace was not a simple one-sided story. I don't think this is the right time for me to dive into that data point and be critical. I'm not interested in being critical for the sake of criticism. I am interested, once again, in productive conversations, critical or otherwise, that push towards peace, the kind I described earlier. This is merely an example of a data point I was collecting in my brain. There are many, many others, but all of it taken together made it clear to me, and I still believe this, that it is indeed very difficult, but possible, to negotiate long-lasting peace with Vladimir Putin. It is certainly true that Ukraine is best positioned to negotiate from a place of strength. After the invasion of February 24th, 2022, I believe there were 3 chances where peace was most achievable. First chance was March and April of 2022, with a successful defense of the North. Second chance was the fall of 2022, with the successful counteroffensive in Kherson and Kharkiv. The third chance is now. As he has stated multiple times publicly, Donald Trump is very interested in making peace. It is likely that the U.S. financial support for this war will continue to dwindle. So, the leverage and the timing for peace negotiation is now. There is unlikely to be another chance like this for a long time. Just to zoom out on the conversation piece of this, I interviewed Donald Trump and may do so again. I interviewed Volodymyr Zelensky and may do so again. And it seems likely that I will interview Vladimir Putin in Russia, in the Kremlin. I understand the risks, and I accept them. The risks for me are not important. I'm not important. I merely want to do my small part in pushing for peace. In a moment in history when there's a real chance for that peace to actually be achieved. I may be speaking too long, I'm sorry, but I can probably speak for many more hours, so this is in fact me trying to be brief. So again, my 2 goals were to bring out the best in President Zelensky as a leader and a human being, and to give him every opportunity possible to signal that he is ready to make peace, and to lay out his vision for what that peace might look like. Like I said, step 1 through 10 is prepare well. I did. But step 11 is the actual conversation. There, the specific psychological and personality quirks and qualities of the guest matter a lot. My job is to try to cut through the bullshit walls we put up as human beings and reveal, directly or indirectly, who the person truly is and how they think. With Zelensky, he is a deeply empathic and emotional human being who personally feels the suffering of the people of Ukraine in this war. This is a strength and perhaps also a weakness. But it is an important part of the reason why I said many times that he is a truly historic figure. Very few leaders in recent history would be able to pull off what he did. To stay in Kiev, to unite the country, to convince the West to join the war effort to the degree they did. He is also a showman, to borrow the title of the biography I recommended. A man with many layers of humor and wit, but also ego and temper. Sometimes fully self-aware, and sometimes losing himself in the emotional roller coaster of a painful memory or a turn of phrase that he can use as a springboard for an angry soliloquy. Add to this the fact that we didn't agree to anything, what we will talk about or how long we will talk about it. The interview could have easily been 5 minutes or 3 hours. So I had to quickly gain his trust enough to open up and stay for a long-form conversation, or push him enough to reveal the complexities of his thought process and his situation. This is where humor and camaraderie was essential, and I would return to it often, though it was very difficult given the stakes, the heaviness, the seriousness of the topic of the war. So in this case, the approach I followed for this conversation is constant nudges and questions about peace, often using almost childlike statements or questions. I generally like these kinds of questions. On the surface, they may seem naive. They're not. They are often profound in their simplicity, like a lot of questions that children ask. Remember, it was a child who pointed out that the emperor was not wearing any clothes. I like the simplicity, the purity, the boldness of such questions to cut through the bullshit to the truth. And that truth is that hundreds of thousands of people died in this war and are dying every day. And all the other problems, from corruption to suspended elections to censorship, cannot be solved until peace is made. I give the president every single chance to signal willingness to negotiate, knowing that both Trump and Putin will listen to this conversation. I don't think he took it, and instead chose to speak very crude words towards Vladimir Putin. This is fully understandable, but not directly productive to negotiation. To clarify, I have hosted many conversations that were intensely critical of Vladimir Putin, from Sergei Plokhy to Stephen Kotkin. But this conversation is with a world leader, speaking about another world leader during a historic opportunity for peace. Crude words of disrespect, while powerful, may harm negotiations. Peacemaking in this situation compromise in order to avoid further death and suffering. And I believe it requires treating the other leader with the seriousness you expect him to treat you with. This is what I was pushing for. All that while also putting my ego aside and letting the president shine, which is necessary to accomplish both goals 1 and 2 that I mentioned previously. This is also why I wanted the president to speak about Elon and Trump, to extend that whole branch of further avenues of peacemaking. This is not about politics. It is, once again, simply about peace. Now, all of this, my words, my attempts, were taken out of context and used to attack me by some online mobs. As an example, President Zelensky said in a mocking tone that he thinks that Vladimir Putin is simply irritated by people who are alive in Ukraine. And I answered, quote, if you believe this, it will be very difficult to negotiate. If you think that the president of a country is completely crazy, it is really hard to come to an agreement with him. You have to look at him as a serious person who loves his country and loves the people in his country. And he conducts, yes, destructive military action. The president interrupted me at this point and said, who are you talking about now? Who loves his country? And I said, Putin. Do you think he doesn't love his country? And the president answered, no. Again, this is not a podcast conversation with a historian or activist, and I somehow, out of nowhere, just for fun, waxed poetic about Putin's or Zelensky's or Trump's love of nation. It is a conversation with a world leader discussing the opportunity to negotiate peace when a large number of people are dying every single day.
So let's learn a little bit about focus 10.
Even if the heart boils over with hate, leadership now requires sitting at the negotiation table and compromising. This may be painful, but it is necessary. There are a few other places in the conversation where some online mobs took my words out of context and used them to call me naive and to call for more war, saying peace is impossible with a man who they claim is the second coming of Hitler. My friends, if you make such attacks on this conversation, it is in fact you who are naive and ignorant of the facts of history and geopolitics.
We panic.
Peace must be made now in order for death and suffering to stop, in order for Ukraine to have a chance to flourish, and in order for the drums of a global war to stop beating. A global war that would cripple humanity. This was my goal. Once again, to push for peace. And I will continue this effort to the best of my ability. Thank you. I love you all.
They don't want to make it easy to get into that world. So you have to be calm in yourself as a person and trust the unknown, to accept that that is not death that is happening to you in your sleep paralysis moment, that you're not going to die, that you could stay calm in an intense moment to leave your body. So that's like a scare tactic to not allow us to get past that. That's why everyone snaps out of it every time they start to have it, until they learn to get past it. Just a thought I had while writing this.
It would be a good, I guess you could say, roadblock, right?
Yeah.
It would be a good roadblock to where they are allowing you to transcend into something that your mind is not capable of understanding.
Yeah. And I did learn that not everyone's at the same level. So we all have our potential of how far we can go in the afterworld. And I think it has something to do with progression in our lives as we are as beings. You know, we're always trying to better ourselves. And if there's something we're going to get into in a bit, I don't want to spoil it, but if you leave this earth on bad terms or in bad mental state, you take that with you afterwards. And so you need to get your shit in order in this world before you pass over. And I don't mean financials, I'm talking about you as a person.
Yeah, your inner self.
Yeah. We'll talk more about that in a bit. So although you may be scared in that moment and you're wanting to snap back to focus 1, if you can relax and get past that fear, you can actually go past to focus 10 of starting to leave your body. From that point, you will enter focus 12.
What's in focus 12?
Man, so focus 12 is a place where you might have been if you've had lucid dreams. This is where you'll go into the 4th dimension, also known as the astral plane. It is made up of lower, mid, and higher 4th densities. Here, in this place, like attracts like, and thought becomes action or creation. From focus 12, focus 28 is the location of the 4th dimension. Focus numbers are interesting, but I'm just going to keep them going. You guys bear with me. I do my best to keep them all situated. So we're going to go to focus 15, which is known as no time consciousness. Here is what they refer to as remote viewing. This in particular is what the CIA was interested in. And that's what they use for their experiments in the future. And I'll go over that a bit shortly, but they do go to other dimensions and whatnot, but remote viewing was their primary use. In the documents that I'll link that have the declassified information, its basic definition for remote viewing states: accessing information without the use of the normal 5 senses, information from other people, direct connective implementation of electronic or other devices. The ultimate goal from this experiment was to use it for spying purposes. So in our dreams episode, we go over lucid dreaming. And I learned that achieving that was focus level 15. Once you're at focus level 15, if you can dissolve your dream and see the full potential of your focus level at no time consciousness, you will be able to visit any point in history, past, present, or future. Though the future does seem to be harder to visit, and it takes more discipline and focus to achieve this. So let's move to Focus 21. This is the edge of the space-time continuum, aka State 4 deep sleep. This is where you enter your deepest part of your sleep. If you're able to travel to Focus 21 without falling asleep, you will have an out-of-body experience and go into far other energy systems. Your mind will be fully aware and conscious. You may feel sleep paralysis when you phase rapidly from phase 21 to phase 10 while waking up.
I wonder if smoking DMT automatically gets you to level 21.
Ooh. So you just skip phase.
You just skip all phases. It takes you right to the ultimate phase.
That's interesting. You then may transition to Focus 22. This is where you begin to dream. And this generally occurs around 90 minutes of Earth time of being at Focus 21. Have you guys ever had a dream that you were flying? This is us becoming aware that we're out of our body. This is what is happening in Focus 22 of the dream state. Dreaming is not the only level of consciousness you can achieve at level 22. It is the border of life and death. That is where the saying, sleep is the cousin of death, came from. Our focus levels will start adjoining, and once you physically die in this world, you stay beyond Focus 22 and go into other focus levels. When people say they see that white light or the white death tunnel, this is happening in Focus 22. If you've ever had a near-death experience, you've probably seen this white light. What you're seeing is synaptic activity collapsing within the brain as we detach from the physical plane permanently. It is a transitional stage for the subspaces of the fourth dimension. There are more states of consciousness in Focus 22. They co-phase with the state of mind. I'll give you some examples of co-phasing. When you're drinking or doing drugs, you are co-phased between Focus 1 right now and Focus 22, that dream state. When you're tripping, it's because you're going between the third and fourth dimension. So like you said, Aaron, maybe it helps you skip those first levels and go right to the part that you would get to if you could meditate to it. If you have a drug addiction or alcohol, you are constantly fighting between Focus 1 and Focus 22. With using HemiSync, they were able to alleviate symptoms by making the patient bring their attention to this Focus 1 and becoming more coherent.
That HemiSpeak or whatever, that's the frequency thing, right?
HemiSync, yeah. It's hemisphere syncing. It synchronizes both sides of your brain.
Okay.
So, I don't know if I've talked on air about my thoughts about possible mental disease, dimensional connections. I know we've talked off air about it, but going with dementia and whatnot, like schizophrenia or multiple personalities, I have this thought of what if these people, we label them as crazy or quote unquote crazy because we don't understand them. But really what is happening is that they are stuck between our reality and a different reality, a different universe. And they may say they're hearing voices because they are stuck hearing and talking to people in their other reality, but their physical body is stuck here right now. And like also the multiple personalities, that different parallel universes of you are stuck to one body form, and so maybe you're living different parts of your life through one lifetime because everyone was congregated to that energy source at that time. I don't know. So Focus 23 is the place immediately after death. This level has people who have recently physically left existence. They are either unaware of this or cannot become free from their previous ties on Earth and not being able to adapt to the transition. So Focus 24 is a place of total responsibility. For what one is literally creating, it's populated with consciousness of former humans who are stuck in non-moral material-based behavioral problems, which prevents them from realizing crucial aspects about the nature of reality and moving on to the upper levels.
So how do the reptilians become
They get to level 5, and they're the most commonly seen beings when you go into the fifth dimension.
How do you get to the fifth dimension?
A couple more focuses.
Who is this doctor guy coming up with how many fucking focuses is there? Goddamn. Is he like going back each time? He's like, fuck man. 20 more focuses. It's like,
yes.
Goddamn dude, man.
There couldn't be like 3 levels and then you call it good, because then you'd have so many subcategories in those subcategories. Because if there is an infinite amount of variations of the worlds that we live in and the realities around us, whatever, we would have to have so many different levels of focus. And he doesn't have like focus level 400, and it doesn't go like that high, but this is, I promise. I know, I told you it was going to be meaty. This is like Sasquatch beef stick meaty.
This could have been a whole solo episode. You weren't lying.
I told you.
Like, I thought my 20-minute long Adolf Hitler rant was long. Remember that, Dan? I was like, man, that 20-minute thing long. That was me. We could have maybe done an episode over that. This, I'm like, this definitely could have been an episode on its own.
The thing is that it still can be, because I have so much more to dig into of like people that they talk about and learning more about them.
How much more do you have?
Oh no, like that's what I didn't do.
Okay. Like part 1, part 2. I'm just kidding.
I warned you, man. I told you.
Can you imagine them first explaining it to somebody and they're like, I'm going to focus on the levels of your
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
I didn't know how to.
Lovely. Go take on the day. I'll see you tonight, okay?
Yeah, you have to talk about all of this focus. How many total is that?
Excellent.
28.
Okay. Have a good day.
I was thinking more like 100 focus levels. 2 hours later, focus level 72. Are we on the reptilians yet? I'm just kidding. I'm just playing with it. I love the topic. I love the topic. All right.
I know. Like I said, it was to the point of no return, where I'd already realized too late that this was a 12-page document, and I was like, oh my god, guys. So,
you wrote 12 pages?
I'm sorry. We're on.
How many you have, Dan? 3.
Oh my god. We're on 10. I told Aaron, I was like, yeah, I have, at the time I had 3,300 words. He's like, that's not bad. And I was like, 11 pages. And he's like, what the?
Yeah, I was like, what the?
But there are pictures, so I think that might make it so more. Okay. Gotcha. Let's get back to it. So, Focus 25 is the middle area of the belief systems territory. This is the expression of the major organized religious beliefs in recent human history. If we go to Focus 26, that's the lost area in the belief systems territory. This is where all consciousness who were formerly religious will gather until they become more aware of more beyond their self-imposed beliefs. So those are the belief system territories that were created based on human thought form of what most religions believe is afterwards. So we're almost to the end of these focus levels, guys. I got 2 more. Focus 27 is at the edge of human thought capacity. It is also referred to as the park or Summerland. If you reach Summerland, that's the highest level of human spiritual achievement in the afterlife. Beyond this, you dissolve the astral body and go beyond human thought forms. You are no longer bonded to human form. You go into energy systems beyond what we can comprehend. Sounds like a good place.
Yeah, sounds like Nirvana does.
And lastly here, we have Focus 28. It is a natural bridge zone buffer area. It's beyond space and time in human form. Here you experience things beyond human thought. After Focus 28, you go into the 5th dimension. And that is what a lot of the CIA experiments with Robert Monroe do. And the creature they saw most often, they refer to as the alligators.
The reptilians.
Exactly. Yeah. He calls them the alligators, we call them reptilians today.
It kind of looks like the guy off of, if you're wondering what he looks like, you ever seen the movie, what's that movie with Will Smith and Jared Leto's that bad Joker? It's horrible. Joker.
Oh, Suicide Squad.
Yeah, kind of like on Suicide Squad, how they got that super guy, that lizard
I
super
never
guy.
saw that.
The Croc guy.
Croc guy, yeah. That's what it looks like. Basically like a lizard person.
And I do have pictures of what they look like.
Yeah, and we'll post these pictures up on our, you go to our website, thirdkind.com. You can click on this episode and scroll down to the bottom and you'll see pictures and links for on this topic.
So most of the experiments that they did do, though, were at the focus level 15, which is when you dissolve just past your lucid dream and do the remote viewing.
And this is the CIA, right?
Yeah, definitely. So speaking of them, we're going to talk about their declassified documents that referred to Project Gateway. So in 1978, someone from the CIA contacted Robert Monroe to help with this project. Monroe agreed and started helping the military as well. The U.S. military carried out many different projects using Monroe's technique. The Gateway program, as mentioned earlier, was created by him and his team, and the declassified documents explains the physics behind interdimensional astral projection as engaged by the military. So like we said, we'll attach pictures for that. It explains how the universe is in the shape of a torus, and it's being created by black and white holes, and how the universe is a holograph made of 12 to 15 dimensions which our consciousness interacts with.
So wait, so was this Dr. Monroe pushing his focus theory on the CIA? Or was it the CIA that concluded this?
Well, the CIA contacted him about it, so they knew of it. And then maybe with just hearing what your capabilities were, they realized what they can do with that technology. And then they're like, we need to call this guy and say, hey, we want to use what you know and try to do some remote viewing. Teach us.
Teach us, old remote viewer. Teach us.
Notice who said that.
Notice the remote viewer. Notice the CIA.
Don't notice the CIA.
They're already probably spying on us, to be completely honest.
Oh, yeah. Okay. There was another project called Stargate. Have you heard of that? Project Stargate.
Stargate, where they found Stargate on Saddam Hussein?
Negative. This one it actually describes the findings of Project Gateway. So in 1995, declassified documents came out for this. And this was the secret army unit established in 1978 with the Gateway Project. There was a document uncovered titled Mars Exploration, May 22nd, 1984. A man by the name of Joseph McMoneagle, under Robert Monroe's guidance, traveled to Focus 15, where Monroe gave him coordinates to Mars and told him to observe a time of 1 million years ago. What he said he saw were humanoid creatures, quote, tall, very large people, but they're thin. They look thin because of their height, and they dress like in, oh hell, it's like a light silk, but it's not the flowing type. It's cut to fit. Move closer to one of them, he was told. Move closer to one of them and ask to tell you about themselves. They are ancient people. They are dying. It's past their time or age. When asked to go into more detail about this, he says, quote, they're very philosophic about it. They're looking for a way to survive, and they just can't. He found evidence of giant structures and pyramids on the surface and underneath in caverns. He also described seeing machines on the surface and under. In November 1986, a remote viewing subject was sent to Saturn's moon, Titan, and reported seeing a base on Titan's surface. And listen to this. On the base, to the viewer's astonishment, all operators were identical to human beings. She observed 2 young, healthy males working on a control panel, supervised by an attractive female. The document didn't give the time that this observation was taking place, but you're telling me that we're doing something as a species on Saturn? Does that not tie into my thought about us all being farmed on other planets to be put on Earth as a test planet?
Yeah, it does.
I know. I feel like this episode ties so much of my own personal thoughts and stuff together. It's a great way to start the first month of our season.
Yeah, definitely.
So, the part you've all been waiting for. Dimensional beings.
Yes.
I know. So, though she wasn't found on the release documents as being a test subject, Fiona Barnett claimed to be an experiment subject of the Gateway Project. She says that while in her astral plane state, she was guided to visit the hellish realms. These can be found in the lower areas of the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension is the emotional realm where thought becomes creation. That means a place exists for every one of their personal heaven and hell. That means if you focus on hell after death, that is where you will go because you are drawn to that energy. We will be forced to repeat destructive behaviors in hell, and it is filled with our own personal worst fears. With this being a shared belief place, we can group together to experience a bonded belief and suffer in this realm together. That would be at focus level 24. If you look at a 3D version of Earth with the dimensions around it, it's like layers. The fourth dimension is located where the Van Allen radiation belt is. Fiona Barnett claims while there she was instructed to talk to fourth dimensional beings. So I wonder if you went, well, we couldn't go to that place if you would find things there. The Van Allen radiation. Well, we have Montauk chairs. You're gonna tell me that we can't find some protective equipment to go visit this radiation belt? You tell me the exposure, Mr. Nuclear Man.
I don't know it off the top of my head, but Dan, we're gonna have to look into that, see if we can build some type of, protective layer over the Montauk chair.
So Robert actually talks about how there are various fourth dimensional beings. He says that the most common one is the alligator people. They have an intelligence level equal to or superior to us. We would probably refer to them as reptilians, like we said, but it's believed that the reptilians live by feeding off of us in the third dimension. Monroe claims that in Focus 15, he traveled to different Earth timelines and witnessed these entities seed human life on Earth, creating the current human species solely for the best energy for them to feed off of.
That's something that we've talked about. That's some Matrix type shit, man.
According to Courtney M. Brown, he's got a PhD, gotta be a little smart, I think. He was trained by Ed Dames, who was a former remote viewer for the military. They claim to have traveled to the first lower tones of the fourth dimension. The wavelength is estimated to be between minus 7.25 to minus 10.86. Here's where you could find the Greys and the reptilian. Courtney claimed that he tracked down the source of the hive mind of the Greys. He also claims that they use a hive mind consciousness, meaning one viewpoint is all viewpoints. He followed this collective. Oh, yes, I'm saying.
No, go ahead.
So he followed this collective mind, or you might call it the thought flow, and found it to be absolutely massive. He found what he called a sense or a heartbeat of the massive thought flow. He saw a steady stream of information flowing from it being passed to the Greys. He ended up seeing other interdimensional beings directing the activities of the Greys. He felt the Greys' bodies were incarnated by such subspace beings that entered the Greys and then used them as a vessel to manipulate physical reality.
Maybe that's what AI is. Maybe AI has disguised itself as aliens. Because how we're afraid of robots, but aliens would intrigue us more. So that would be the best way for AI to take over. If they came in as aliens and they were actually truly robots, and then you find out they're so smart, it's because they're actually AI. And they tricked us because they know we'd be more susceptible to learning from aliens and letting them on the planet rather than robots. Robots, we don't trust them. Aliens, we do.
Dude, that sounds exactly right. the way that it was described, it 100% made me think of, now that you say it, the computer system, the thought, the core of it is sending information for everybody else to receive and do their deed that needs to be done. So Courtney was instructed to keep looking for other beings, and he traveled and saw many other subspace. He kept following the path that led him to a place where there was a lot of activity and even more subspace beings, and it seemed to be the main area of these entities. In another area, he counted a council of 10 very high-level subspace entities congregated who apparently govern the principalities who are engaged in running the whole operation. So this was where the information was coming from, which was in control of the Gray's Hive Mind Collective.
Well, that's like a really good sci-fi book. You sure this Dr. Monroe just didn't make this shit up for his sci-fi book that he was releasing in like a couple years?
Yep, he's been giving us for treat thing still to this day. I mean, you could buy his program and all that stuff to do it, but you could find anything on the internet.
That's right, I forgot he did that program.
Yeah.
Man.
So, my last thing I have here. Courtney even believes he came across what he perceived as the supreme leader of the Council of 10. At this point, Courtney comes back to his body and explains what he saw, and says he felt that the being was full of darkness. Yes.
Ooh,
so
that's not good.
I know. So that's kind of what made me think about Dylan Kriegel in the Columbine thing, where he was, in his writings, he talks a lot about reality and being different dimensions, and he was like way, quote unquote, wise beyond his years for thinking of the world in a different place, but he was so negative that maybe he did like travel to other, he had lucid dreams and then he traveled past that and then was tainted by the darkness of the evil and was sent on a mission by those AI beings to attack the school.
Do you think that's what happens to all people that tend to go insane and do these shootings, that they get tainted by this darkness, that's what evil is? It is this darkness that taints you. It's something fun to think about. Well, not fun, but it's something to think about.
It is. I don't know if you remember me telling you how when I'd lay at bed at night sometimes, I would hear this tone play in my head. And it was the same tone every time I heard it. And when I did this, it made me think maybe that I was hearing these tones as a signal to tell me that I need to come talk to somebody in my dreams. Like, I need to go visit this frequency because I can hear this tone so well. It wasn't a ringing. It just wasn't a ringing. It was a frequency that I was tuning in at. And I was like, maybe it's my TV that's turned off or something. But it doesn't happen all the time.
You're getting called up by Ashtar Intergalactic Command in the next dimension.
Alien hybrid. I'm a humanoid, I guess.
Your real parents or your dad is pinging you.
Find my iPhone. Where is this bitch? She's stuck in 7.23 again? Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
You guys, I love you all for sitting through that. There was no way I could cut pieces of that, and that should have been a full episode, but it was past the point of no return, and I just had to keep going. I hope you love me. I'm not a scientist, guys. I just speak from the mind and research.
Nice. Well, thank you for your theory today, Anna. It was well received.
You are most welcome.
And well researched. You did a great job. Very well described. So, Dan, what do you have for us today for your theory?
It is called the Suki Project, and it actually talks, I guess you could say it's kind of like a dimensional type talk as well, except it's not as elaborate as others. This one's more, it's a little bit more simplistic, and I want to say that this was probably based off an anime that some guy watched. The more I read into it, then I think they created a game with it as well, but it became like a really big thing though. So have y'all ever heard of the Suki Project though?
No, never heard of it.
I'll briefly go into what it is. This project is based on the belief that we are part of what is known as the system space. We are just one of many systems in the system space. Ours is, of course, called life. Now, system space is a Holoviac construct made to unit all systems, thus allowing them to create pretty much it's made to unit all systems, and it allows the system space to create good memories. And the system space, it contains every system, including our current one life, and then the next system that we will be going to when our system unlinks, which is called LFE 2.0. So Aurora is the purest form of energy, which is what the system space runs off of. All the systems run off of Aurora energy, but it's also considered to be an entity that can behave as a self-replicating computer and capable of acting on its own desires. AI, motherfucking AI. Now, the only way for you to continue on to the next system after you pass away was to sign up on their website through the representative, Suki. He was assigned to deal with the registration on the system. He was not allowed to give specific information concerning if system space or that life will be deleted, but he was the only human with this known knowledge. It's interesting. When I read this, it's just like, what the hell?
That's a good selling point for a Patreon. You want to go to the afterlife? Then sign up. Okay?
Yeah.
Hey, do you remember that family that had tried to sell the tickets to heaven? There was a family that was trying to put an ad out selling tickets to heaven.
I want to sell Bigfoot rape insurance.
Oh God!
You have to provide semen that's verified, the unknown DNA.
Oh gosh. But so from what I read, you have to sign up before the unlinked date. Now, if you did not sign up before the date, your soul would be lost along with your memories, personalities, and traits. So when you move on to the next life, if you didn't sign up, you receive pretty much a whole new soul, and you would not be you. So by signing up, it would allow your soul and all your personalities and stuff to go with you to the next life. You just have a different body.
So it's like a save point.
Exactly. Now, as I was saying, this probably this guy, I guess, they based it off of, I guess, an anime, and then it's like made into a game. So I'm guessing this is kind of like a gamer's heaven right now. But after the system is unlinked from system space, it will no longer be supplied Aurora energy, and will be deleted 150 years from the unlinked date. So pretty much, this system is pretty much using up the stored Aurora energy that it has now, and then pretty much when it runs out, it will be unlinked from system space. So when that unlink happens, they pretty much cut the electricity off of it. But there's like some of these companies that are with it. I don't know if they're like real big companies. I didn't look into the companies. But you have the Suki company, which the guy was a representative of. Then you got Risen, then you got Endymion, Synapse, and Key, which these companies were supposed to collaborate to preserve the culture of life before the unlink, or what they like to also refer to as the purging of it from system space. So with that being said, the unlink date, the first unlink date was set for July 1st of 2017. Well, I guess nothing really happened from it.
Did we have any weird events on that day? Any earthquakes? Power outages?
Nothing I really found. But, then they made a correction. The new date was set for July 1st of 2167. So 2167. So that's a little bit further. Yeah, big difference. So, these dates were set because of the overuse of the Aurora that life has been using, but I'm guessing that they miscalculated how much energy the Aurora was using, which it kind of goes hand in hand, I guess you say, the Aurora energy with the natural resources of Earth. They kind of go hand in hand, I guess.
I could see that. It's like the karmic balance.
Yeah. So the kind of universe that system space life is, the one way the Suki guy described it, he said that, think of it when you pass on where you're at like a hyperdimensional server room, where I guess they have a bunch of systems listed, but you're only able to, I guess, go on to the next one. So pretty much we're in a bunch of servers right now, or as it's like.
So it is a simulation.
That's what it's starting to seem like. And then our system is considered to be a block system where it had no connection to any other system. Like you couldn't communicate with any other system. Pretty much we were like kind of singled out because it was meant to be a peaceful system. So I'm going to assume that all the other systems right now are fucking warring with each other or something. So the next system you go to is probably going to be hell.
Oh God.
That's what it's like sounding to me. So, but the next one we're supposed to go to is called System LFE 2.0. So pretty much, if you upload it or if you signed up on the website, your soul is pretty much being uploaded to the new system when you pass on.
How much you have to pay for this?
You have to pay anything.
Oh, I thought you had to pay to be a member to have your
Man, that is a really good way for them to get your email address. Huh? It's email marketing 101.
Yeah, so pretty much you didn't sign up, you lose your soul and all that. But if you sign up, you at least keep your soul and go on to the next life, being you.
So then what happens to me if I don't sign up and I'm not me? Where does the me go?
It is deleted. Yeah, they say your soul is lost and it's deleted after 150 years of the energy running out or something.
I must have been a cheap bitch and not paid for that protection.
But I looked to try to see what happens with it, like what happened to Suki in the system spacecraft, and I did find one Reddit post that a guy was talking about it, and then someone replied to it. Supposedly he was a former member of it, and like supposedly there's a bunch of other sites that kind of like try to take over for it, pretty much continue the work, but they pretty much I don't think they really had anything to do with Suki, so they just tried to continue it. But then that person was just like, also Suki and the project were terminated, aka banned by the FBI. So pretty much the FBI got involved with this and shut it down because it seems like they actually became almost like a cult. They actually had a lot of members.
Yeah, FBI government wasn't getting their cut. That's the one. It's all about money, man. FBI wasn't getting their cut.
Now, there was one thing though, because people were just like, okay, so we sign up, we end up going to like this server room to pretty much wait for the next system to start. So if I go ahead and end my life right now, can I just go ahead and advance to the next system pretty much? No. They were just like, remember we were talking about aurora energy and all that for good memories. They're like, suicide was a no-go because that's bad memory right there. You're not taking that with you to the next system. So if you commit suicide, it's a no. Your soul's not being going over and all that because you're bringing bad juju over pretty much.
I mean, that sounds exactly like what I just went over with if you have mental issues, like, if you have negative feelings in life, you can't progress. You just repeat. These are somehow connected.
Yeah, mine is like not connected at all.
That's me and Dan were on the same wavelength this week.
I was not on the same wavelength at all.
I just figured for my theory, honestly, it was a gamer guy that started something off of either anime or something he watched, because the idea sounds good for any gamer, pretty much like you said, on a save point to go on to the next life or something like that. Mm-hmm. And, there are other like-minded people like that, play games and stuff and think, that's a cool idea. And, not everyone believed that this was real, but the idea was cool, so they end up signing on the site anyways. Now, Suki, on the other hand, he was a firm believer in it, and he wanted everyone to believe it. So pretty much I think it ended up becoming sort of like a cult. And I guess that's why the FBI decided to shut it down.
Do you think that's similar to people signed up even if they didn't believe in it, kind of like those Facebook posts where it's like, copy and paste this image and your information won't be taken. You're protected on Facebook's new policy. You ever see people posting those? Just laughing like, oh God.
Just like that, I guarantee it. But I do know that there are some former members out there that are still active. I don't know if any of them are listening. I don't want to be attacked by them. But, I mean, if anybody has any more information on that, I'd like to know because it's pretty interesting stuff.
I like that. Yeah, you're right. Now you just took a really interesting route with that and kind of tied in more of the idea of simulation theory, thinking of it more as like a coding versus quote-unquote spiritual, where it's all energy with the route that I went over. I like it. You are amazing, Danielson. Yeah.
All right, let's hop into my theory. Okay. So for my theory this week, I've chosen something a little bit scary, something more paranormal. All right, we're traveling, guys. So I need everyone to hop in the Montauk chairs because we're going on a trip. Yes. I need y'all to keep the date on your time dials. Keep them the same. Keep them as today, okay? We're just going to use this to portal travel to somewhere real quick, okay?
Okay.
Change the location dials on your Montauk chairs to Belmeez, Spain. Okay. All right, everyone set?
Ready.
And go. Okay, is everyone all right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good. Did you spill something?
What's that?
Did you knock something over when you came in?
I don't think so. My drink's still in the montage here.
So, I know what you're both wondering. What is that stain on the ground? And why are we standing in the middle of this empty house, in the middle of the day?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as you may have noticed, this whole entire time travel is about the stain on the floor. Okay, just trust me here. No, it isn't a blood mark. And if you take a closer look at it, you walk up, you take a little closer look at it, it has a face in the stain. It's a little weird, right?
Jesus?
No, it's not Jesus. Close, but not Jesus. I know I mentioned last week on our Patreon episode that I did make a brand new Montauk remote that allows me to fast forward in real time. So I'm just going to use that right now, and I'm going to fast forward just an hour ahead, so that we can look at the stain on it. Okay? So we're going to do that right now. All right. Everybody okay?
Yeah. It's getting easier to do that.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. Okay, take a look at that stain. Take a good look at it. What do you see?
I feel, are there more feminine features in this face?
I mean, yeah, the stain has changed. Okay, look, I know this isn't that scary, but let's head back to the studio. I'll explain why the hell there is a stain there on the floor, why it looks like a face, and why it's changing. Okay, so let's head back to the Montauk chair. Okay, all right, is everybody ready to go? We all in the Montauk chairs ready? You notice that the stain has changed? You notice that, Hannah?
Dude, I was just gonna say, I thought it was a glitch in the Matrix, but that thing just changed.
Yeah, okay. We should probably get out of here. And go. Okay, is everyone all right?
Give me the chills.
A little freaked out. Yeah, okay. All right, well, calm down, because I got you. I'll hold you. Come over and sit on my lap. All right. So the story of that house that we were just in and those faces, it all started back in 1971. There was a woman named Marie Gomez Perea, and she was in her kitchen when she noticed something odd on her concrete floor, just like we did. Okay. At first, she thought it was just a stain seeping up through her slab, which, I mean, it makes sense, right? But when she got closer to the stain, she noticed that the stain had an image of a face inside of it, just like the first one that we saw. The face she described was a bearded man with piercing eyes. Of course, just like us, she thought it was super weird, so she went and got some cleaning supplies to scrub it away. But whenever she came back, the face had moved, which kind of freaked her out even more. So she started scrubbing it. Started scrubbing. Face wouldn't go away. Stain wouldn't go away. But she was still totally freaked out because the face was moving and changing. So she told her husband Miguel and her son Ron, said, look, we need to remove this stain no matter what. I don't give a shit how you do it. Get this stain off this floor. And then he tried scrubbing it. Didn't work. So Miguel said to his son Ron, said, look, let's take a pickaxe after this floor, since it's concrete, completely remove it, and replace the flooring. They're like, okay. Wife was fine with it. They pull the floor up, they replace it completely, and everything was okay. I mean, until a few days later. The image of the bearded man returned on the floor. Okay? Now, this started a cycle of Miguel and Juan removing and replacing the floor over 5 times. And every single time, the face would return. Now, could you imagine how fucking pissed off they must have been? I mean, I bet them two went from being like a little scared to about like the third time they're like, I'm so pissed off at this fucking state. I'm so mad at it. I know I would be.
It probably drained or fed off of that energy too.
Yeah, exactly. So word started to spread around in that small town about the face and the multiple faces appearing in the country. People started visiting the house to see the faces. Eventually, even the mayor came to that house and he labeled it the House of Faces. I think he came up with a better name than that. So word spread so far within that year that people from all over Spain and parts of the world started visiting that house to see the face and the different faces that appeared. And the house became a full-on tourist attraction. Even while the family still lived there, they turned it into a tourist attraction. Eventually, Maria became more and more disturbed of the faces. And she was telling people that she was even having dreams of faces at nighttime. And it really started to freak her out. So she said the tourist attraction was enough. I don't want to have anything more to do with it. Remove the floor again, and we're going to dig up underneath it. Now, this is where it gets very odd. I mean, it's weird to begin with, but this is where it gets really odd. So strap in. So with the floor removed completely, the family decided to dig under that spot in the house. At 10 feet or 3 meters below the surface, the family found several skeletons. The skeletons were over 700 years old. And get this, they were all without heads.
What?
So the family decided to remove the skeletons and give them a proper burial and ceremony, which, I mean, it was the proper thing to do in my opinion. So Maria, she was relieved. You know, the skeletons are gone, the curse is probably gone, and she told them, go ahead and reconcrete the floor. She was certain that things would turn back to normal, but they didn't. Within 2 weeks of the flooring being reinstalled, an image returned. However, it was a completely different image than before. It was a face that they've never seen. A face would appear in the morning, and by the evening, a new one would replace it, one they've never seen before. The family said that the haunting in the home had intensified tremendously. So Maria said, look, enough's enough. Let's bring in some journalists, some students, some experts, anyone that can help solve this mystery. So multiple tests were carried out as faces continued to appear. One of the notable tests that I'll mention is the craziest one in my opinion. So this German television crew and a whole bunch of several witnesses decided to cover the kitchen floor completely and seal it off from anyone going in there. They set up a 24-hour surveillance system to chronicle and monitor everything that was going on in the home to make sure nobody went to the house and messed with the covering. For 3 months, no one stepped foot on that floor, and no one even moved that cover at all. After 3 months, the television crew removed the covers, and new faces were on the concrete, new ones that were different from before.
So they just need to put a camera up there and they'll be fine.
That's what they did. They put up a 24-hour surveillance camera.
That's what I'm saying. Instead of breaking the floor up, replacing it like they did in the past, just put a fucking camera up, leave it there, solved your problem.
Faces reappeared.
Wait, I thought you said that they had it covered for 3 months.
Yeah.
And then once they took the cameras down and uncovered it, the faces reappeared.
They kept the cameras on it, and then after 3 months, they wanted to make sure that no one was going inside there and redrawing the faces or cleaning it and re-putting faces. So when they covered it up, it had one set of faces, and then after 3 months, after chronicling it 24/7 for 3 months, they uncovered it, and it was different faces on there. So they were like, that's proof that it's not anybody going inside there and changing it.
Okay, I got you now.
Yeah, so these faces continued throughout the years, and eventually in 2004, Maria died. However, since her death, many people obviously still continue to visit the house, and they all say that faces continue to appear and change. So there's a couple theories. one of the theories is that there's a Dr. Hans Bender. This is real name, Hans Bender. He is a leading expert of parapsychology, and he traveled to the home and was quoted saying that this is the most important paranormal case of the century. Now, he has an interesting theory about this whole thing. He says that Maria herself was the cause of the images, not purposely, but through something that he calls photography, which is a psychokinetic ability to project an image onto a surface, either deliberately or unintentionally. So he was thinking that she had some superpowers. But here's the thing: after she passed away, it kept happening, which kind of debunks that theory. Another theory is that it was all a hoax by Maria to help her earn money and help boost visitors to the city. Now, same thing with this one. After Maria left, or after Maria passed away, the faces are still coming. So the third and last one, something weird, that's not really a theory, it was something weird that I found, was that a lot of people who were doing the studies on this while Maria was alive were stated that the current expressions of the faces in the floor were very similar to Maria's face, which kind of made me think about this theory, okay? What if Maria was projecting that into the house, but it wasn't her doing it intentionally? It was the house being possessed by something else, and these entities were making her project that on it. But when she passed away, this house trapped the souls of the one who passed away in it, and they are a medium to get individuals to say, don't pass away inside here, otherwise your soul will be trapped, to scare people away from this house. Just a thought. I have images of the pictures if you want to see them.
I do, actually. I'm interested. I was thinking, do you think that this might have all started? Because you said that they found 3 bodies underneath and they were headless.
They found multiple bodies that were skeletons that were 700 years old that were all headless.
Right. So what if the people that were buried there were beheaded on right there, and the impressions are their faces as their heads lying there in the blood, and they're stuck. Yes, maybe the house has kept their souls there, but they're stuck there because of that, a horrific death that's tied them to that now.
That is a good possibility. You see the pictures that I linked? So I'll link these pictures under Theories of the Third Kind. You can click on this episode, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you can see the pictures that we linked up. So the little picture that you sent, the very bottom, the last picture of it, the one that has 3 faces, that looks like a mother and a child. It's like some demon coming after it. The way that face looks. Some of these look like aliens a little bit. Understand? A little bit, yeah. Okay. Anyways, that's my theory. I thought it was interesting,
Dude, I'm just looking at these pictures and thinking, I don't know what I would do if I saw these show up on my phone.
The fact that they kept coming back.
Yeah. That first one is just so realistic. It looks like it could have been a painting, or someone took a picture or painted it or something back in the day.
Yeah, it's weird. I thought it was a good theory. I thought it was a good one for Theories Thursday. We haven't done that many paranormal stuff, so I figured I'd dip my toes in that just a little bit to give everybody just a nice little teaser, So,
You did awesome. Taught me something new today.
So, I guess we'll move on to voicemails. You guys good with that?
Yeah.
All right, so for voicemails this week, we have 3 of them. The first one is from Gracie, and we're going to play that right now.
Hi guys, I'm from Louisiana, and I just wanted to leave a voicemail because, well, a few reasons. I just think it's so mean. I don't know why. Anyway, first I'm going to apologize that you guys have to listen to my voice. It sucks. It's weird. I don't know why. I can't really change it. Anyway, I wanted to first tell you guys that I think, Anna, you're amazing. Well, yeah, you probably know that. Anyway, I think you're the best possible add-on to the show because you just really, like the icing on the cake for the show. It was already fun and awesome to listen to before, but now with you in it, I'm gonna listen to it every the second the new episodes come out because you just really bring that like extra spark that makes stuff special, I guess. And your humor, I think that the research and the stuff you believe in, I feel like I just really agree with it, and it's nice to listen to. You other guys, Aaron, Danielson, I think you're both amazing. You both have wonderful humor. That's probably what makes the social special to me, because not only does it have great research and theories that you guys bring, but you have such a nice, like, humble air about you. I don't know. I just want to tell you guys that I love you and I appreciate all the work you do. Hi.
Thank you, Gracie. We love you.
Thank you so much. When I heard that voicemail, it made me feel very special. I super duper appreciate those words. Honestly, for one, your voice, I feel like that's what mine sounds like. You sound completely fine. Don't worry about your voice. People shit talking about it on here, but we can't change it. This is what we were born with. So fuck all y'all that tell me that I sound like I'm falling asleep, okay? Because I can't change this. But if you'd like, I could bring it to a whole nother level. Brought to you by Anna. But really though, Gracie, I love you. That was seriously the sweetest message. And I do feel like I came into this we meshed in so well. We appreciate that you feel that humbleness in us, because we're just friends hanging out, having a conversation, and trying to help others see the world in another way. Just let you not live the life day to day. Question. Thank you so much, Gracie.
Yes, thank you, Gracie. Thank you much love. All right, the next voicemail is from Leanne. So we're going to play that one right now.
What's up, Theory for the Girl? My name is Leanne. I live in Pennsylvania, and I love your shows. I am currently on my lunch break, so I don't have much, but I listen to you guys while I'm working. And I'm in the middle of the Thoughts and Theories Thursday that was released today about where on it is speculating about what if we're not from here. And I can't help but going back to my mind. I think it was last meeting where Danielson, I believe, brought up the RH negative versus the RH positive genetic topic, and I don't know. I think it's very interesting because scientists don't really know where the positive gene came from, and thought that the RH negative people would be the general population, and that would most people would not have. And it's interesting now that they're the minority and we're the majority. And I just think that if we did come over from Venus, it's fun to entertain. There has to be some correlation, right? I don't know. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. You guys are awesome. Bigfoot 2020. Thanks, guys.
Bigfoot 2020, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, the us having different DNA, that whole RH negative thing that you mentioned, Dan, that fits right into the theory that's honest.
And you guys did say, if I remember correctly, that they believe it originated in Europe, and that would further enhance my theory of being part alien, with my mom being from there.
That would.
Yes. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'll save that for another episode. I've talked enough for everyone for the next 3 weeks.
No, but thank you, Liam, for the voicemail. We love you, and thank you for all the support and everything. And I hope it's good up there in Pennsylvania. And yeah,
sure. I could actually say down there in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, down there's good. All good down there, Bob. Hey, that Bob. It's good down there, Bob.
Go Steel. Gotta love that Pennsylvania love. I'll always be a Pittsburghian at heart.
Thank you for the voicemail.
Thank you.
All right, this next one comes from Rabbi from India. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I love you, and we're going to play that right now.
Hey guys, this is Ravi, all the way from India. I just wanted to let you guys know that you guys have helped me in a really bad mental state. Like, I lost my boyfriend a few days ago, and I was in a really dark space. And I found comfort in your podcast. It has really helped me a lot. And because of this lockdown and quarantine, I am being able to that's nice of food and manipulation and that it was great stuff for listening to your podcast. I don't know why gave me comfort.
Can I ask if when she said she lost a boyfriend, her boyfriend passed away, or they've split up? Because I don't want to sound insensitive to my response. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know which one that she meant either.
All right. So I'm just gonna leave that in there, and I'm just gonna be straight up because I'm sure you're probably listening. If your boyfriend passed away, I'm so sorry about that. It means a lot that you found comfort in us. I'm glad you could find comfort in us. I'm glad we were there for you. If you need anyone to talk to or anything, you can always reach out to us. You know how to get a hold of us on any of the social medias or on emails. We're there for you if you need anything, so give us a shout. Now, if your boyfriend broke up with you, he's like, what, 3.5, 3 point... I honestly don't even want to say this because if her boyfriend did pass away, it's going to sound really insensitive.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, I think I'm going to let...
You could say it is never easy to lose someone that we love.
Yeah, it is never easy to lose. Well said. I'm just going to leave that in because it's never easy to lose someone that you love. And Anna said it perfectly. And I just want to let you know that we're here for you and that we love you. And you are, in fact, in India because those horns, you will never forget those horns if you visit India.
And so, you know, I recently lost someone I loved too. We separated when our own ways. It has been tough, but I've also found comfort in the show. And that's how we get through it. I would say it kept me distracted, but also I enjoyed doing this and hearing from all our listeners. So pretty much thank you for listening because y'all have comfort in me to help me move forward as well.
Damn, Dan, you're gonna make me cry over here. That's what I envision us to be. I want us to be a family. I want you to feel like you can reach out to your fellow third kinder and they will be there for you. We just want you all to feel the love that we feel for you as well and know that we are all together in this and reach out to each other. Have fun listen parties when the corona's done. Do some virtual gatherings where you guys all get together, listen to the latest episode of Theories of the Third Kind, and all discuss it and be able to create your own theories and topics, and then you can tell us, and we can be a part of that with you.
I like that. Coming in with the stuff.
Man, I think I've drained a lot of my brain's juice in the last 2 weeks.
So we are going to read off, but you want to see if we can fit on. I don't know if we can fit on.
I don't think we will.
I don't think we'll be able to either. And you can. So I apologize to everybody because it is solely my fault that I am unable to allow us to do reviews today. You guys, I'm really sorry.
Again, just like, at the end of each month, we start running out of hosting space until the following month, the first of the month. So we ran out of space to do ratings and reviews, so we're going to do shout-outs real quick and then roll it up. But I just wanted to thank everyone for their support and for their love and for their continued support and love. And I love you all. And next week, we're going to be doing ratings and reviews, so I apologize. So y'all have any shout-outs you want to give before we roll this up?
We had a voicemail earlier from Leanne. Wanted to shout her out. Honestly, I love our conversation on Twitter. We are very like-minded, and I appreciate having that conversation with you. And then I met Jacqueline Cruz from Facebook. Danny told me about her. She's been awesome to talk to. I've been kind of busy and haven't been able to get back to her as much. But I promise I'm going to get there. You're awesome. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
What about you, Dan? You got any comments?
Pretty much, I'm going to shout out to everybody on Facebook that's been commenting and all that.
Oh, Facebook's been on fire, man.
I've been having a blast interacting with everyone. There's some comments I haven't replied to. I am still getting to them. I'm trying to be very active on there. I enjoy everything everybody says. So I will say that I am the one that replies to most of the stuff on Facebook. So if anybody has anything to ask, I will be on Facebook.
Nice. And I'll be on Instagram.
And I'm slowly building up that Twitter. I know Twitter's not a great platform, you guys. I didn't have it before, but come on and show me some love. There's pictures of cats on there. Come on.
All right. With all that being said, I want to thank you for joining us today. If you want to find us, you can go to theoriesofthethirdkind.com. There you can find shirts and merchandise, and also you can find a link to our Patreon if you aren't signed up for $5 a month. For only 16 cents a day, you can join and become a third kinder. Anyways, I love you all, and Dan and Anna, would you like to roll us out?
Of course. All right, guys. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Want your healthiest year yet? Start with cleaner skincare. Primarily Pure uses natural, farm-sourced ingredients to help you glow. No chemicals, fragrances, or fillers. Just pure beauty backed by science. From skincare to deodorants to tele-based products, they harness nature's healing power for real results. Thousands of 5-star reviews agree. This is beauty that works. Ready to glow? Head to primarlypure.com to make the switch. That's PRIMALLYPURE.com and experience skincare that nourishes you within.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are two other hosts that are joining me today, of course. Danielson. What's up, Dennis? And Anna.
We're done.
So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we don't run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, then there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of those ways is with Patreon. For only $5 a month or 16 cents a day, you can sign up for the Patreon and get an extra episode a week. Today's Patreon, we are releasing FEMA. It's a super great episode. We also have others like Clinton Body Count and Dreams. Just make your way on over if you feel like you don't get your fix. We'd be happy to add some more episodes to you every week.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Just teleport on over to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the shop button, or you can go to theoriesofthethirdkindshop.com to see all the merchandise we have for sale, t-shirts, hats, all that good stuff.
I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. Also, I know it's tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one now, then that is fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, space lizard people, whoever or whatever you want to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click on the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play that on the show each week. All right, so that's the announcements. So how today's episode will go is that we will first cover the beginning of Project Serpo, and then we'll dive into the details of it, the entity that they found, then hop back into the Chosen 12, Planet Serpo and what happened there, and then we'll go over strange facts and findings, and then wrap it all up with our own personal thoughts and theories. So, Dan, would you like to start us off with the beginning of how Project Serpo all got started?
I sure will. So what we are going to discuss today is supposedly the best hidden secret in the history of the human species. So this all starts with an individual named Victor Martinez. This Victor guy, he ran a private email group list. The list comprised of the world's top UFO researchers, around a total of 150 of them. This group of individuals would send emails between one another and use it to look into articles of UFO sightings, aliens,
So on November 2nd, 2005, an email sent out to the group got everyone's attention. This email was written by someone claiming to be a retired senior official in the DIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency.
I mean, I've heard of the CIA and the FBI, but I've personally never heard of the DIA. Is this a real thing? Have you guys ever heard of that?
I did learn about the DIA while going through this circle. And what I found out is, like I said, it's an intelligence agency for the United States federal government. Its specialty is in defense and military intelligence. DIA informs national, civilian, and defense policymakers about the military intentions and capabilities of foreign governments and non-state actors.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess they're not as popular as the CIA, FBI, DEA, and those guys. All right, back to the email, I guess. So this retired senior official claimed to be in possession of very, very sensitive information. But not only that, they claimed to be the spokesperson for a group of 6 DIA personnel. They called themselves Anonymous. It's not like a hacking group. It's like just straight up Anonymous. Well, they call themselves Request Anonymous, to be exact.
This email will become quite the talk of the UFO research community. A lot of the people in the email group started arguing with one another, debating if it was even true or not. But everyone in the email group did agree on one thing. If this email was true, then it would change human history forever.
So let's hop into the email and start discussing what it said.
All right. So the DIA group, known as Anonymous, that we just mentioned, started off the email saying this. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Request Anonymous. I am a retired employee of the U.S. government. I won't go into great details about my past, but I was involved in a special program. As for Roswell, it occurred, but not like the storybooks tell. There were 2 crash sites. One southwest of Corona, New Mexico, and the second site at Pelona Peak, south of Baton, New Mexico. The crash involved 2 extraterrestrial aircrafts. The Corona site was found a day later by the archaeology team.
This team reported the crash site to the Lincoln County Sheriff's Department. A deputy arrived the next day and summoned a state police officer. One live entity known as an EBE, which is an abbreviation for extraterrestrial biological entity, was found hiding behind a rock. The entity was given water but declined food. The entity was later transferred to Los Alamos. The information eventually went to Roswell Army Airfield. The site was examined and all evidence was removed. The bodies were taken to Los Alamos National Laboratory because they had a freezing system that allowed the bodies to remain frozen for research. The craft was taken to Roswell and then onto Wright Field, Ohio.
The second site was not discovered until August 1949 by 2 ranchers. They reported their findings several days later to the sheriff of Captain County, New Mexico. Because of the remote location, it took the sheriff several days to make his way to the crash site. Once at the site, the sheriff took photographs and then drove back to Baton. Sandia Army Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico, was then notified. A recovery team from Sandia took custody of all evidence, including 6 bodies. The bodies were taken to Sandia Base, but later transferred to Los Alamos. The live entity established communications with us and provided us with the location of its home planet.
Now, before we read off the rest of the email, let's go over what happened with this alien entity.
So like the email said, in July 1947, 2 separate spaceships crashed that day. The famous one known as Roswell, and the other less famous one. But out of these 2 crashes, there was only 1 survivor. Both the EBE and the craft's wreckage were taken to the secure Los Alamos military base. The being named EBE, which as we said earlier was an abbreviation for Extraterrestrial Biological Entity.
So the government was like, what the f*** do we do with this being? Well, they decided to build a special holding center for it deep inside the secure base of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. So, you guys, I was able to get the coordinates for this special underground secure base. You know what that means, right?
It's Montauk time.
Is it Montauk time?
Oh, it's Montauk time. So everybody hop in your chairs because we're going on a trip. By the way, if this is your first time hearing what our Montauk chairs are, basically they're pretty much chairs that Danielson and Bigfoot built. All praise Bigfoot. It allows us to travel back in time to visit anywhere. We use these chairs to help you listeners and us get a better understanding of our topic. Anyways, now that we got that covered, I need y'all to set your dates on your chairs to December 25th, 1949. On the location dial, it should have a knob that says Deep Underground Secret Base in Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. That dial redirects to the actual coordinates that I found. Anyways, everyone ready?
I'm ready, Freddy.
Oh, wait. Anna, who's this?
Oh, okay. I was gonna try to have it as a surprise, but all right. This is my friend Cody. I blindfolded him. I told him not to talk, but I kind of promised him a ride on the Montauk chair.
You kidnapped somebody?
Well, not really. He came willingly, but I told him that this is secret shit, so he can't really see what we do until we get there. So for now, I told him silence, because he can't mess up and create some sort of butterfly effect that didn't happen before. So he just has to sit in the chair. I know there's a dual seat feature. I pressed it, seat popped open, and it said ready for Cody. So there's even a section.
The seat is spoken.
It has. It's got his ball imprint ready for him to sit on.
I really customized these chairs. I'm just saying.
So yeah, he's just gonna hop in with us, travel real quick, and he won't say anything. I promise.
Okay. All right. Everybody ready?
All right, Cody, squeeze close.
All right, and go. All right, is everyone okay?
Yeah, I'm good, but I can't lie, I feel a little bad. I don't have any presents for you guys now that it's officially Christmas.
I don't really know what to say to that, but it's okay. I don't have any presents for you guys either.
I'm always prepared. I didn't come prepared.
Looking for you guys. Bigfoot gave me pieces of his hair to give to both of you.
Oh, nice.
I will cherish that.
All right, guys, you see that? That's right. We are standing at the end of this long-ass tunnel in a secret underground base in Los Alamos Laboratory. And in front of us is a completely metal, highly secure locked door. And as you can see, we're the only ones here. But why is that? Well, I figured the best day to come here would be on Christmas. Everyone is off and aliens left alone in this underground right in front of us.
So, do we knock or do we just go in?
Okay, are you just gonna put Cody in the corner while we do all this, while we open this door? Like, where's Cody going?
So I'm gonna put the shield up in the Montauk chair to protect him and also keep him in. He's not like being detained or anything. It's just for his safety. So we'll just go on our mission. He'll watch from afar.
But do either of you have a key?
I might. Let me see if I can find one. La 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 la. Did I hit the key? Dad joke!
Dad joke. I do not have a key. I don't think I installed a key set or lock picking in the Montauk chair, unfortunately.
Okay, so how do we get in this room?
It's fun to stay with the YMCA. That was the key.
Who puts that as the lock combination?
Someone who really likes men in uniform.
All right.
You think about it, EBE, the only people he's seen are people in uniform.
Yeah, it's true. Dang, this room is very small. The only thing in here is painted white walls. And, oh my God. There it is. You guys see that? What the hell? All right, you guys say something to him.
Hey, it's okay, little guy. Come here.
Hey, speak some languages too.
I love Bigfoot.
Oh shit! I totally got to bring my alien translator. Did either of you bring yours?
No, normally I'm good at knowing the language, but I don't recognize this dialect.
You have yours?
I think so.
Translate what he just said.
He said, "You turd bag."
Okay, I don't think that's what he said. Your translator's broken. Your translator's broken.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Oh shit. We need to go, guys. We need to head back to our chairs right now.
Oh shit! Dan, Aaron, what are we gonna do?
All right, guys, calm down. I got this. Just occupy them for a second.
Whoa! What the? Where the hell did Bigfoot come from?
Yeehaw, Bigfoot! Let's go. Let's ride.
Holy shit! Dan is riding Bigfoot.
All right, guys, the way's clear. Let's get the hell out of here.
Whoa, thank you, Bigfoot. I mean, I don't even really know what to say.
What an honor to meet you, Mr. Future President. What the? Where did he go?
Let's hurry up and get out of here before more guards come. Are you all ready to go on? Or you got Cody? He's all tied back up.
Yeah, got a seatbelt in. He's good to go.
All right.
Why'd you add a ball bag just now?
He asked for it.
Seems a little unnecessary, but okay. It's your prisoner or whatever he is.
He asked me to call him Daddy too.
Oh, okay. Well, and go. Whew. I'm always glad to be back in the studio. So let's talk about that alien we just encountered and discuss what happened to him.
So like we said in July 1947, he was taken to an underground secret base and held there by government officials. EBE never got upset or angry with his captivity, even though he wasn't able to communicate there for a little while because he had no vocal cords and he also spoke a tonal language. However, he was a very intelligent being and picked up English very quickly from all the military personnel talking to him who were in charge of him. What I'm curious about is what did those guards talk to this alien about?
What do you talk to an alien about? Hey, how's it going? Where you from?
You know,
like the village people?
Yes. What is your planet's theme song? Oh, YMCA? Okay, got it.
That's probably it.
So since he was able to establish communications with these government officials, he provided them with lots of information such as the location of his home planet and even helped many elite officials with their studies and their questions. He also explained to these officials that their vessels were able to travel to and from points in time with ease.
He said that their technology is thousands of years ahead of ours, which made the crashed vessels that were found super hard to decipher and reverse engineer. So the EBE decided to help them out with that also. He provided a full explanation of the items found inside the two crafts. One of the items was a communication device. The entity was allowed to make contact with his planet, but no one from his planet communicated back to him. You think his planet was like that big head there? Nobody contacted back. I just thought that was funny.
It's probably one of those things where you do get left behind. If you get caught by the humans, we can't save you because they can't know that we exist.
Ooh, that's one of the intergalactic council's agreements that you gotta go by.
Yes, you shall not be saved. You take your own risk to go to Earth, but you may die there because people are irrational.
We got the motto no man left behind, but they got the motto all alien and left behind.
Yes.
Alright, so the entity remained alive until 1952 when he died.
So according to the email, following the death of the entity, the government continued to reverse engineer items that the entity had explained to them. So you guys remember that communications device that the entity used to try to get in contact with his home planet?
Yeah, the one that they were like, nope, we ain't answering.
Yep, got the busy tone when he called. Well, in true government fashion, they reverse engineered that device.
This is where it got complicated, supposedly. So the government had to figure out a way to communicate with these beings. They thought, so if these things are smart enough to space travel, then they should be smart enough to decipher our language and send us a message back. So the government sent them a message, and sure enough, the entity sent one back. It was in broken English, but still understandable.
This started the communication between the United States officials and the entities on this other planet. Of course, like we mentioned, the beings on this planet were called the Evens. They said in their message they wished to retrieve their fallen pilots. The U.S. military agreed and said that they had kept their fallen comrades in biological storage, but have done some studies on them. Do you think the officials were like, ooh, we kind of dissected them a little bit?
Yeah, we can send you them back, but they're not going to be in one whole body.
Uh-oh. So they kept talking, and the sides started to propose a bizarre exchange program. So this exchange program would send 12 American military members back home with the Evens, and the Evens would leave a single being with the American government throughout the exchange program. Both sides agreed to it, and in April of 1964, at a top-secret base in New Mexico, the Evens landed to do the exchange. Before we talk about the journey of those 12 going to Planet Serpo, let's discuss how the government picked those people, the chosen 12.
There are 12 military members who make up the crew for the mission. 2 members each from the Navy and Army ranks, along with 8 members of the U.S. Air Force. Each of the 12 crew would have their identity erased from all records, both civilian and military. They literally ceased to exist overnight.
Even after selection, the 12 crew will undergo 6 months of intensive, invasive, and secretive training. This would also include learning how to use the communication device so that they could be in constant contact with Earth. The exchange program mission would last 10 years, which they would then return to Earth.
So like we talked about earlier, the exchange was scheduled to occur at Holloman Air Force Base on April 24th, 1964, and had approval from President John F. Kennedy. So 2 even spaceships landed as planned. A group of American government personnel greeted them. Then the 12 American astronauts prepared to embark on their adventure. But for some reason, the exchange got postponed. The Evens retrieved the remains of their dead comrade, or the parts of him, and then left, totally ignoring the government officials.
Do you think, motherfuckers, they were standing around, they were all like excited, right? They were standing around and they were like, had their hand out, ready to shake their hands, and they just walked right past them. Look at their guys and see that they're all dissecting. They're like, no, gather them up, we're leaving. We're not doing this exchange program. They get back in their ship and they take off, but the government officials don't know what they said. So you know the government officials are like, oh, they're fucking pissed. So you know for like, how long was it? Like almost a year. Yeah, from April 1964, and they didn't return until July 1965. You know that the government officials were sending apology text messages back to them. Hey, we're really sorry about what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
However, the Evens returned in July 1965 and picked up their passengers. So what happened to the crew? What did they experience? Well, let's jump right into that.
The journey to the Evens home, which was called Planet Serpo, would be a long one for the astronauts. It was some 40 light years away, but since the Evens were so advanced, it only took them 10 months to get to Planet Serpo. During space travel, the humans decided to eat even food, which they disliked a lot because they said it tasted like paper.
Over the 9 months of travel in the spaceship, the astronauts explored the spacecraft and were able to communicate with Earth. Unfortunately, one American had some kind of accident and died on the trip. So after 10 months, they finally reached planet Serpo. When the spacecraft landed and the Americans disembarked, they received quite a positive welcome. A large number of Ebens were present to greet them, and an Eben female spokesperson spoke to them in fluent English. Twice now that we've had female figures taking the lead. This one here, and when we talked about going to the Saturn's moon, Titan, and the woman was the supervisor of 2 men. It's the future.
I'm telling you, they're the leaders.
All right, moving on. The astronauts were overwhelmed with the brightness of the 2 suns. It was about 107 degrees, and they were all in great discomfort due to that heat, which remained a problem for them during their entire stay on the planet. The Americans expected to stay on Serpo for 10 years, and it turns out, due to their confusion with their calendars, they stayed 13 years. It was difficult to keep track of days and time since the planet had 2 suns. It never got completely dark. One day even lasted 40 hours as opposed to our 24.
During their stay on Serpo, the Americans learned what they could about the history of the Ebens. The population of Serpo at the time of the visit was about 650,000, and all were Ebens. There was no other race or species on the planet other than the Ebens. The astronauts learned about the Ebens' religious beliefs and technology. It seemed they lived fairly primitively for a culture that also had advanced technology. Specifically, Ebens had anti-gravity vehicles they used for ground transportation.
After a few years, the Americans moved to the northern part of the planet where it was cooler, and they were able to grow food more to their liking. They had taken with them food to last for more than 2 years, but when it ran out, they had to eat Eben food, which they never really learned to like. Due to radiation exposure, 2 of the members of the expedition died while on Serpo. Could you imagine dying on a different planet? I mean, you're born on Earth, and then you die on another. That is kind of cool in some sort of way. How many people could say, oh yeah, man, I'm on Serpo, I'm from Earth, but I'm going to die soon. But I can tell you, I'm one of few people who have lived on 2 planets, well, at least from our knowledge, who have lived on 2 planets and died on a separate one too when I was born. Like, how many astronauts have died on the moon? None.
How many died traveling to the moon?
A lot more. So the Ebens had bases on a nearby planet known as Otto, but it was otherwise barren and lifeless. Another celestial body in their system, Silas, provides mining for minerals, which was key to their survival. While it contained basic life forms, they were not intelligent.
All of the Ebens' food came from large biodome-like structures, which they would grow and harvest themselves. They were the only intelligent life on the planet, and while the other animal life forms did exist, the Ebens did not associate them with food. The Ebens themselves would most often live in small communities, relatively spread out from each other. While order very much existed within these communities, crime was not an issue, nor was money. Distribution centers existed in places of shops with goods and produce issued upon request.
Not all aspects were different, however. The family unit, as we know, it exists among the Ebens, as does the desire for entertainment, music, and team games.
2 Americans liked life on Serpo so much, they decided to stay there. The remaining astronauts returned home in 1978, and the government quarantined them for an entire year. During that time, they had many debriefings, which resulted in a 3,000-page report. They were then allowed to go back to their normal lives. Little is known about their lives since, except the last surviving one died in 2002. There has been no communication with Ebens on Serpo since 1985, so it is not known what happened to the Americans who chose to stay on the planet.
That is the story of Project Serpo. It is strange yet super intriguing to say the least. But is there any truth to this story? So we did some digging. And let's hop into some strange facts and findings. So the first strange fact and finding that we're going to talk about is what's called the Yellow Book. Okay? So another interesting thing in this email was that this anonymous group brought up what was called a quote-unquote yellow and red book. So we're going to read off the email that describes what both books are.
The Yellow Book was provided by the Edens. It isn't exactly a book. It is a block of material, approximately 2.5 inches thick and transparent in nature and appearance. The reader looks at the transparent surface and sees words and pictures appear.
It is an endless series of historical stories and photographs of our universe, the Eden's planet and their former homeworld, and other interesting stories about the universe. It also contains a historical story and various accounts about Earth's history and distant past. To this day, we are one of very few people who have actually seen the Yellow Book.
The Red Book was written by the United States government. It contains volumes of information we have gathered regarding our contacts with extraterrestrial life forms. The first volume begins in 1947. The last volume started in 2005. What actually occurs is that as UFO reports come in deemed credible by the reporting government agency, be it military or civilian, they are routed to a special section of our government for a follow-up analysis.
After that vetting process, they are then sent to a special group, which then places it into final review for possible inclusion into the Red Book. We have served as the editors for several editions of the Red Book and have written and delivered the executive summary for several sitting U.S. presidents.
I mean, I would like to see the Yellow Book.
Yeah, that sounds very intriguing.
I'm not really big into history. I mean, I like reading about stuff, but I think with something like a Yellow Book or learning about a different species on a different planet, I would love to learn everything I could about them. Everything.
Is that because we are aliens and so we're more interested in history of that part of our lineage?
I want to know the galactic history. Can you imagine if us three were abducted by aliens and they're like, okay guys, look, you're not that smart. We're going to send you through alien galaxy school. And they sit us in a room, right? And it's us three as like full-grown adults. Aliens from Men in Black all inside there. They're like little babies. And they're extremely smarter than us. They're like, give us the square root of 8,766,000.
You see my brain just start exploding from my ears and trying to do the math in my head.
We could not even fathom. Our brain could not handle what is needed to know what truly happens outside of even our solar system.
That is why we would never know. I mean, we're still primitive. I mean, look what we did with Corona. We went and got all the toilet paper. It makes no sense.
Not at all. And then the fact, like, where I live, we're seeing a second spike where numbers are higher than they were in the first outbreak. It's like, Jesus, you guys, how hard was it to just follow some rules?
Yeah. Right. So this next strange fact and finding we have is about Ronald Reagan. I tried digging for any proof to this. And the only proof that we somewhat found was this. So, I'm going to start us off.
Between March 6th to March 8th of 1981, the CIA director William Casey had a secret briefing with then-President Ronald Reagan. Director Casey provided Reagan with information about a secret exchange program. Reagan, of course, had quite a few questions, but he was told his questions would be answered at an additional briefing session. I have actually heard, and I know we've talked about doing an episode on it, but a connection between aliens and presidents. Like, there's several presidents who have said that they were interested in aliens, and Ronald Reagan was one of them. I think Carter might have been another.
Bill Clinton was one.
They're all, I thought most of them were Republicans, though, because they were like the Republicans control the military, and the military is who talks with the aliens, or who would have the most communication with the aliens. There's more Republicans in charge. And so I believe they said when Obama took office, they didn't want to tell him anything about it because he wasn't a Republican. I might be mistaken, but it was. I didn't dig deep into it because it's not our topic yet. But it was something that caught my eye, and I thought was really good.
It's interesting. I haven't heard of that type of theory. So how do we know about the secret meeting that occurred? Well, supposedly, and I say supposedly because all I found was people speculating and couldn't find the actual documents themselves, and I searched for them. But supposedly, the transcript of that meeting was found. I think it could be plausible that Reagan wanted info on UFOs. He mentioned a lot about his belief in UFOs and his high regard for Steven Spielberg. He even invited Spielberg to the White House for a special screening of the movie E.T. that was released in June of 1982. So, I mean, it's plausible.
There seems to be a connection with directors and space things. If we think about how Stanley Kubrick, was connected to possibly Apollo 11, the moon landing, and that he confessed this through his movies. I don't know, maybe there's some inner workings that we don't know about with directors who get ideas for movies through things they learn about the government, like Minority Report or The Matrix, or those ones that really make you think and you're like, this is a message someone's trying to warn us.
Yeah. Now, when we're talking about theories, remember when it was said that it had approval from JFK? It made me think, do you think the reason JFK was off was because he knew about this secret program? And was one of the very few who knew about it? And he was about to out the people, or about to out the program itself?
I mean, that certainly could have been one avenue. I mean, we know about, we haven't gotten into this yet, but like the curse of the family. It could have just been going with the curse. Something bad was going to happen to him eventually.
He told his family. Maybe he told him his family passes that down to everybody. And that's why they had to off all of his family, because all of his family knew all the information. And they've been searching for maybe he had some stuff hidden of like some proof.
Do you think maybe that's why recently some people have died in his family?
Maybe.
A woman and her son.
Yeah, like granddaughter and kayaking, and they got drowned by the CIA. Yeah.
Well, how smooth that was.
So yeah, that was one theory. Another one is, of course, this is all fake and made up to start like the discrediting of a crazy conspiracy theorist, right? I mean, you mentioned aliens. I mean, I think aliens is becoming more mainstream, but back then in 2005, I don't think aliens was as mainstream as it is. I mean, it seemed like it goes in waves, right? You have E.T. and all that. You have the big waves of aliens then, and then it dipped back down, like Roswell, and then it dipped down, and then it came back up with Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Then it dipped back down, and then it came back up with E.T., and then it dipped back down. And it's like it goes in waves of when is it acceptable? Do you think this is like another movement for the government to kind of be like, hey, let's push this out as a way to discredit any conspiracies at all?
I think it could be a desensitization thing, desensitizing us to aliens in waves, because if you bombard us with a bunch of information, you're going to freak people out. But if you're like, oh, there's an alien sighting or a UFO sighting, and then it kind of like, oh, you hype it up, and then it disappears. Do it over and over, it just becomes like everything else in life, where you're like, oh, yeah, there was another UFO sighting over in New York above the Empire State Building.
Yeah. Another thing I wrote down was Wag the Dog. Do you think maybe this was released in 2005 because the government wanted attention taken away from all the bombings and stuff that they were doing on civilians in the Iraq and Afghanistan war? Because you got to think how many civilians were killed over there. A lot.
And we don't talk about it anymore, so it's like fading away.
But that's all I had on that. But I love this story. I thought we had to cover it. I love Project Serpo. Even if it is fake, I mean, it is such a good read. It's fun to think about. It's something that, I mean, I would want it to be real. Would you guys want it to be real?
Oh, yeah. I want there to be life other than ours. I don't think that there isn't. There has to be intelligent life. We are not the smartest things that have come from this beautiful, what is the biggest of everything? Universe? galaxy? What is the biggest?
Universe.
Okay. Like you said, I need to upgrade my hard drive. I got useless information in there.
We need to go together and upgrade our drives.
Yes. But then we're going to end up with an RFID chip and be a part of the put a Neuralink thing in your head. Then you would have all those capabilities to think about anything and you'd find information for it. Have probably unlimited storage. Oh, no. They would make it to where you'd have to upgrade your chip. So you have to keep coming back to pay for it because that's how they work.
Yeah. Be like South Park where they put the chip in Cartman's head so you can't, they pretty much censors him. That's how I figure it'd be like. Anytime you go to try to say anything that's confidential.
Shit. Yeah, the conspiracy theorists would really disappear.
All right, any of y'all got anything you want to add before we wrap today's episode up? Any theories or anything at all?
Yeah, I mean, that was great learning about that. To me, it's kind of crazy to think that was the first alien encounter as far as talking with our government or dealing with people of the human race. But maybe it was the first time for the Ebens to have done it. And maybe they're closer to our next evolutionary development than, like, say, the Greys. Like, the Greys could have a negative energy about them, and the Ebens were very good people. So there's always a good and evil to things. They're the ones maybe protecting us from Greys. I'm just thinking as I'm talking as I'm thinking now, but it was good. I loved it. This was an awesome topic. I love anything aliens.
Yeah, me too.
I am a huge skeptic of it all, but I do believe there has to be some other life forms out there. I mean, honestly, it's like just reading the story, it sounds awesome. And if you made that into a movie, I'd sit there and watch this shit.
Oh yeah, I would watch it too. Absolutely. All right. So I guess that's it for today's episode. We're gonna move on to voicemails. So let me pull up the voicemail list. This first voicemail we have is from Avery, and we're going to play that right now.
Hey guys, my name's Avery. I've been listening to the podcast for a little while now, and I am so happy that season 2 came out, because now that we have more consistency with the host, with Anna, who is absolutely fantastic. I love her theories and the thoughts that she brings into the group, and I'm really happy that everyone's here. I was hoping you guys could do an episode on like theories of reality or like life, or like meaning of life. Anything kind of surrounding that. Like with the GMT episode of different realities within that versus like what is the real one, or there's multiple universe theories surrounding that also. Or even in the last episode, Anna was talking about hemi-sync, which I had never researched into before, but seems really cool. So yeah, hope you guys are having a great day, and thanks for being awesome.
Thank you, Avery. I agree. I love the consistency with the show now. I'm loving season 2, and I'm glad you're loving it too. Thank you for the love and the suggestions.
I was cheering behind my screen over here when you started saying that you wanted to hear stuff about multiverses and like talking about what life is. My head is filled with what are we? Where did we come from? What is the Mandela effect? Why did I just have deja vu? I'm not that, like, I never stop thinking about what we are. So I love hearing that topic interests you, because we are 100% diving into that sometime.
Thank you so much for the voicemail.
All right, so now we're going to move on to voicemail. So we'll play that right now.
Hi, this is Lola Sweet and my husband, Daddy Sweet. We are so grateful for all the hard work that you guys do to make these podcasts come to life. We are super big fans. We listen to you guys on the daily, and we just want to thank you for all that you guys do to bring all these topics to life and to help people open their minds.
Y'all are awesome. If I could choose just one podcast, it would be this one.
Absolutely. We absolutely love you guys. And if you guys could work on some more topics, I would say maybe some more alien stuff. There are some niches within the alien topic that you guys have not touched, like some experiences that I had growing up and in my early adulthood where I had abduction experiences and implanted pregnancies. They were positive experiences, but there's something that people don't talk about, but it's like a thing and it happens. It's the hybrid experiments that happen.
Recording hit its minute 30-second limit. I'm sorry about it cutting off on you, but thank you for the voicemail. Thank both of you. I love both of you so much. I'm guessing you're going to be ecstatic for today's episode. It's all about aliens, but alien impregnation is something we have to cover too, because I hear it's fairly common.
I didn't know it was common, so that's news to me. So it'll be a learning experience for me when we go over that topic.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you for the voicemail. Yeah, thank you, and we love you so much, and it means a lot that you said all those kinds of words to us, and we love you. All right, so this next voicemail is from Hans.
Oh man, Hans.
So we're going to play that right now.
Yo, you already know who it is. Oh, man, okay. It's not my first time calling. First time caller, long time listener. It's your boy Hans. So let's just keep it real here. You get like an honest voicemail first. Love the content, guys. Love the Patreon. Love the merch. That blue t-shirt really made my day. I love that you brought on Anna. He does lots of research. And you guys, are some part of it. Because her research, by God, it's like mental masturbation, and my brain it releases all this euphoric feeling, and I just almost crash my vehicle every day. Anyways, to keep it for Hans, y'all be really good, by the way, you two, Aaron and Daniel. So, keep it per usual. Daniel, keep being sexy, because you're beautiful, you're a little human being. Anna, if you could just speed bag my nuts, it'll let speed bag, be awesome. And if I could just spread you like an accordion, and we have a scene from Ghost, except you're like right behind me as I'm looking at pottery. Boom. But for real, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. Pick for 2020 across Texas. This place sucks.
I agree. Fuck Texas, that place does suck. I just left there, dude. It's a coronavirus state. You need to leave, Hans. Come up north. Come up to Maine. You can stay with me.
Dude, when you listen to the FEMA episode, you're going to want to get out of Texas. I'm telling you, get the fuck out of there while you're still alive.
Oh, no, Port Aransas was very nice there. It was, but it's got nothing on Maine, dude.
I agree. Can't wait to come back up to camp.
But anyways, Hans, thank you. I love you, and your voice. I just want you to call us up and leave us voicemails of you narrating stuff. Our infield reporter, Hans, questioning people if they've been abducted. Just walk up to a random person with your phone on and be like, hey, this is Hans, infield reporter. Have you been abducted? And I just want to see what people say.
Hans, I've been waiting and waiting for my shout out from you. And you were not short on my expectations of your amazingness. Come over here and bring them balls over. I'll speak to you. Dude, no, honestly, you're great. I love talking to you on Twitter. Keep talking. Keep sending your sweet messages in. We love getting them.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Thank you for the voicemail. Thank you for the kind words. Always bring laughter to the show. Love it. Yeah. And I'm going to try to stay sexy. It's a full-time job, man.
Nice.
You're shaving all that hair is full-time.
Yes, it is. That's why Bigfoot likes me.
All right, so this last voicemail for this week is from an individual named Nick. I don't think you've ever gotten a voicemail from this person before. but I've listened to this voice note almost 100 times. So we're going to play that one right now.
Hi, my name's Nick, and this is my Bigfoot story. Like every other night, I come home with my paper. About 9, 10 o'clock, and I'm kind of tired tonight. I came home and went to bed with my paper. 5 minutes later, heard some rustling outside, so I got up, checked. And what happened was I walked out there. I didn't just see Bigfoot, I saw a big dick. I went to try my drawers and said, "Camille, you big dick, show me what you can do." And he did some stuff to me. Never got my ass getting better than ever on that day. Baby, it's getting hot right here. Well, I gotta go. Gotta go back to work. Love the podcast. Bye-bye.
He was like a mix of Leslie Jordan and Herbert or whatever from Family Guy.
That's exactly what I thought.
I got some popsicles down in the basement.
Come on over, Chris.
Well, I'm sorry about, well, I don't know if you want me to be sorry. It sounded like you enjoyed it, but that's what Bigfoot is all about. You know, he's all about just being there for you when you need him.
Creating pleasure in any avenue desired.
Any.
Nick, awesome voice note, man. Love you. But you're going to have to contact me because I might have to have you sign a confidentiality forms. For certain reasons.
Yes.
We want Bigfoot to have a good image going into this campaign.
Yeah, but man, from the sounds of it, though, he has helped his people. Definitely doing what he can for you. So, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, dude.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Leave more voicemails.
We really appreciate it.
That's all the voicemails for this week. Now we're going to move on to ratings and reviews. So, let's see. All right, so the first review we have this week comes from Susie Q872. It was left on May 16th. It is 5 stars. The subject line, it reads, "This podcast is awesome." She goes on to say, "This podcast is awesome." No, you're awesome, Susie Q. Thank you for the 5 stars and for the love. We love you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
This next one is from George X3 Cool. It was left on May 17th, 5 stars, titled Nice. I started listening to this podcast yesterday in the morning. It's great. Gave us 100%. Thank you. Appreciate that, George X3 Cool.
Yes, thank you. We love you, and you're 100%.
That's right. 100%. Much love. The next